On the arena of the Tournament of Power, Goku activated his Ultra Instinct for the third time to battle Jiren, causing the deities to gasp in astonishment. How is it possible that a mere mortal can reach realms even the gods cannot attain? At that moment, only Whis wore a troubled expression. He understood that entering the domain beyond the gods required immense physical strain. This was Goku's final opportunity. Should he fail to defeat Jiren now, he would never again be able to access Ultra Instinct, and the seventh universe would undoubtedly face defeat, placing the entire universe in peril. However, during the battle, Whis noticed that Goku still harbored too many thoughts and had not fully embraced the essence of Ultra Instinct. He squandered his energy without inflicting substantial damage on his opponent, and if this continued, Goku would ultimately lose. Indeed, after an intense exchange, Goku nearly overcame Jiren, yet he could no longer maintain his Ultra Instinct state. His body suffered under the backlash of divine energy. Jiren, though troubled, unleashed a wave of light that sent the helpless Goku flying, his body uncontrollably hurtling towards the edge of the arena. In that instant, Frieza sprang from a crevice of the stage. Witnessing Goku's plight and realizing he could not allow him to fall out of bounds, he raised his hand and fired an energy sphere aimed directly at Goku, calculating that a gentle nudge would land Goku safely on the stone edge of the arena. Yet, amidst the shattered remnants of the arena, debris of all sizes floated about, and one particularly large piece intercepted Frieza's energy sphere. The sphere detonated several meters away from Goku, the explosion providing only a slight push that failed to achieve Frieza's intended effect. As Frieza prepared to rescue Goku once more, Jiren materialized before him, and the briefly unconscious Goku fell outside the arena. With Goku, the embodiment of everyone's hopes, eliminated, the other warriors of the seventh universe were engulfed in despair. Only Frieza maintained his optimistic demeanor, proclaiming, "Even without those monkeys' assistance, I will still emerge victorious." At that moment, Android 17 returned to the fray. However, their strength paled in comparison to Jiren's. Even though Jiren was exhausted, he still held the upper hand against the combined assault of Frieza and 17. Frieza, desperate, resorted to a self-destructive attack, attempting to take Jiren down with him, but found himself effortlessly cast out of the arena by the beleaguered Jiren, who narrowly managed to cling to the edge. With only Android 17 remaining, the overwhelming might of Jiren rendered 17's efforts futile. Ultimately, 17 was forced to concede, sealing the fate of the seventh universe. Though disappointed by Goku's failure, Zeno was bound to uphold the rules of the Tournament of Power, and the seventh universe was on the brink of erasure. Goku, enduring excruciating pain, shouted toward Zeno, "Little Zeno, no, don't do this. Please give me another chance." "That is not possible," Zeno replied in a childlike tone, delivering the coldest of truths. "This was predetermined. The universe that fails must be erased. Even for you, Goku, I must adhere to my word." That I end that moment, Goku realized with despair that his friends, family, and the very existence of the seventh universe would be obliterated, all because of his impulsive suggestion to hold the Tournament of Power. Initially, he merely sought to test his strength against the champions of other universes, planning to use the Super Dragon Balls to wish for their revival should they be erased. Since childhood, regardless of the challenges faced, Goku had always triumphed when he resolved to do so, leading him to subconsciously believe that he would be the victor of this tournament. Yet, reality proved otherwise. Are we truly to be erased? Gohan inquired, though he knew deep down that it was the truth. He had witnessed the annihilation of 10 universes. 18. Krillin embraced his wife tightly, aware that this was their final embrace. Marwin, Android 18 clutched Krillin, reminiscing about their child waiting at home. In a fleeting moment, Krillin locked eyes with Goku, his expression complex. He felt gratitude and trust toward Goku, yet at this critical juncture, with his family on the brink of peril, a flicker of resentment emerged within him. "I am sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault." Goku clenched his fists. "If only I could have another chance. Damn it. Goku, listen carefully." A voice resonated suddenly within Goku's mind. "Whis." Goku turned to see Whis gazing at him, though he did not speak. The words were transmitted directly into Goku's consciousness. "Now, immediately, activate Ultra Instinct." "What?" Hurry while there is still time. Although Goku was bewildered, Whis' words hinted at a glimmer of hope. He held unwavering faith in Whis, who was both a mentor and a friend, and he knew he had to save everyone in the seventh universe. In that moment, all his bonds crystallized into a singular conviction he would transcend his limits once more and save them all. The powerful energy erupted from within Goku as he once again surpassed the divine realm and activated Ultra Instinct. What do you intend to do, Kakarot? Just as Goku achieved his breakthrough, an eerie force enveloped him, one entirely distinct from his ki. He could not gauge the strength of this presence, reminiscent of the time before he entered the realm of gods when he faced Beerus. Yet this force imparted a sense of reassurance. Whis, feel my power, align with my strength, and reach out to the farthest cosmos. Goku felt as though he were being drawn into another dimension. Whis' power enveloped him like the vast cosmos, rendering the surroundings silent. Following Whis' guidance, as he extended his consciousness further, he glimpsed a tumultuous, flowing energy like a raging river stretching into infinity. This was all surreal when Goku noticed the river. He realized it had always been by his side, akin to walking alongside a riverbank, yet only now discovering the water itself. I could see that moment. Whis appeared behind Goku, not in physical form, but as a manifestation of his consciousness. With a gentle push, Goku was thrust into the river before him. What is happening? Goku struggled fiercely, yet he could not resist the force pulling his consciousness farther away. Soon, he felt his awareness dimming, the unknown energy eroding his essence, as if he were merging into an immense entity, becoming increasingly insignificant until he faded into nothingness. Indeed, so it is, Whis remarked with a hint of satisfaction. Scions are truly remarkable beings. Only the alert angel Margarita and the Grand Priest recognized the anomaly. But before they could inquire, Zeno activated his ability. Hiya! Zeno waved his slender arm, erasing all life and matter from the seventh universe, plunging Whis into a state of slumber. In the final moments of suspended consciousness, Whis silently wished, "Please, Goku, this time. You must protect everyone." A small bird flew overhead, casting its shadow across Goku's face. The blinding sunlight gradually illuminated his eyes, awakening him. The surrounding massive beasts, which had been cautiously observing, fled in fright as the small creature stirred back to life. Wukong hazily perceived that he was lying in the wilderness, yet he felt no concern. Rather, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, prompting a desire for deep slumber. He turned over, scratching at his slightly itchy backside, inadvertently applying too much force while scratching his tail, which sent a tingling sensation coursing through his body. "I'm so tired, truly exhausted, just a little more sleep," he murmured, on the verge of drifting back into oblivion when a sudden thought pierced through the veil of his drowsiness. Why was he so weary? The tournament of power. Wukong jolted awake, sitting upright as the gravity of the situation struck him. Universe 7 was on the brink of annihilation, and he needed to take action. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found no sign of Krillin or Vegeta, nor did he see Whis and Beerus. He lay exposed in the vast expanse of the wilderness, which should have been a forest, yet the trees around him stood crooked and twisted, some reduced to mere splinters, as if a colossal force had wreaked havoc upon them. Upon glancing behind him, he gasped in horror. It was his former home on Mount Pazu, now in ruins. This scene was ingrained in his memory, requiring no effort to recall. It resembled the day his grandfather, Sun Wukong, passed away. Stumbling to his feet, Wukong dashed towards the remnants of the house, oblivious to his sluggish pace and the towering enormity of everything around him. All he yearned for was to see his grandfather once more. As he cleared away the layers of debris and beheld the familiar visage of his grandfather, he was met with a lifeless body, cold and devoid of breath, yet his expression bore an unsettling tranquility. So you always knew it was me, Grandfather. 30 years of battles and training had forged Wukong's will into something as resilient as steel. He did not weep, yet he was engulfed by profound remorse. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I couldn't protect you, I couldn't safeguard everyone. Forgive me." He recalled the final moments before Universe 7's demise. The look of reproach in Krillin's eyes, his first encounter with heartfelt blame directed at him from a loved one. Wukong could not forgive himself He vowed never to indulge in recklessness again. He must protect everyone, this time. Chapter 2. The commencement of training. Wukong took a moment to steady his emotions before venturing into the woods opposite his dwelling to excavate a pit with his bare hands, where he laid his deceased grandfather to rest. He chose the same spot as before, ensuring he could easily visit and pay his respects. Subsequently, he rummaged through the rubble in search of clothing, although he was now alone in the mountains. The memories of 30 years of social interaction had transformed him from the wild child he once was. Being bareskinned felt somewhat embarrassing. As he searched, he stumbled upon the familiar 4-star ball and the Rui Jingu Bang, both once cherished treasures bequeathed to him by his grandfather. Yet, in the wake of his grandfather's recent demise, joy eluded him. After donning his attire and shouldering the Rui Bang, Wukong was suddenly struck by hunger. It was morning, and breakfast time had arrived. Contemplating the intense battles he had endured at the Tournament of Power, he realized he had not only exerted himself physically but was also famished in spirit. Thus, he resolved to procure some food. As he dashed through the thicket, childhood memories flooded back. Guided by sound and scent, he located a tiger also foraging for sustenance. "My apologies, but you shall serve as my breakfast," he declared. Startled by Wukong's formidable presence, the tiger turned to flee, but its speed was insufficient. Wukong swiftly brandished the Rui Bang and struck the beast, which fell lifelessly to the ground. With the spoils in tow, he made his way to the riverside, where he performed a hasty cleaning before kindling a fire to enjoy a meal of roasted tiger meat. Indeed, nothing compares to the deliciousness of Chi-Chi's cooking, he mused. After satiating his hunger, Wukong reclined on the ground, his round belly content. At last, he had time to ponder the events that had transpired. Gazing at his tail, he reflected on the loss of his grandfather, and without a doubt, he had returned to his childhood, specifically the year he turned 10. Just seconds before Zeno was to annihilate the 7th universe, he had heeded Whis' instructions and forcibly activated the Ultra Instinct, and afterward, Whis had done something else that led him back to this age. More precisely, his consciousness had reverted to that of his 10-year-old self, while his body remained in its youthful form. With this revelation, Wukong sprang to his feet, striking a stance to throw a few punches in the air and delivering a few kicks to the side. What a predicament! Was I truly this weak as a child? He lamented. He had exerted his utmost strength with these few moves, yet he stirred not even a whisper of wind. Had it been the previous day, he would have effortlessly shattered the tree before him. It seemed he must start his training anew. Wukong chuckled. Yet a thought surfaced. His relentless pursuit of combat during the Tournament of Power had resulted in the destruction of 11 universes, including the loss of his closest family and friends. Was the quest for strength truly the right path? No, becoming stronger is undoubtedly correct. There are formidable foes like Jiren in the universe. If I cannot surpass him, I will never be able to protect everyone. Perhaps it was the Scion warrior spirit at play, for Wukong quickly dismissed his doubts. I must grow stronger. This time, I will not solely consider myself and Vegeta. While I will not advocate for another Tournament of Power, to prepare for such a crisis, everyone must grow stronger. Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, they all must become mightier, even Frieza. Deep within, Wukong still harbored a desire to host another Tournament of Power. He yearned to challenge the masters of other universes. However, he could no longer gamble the fate of the entire cosmos. As long as the warriors of the 7th universe became strong enough that even if he were to lose to Jiren, they would still prevail together, that would suffice. For this reason, he first needed to enhance his own strength. Wukong settled cross-legged on the ground, reflecting on his 30 years of training. In the earlier years, prior to marrying Chi-Chi, he had focused on understanding combat, how to maximize his physical prowess. It was akin to his initial days at the sacred world of the Kais, where despite his superior strength, he could not best bubbles. He believed that by the time he departed the sacred world, his comprehension of martial arts had reached a considerable zenith. The subsequent 20 years had been dedicated to augmenting his strength through rigorous training. To defeat Jiren, he needed to master Ultra Instinct flawlessly. Frankly, he had never grasped the essence of Ultra Instinct. While he believed he had achieved the pinnacle of mental clarity, Whis had always taught him that true Ultra Instinct lay in the absence of thought, allowing the body to react instinctively. Yet, during the Tournament of Power, as he instinctively transcended the godly realm and unlocked the door to Ultra Instinct, Wukong felt that this was not merely an epiphany of thought, after all. How could a mere shift in mindset translate into immense combat power? It was perplexing. However, it was premature to dwell on such questions. He needed to first attain the realm of Super Saiyan God before contemplating how to breach the godly domain. Realistically, he should begin by transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yet, Wukong waved his fist. To reach the Saiyan threshold, one would require approximately 500,000 units of battle power, but at this moment, Wukong possessed not even 50. Of course, he did not fixate on these figures, but rather gauged the disparity through instinct. Becoming a Super Saiyan feels rather distant, he chuckled wryly. Fortunately, he still retained the insights gained from 30 years of combat experience, coupled with his first-hand encounters from Super Saiyan to Ultra Instinct. As long as his physical condition kept pace, he should easily surpass the barriers he once faced. Ah, so this is the essence of the Turtle School. Wukong suddenly recalled his training under Master Roshi, which had always focused on enhancing his physical capabilities. With that in mind, he resolved to train directly at Master Roshi's island. Although his first visit to the Turtle School was still about 2 years away, Master Roshi would undoubtedly welcome him. With this thought, Wukong sprinted back home, his only luggage being the 4-star ball. He seized it and dashed out the door, only to halt abruptly. Where's the Turtle School? He pondered. Since learning to sense others' ki 2 decades ago, he had always found the Turtle School by following Master Roshi's energy, rendering him unfamiliar with the route. Is it this way? Or this way? Or perhaps that way? Wukong anxiously circled in place. His current physical training was still lacking, preventing him from keenly perceiving the external ki. To him, the world felt shrouded in mist, and he lacked the ability to clear it and see what lay beyond. Well, never mind, Wukong, known for his optimism, concluded. I suppose I could just train on the Buns Mountain. He recalled his arrival at the Turtle School when Master Roshi had him in Krillin tilling fields and delivering milk. Busy with chores. However, Buns Mountain was desolate, devoid of any villages. What could he do there? His gaze drifted to the horizon, and suddenly, an idea struck him. That's it, he exclaimed, pointing at a distant peak. Watch as I move you to the other side of the river. Indeed, Wukong intended to use his own hands to relocate an entire mountain several kilometers away. He might not have heard of a distant land where a family sought to move a mountain through endless generations of effort. But Wukong was determined to accomplish it on his own. Yet, as a scion, it did not seem entirely impossible. From that day forth, Wukong traversed the expanse between the 2 mountains daily. He constructed a vast platform from timber to facilitate the transport of fine sand. When confronted with large boulders, he would first shatter them with his bare hands before laboriously transporting the fragments across to the opposite side. Aside from the hours devoted to nourishment and repose, Wukong tirelessly engaged in this unrelenting endeavor. In times past, a mere Kamehameha would have effortlessly obliterated the imposing mountain that now seemed to mock him mercilessly. No matter how ardently he toiled, it stood resolutely, exuding an air of unyielding majesty, devoid of any sign of diminishment. Yet, undeterred, Wukong faithfully persevered, repeating this arduous training day after day. Thus, 2 years swiftly elapsed. Chapter 3 Encountering Bulma, again drawing from the memories of his previous life. Goku commenced an arduous training regimen on Baozi Mountain, all in pursuit of mastering the art of Ji Gong. With the ultimate aim of safeguarding his friends on Earth, he set for himself the first objective of relocating a mountain peak by several kilometers. However, it soon became apparent that reality did not align with his aspirations. During the first year, Goku diligently practiced daily, his mountain-moving endeavor exhausting him to the point of deep slumber. Yet, he rapidly adapted to the intensity of his exertions. By the second year, even after making numerous trips between 2 locations at an impressive speed, he felt no fatigue, indicating that the strain of his training had become insufficient for his burgeoning physical prowess. Consequently, Goku began to train solo, reminiscent of his journey to Namek, controlling his Kamehameha to strike himself while engaging in extreme dodging and defensive maneuvers. This method yielded some results in the initial days. However, akin to his training aboard the spaceship, Goku continuously pushed his limits, leading to several missteps where powerful Kamehameha waves struck him, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Isolated on Baozi Mountain, Goku found himself without Senza beans, high-tech healing pods, or anyone to care for him. He had no choice but to lie in the desolate wilderness, recuperating for several hours before he could muster the strength to move, eventually dragging his aching body back home. For the next 2 days, he was unable to venture out to hunt, his stomach growling and indirectly impeding his recovery. On the 3rd day, Goku's body finally regained some mobility, prompting him to employ the Wukong technique in search of sustenance. This marked his first successful execution of the technique. Initially, due to his frail 10-year-old physique, he had failed to harness the energy for flight, and after months of rigorous training, he had not attempted it again until now, when he finally succeeded. Dragging his weary form and hazy consciousness, Goku managed to hunt a bear in the forest. As he roasted the bear meat over a fire, the tantalizing aroma revitalized him slightly, and he indulged heartily, consuming the entire bear before feeling a semblance of vigor return. Yet, one bear was insufficient to satisfy a Scion's appetite, so he proceeded to the river to catch a piranha, finally feeling satiated. For the following month, Goku's physical condition remained poor, hindering his ability to engage in high-intensity training. It was not until nearly 2 months had passed that he felt fully restored. He recalled that Science experienced a significant power boost upon recovering from near-death states, so he conducted a simple test on himself, only to discover minimal gains in strength. Perhaps he had indeed improved somewhat, yet 2 months of lax training had caused his power to wane. In this rapid progression phase, it was difficult to ascertain whether he would be stronger now had he trained normally instead of sustaining severe injuries. Upon resuming his training, Goku approached his regimen with heightened caution, yet a month later, he sustained another grave injury, necessitating over a month of difficult recovery. Lying in bed, he contemplated the sluggish pace of his training regimen. It was no surprise that after nearly 2 years of relentless effort, although he had seen some growth, he estimated that his strength had barely reached the level he had attained during his battle with Raditz in his previous life, still falling short of being a competent Scion warrior. In his past life, Goku had achieved his current strength through rigorous training under King Kai, leading to a qualitative leap in his abilities. Perhaps he should seek out King Kai, he mused. But how would he go about that? Was he to die first? Shaking his head at the thought, Goku realized that the deities on Earth were not yet acquainted with him. Dying would render him a disembodied soul, devoid of any means to train, and moreover, his friends on Earth would not recognize him. Should he perish, he would have no opportunity for resurrection, making it impossible to assist them in becoming stronger. Feeling distressed, Goku recognized the difficulty of relying solely on himself to grow stronger. Forget it, I shall gather everyone once more, he resolved, determined to unite his companions and empower them to collectively protect Earth and the 7th universe. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a familiar energy nearby. Not far from Bowsy Mountain, Goku's current strength enabled him to detect energy signatures from several kilometers away. Bulma, it's Bulma, he exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Oh, she can help me build a gravity training room. Goku realized that his most significant power boosts had come from training under 10 times the gravity of King Kai's planet and 100 times the gravity aboard a spaceship. It dawned on him that he only needed Bulma's assistance to create such a facility. With exhilaration, he dashed out the door, soaring in the direction of her energy using the Wukong technique. Soon, he spotted a car, and inside was Bulma. Hi. Goku suddenly appeared at her window, startling her so severely that she swerved the steering wheel, causing the car to flip over. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Goku hurriedly rushed to check on Bulma, who, in her fright, had drawn a pistol. Monster, who are you? Goku, he replied. Bulma took a moment to regain her composure, regarding the young boy before her with confusion. Goku? Oh no, this is troublesome. You don't recognize me yet. Goku reached out, helping Bulma out of the overturned vehicle. Furrowing his brow, he explained, we met a long time ago, just like this. Then after a while, I went to the Tournament of Power, but I lost, causing the entire universe to vanish. I don't know why, but now I'm back in my childhood, living in the mountains for 2 years. Just as I was about to set off to find you all, I happened to see you. Bulma continued to look puzzled, unable to comprehend his narrative. Oh dear, I'm not great at explaining these things. Anyway, Bulma, could you help me build a gravity training room? Hiki. Goku chuckled nonsensically. A gravity training room? What is that? Wait, how do you know my name is Bulma? Indeed, we've known each other for a long time, around 30 years, right? But that is not important. A gravity room is, let me think, a space where gravity can be controlled. For example, I want to train under 10 times the current gravity. Bulma sensed that the boy before her was somewhat eccentric. At just 16 years of age, how could she possibly have known anyone for 30 years? She nonchalantly replied, sure, I'll contact you later. Goodbye for now. Wait, Bulma, are you leaving? Aren't you looking for the Dragon Balls? What? Bulma rushed forward. Dragon Balls? Are you talking about the Dragon Balls? Do you know about them? Have you seen them? Of course. The 4-star ball is right at my house. Isn't that what you're looking for? Goku replied with a smile. Bulma was taken aback, as she had indeed followed the energy signature of the nearby Dragon Balls. Can you give it to me? The 4-star ball? Absolutely. Fantastic, she exclaimed, but then abruptly paused. You You know what the Dragon Balls are for, right? Of course. They grant wishes. You actually know that? Then why would you give it to me? Why? Well, Bulma, if you want it, then here you go. Bulma's face flushed suddenly as the boy before her uttered unexpectedly charming words. Upon closer inspection, she realized he was rather handsome. By the way, Goku interjected suddenly. What? You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? If I give you the Dragon Ball, you'll help me build the gravity training room, right? Once again, as Bulma pondered over the gravity training chamber, she contemplated the notion of controlling gravity. Surely, such a feat is unattainable. Contemporary scientists are utterly perplexed by the manipulation of gravitational forces. What? Goku exclaimed, astonished. He had always regarded Bulma as omnipotent. Yet here was something beyond her capabilities. Oh, it just struck me, Goku continued. The gravity training chamber was constructed with the assistance of your father. Is it that you cannot create it yourself? What are you saying? Bulma's face flushed with indignation. You are insulting my genius intellect. Look. As she spoke, she produced the dragon radar, declaring, such a precise instrument could only have been crafted by me. There is no other in this world capable of such a feat. Then help me create a gravity training chamber, Goku insisted. Bulma calmed herself and responded, I am at a loss as to how to explain this to you. The control of gravity presents a formidable challenge in the scientific community. No one has yet devised a device capable of manipulating gravity. I am unsure where you gleaned this information. Goku, thoroughly perplexed, found the matter even more bewildering. Then I shall visit your father and request his assistance. Why do you refuse to listen to reason? Bulma shouted in frustration. Go ahead. Even if you do, he will not meet with you. He is an exceedingly busy man. How can it be so? Bulma, please take me to him. Humph. My summer vacation spans merely 2 months, and I still need to search for the Dragon Balls. I won't deter back to West City. Oh, I see. Then I shall help you gather the Dragon Balls, hee. Really? Is that true? Can you accomplish it? Of course. I have gathered the Dragon Balls many times before. Once I help you collect them, you must take me to meet your father. Bulma was somewhat incredulous. If this young boy could indeed assemble the Dragon Balls, why would she even need to beseech her father? Surely she could simply ask the Eternal Dragon directly. Was he deceiving himself? Or perhaps the legends of the dragon held inaccuracies, implying that some wishes could not be fulfilled? Bulma found herself unable to unravel this conundrum. Yet, gazing into Goku's innocent eyes, she sensed no ill intent. With a mixture of skepticism and hope, the two embarked once more on their adventurous quest to seek the Dragon Balls. Chapter 4. A New Adventure, Part 1. Bulma and Goku once again embarked on their quest to seek the Dragon Balls. After acquiring the 4-star ball, they set off towards the location of the next Dragon Ball. Goku, being over 40 years old, had matured into a gentleman who understood basic etiquette. Thus the two traveled without any quarrels. Just a couple of days into their journey, Goku encountered the old turtle once more, which reminded him of the time he first met Master Roshi. Without hesitation, Goku hoisted the old turtle onto his back and headed towards the sea. And although Bulma found it troublesome, she eventually followed suit. When they encountered the bear monster again, Goku did not linger in a confrontation. This time, he merely unleashed a punch from a distance, sending the bear monster flying several meters, crashing heavily against a wall and losing consciousness. Bulma was taken aback by the scene. She had not anticipated that this young boy possessed such prowess, making his claim of gathering the Dragon Balls increasingly credible. Upon reaching the shore, the old turtle expressed his gratitude and promised to repay them before swimming into the depths of the ocean. Bulma wondered what he was up to. Was he going to catch a couple of fish to repay them? No, he was going to fetch Master Roshi. Master Roshi? Who is that? Bulma inquired. Well, he's an old man with a rather lascivious disposition, she thought, feeling somewhat speechless. After a considerable time, the old turtle returned with Master Roshi, who appeared rather flamboyant. Who saved you? Master Roshi asked the old turtle, who pointed at Goku, saying, this boy. Master Roshi glanced at Goku, about to speak when he suddenly halted, his expression growing serious as he scrutinized Goku for a long while before asking, Who are you? It was no wonder Master Roshi was astonished, although Goku did not yet possess the level of a scion. His strength far surpassed that of an ordinary earthling, and after over 30 years of training, his mastery was beyond that of an average person. Such depth of experience was not lost on the astute Master Roshi. This kid is truly formidable, he mused silently, noting the absence of any flaws or superfluous movements. To achieve such a level of cultivation, one must indeed possess extraordinary strength. However, Goku's aura was surprisingly faint. indicating an exquisite control over his energy. Such mastery was something even I, hailed as the god of martial arts, have never attained. Upon closer inspection, Master Roshi noticed Goku's power pole. Power pole? Son Gohan. Who is he to you? Son Gohan is my grandfather, and I plan to name my son Gohan too. Goku replied. Son? You have a son? Bulma suddenly blushed, thinking, why is he suddenly talking about a son? Does he think we are in that kind of relationship? Oh, how embarrassing. But then again, this little boy is quite handsome and so powerful, he isn't afraid of monsters. Ah, so he is Gohan's grandson, Master Roshi reasoned, recalling that long ago. Gohan had mentioned finding a child with a tail. Nevertheless, he remained perplexed by Goku's extraordinary strength. However, the seasoned martial artist understood that not everything needed to be questioned. He could see that Goku was not an evil person, and that was sufficient. You helped the old turtle. I must present you with a gift. Come forth, Phoenix. After a brief silence, the old turtle quipped, the Phoenix has long since died. Oh right. Then, come forth, Flying Nimbus. Wow, it's the Flying Nimbus. Without waiting for the Nimbus to settle, Goku leaped onto it, performing several aerial flips before returning to the ground, laughing heartily. It's been ages since I flew on the Nimbus, ha ha ha. Well, I certainly didn't expect you to ride it, Master Roshi nodded. It seems you truly possess a kind heart. This Nimbus is now yours. Having a Nimbus is indeed convenient, but for the sake of my training, I prefer to travel on foot, Goku said as he gracefully dismounted. Quite commendable, young lad. You embody the spirit of my turtle school. That's because I am a disciple of the turtle school. Goku replied. Master Roshi remained puzzled, but chose not to delve deeper. In that case, what shall I give you? Let me see that. Bulma suddenly exclaimed. This? I found it 100 years ago at the bottom of the sea. Isn't it beautiful? Thus, just as in their previous life, Goku and his companions received the 3-star ball from Master Roshi. Before parting ways, Goku called out to Master Roshi, take care. Master Roshi, once I gather all the Dragon Balls, I will come to train with you and Krillin. Goodbye. Master Roshi was unaware of who Krillin was or why such a powerful individual would seek him for training, but he chuckled, saying, the longer one lives, the more one realizes how wondrous the world is. With that, the old turtle carried him into the depths of the ocean. As in their previous life, Goku and Bulma resolved the troubles caused by Oolong and successfully obtained the 6-star ball. The trio set off towards the fiery mountain. Bulma, having lost her capsule case again, forced the 3 to trek across the sweltering desert. They eventually arrived at a wind-eroded cave, where Bulma, after a bout of crying, fell asleep. Puer discovered Goku and his companions, prompting Yamcha and Puer to rush towards them on a jet motorcycle. I am Yamcha, the ruler of this wasteland. I have no desire to bully children. Hand over your money and capsules, and I will let you go, Yamcha declared, somewhat menacingly. It's Yamcha. We haven't seen each other in ages. Has it been over 10 years? Goku remarked, counting on his fingers. Are you still dreaming? Who has known you for over 10 years? Stop trying to be friendly and hand over your money and capsules, or face the consequences. That's not right, Yamcha. Taking someone else's money is wrong. How can you do something so wicked? How amusing. I, Yamcha the wasteland villain, do no wrong. What am I supposed to do? Play baseball? Exactly. Goku naively nodded. You little brat, daring to jest with me. I cannot let this slide. Perhaps not, Yamcha, Goku chuckled. You cannot defeat me. Yamcha sneered, drawing his knife and lunging at Goku, who did not flinch. The blade came mere centimeters from Goku's face before it suddenly halted. Why did you not dodge? Because you lack murderous intent, I knew you were a good person. Humph, I merely intended to scare you. I didn't realize you had some skill, Yamcha noted. Noticing Goku's power pole. Who is Son Gohan to you? He's my grandfather. Ah, I see. So you are the grandson of the legendary martial arts master, Son Gohan. No wonder you are no ordinary child. It seems I must use my full strength. Yamcha sheathed his knife and assumed the stance of the Wukong fist, charging at Goku with a roar. However, Goku, far quicker than Yamcha, skillfully evaded all of Yamcha's attacks with minimal movements, appearing as though he stood still while dodging effortlessly. Seizing an opening, Goku swept Yamcha's legs, causing him to lose his balance. With just a light kick, Yamcha was sent flying several meters away. That little brat. Yamcha, unwilling to concede defeat, charged forward once more, exerting every ounce of strength to unleash his ultimate technique. This time, however, Goku did not evade. His body remained still as his hands whirled with remarkable speed, effortlessly blocking each of Yamcha's punches. A new opening presented itself. and Goku landed a punch squarely on Yamcha's chin. Remarkably, he did not even utilize the strength of his waist. He merely extended his hand lightly to make contact. Yet the force sent Yamcha soaring into the air, several meters high, agony forcing tears to stream down his face. Clutching his aching jaw, Yamcha gazed at the grinning child before him, finally acknowledging the vast disparity in their strengths. No, it is evident that he is indeed the grandson of Son Gohan, so formidable. In terms of speed, strength, and technique, I am entirely outmatched. I cannot even discern if he has exerted even a fraction of his true power. This is intolerable. I must flee before it becomes fatal. With this thought, Yamcha glanced at his motorcycle and suddenly dashed towards it. Goku, initially expecting to continue the sparring, was taken aback by Yamcha's sudden intent to escape. As Yamcha mounted his bike and prepared to flee, he couldn't help but utter a classic line of a defeated warrior, "Just you wait," before vanishing into the wilderness. "I never expected you to be so formidable," Wukong remarked, astonished. "You effortlessly defeated even the master whom Puer was willing to follow. It seems you have quite the reputation. Why did you leave?" Goku felt a twinge of disappointment, not paying heed to Oolong's musings. Yamcha was also a member of the Earth Warriors. Goku had anticipated having a companion for training. However, in his memories, he and Yamcha had only crossed paths once in the wilderness. When would they meet again? Perhaps, he thought, that moment would come naturally in due time. What is all this noise? What happened? Bulma, awakening at last, rubbed her sleepy eyes and inquired. "Let me tell you," Wukong began, animatedly recounting the events. Goku, with a cheerful demeanor, interjected, "I'm really hungry. I'll go fetch something to eat." Unbeknownst to him, this moment marked the beginning of a divergent path, distinct from the experiences of his previous life. Chapter 5, A New Adventure, Part 2, under the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar. Goku and his companions arrived at the foot of Flame Mountain, at the castle of the Bull Demon King. Knowing he could never defeat Goku, Yamcha chose not to confront him, thus missing the opportunity to uncover the secret of the Dragon Balls and failing to follow them to Flame Mountain. Beneath the castle, Bulma and Oolong lamented the sweltering heat when the Bull Demon King suddenly appeared behind them, menacingly demanding, "What are you doing here? Are you here to steal my treasure? Speak." Bulma and Oolong trembled in fear, unable to utter a word, while Goku cheerfully replied, "Hey, Bull Demon King." The Bull Demon King shot a fierce glance at Goku and soon noticed Goku's Rui Bang. Upon learning that Goku was the grandson of his master, Son Wukong, he joyfully danced with excitement. "Ah, how I miss those days." After Goku explained their purpose, the Bull Demon King sighed, "The treasure is of little importance. I would gladly give it to you. However, the castle has been engulfed in flames, and we cannot enter. Legend has it that only Master Roshi's banana fan can extinguish this fire. I've sent my daughter, Chi-Chi, to find Master Roshi, but no one knows his whereabouts. It seems you will not be able to obtain what you seek for a while." After pondering for a moment, Goku suddenly recalled the scene from his previous life, exclaiming, "That's right. The banana fan is lost." "What? How do you know? Do you know where Master is?" The Bull Demon King gasped. "Who are you talking about?" Bulma asked, confused. "Old Master Roshi. We saw him a few days ago. That flashy old man riding a talking turtle? I can't believe he's the Bull Demon King's master." "Really? You just saw him? Is he in good health?" The Bull Demon King was nearly in tears with excitement. "He's perfectly fine. Don't worry." Goku laughed, then leaped onto the crumbling wall, confidently stating, "Even without the banana fan, I know how to extinguish this fire." Indeed, this was the very place where Goku first encountered and learned the Kamehameha technique, an experience that left a lasting impression on him. Kamehameha. Goku struck a pose, gathering a sphere of blue energy in his hands. Could it be? The Bull Demon King gaped in astonishment. Kamehameha. A powerful wave of energy shot from Goku's hands, hurtling towards the blazing castle. Before anyone could react, the resulting explosion sent Oolong and Bulma flying, but the Bull Demon King swiftly caught them. To his disbelief, the extraordinary technique, which he had failed to master after decades of effort, was now wielded by a mere child. The sheer magnitude of Goku's Kamehameha was beyond anything he had ever imagined, leaving him to wonder if Master Roshi could even unleash such power. As the smoke cleared, Bulma and Oolong stared in disbelief. The fire was indeed extinguished, but the castle, along with the mountain, had been obliterated. Goku exhaled in relief. "Phew. I managed to control my strength. Otherwise, this entire area would have been devastated." The Bull Demon King blinked in disbelief, but he chose to forget his astonishment, laughing heartily. "Wow. It's much cooler here now. It has become a livable place again." though the castle had crumbled into ruins. Bulma's highly precise Dragon Ball radar soon led them to the 7-star ball buried beneath the rubble. Thus, they had collected 6 Dragon Balls. The Bull Demon King gifted them a fast vehicle as a token of gratitude for extinguishing the fire. And Goku and his companions drove towards the location of the final Dragon Ball. An amusing incident occurred along the way when they encountered a troublesome rabbit army. Their leader possessed the ability to turn anyone he touched into a carrot. Unbeknownst to Bulma, she accidentally fell victim to this power, and the rabbits, realizing they couldn't match Goku's strength, threatened him with carrot-shaped Bulma. However, Goku was not one to easily fall into a passive role. Utilizing the afterimage technique, he swiftly moved behind the rabbit army's leader before they could react, effortlessly rescuing Bulma and teaching the rabbits a lesson. After resolving the situation, Goku tied up the rabbit army, intending to send them to the moon to make rice cakes. Just as they were about to depart, he suddenly remembered. Wasn't the moon destroyed by someone? Leaving you there would mean certain death. Goku looked at the rabbit army with a hint of pity, causing them to cry out in fear. Ultimately, Goku released them, warning, if I hear of you causing trouble again, I won't be so lenient next time. After several days of travel, they drew closer to the location of the final Dragon Ball. As they approached within a few dozen kilometers, Bulma halted the vehicle just as night fell. Based on previous experiences, we don't know what dangers lie ahead. Let's rest here for the night and set out tomorrow. She instructed. What? We're so close. Why the sudden pause? Wulong teased. I'm worried about our safety. Bulma replied. What is there to fear with Goku around? There is probably no one stronger than him in this world, Wulong remarked. There are many in the universe who are far stronger than I am. Goku gazed at the sky contemplatively. Humph. What if they can't protect me? You all just don't understand how to cherish a lady. With that, Bulma packed away the vehicle and retrieved a hotel capsule she had purchased in the last town, retiring inside for rest. In truth, Bulma was eager to find the last Dragon Ball, but her wish was to find her Prince Charming. And she couldn't possibly meet him looking disheveled after a long day's travel. She needed her beauty sleep and a refreshing wash-up before seeking the dragon to make her wish. Wulong and Goku shrugged, knowing they couldn't dissuade her, and each found a place to rest. The next morning, while the others were still asleep, Goku commenced his daily training. Even amidst their adventure, he never forgot to enhance his strength, though the intensity of his training could no longer yield rapid progress. Goku had grown significantly stronger compared to 2 years ago. To avoid disturbing Bulma and Wulong during his training, he would intentionally fly to a distant location. However, shortly after he began, a series of explosions echoed from afar, accompanied by rising black smoke from the direction of their campsite. Oh no! Goku realized something must have gone wrong and immediately powered up, flying back at full speed. His eyes first fell upon the temporary hotel, now reduced to ruins, and then on Wulong, who stood helplessly nearby. Since both he and Wulong had spent the night outside, only Bulma remained inside the hotel. Bulma! Goku shouted as he dashed forward. He could sense Bulma's energy, but it was faint. Why? Why couldn't I protect everyone? Goku lamented while clearing away the debris around Bulma at incredible speed. When he finally found her, she was still wearing her pajamas, seemingly unawakened, with multiple injuries, the most alarming being a metal shard lodged in her abdomen, blood seeping out profusely. Bulma! Bulma! Goku cried out. But Bulma was barely clinging to life, her eyes fluttering open just long enough to glimpse Goku before slipping back into unconsciousness. Quick! Take her to a doctor! Wulong shouted. Yet Goku understood that there was no time for medical assistance. Forcing her to the town would surely be too much for her to endure. The sins of beans! Wait for me! Goku exclaimed, leaping into the air, soaring to a height of 100 meters. He forced himself to calm his mind, striving to sense Master Korin's energy from such a distance, an endeavor he had never attempted before. Please, hurry, hurry. Goku strained to clear the fog, finally detecting a trace of energy belonging to Master Korin amid the chaos. Confirming the direction, he unleashed all his might and sped towards Korin Tower. However, the tower lay approximately 1,000 kilometers away, and at Goku's current speed, it would take over an hour to reach. Not to mention the return trip, Bulma would certainly not hold on that long. Damn it! Damn it! I must protect everyone. Anger and regret surged within Goku, his body responding to his fervent desire as an immense energy erupted forth. Kaioken, a burst of red energy exploded from him, doubling his power in an instant. He shattered the sound barrier, leaving a resounding crack in the air. Not enough, still not enough. Double it. Goku strained under the tremendous physical burden as he forced the Kaioken to twice its usual strength, his powers surging yet again. With unprecedented speed, he raced towards Korin Tower, and, in just 10 minutes, he could see the tower, heading straight for Master Korin's abode. The moment Goku arrived, his body could no longer sustain the Kaioken. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Who are you? Master Korin gasped, staring at Goku in terror. He had sensed an overwhelming force approaching him, one far beyond the might of even the most formidable foe, King Piccolo, and it emanated from this young boy before him. Master Korin, please, the sins of beans. I beg you, give me some. Goku spoke weakly. What do you intend to do? How do you know about the sins of beans? Please. My friend is dying. I implore you, just one bean. She's on the brink. Master Korin regarded the stranger before him, though his power was astonishing. The aura he exuded lacked the malevolence associated with King Piccolo. Following Goku's direction, Korin utilized his divine vision and indeed spotted a woman on the verge of death in the wilderness. All right, just a moment. Master Korin retrieved a jar of sins of beans, preserved for hundreds of years, and placed it before Goku. Take it. Thank you. Goku responded, seizing a bean and preparing to dash back. Wait, Master Korin called out, halting Goku. As he turned, another bean was tossed towards him. How will you return in this condition? Recover your strength first. Goku smiled and said, thanks, then promptly consumed the sins of bean, feeling his depleted energy replenished. I will come back to explain everything. With that, Goku activated the Kaioken once more, this time at double strength, and swiftly flew towards Bulma. Master Korin watched Goku vanish into the distance, shaking his head, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Chapter 6, A New Adventure, Part 2, with unwavering determination. Goku soared through the sky towards Bulma, sensing her faint aura still lingering in the air. He propelled himself with even greater speed than before, believing he could reach her in time. Suddenly, a dark cloud materialized in the sky, enveloping the earth in its ominous shadow, a phenomenon Goku recognized all too well. The Eternal Dragon. Someone has summoned the dragon. At that moment, Goku returned to the vicinity of their campsite, where a golden light flickered, heralding the appearance of the dragon not far ahead. However, Goku was too preoccupied to ponder who was making wishes. His priority was saving Bulma. He descended onto the ruins of the inn, where Bulma lay motionless, and Oolong had transformed himself into a makeshift bandage, adhering to her wound. Goku, you finally returned. The bandage exclaimed. Gently, Goku lifted Bulma's head, and she regained consciousness, her agony rendering her awareness fragile. She trembled as she gazed at Goku, repeating his name, Goku, Goku. With urgency, Goku force-fed her a sins of bean. Within moments, Bulma sat up abruptly, her energy revitalized, sending Oolong tumbling as he reverted to his original form. Dazed, he clutched his head in disbelief, exclaiming, How are you not hurt? Seeing Bulma rejuvenated filled Goku with relief, but he was utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground. What on earth happened? Before Bulma could finish her question, the dark clouds dissipated as swiftly as they had appeared. A golden meteor streaked across the sky, and Goku understood he was too late to intervene. The last time the Dragon Balls were wished upon without his knowledge, they had resurrected Frieza, nearly endangering the warriors of Earth. The potential consequences of this wish were unknown to him, and as fatigue overcame him, he succumbed to slumber. The scene rewinds to a day prior, where Goku and his companions ventured toward the last Dragon Ball, unaware that its master awaited their arrival. Shiwu stood atop a hill, peering through binoculars. Report to King Pilaf. A vehicle has appeared in Sector H15. Indeed, that must be them. Proceed as planned. Wait a moment. Shiwu, incredulous, refocused her binoculars. What is it? Came a puzzled voice over the radio. I think I'm seeing things. There's a little boy flying in the air. So what? Haven't you seen a car before? No, he seems to be flying unaided. Don't be ridiculous. How could someone fly without assistance? In a distant castle, Pilaf impatiently pressed buttons, and surveillance footage from Shiwu's end filled his screen, revealing Bulma and Oolong in the car, with Goku soaring alongside them, employing his flight technique. Goku had always preferred running or flying rather than riding in vehicles, which explained his lack of interest in Nimbus. What extraordinary abilities does this child possess? Pilaf pondered, recalling vague legends of a martial arts sect capable of flight and demolishing castles with bare hands. Shiwu, Ashu, halt all actions. We must observe for now. Yes, King Pilaf. For the following day, Shiwu discreetly trailed Goku and his companions. She witnessed Goku take off at rocket-like speeds, returning shortly with his quarry, further solidifying Pilaf's belief that this child was formidable. Thus, he commanded Xiaowu and Ashu to alternate their surveillance, awaiting the opportune moment to seize the Dragon Balls. When Goku departed for training the next morning, Pilaf sensed his chance. With the others asleep, he ordered Ashu to commandeer a mech to snatch the Dragon Balls. Following orders, Ashu launched a surprise attack on the inn with rockets, quickly locating the Dragon Balls amidst the rubble, and departed without a backward glance. In a previous life, Pilaf had stolen the Dragon Balls from Goku, but Goku had always kept the 4-star ball close, allowing Pilaf to collect only 6, granting them another chance. However, 30 years had passed, and Goku had completely forgotten this event, placing his full trust in Bulma. This time, the 4-star ball remained with Bulma's other Dragon Balls, resulting in Pilaf gathering all 7. In a moment of greed, Pilaf made his long-desired wish. I want the entire world to bow before me. The dragon's crimson eyes glimmered. Its divine power transmitted across the globe. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon then transformed back into the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls, scattering across the world. Upon awakening, Bulma learned from Oolong about the events that transpired, piecing together her fragmented memories and the historical accounts of the Dragon Balls. Oh no, my Dragon Balls. The ones I painstakingly gathered. Bulma cradled her head, lamenting. What will I do now? Where can I find my Prince Charming? Ungrateful woman, Oolong muttered under his breath. We just saved your life. Bulma's expression darkened. What does that have to do with you? Goku is the one who saved me. She turned to look at the peacefully sleeping Goku, her heart swelling with warmth. It was Goku's protection that had allowed her to gather the Dragon Balls. And unbeknownst to her, she had become increasingly reliant on him. In her moment of weakness, the sight of Goku brought her comfort, as if nothing was beyond his capabilities. Furthermore, Goku had mentioned a connection from their past lives. Fate. Fate. Bulma's eyes narrowed with a smile. Could it be that my Prince Charming has already appeared? Aha. 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 Oolong was baffled by her sudden change in demeanor as Bulma dashed over to Goku, laughing uncontrollably while examining his sleeping form. By afternoon, Goku awoke, resting his head on Bulma's lap, a position she had insisted Oolong arrange. Goku, oblivious to the difference, rubbed his eyes and suddenly recalled something, fixing his gaze on Bulma. Are you all right? I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. Bulma replied, snuggling closer to Goku. You scared me. I'm glad you're okay. By the way, Goku looked into the distance. The Dragon Balls have been used. I wonder what wish was made. Doesn't matter. It's not important. Bulma chirped. Her body pressed tightly against Goku's. Is that so? Don't you want to make a wish? Not necessary. She replied, her enthusiasm unabated. Very well then. Oolong rolled his eyes at the absurdity of it all. Since we're not searching for the Dragon Balls anymore, what shall we do next? Where will you go? Where to? Goku pondered. Oh right. Bulma, you promised me that once we collected the Dragon Balls, we would go to meet your father. Ah, meet my father. Bulma's mind conjured images of Goku proposing to her father, leading to their marriage and eventually a joyful family life. How infuriating, Oolong interjected. I'm heading home. As Bulma turned her gaze towards Oolong, her demeanor abruptly shifted to one of seriousness. You have caused everyone so much trouble. Can you truly return? Then what do you propose we do? Oolong stammered. Should we journey back to the city together? Are there many girls there? Indeed. However, considering your laziness and timidity, I doubt anyone would take a liking to you, Bulma replied with a bright smile. Is that any of your concern? Oolong retorted, feeling somewhat awkward. Very well. I shall accompany you. Then let us set forth towards the city, Bulma exclaimed joyfully. However, it seemed they lacked a suitable means of transportation. Chapter 7. Training with Krillin. After the adventurous quest for the Dragon Balls, Goku and his companions returned to West City with Bulma. Bursting with joy, Bulma introduced her new friends to her parents, while Goku succinctly expressed his intention. I desire a room capable of adjusting gravity. One that can reach 100 times Earth's gravity. Dr. Brief examined Goku, then glanced at Bulma, confirming his earnestness before responding with a sigh. Such a thing is utterly impossible. But you have constructed one before. Goku questioned, perplexed by the contradiction. Bulma, exasperated, attempted to clarify. Dr. Brief shook his head, stating, I am uncertain if you will comprehend this, but according to the theory of general relativity, if we could manipulate gravity, we could theoretically control time itself, a feat only deities could accomplish. Our current scientific capabilities render this unattainable. Time, right? Bulma eventually created a time machine. So it's not entirely impossible, is it? Bulma exchanged glances with her father, feeling the absurdity of the situation escalating. Goku, why exactly do you need a gravity manipulating room? She inquired. Why? It's for training, of course. Intense gravity can rapidly cultivate immense strength. Bulma gasped in astonishment. Is that all? Is that all? Training is incredibly important. Goku pouted. Ah, I see what you want now, Bulma pondered. Give me 7 days. I'll construct the training room you desire. Really? Goku beamed with delight. That is wonderful. 7 days? Huh? Dr. Brief, understanding Bulma's intentions, interjected, if I handle it, I could finish in 2 days. 2 days? You're truly impressive. Please help me. Goku excitedly wagged his tail. Father, don't interfere. This is my responsibility. But I want it done in 2 days. Be quiet. Listen to me. Otherwise, I won't build it for you. All right, I'll listen. Goku furrowed his brow, realizing Bulma was indeed quite remarkable. What shall I do for these 7 days? Bulma shrugged. Do as you wish. Perhaps explore the city, but do not disturb me. I must complete the training room in the shortest time possible. With sleeves rolled up, she headed to her laboratory. Scratching his head, Goku suddenly remembered. Oh, Krillin should be arriving at Master Roshi soon. I'll go find Master Roshi. Please inform Bulma. With that, Goku soared into the sky using his flying technique. Suddenly, only Dr. Brief remained in the room, exhaling a puff of smoke, he mused. The youth of today are truly impatient. Leaving West City, Goku flew toward the sea, soon locating Master Roshi's energy signature and arriving at the Turtle Hermit's abode. At that moment, Master Roshi was engrossed in a yoga program on television, completely unaware of Goku's arrival. Grandpa, you still love watching TV, huh? Goku exclaimed, appearing behind Master Roshi. Startled, Master Roshi shouted, Don't suddenly appear behind an old man. It's bad for the heart. After calming down, he recognized the peculiar boy before him. Despite having only met once, Goku had made a lasting impression. Oh, it's you. What brings you here? I've come to train, Grandpa. Train? By the way, has Krillin arrived? Krillin? What are you talking about? Master Roshi scratched his head. He is here. Goku suddenly turned toward the sea, sensing a familiar energy approaching. Moments later, Krillin's small boat appeared on the water's surface. Upon spotting Master Roshi's house, Krillin leaped from the boat, performing a 7,200-degree spin in the air before crashing onto the beach, eliciting hearty laughter from Goku. Brushing off the sand, Krillin ignored Goku and cheerfully addressed Master Roshi. I'm Krillin, and I've come from far in the east. Please accept me as your disciple. After examining the gift Krillin brought, Master Roshi reluctantly replied, To study martial arts under me, you must bring a lovely girl along. Grandpa Roshi, you're still such a lecher. Goku chuckled. Mind your own business. Master Roshi bellowed, internally grumbling about what son Gohan had told his grandson. And that is how it went. I just remembered. Goku shouted, flying into the air and turning back. Wait here. I'll bring back a lovely girl. Is it that girl named Bulma? Master Roshi mused. She is indeed quite charming. After some time, Goku returned, while Krillin had grown bored, drawing circles in the sand. From a distance, Master Roshi spotted Goku carrying someone on his back, none other than the blue-haired Launch. Upon seeing such a lovely girl, Master Roshi's face flushed with excitement. You have quite the taste, young man. A promising future ahead. Now we are your disciples, right? Master Roshi, distracted by Launch, eagerly agreed. Sure. I accept you both, hee. However, he suddenly turned to Goku, puzzled. It makes sense for this little bald head to be my disciple. But why do you want to train under me? Clearly, you are far stronger than I. What? Krillin exclaimed. This little kid is stronger than Master Roshi? How is that possible? If I'm not mistaken, your strength far exceeds mine. I'm unsure what I could teach you. Why? Well, Goku pondered. Grandpa Roshi has always been my master. Could it be due to Gohan? Master Roshi thought, finding that reasonable, and suddenly turned to Launch with a lecherous grin. Please come in, hee. Let me introduce you to. Master Roshi. Krillin stammered. What should we do about training? Oh, Master Roshi replied, looking at them. Just let Goku teach you. Krillin could hardly believe that this seemingly goofy boy was stronger than the legendary Master Roshi. Goku's training method was straightforward, two fighters sparring. He had trained Gohan in the same manner. After just a few exchanges, Krillin experienced Goku's overwhelming power. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't team match Goku's speed. Even when Goku deliberately refrained from dodging, Krillin could still feel the oppressive strength emanating from him. However, the sheer intensity of their sparring sessions left Krillin exhausted, often collapsing to the ground for a breather, which gradually became his excuse for laziness. Krillin, get up. Feeling tired like this one do, Goku said, somewhat helplessly. Aye. Krillin panted dramatically, I don't have your stamina. I need a rest. Despite Goku's formidable strength, he was still just a child. And Krillin found it hard to take his words to heart. If you keep this up, you won't be able to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. What? The World Martial Arts Tournament? Me? Of course. It's a gathering of the nation's martial arts experts to determine who is the strongest. Can someone like me really participate? Absolutely. If you train well, I believe you could secure third place. What? Third place? Am I capable? Certainly. But why is it the third? Krillin has begun to envision himself as an extraordinarily powerful individual, triumphing over all his seniors and ultimately seizing the championship title. I should be stronger than Krillin, haha, Goku exclaimed, pointing to himself. Ah, are you participating as well? That seems rather unfair. Of course, I must participate, for there is a formidable opponent who will also take part, and I wish to test my skills against him. Is there truly someone whose strength rivals yours, Goku? How can that be? He is an elderly gentleman with blue hair. I have only encountered him twice at the World Martial Arts Tournament, yet he is remarkably formidable. I even lost to him the first time I faced him. What? Krillin was somewhat perplexed. The World Martial Arts Tournament is held once every 5 years. If Goku has participated twice, then he must be considerably older than he appears. This realization instilled a newfound respect in Krillin for Goku. Moreover, Goku's unwavering confidence in his ability to place in the tournament bolstered Krillin's own resolve. With that, Krillin sprang to his feet. All right, let us strive diligently in our training. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, having been expelled by launch, cradled his head, nursing a gunshot wound, and reminisced the World Martial Arts Tournament. How nostalgic it is. Chapter 8, the World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin diligently trained alongside Goku at Kame House, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. I'm leaving, Goku suddenly announced one morning. Huh, why so suddenly? Upon hearing that his master was departing, Krillin felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. The turtle hermit, however, calmly bid farewell to Goku. I asked Bulma to create a training device for me. She said it would be ready in 7 days. So I'm off to train with her. Training? If you're going to train, why not take Krillin with you? Though the turtle hermit spoke nonchalantly, he secretly reveled in the thought of having the two troublesome fellows out of the way, allowing him some private time with launch. Yes, take me with you, Krillin exclaimed excitedly. Goku pondered for a moment and replied, sure, let us go. Thus, Goku, carrying the gravity-deficient Krillin, soared towards West City where Bulma resided. Upon seeing Goku, Bulma immediately launched into a tirade. Where have you been? You didn't even leave a contact number. I've been slaving away to build your training room. It was completed in 4 days, yet you vanished for a full 7 days. What? For days? Bulma, you're amazing. No, it's nothing special, just average, she chuckled, her pride swelling from Goku's compliment. After a brief introduction, Bulma led Krillin and Goku to the courtyard. Krillin had never encountered such an expansive house and followed closely behind Goku, his eyes darting around curiously. In the center of the arena-like courtyard stood a spherical training room, almost identical to what Goku remembered, prompting him to exclaim, yes, this is it. Inside the training room, Bulma outfitted Goku and Krillin with training uniforms consisting of wrist guards, a tank top, and shoes, all crafted from a special deep blue material. Bulma explained, this is magnetic sensing material. By adjusting the magnetic strength indoors, we can simulate high levels of gravity. This is different from what we used before, Goku grumbled, furrowing his brow. Bulma, dismissing his complaint, knew that Goku, lacking scientific understanding, would not grasp her explanation. Stepping outside, she instructed Goku and Krillin through a microphone. You can turn on the switch inside. Just press the numerical keys on the control panel to adjust the gravity multiplier. Goku, brimming with excitement, rushed over and set the display to 10. Wait, Bulma urgently called out. That's 10 times the gravity. A 100-gram object will weigh 1 kilogram. And if you weigh 40 kilograms, that's half a ton. You'll be crushed. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Goku replied with an innocent smile. Pressing the gravity activation button, instantly, he felt a tremendous pulling force from the wrist guards and tank top. Although the sensation was not quite like 10 times gravity, it was indeed effective. He had to grit his teeth to remain standing. Meanwhile, Krillin found himself flat on the ground the moment the magnetic force took effect, completely immobilized. He quickly shouted for it to stop, and Bulma turned off the magnetic field from outside. Fortunately, as this gravity was simulated through a magnetic device. Once it fell to the ground, the pulling force dissipated, sparing Krillin from injury. You fool, Bulma stormed in, yelling. I told you not to start with such a high setting. However, she was also astonished that Goku managed to stand under 10 times gravity. Perhaps you should begin training at a lower multiplier. How about 2 times gravity? No, 10 times is fine, Goku said excitedly, glancing at the wrist guards. I've experienced this sensation before. It's no problem. I can't do that, Krillin stammered in fear. Ultimately, Bulma crafted a separate training room for Krillin, allowing him to start at 2 times gravity, while Goku directly commenced his challenge at 10 times gravity. And so, they embarked on their respective training journeys. 8 months swiftly passed. Goku's training results were far from promising. When he trained with King Kai, he had been in a state of death. And in the other world, his body faced no limits on stamina, enabling him to quickly adapt to 10 times gravity. This time around, however, he found himself utterly exhausted after each session, taking considerable time to recover, severely diminishing his training efficiency. It took over a month before he could barely move freely under 10 times gravity. Despite his relentless efforts, Goku's progress remained painfully slow. After 8 months, he could just manage to train under 30 times gravity. Based on his estimates, he was only slightly stronger than his brother Raditz among the threats he had faced on Earth, still far from the power he had exhibited during his battle with Vegeta. Why is this happening? He pondered. In contrast, Krillin was quite pleased with his training. After enduring 8 months of rigorous high-gravity training, he had mastered the ability to move freely under 5 times gravity and perform simple exercises under 10 times gravity. Coupled with Goku's frequent sparring sessions that taught him martial arts techniques, Krillin experienced significant growth in all aspects. The World Martial Arts Tournament commenced as scheduled, with Bulma driving Krillin and Goku to the venue for registration. Although Bulma had little interest in martial arts, she was eager to witness Goku claim the title of the world's strongest. As they neared the venue, Goku suddenly sensed that everything seemed different from his memories. Didn't the tournament take place elsewhere? He inquired. This year, the tournament has the King's strong support, and the number of registered contestants is more than tenfold compared to previous years, so they had no choice but to change the location, Bulma explained. But I wonder why you two seem so indifferent to the news about the competition. We've been training all this time. Goku laughed. Upon arriving at the competition site, Goku realized it was even larger than he had imagined. The main and preliminary competition areas were each as vast as 2 football fields, far more grandiose than the tournament during the time of Mr. Satan. Was the martial arts tournament always such a grand affair? Goku marveled. Bulma led Goku and Krillin to register, and the staff responsible for registration confirmed several times whether these 2 youngsters truly intended to compete. When asked about their ages, Goku scratched his head and replied, I should be in my 40s by now, but I can't quite remember. Ha ha ha. The staff stared at him in disbelief, unable to fathom that this individual appeared so old. Bulma was equally taken aback. Goku, you're actually a middle-aged man now. Ah. But considering my body's age, I'm probably 12. Relieved, Bulma and the staff exchanged glances, but this time it was Krillin who became agitated. What? Goku, you're a year younger than me? Yep. Haha, Goku chuckled. Goku and Krillin donned the martial arts uniforms they had obtained from the Turtle Hermit. Although the Turtle Hermit did not fully grasp why Goku insisted on wearing the Kame-style attire, he readily made 2 sets for them since it was inexpensive. Soon, they were all escorted to the viewing seats in the main venue, where a substantial portion of the audience was filled with contestants and their companions like Bulma. The sheer number of participants hinted at the tournament's grandiosity. They had been gathered in the main venue for the opening ceremony, where the king would personally deliver a speech. Moreover, the king will be present for the finals tomorrow, Bulma said with a hint of pride. Now you've got me a bit nervous, Krillin admitted, trembling slightly. What else with all these peculiar activities at the tournament? Goku questioned, utterly perplexed. Due to the newly appointed king's profound admiration for martial arts, it has been reported that the top 3 contenders of this martial arts tournament will have the esteemed opportunity to serve as his personal bodyguards. A prospect that promises a life of comfort and ease. It is no wonder, then, that such a multitude of participants has emerged. How splendid. Goku appears eager, contemplating the possibility of encountering formidable opponents previously unknown to him. The excitement is palpable. Goku, you must perform admirably and seize the championship. That way, when the time comes for marriage, everyone will say I truly possess discernment. Bulma muses, once again lost in her daydreams. What are you talking about? Goku inquires, casting a puzzled glance at Bulma. Am I still able to secure 3rd place? Krillin asks nervously. That is indeed uncertain, Goku replies. Ah, Is that you, Krillin? Two bald figures, wearing mischievous expressions, approach. It has been quite some time since you tearfully departed from the Dorian Temple. Surely, you are not intending to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, are you? One of them remarks. Indeed, Krillin responds. Haha. Krillin, please do not exert yourself too much. They guffaw, departing with raucous laughter. Who are they? Bulma inquires. My seniors. During my time at the Dorian Temple, I was often tormented by them. They are incredibly skilled. But, Krillin glances at his hands, a sense of calm washing over him. I can feel that I am stronger than they are. Ha ha ha, that is the spirit. Goku exclaims. You are surely stronger than them. All thanks to Goku. Krillin's sentence trails off as joyous music suddenly fills the venue. The announcer, microphone in hand, exuberantly proclaims, Welcome to the World Martial Arts Tournament, where we are graced by 1,500 masters from across the nation. Let us extend a warm round of applause for our esteemed king. With a flourish of cannon fire, a red palanquin carried by 8 individuals makes its entrance, revealing a short figure with purple skin who waves cheerfully at the crowd. At his arrival, the audience erupts in a unified cheer. Long live King Pilaf. As Goku observes the electrifying atmosphere and the equally exuberant Krillin and Bulma beside him, he slowly exclaims, Huh? Chapter 9. The preliminary rounds, who is that? Goku inquired, pointing at Pilaf in the arena. Fool. Bulma exclaimed, striking Goku on the head, causing a sizable bump to form. You don't even recognize King Pilaf, the monarch of this nation, the greatest ruler, the lord of the entire world. King Pilaf. Goku scratched his head, feeling the name and face seemed vaguely familiar. Then, he spotted Mai and Shu beside Pilaf and suddenly recalled, it was indeed the 3 of them. Pilaf had wished to the dragon to make the entire world submit to him. After the dragon vanished, he felt no difference and turned to Mai, asking, Is there anything different about me? Report, King Pilaf, no abnormalities detected. Damn it, could it be that the Dragon Ball's legend is a lie? However, he soon realized that not only Mai and Shu, but people across the globe were now obedient to him, even idolizing him to an extreme degree. Whatever he asked for, they would readily provide, even the throne of a king. The power of the dragon not only allowed him to command those nearby, but also ensured that commands broadcasted through television would be obeyed by all. Thus, when he expressed a desire to recruit bodyguards through the martial arts tournament, masters from all over the world responded by entering the competition. Pilaf thought that although he could command the world, there would inevitably be remote areas beyond his reach. He was not afraid of being attacked. Rather, his only fear was the dragon's power. The Dragon Balls could grant him dominion over the world, but they could just as easily reclaim it. Therefore, he needed the strength of martial artists to secure the Dragon Balls firmly in his grasp. Meanwhile, the oblivious Goku failed to perceive any anomalies and chuckled. He seems like Satan, haha. The preliminary rounds commenced. This time, there were 12 venues, with the top 3 from each advancing to the finals. The format featured a drawing of lots for head-to-head matches. Those who won would advance directly, while the defeated would compete for the 3rd place to enter the finals. The referee announced, Please welcome contestants number 69 and 70 to the stage. Goku smiled and effortlessly leaped onto the platform. Go for it. Goku, you can do it. Bulma shouted. Krillin, however, remained unfazed, believing that since the god of martial arts, Master Roshi, acknowledged Goku's superiority, no one in the world could possibly surpass him. Moreover, Goku had grown several times stronger over the past few months. Look, it's him, exclaimed some spectators upon seeing Goku's opponent, the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Indeed, leaping onto the stage was Tao Pai Pai, sporting a long braid and a large character for kill emblazoned on his chest. At that moment, he did not recognize Goku. He was merely influenced by Pilaf to participate in the world's greatest martial arts tournament. What a little brat, he thought, feeling somewhat bored. Don't worry. The rules of the competition prohibit killing, and there is no reward. All I want is an opportunity to serve King Pilaf. If you're smart, just jump down and concede. Oh, it's you. Goku replied sternly. I remember you. You're a villain who has committed many atrocities. Haha, what a little brat. It seems you don't know my prowess. Tao Pai Pai taunted, sticking out his tongue. Against you, I won't even need to use my hands or feet. My tongue will suffice. Then come at me. Goku declared confidently. Begin, commanded the referee, and the match officially commenced. However, Goku remained motionless, having no intention of striking first. Seeing Goku's lack of action, Tao Pai Pai remarked, Are you scared? Then let me finish this quickly. Suddenly, Tao Pai Pai's figure vanished, darting at incredible speed to Goku's side, extending his tongue to lightly tap Goku's temple. If executed correctly, it wouldn't kill but would render Goku unconscious instantly. Goku had expected a proper fight, but was taken aback by Tao Pai Pai's tongue attack. How disgusting. Goku instinctively punched Tao Pai Pai in the jaw, sending him flying several meters away. The audience fell silent. Is that really the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai? Only Krillin understood that such a blow could not possibly harm Goku. Tao Pai Pai, having been struck, bit his own tongue in pain and jumped around, clutching his mouth, which elicited laughter from the audience. Damn it! Damn it! Tao Pai Pai shouted incoherently. You all shall die. Dope wave. A brilliant ray shot from his fingertip, the signature move of the Crane School. Krillin shouted, this is bad. Although it wouldn't injure Goku, if it detonated here, the audience below would be in peril. He hurriedly shielded Bulma. Goku was well aware of this. So he raised his hand and swiped upwards, redirecting the energy of the Do-Do wave into the sky, creating a hole in the arena's roof, which exploded far above, drawing the attention of contestants in other groups. No, impossible. Tao Pai Pai gasped, tears streaming from his eyes. My full-powered Do-Do wave, it had actually. Now, it's my turn to strike. Goku assumed a stance, causing Tao Pai Pai to tense up. Listen well, you must not commit evil deeds again. As soon as Goku finished speaking, he instantly appeared before Tao Pai Pai, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Before anyone could react, Tao Pai Pai smashed through the wall at the edge of the arena, disappearing like a shooting star. I think it might be best to forfeit, mumbled a fellow contestant. Next, it was Krillin's turn to take the stage, and Goku cheerfully cheered him on. You will definitely win. Krillin's opponent was a fair-skinned man clad in brown military attire. Upon stepping onto the stage, several individuals in similar uniforms began to chant, Go! Go! General Blue! Haha, my first opponent is just a little brat, General Blue sneered. I will elegantly secure this match. The one standing beside King Pilaf shall be me. Although Krillin felt a bit nervous, he sensed through energy that General Blue's strength was inferior to his own. As the match began, General Blue casually approached Krillin, saying, Don't blame me. Blame yourself for wanting to play in an adult's game. Suddenly, General Blue kicked at Krillin's head, but Krillin merely dodged, causing the kick to miss. General Blue was startled, but quickly followed up with several more kicks, all of which Krillin evaded effortlessly. Stupid little brat, you're somewhat interesting, General Blue remarked, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. He decided to take the match more seriously, positioning himself to throw a punch. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not keep pace with Krillin's speed, and all his attacks failed. Seizing an opening, Krillin propelled himself off the ground and delivered a headbutt to General Blue's chin, sending him flying half the distance of the arena. General Blue shakily stood up, brushing his hand across his mouth and discovering a trace of blood. What? You dare to mar my beautiful face? General Blue seated, glaring at Krillin. Krillin smirked and waved his hand. I think you ought to forfeit. The injuries on your face will only multiply. How dare you underestimate me? Damn it. I will take your life. Watch out. As soon as Wukong shouted, a flash of blue light swept across Bully's eyes. Krillin suddenly realized that his body was no longer under his control, and he fell backward, landing on the arena floor. What is this? Krillin exclaimed in terror, feeling as though his body was ensnared by something entirely different from Ki. He was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. 1, 2. Upon witnessing Krillin's fall, the referee began the countdown. However, Bully approached with a smile, stroking his chin and declaring, Little brat, I want to let you exit so easily. Bully seized Krillin and tossed him into the air, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. After sending Krillin flying, he immediately dashed behind him to strike again, determined not to allow him to lose the match. Bulma could no longer bear to watch, trembling as she exclaimed, How cruel. Stop it. It's fine. Don't worry, Wukong assured her with ease. He understood that this level of attack could not possibly harm Krillin, and indeed, Bully's strikes felt more akin to a massage than genuine blows compared to Wukong's. Yet, Krillin found himself immobilized, his mind blank, utterly unsure of how to proceed. Hey, you can move without your hands and feet. Wukong shouted from the sidelines as he noticed Krillin's confusion. Yes, that's right. Krillin suddenly grasped the insight, gritting his teeth as he summoned the ki within him. Sky dance technique. Bully's fists suddenly met empty air. Where Krillin should have been, there was nothing. As Bully searched in confusion, Krillin unexpectedly charged at him from the side in an unusual stance, delivering a powerful headbutt to Bully's abdomen, this time with all his might. Bully, unable to withstand such a heavy blow, was propelled across the arena, leaving an imprint of his form on the opposite wall. With the superpower that had bound him now released, Krillin joyfully soared over to Wukong and Bulma, cheering with delight. Meanwhile, the audience below remained in stunned silence. He flying in the air? How could he use the Crane School's ultimate technique, Sky Dance? At that moment, a spectator from the adjacent arena muttered to himself in astonishment, blinking his 3 eyes in disbelief. Chapter 10, The Finals. The 36 victors from the preliminary rounds across 12 sub-venues will compete in the grand finale of the World Martial Arts Tournament. This year's competition has been exceptionally transformed into a free-for-all format, where all 36 participants will ascend to a stage the size of 2 football fields, battling until the last 3 remain as the ultimate champions. This alteration was proposed by Pilaf himself, as I am tasked with selecting 3 bodyguards. It is insufficient to merely assess their strength. I must also evaluate their synergy and their capacity for observation and judgment in complex environments. Hence, the free-for-all is the most suitable rule. To ascertain a more fitting team of bodyguards, the contestants were advised before the finals to form groups of 3, encouraging collaboration for the competition. It feels somewhat reminiscent of a power tournament, mused Goku, scratching his head. Hey, Goku, we can definitely team up, right? Krillin said, gazing at Goku with a hint of apprehension. Of course, Goku replied with enthusiasm. Krillin sighed in relief. Phew, that's good. If you were in another group, I wouldn't stand a chance. And what about our 3rd member? Bulma inquired. I don't know, Krillin admitted. Everyone seems quite fierce. I'm unsure who would be willing to join us. Well, there are quite a few familiar faces in the finals, Goku observed, scanning the surroundings. How about I go ask Tien? Oh, but he probably doesn't know me. He trailed off, muttering to himself, causing Bulma to ponder his peculiar behavior. Just then, an elderly man with blue hair and clad in a black training outfit approached them, kindly suggesting, "You 2 possess commendable strength. Would you like to team up?" Do I remember you? Are you Master Roshi? Bulma pondered, recalling how he had effortlessly defeated his opponents in each preliminary round, showcasing impressive prowess. I think that could work. What do you say? Turning to Goku and Krillin, she noticed both were staring intently at the old man. This aura is. I can't believe it, Master Roshi. Goku exclaimed in disbelief. What are you talking about? I don't know any hermits. I am Master Roshi. The old man stammered, but Goku paid no heed. He suddenly rushed forward to embrace the old man as if he were his grandfather, laughing heartily. So I lost to you, Master Roshi. Ha ha. I see now. You put in quite a bit of effort for us. Master Roshi, bewildered by Goku's words, felt his heart soften at the sight of such unreserved affection from a child. Given Goku's unwavering belief in his identity, he saw no reason to maintain his ruse. He gently patted Goku's head and turned to Krillin, kindly stating, "Let us do our best in the finals." Yes, Goku replied cheerfully. All right. I look forward to working with you. Krillin felt a tinge of nervousness at the prospect of teaming up with the legendary martial artist. If we win, can I see your underwear? Master Roshi suddenly turned to Bulma, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Before he could finish his sentence, Bulma swiftly delivered a punch, sending him tumbling to the ground with a large bump forming on his head. Krillin swallowed hard, grateful he had never provoked her. To be honest, the finals unfolded rather uneventfully. The chaotic nature of the free-for-all made it challenging for the referees to provide commentary, and coupled with the vast disparity in strength, many skirmishes concluded rapidly. The battlefield essentially divided into 4 factions: the Turtle School, the Crane School, the Red Ribbon Army, and the remaining martial artists. Naturally, the first to be eliminated were the martial artists, as King Choppa and Nam lacked the capacity to counter the Crane School, and with Jiaozi's super abilities, Tien easily dispatched them all. On the Red Ribbon Army's side, despite their formidable collective strength, the individual prowess was not exceptional. Even strong figures like General Blue found themselves eliminated when faced with tough opponents. Consequently, this faction also lacked fighting capability and soon met with total elimination. In contrast, the Turtle School required no assistance from others, as Krillin single-handedly dealt with all approaching adversaries, ultimately leading to a showdown between the Turtle School and the Crane School. Initially, Tien and Jiaozi intended to team up with their master, Tao Pai Pai, a rare individual they respected for his strength. However, Tao Pai Pai unexpectedly fell out of the competition, and with Crane Hermit absent, the 3rd spot remained vacant. Thus, they sought a compatible individual to fill that void. Yamcha? Goku exclaimed in surprise upon spotting the opposing team. You know him? Krillin asked, puzzled. What? Yamcha? Yamcha? How could you not know him? Both Master Roshi and Krillin shook their heads. Goku racked his brain, trying to recall how Krillin and the others knew Yamcha, but it perplexed him, as they had seemed quite close during their first participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yamcha, go for it. Ah, so handsome. A chorus of excited female voices erupted from the audience, causing Goku to nearly drop his jaw in astonishment. Kiki, what are you doing here? Krillin had grown accustomed to Goku's inexplicable reactions, deciding to abandon any attempts to decipher his thoughts. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the trio across the way grew tense. Hey, you wilderness rogue, are you referring to that guy with hair? Tien asked. Yamcha, with a serious expression, replied, yes, that's him. I faced him once, and he was beyond my comprehension and strength. Honestly, I doubt we three combined could match him. Damn it, he's the one who eliminated the world's #1 assassin. Tao Pai Pai with a single move. Though I didn't witness it, judging by my Master S reaction, that was no accident. What should we do? We can only let Jiaozi give it a try and see if he can catch him off guard. While Tien and the others were engaged in tense discussions, they noticed only a bald man approaching them. Go for it, Krillin. You can do it. Goku, fully aware of Tien and Jiaozi's capabilities, knew he could easily handle the fight himself, but that would render it rather dull. It was better to let Krillin gain some experience. At that moment, Krillin felt at ease, knowing Goku and Master Roshi were backing him up, so even if he didn't perform well, it would be alright. Let me have a go first. Yamcha stepped forward, and Krillin, seeing he was alone, chuckled. You can all join in if you want. How dare you underestimate me? Yamcha lowered his stance and charged like a predatory wolf, executing a wolf fang fist. Krillin merely leaped back lightly, creating distance between them, causing Yamcha's attack to miss entirely. However, he did not relent and continued to pursue Krillin. Perhaps finding mere evasion uninteresting, Krillin seized an opportunity, grasping Yamcha's fist, rendering him unable to continue his assault. The confrontation shifted from technique to a test of strength. Having undergone rigorous training, Krillin was not one to falter. And Yamcha found himself feeling as though a colossal giant had him pinned down, utterly immobilized. Desperate, Yamcha attempted to kick Krillin, who deftly dodged, releasing his grip. Yamcha swiftly retreated, re-establishing the distance between them. Not bad. Yamcha wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating his next move. At that moment, he caught sight of Tien in his peripheral vision, and their eyes met, instantly understanding the unspoken message. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha reassumed his stance, launching another attack. In this instance, he deliberately slowed his pace as he charged towards Krillin. Even when his attacks missed their mark, he continued the pursuit, waiting until Krillin attempted to seize him once more, at which point he abruptly accelerated to his maximum speed, catching Krillin off guard and seizing him in reverse. Now is the moment. Before Yamcha could finish his sentence, Tien had already materialized in front of the two. This is bad, Krillin exclaimed, but it was too late. Tien's leg struck him squarely in the neck, sending him flying half the length of the arena. Krillin appeared to have suffered a critical blow. The match is halted. The match is halted. We must verify through the cameras. If Tien is found to have committed a foul, he will be disqualified. Humph. How could the cameras possibly capture my strike? Tien boasted, confident that the organizers could do nothing against him. How? How could this be? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. However, his surprise stemmed not from Krillin's injury or the match being paused, but rather from the realization that Tien had never been this weak before. Goku scratched his head, pondering when he had first encountered Tien. How could this be? Tien was taken aback. His full-force strike aimed at a critical point had seemingly had no effect. Let's all attack together, Tien shouted, and the three charged towards Krillin. At that moment, Din activated his powers, immobilizing Krillin's body. Again! Taking advantage of Krillin's inability to move, Yamcha and Tien unleashed their strength upon him, attacking one after the other, though their strikes were not fatal if this continued. Krillin would surely sustain injuries. Even if he attempted to escape using his flight technique, his opponents, Tien and Din, were also adept at flight, relentlessly pursuing him with punches and kicks. This does not bode well. Goku felt a sense of dilemma. Hey, Krillin, Master Roshi suddenly shouted. The opponent's abilities are merely a different form of control over energy. Don't panic. You are stronger than they are. Energy. Krillin suddenly grasped that peculiar enveloping sensation stemmed from the opponent's energy. Competing against it was not as difficult as it seemed. Once he understood the principle, it was as simple as arm wrestling. Huh, Krillin shouted, unleashing a surge of power that created a small wave of energy. breaking Din's control and even sending Din flying several meters away. Then, Tien turned to check on him, only to be caught off guard as Krillin instantly appeared behind him. "This is for you." Krillin kicked Tien in the back, the heavy force nearly rendering Tien unconscious, causing him to lose control and crash directly out of the ring. There was no doubt that the victory in this match belonged to the trio of Master Roshi's students. Chapter 11. The World Kings. The victor is none other than Krillin. Alongside him are Son Goku and Jackie Chan. As the sound of celebratory cannon fire echoed, the host proclaimed their triumph, only to follow with, however, "It seems that the other two did nothing at all. So let us cheer for Krillin." "How unfair," remarked Master Roshi, visibly embarrassed. "Indeed, they did nothing at all." Goku chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu shakily crawled up from outside the ring. Goku and his companions approached to check on their condition. Although the defeat was humiliating, they felt no regret in the face of such overwhelming strength. Why is he so powerful? Tien gritted his teeth. How did he attain such strength? "Young man, do not rush," Master Roshi kindly advised. "You all possess great talent. The road ahead is long. With diligent training, you too can reach Krillin's level. As for Goku, his power has exceeded my imagination. Frankly, I cannot offer much advice. Is it because I haven't trained hard enough? I must intensify my training tenfold, 100-fold. Next time, I will definitely win." There's one more thing. Master Roshi seized the opportunity to impart wisdom. A martial artist must cultivate a righteous heart. Do not be satisfied with the thrill that power brings. Instead, use that strength to protect the weak. That is how one can truly unleash their potential. I suggest you stay away from the Crane School and train alongside Krillin and the others. You might discover their powerful secrets. Tien's face twitched at the suggestion, struggling with his pride, yet he recognized the merit in the old man's advice. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi rushed into the arena, tears streaming down her face as she sought to comfort the injured Yamcha. "It's my lack of training that has caused you worry," Yamcha said weakly, leaning on Chi-Chi for support. "What are you doing, Chi-Chi?" Goku suddenly appeared beside them. "When did you become so close with Yamcha? Mind your own business." Chi-Chi snapped. "Yamcha is the best man in the world. He is my future husband. Don't think you're special just because you won the match." She stuck her tongue out at Goku. "Husband? But aren't you supposed to marry me?" "You? What are you talking about?" Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson. "Who would want to marry someone like you? That's a dilemma. If we're not getting married, then what about Goten?" Goku pondered aloud, stroking his chin. "What Goten?" "Our son. Goten." "Ah, pervert." Chi-Chi suddenly shoved Yamcha aside and hurled a flying knife at Goku, who barely managed to dodge in time, taking a solid hit to the head. But that was not the end. Just as he was clutching his head in pain, he was struck again from behind. "Bulma, what are you doing? I never expected you to be such a philanderer. Do you prefer younger women?" Bulma shouted, turning on her heel and storming off, followed closely by Chi-Chi, leaving Goku bewildered in the arena. "I really don't understand them," he muttered. As the competition concluded, flowers and ribbons showered from the sky, gently cascading to the ground. The arena was filled with stirring music as the host excitedly announced, "Let us welcome the greatest world king of all time, Lord Pilaf, to present the awards to the victorious contestants." "Oh, Lord Pilaf." The audience erupted into screams, drowning out the music and the host, startling Goku, who had never witnessed such collective fervor. This was even more intense than a demoness wrath. Lord Pilaf stood atop a hovering platform, flanked by Mai and Shu, their attire epitomizing opulence, their faces adorned with the dignity befitting rulers of the world. The platform glided down to the center of the arena, as if its occupants wished to relish the adoration of the crowd a moment longer. With a graceful leap, Pilaf landed on stage, where the host respectfully handed him the microphone. With a mere raise of his hand, the audience fell silent. At that moment, Goku noticed that all the finalists had lined up before him, kneeling with heads bowed, awaiting their king's recognition. This included Master Roshi as well. "You all have worked hard." Pilaf began slowly. "As I promised, the three victors will become my direct subordinates, serving as my right and left hands, just like Mai and Shu. So, which three have emerged victorious?" It is I. Krillin and Master Roshi stepped forward, kneeling respectfully, awaiting their king's reward. "And one more person?" "HM." Pilaf scanned the arena, noticing no one seemed inclined to rise. His gaze suddenly fell upon Goku, who was lounging casually, hands behind his head, one foot propped up, his tail swaying lazily, exuding an air of complete nonchalance. Upon making eye contact with Pilaf, Goku tilted his head and blinked his clear, innocent eyes, as if to say, "Are you calling me? Hey, you. What kind of attitude is that?" Me? Goku pointed to himself. I've always been like this. What about you all? Are you playing some kind of game? Even Master Roshi is involved? You disrespectful little brat. Come here. Pilaf, agitated by Goku's demeanor, shouted at him, losing his usual composure. Everyone turned to look at Goku, causing him to feel uncomfortable. He used his instant transmission to appear before Pilaf in the blink of an eye, startling him. Pilaf. My lord. At that moment, Shu's eyes widened in realization. It's him. The boy who is also collecting Dragon Balls. What? Pilaf was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Humph, so what if you are? Now, I command you to kneel before me. Pilaf spread his arms wide. Awaiting Goku's submission, Goku tilted his head and calmly replied, I refuse. Ah? Pilaf's expression turned incredulous. He stepped closer to Goku, insisting, I, Lord Pilaf, command you. You will listen to my orders. Kneel. Worship me. Obey me. Pfft. Goku stuck out his tongue and made a face at him. Pilaf staggered back in shock. How can this be? The dragon clearly, HM? You mentioned the dragon? Goku suddenly grew serious. So it was you who summoned the dragon and made a wish. What did you wish for? At that moment, Goku realized that they were not playing a game. Everyone had been affected by Pilaf's wish. Did you use the Dragon Balls to do something wicked? Why is everyone kneeling to you? Goku advanced step by step, causing Pilaf to retreat in fear. Why? Why doesn't the dragon's power work on you? Goku contemplated and responded, the dragon's power has its limits. It cannot influence someone stronger than itself. Now tell me, what wish did you make? Did you do something wrong? Pilaf panted heavily, unable to comprehend what he was hearing. The dragon had granted him dominion over the world. Yet it could not influence the person before him. Was he truly stronger than the entirety of the world combined? Humph, how could that be? Pilaf wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his expression shifting from shock to calm. He spoke in a sinister tone. So, what is your name? I am Son Goku. Haha. Listen up, everyone. This person, Son Goku, is my enemy, Lord Pilaf. I command all of you to protect me at all costs. Eliminate him. What? Before Goku could register what was happening, a powerful aura approached him from behind. He instinctively defended himself against the attack, only to find it was Master Roshi. You are indeed the adversary of the King of Pilaf. Though I may not stand a chance against you, I shall not let you escape. Master Roshi, what are you doing? All the contestants surged towards Goku, and while he could effortlessly send those unfamiliar with him flying out of the ring, he found himself unable to strike against Master Roshi, resorting only to defense and evasion. Then, he leaped into the air, employing the technique of flight to hover above. Thus, Master Roshi could not pursue him for the moment. However, another figure darted towards him at an astonishing speed. It was Krillin. How infuriating. I will not let you go unpunished. Krillin and Goku engaged in a fierce aerial exchange, their velocity unmatched by any onlooker. Yet, for Goku, this pace was still quite manageable. Though he had never witnessed such desperate fervor from Krillin before. I'm sorry. Goku seized the opportunity and delivered a flying kick that struck Krillin squarely in the abdomen, applying just a bit more force than intended, hoping to temporarily incapacitate him. Krillin was sent hurtling back to the ground, crashing into the arena and creating a massive crater. At that moment, Goku suddenly sensed an overwhelming energy coalescing above him. Tien Shinhan formed a triangle with his hands, gathering all his energy into his palms, and shouted, Kikaho. This is bad. Goku realized the implications of this technique. He attempted to rush forward to thwart him, but it was too late. A powerful energy wave descended sharply, and Goku raised his arms in defense, yet he was still propelled several meters away. The aftermath of the Kikaho left a gaping void on the stage. And with his energy depleted, Tien's life slipped away, plummeting from the sky like a marionette severed from its strings. Tien Shinhan. Goku aimed to catch him, but at that moment, Kaiatsu dashed in from behind, embracing him. Farewell. Kaiatsu radiated a luminous aura, tears streaming from his eyes as he prepared to self-destruct, seeking to perish alongside this formidable foe. No. Kaioken. Instantly, Goku amplified his energy manifold, creating a tremendous shockwave that sent Kaiatsu flying away. He teleported behind Kaiatsu and struck him unconscious with a precise hand strike. Former allies now viewed him as an enemy, although he could defeat them. His heart forbade him from doing so. Yet, they were willing to risk their lives to conquer him, leaving Goku utterly perplexed on how to respond. How infuriating. Goku glared at Pilaf. It's all your fault. He charged towards Pilaf, his mind fixated on the notion that by eliminating him, he could free everyone from their brainwashing. However, a wave of blue energy surged from the side, forcing Goku to halt abruptly as the energy beam grazed the tip of his nose. Turning, he discovered that it was Krillin unleashing a full-force Kamehameha. At that moment, all the competitors on the stage and the spectators below had converged around Pilaf. And Goku caught sight of Pilaf's malevolent grin swallowed by the crowd, as if to say, if you have the power, go ahead and eliminate them all. Goku became flustered in the air, uncertain of what to do. He possessed the strength to obliterate everyone, yet the power he once sought now felt so utterly futile. Goku. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Come to me. Goku looked up in astonishment. That familiar voice belonged to the figure atop the temple. Chapter 12. The emergence of a formidable foe in an expansive garden. A series of spherical training pods stood arranged, the very gravity training chambers crafted by Bulma. Nearby, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed across the lawn, where Krillin and Tien were engaged in a training duel. Master Roshi, donned in sunglasses and wielding a cane, diligently recorded their progress, while seated behind him was the plush throne of King Pilaf. With a yawn, Pilaf raised his hand, commanding, enough. Stop. At his bellow, Krillin and Tien immediately distanced themselves, quickly regaining their composure before respectfully approaching Pilaf to await his instructions. Krillin, Pilaf began, glancing absently at his nails. How long have you been with me? Reporting to you, King Pilaf, it has been 2 years and 4 months. Over 2 years, indeed. How has your training fared? Thanks to your guidance, I have acquired the most advanced training concepts, equipment, and exceptional opponents. My strength has surged remarkably over these 2 years. I'm not inquiring about that, Pilaf interjected, slapping the armrest with a hint of irritation. I mean, do you have any confidence in defeating that Sun Wukong? With all due respect, my lord, Master Roshi stated solemnly, their current abilities do not even approach the level of Sun Wukong from 2 years ago. If he has been diligently training during this time, the gap in power is utterly unpredictable. Curse that Sun Wukong, Pilaf exclaimed, leaping from his chair. Continue your rigorous training. With that, he turned and strode away. How did that wretched Sun Wukong become so powerful? Pilaf pondered. Yet upon learning that Krillin and his companions were still weaker than the Wukong of yesteryears, he felt a slight sense of relief. If one could surpass the dragon, would they then not be swayed by wishes? The thought that Krillin and the others might one day eclipse the dragon and escape his control was Pilaf's greatest concern. Yet it remained an unprovable conjecture. Perhaps it is wiser to rely on Dr. Gero, he mused. Since ascending to the throne, Pilaf had enjoyed only 6 months of blissful rule. 6 months later, at the World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong emerged, his overwhelming strength indelibly etched into Pilaf's mind, becoming his greatest source of anxiety. He must eliminate this anomaly to reign comfortably as king. In truth, Sun Wukong had not been seen by others for 2 years. For months following the World Martial Arts Tournament, the Dragon Balls reignited. To ensure complete security, Pilaf warned everyone on Earth that any attempt to create or acquire a dragon radar without his direct command would be deemed treason. He swiftly gathered his confidants and, in record time, collected the Dragon Balls. He held no specific wish. He simply found solace in possessing the Dragon Balls, even carrying one with him to prevent theft. What he did not anticipate was Sun Wukong's direct and forceful approach. 2 years prior, Wukong had burst into the palace, seizing Pilaf and soaring into the sky, effortlessly discarding all pursuers and transporting Pilaf to a secluded island where only they remained. What do you want? Pilaf stammered upon witnessing Wukong's serious demeanor. Sensing his life hung in the balance. Please, spare me this once. I will have the entire world regard you as a hero. I can grant you anything you desire. Truly, many things cannot be obtained by mere strength. You need me, King Pilaf, for that. I have but one request, Wukong replied calmly. What is it? What is it? Pilaf seized the glimmer of hope. I am aware that you have gathered the Dragon Balls. Why you wish for me to retract my previous wish? Pilaf faltered. Wukong shook his head. I want you to resurrect Tien. Pilaf was taken aback for a moment. Who? The fighter who perished at the World Martial Arts Tournament. The one who died because of me and because of you. Have you forgotten? I remember. The one with 3 eyes, right? Excellent. I intended to revive him anyway. Truly, he is quite powerful, and I need someone like him. Very well, Wukong turned to depart, but suddenly glanced back, fixing Pilaf with a fierce gaze. If I discover you engaging in any nefarious deeds, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. With that, Wukong pressed his finger to his forehead and vanished into thin air, leaving Pilaf trembling on the ground. From that moment forth, Sun Wukong loomed over Pilaf like a sword of Damocles, instilling constant dread in the heart of the king. Despite possessing all the wealth and power in the world, he found himself devoid of freedom. Lord Pilaf. Lord Pilaf. Pilaf turned to find Chaozu approaching in haste, exclaiming, "A grave situation has arisen." Following Chaozu back to the courtyard, Pilaf observed the grave expressions of his companions, all staring intently at the distant sky. He could even see Chaozu trembling in fear. What has transpired? Who is approaching? A tremendously powerful being. Master Roshi said, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. What? Is it Sun Wukong? Pilaf blurted out in alarm. No, it is not him. Just as Pilaf began to feel relief, Master Roshi continued, the newcomer is even stronger than Sun Wukong. I cannot even begin to gauge how much stronger. Cannot gauge? What does that mean? The opponent is far too powerful, tenfold stronger than Sun Wukong from 2 years ago, perhaps even dozens of times more. This power is immense. I cannot estimate it. I can only confirm that this energy does not emanate from Sun Wukong. It is far more sinister. What? Pilaf struggled to comprehend the implications of a force 10 times stronger than Sun Wukong. One thing was certain, this newcomer would not be controlled by him. Nor could they withstand such an adversary. According to Krillin and Tien's assessments, the energy was hurtling directly toward them and would arrive in mere moments. With trepidation, Pilaf awaited, praying for the visitor to bear good intentions. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, moving with such velocity that it seemed as if he had teleported. Upon closer proximity, the warriors realized the newcomer was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. The overwhelming energy rendered the very air around them almost solid, making it difficult to breathe. The newcomer was a towering creature with purple skin and horns resembling those of a bull. Despite its peculiar appearance, it donned a blue and white sleeveless jumpsuit, with a device resembling headphones hanging from one ear, obscuring one eye with a screen that seemingly displayed some information. He descended slowly to the ground, standing before them. Allow me to introduce myself, he proclaimed, raising his hands, causing Krillin and the others to tense in alarm. However, he merely clapped his hands and began performing an awkward dance. I am Jinyu, the elite warrior of the Frieza Force and the personal guard of Lord Frieza. As he concluded his introduction, his dance came to a halt, and he bent over to gaze at the bewildered warriors from between his legs. May I ask where you hail from and what your business is with us? Master Roshi managed to ask through gritted teeth. Jinyu straightened his posture, arms crossed and looking down with a condescending air. What a remote planet this is. It seems even the name of the cosmic monarch, Frieza, has not reached your ears. Is such ignorance a blessing or a curse? Cosmic monarch? Pilaf exclaimed in astonishment. The turtle sage was well aware of the vastness and peculiarities of the world. Yet he found it utterly incomprehensible how a being as formidable as Jinyu could exist. However, when gazing across the universe, the situation appeared to make sense. He simply could not fathom the extraordinary circumstances that had ensnared Earth. This cosmic overlord had come to seek something from them. Do not jest. King Frieza would never personally concern himself with such trivial matters. I'm merely passing through to carry out some routine tasks, Jinyu declared. Tasks? Jinyu pressed a button on the device affixed to his ear, scrutinizing the group as though they were mere toys. 130, 203, 210, 95, 3. Mediocre at best. Listen closely, Earthlings. I am here on behalf of King Frieza to formally take control of this planet. Typically, we would eliminate all native inhabitants before selling it off, but seeing as you possess some potential value, I shall offer you a chance. Swear fealty to King Frieza, and I will spare your lives. Well, in that case, I suppose it would be prudent to comply. Pilaf chuckled nervously as he stepped forward, acutely aware that the might of his opponent and the title of Cosmic Emperor far exceeded his control. He immediately displayed his willingness to bend to whichever way the wind blew. Jinyu cast a dismissive glance at Pilaf and retorted. The Frieza Force has combatants with capabilities far exceeding a mere 3. We do not accept worthless individuals. Lord Jinyu, yes, it is indeed you. Please, allow me to explain. Pilaf continued to flatter. I possess a unique ability. I can ensure their complete compliance. Thus, should I be removed from the equation, managing them would prove troublesome for you. Perceiving Jinyu's growing interest, Pilaf quickly ordered, you lot, swear your loyalty to King Frieza. Upon hearing Pilaf's command, Krillin, Tien, and the others promptly knelt on one knee, proclaiming in unison, we pledge our lives to serve King Frieza. Oh, I see. Not bad. Keeping one of you around is no great concern. You truly are magnanimous. My lord. Hey, Launch. Asu, come forth. From a distance, Launch and Asu hurried over, kneeling beside Krillin and the others. Here are 2 more. Please accept them as well. They are my most capable subordinates, and will undoubtedly be of assistance to Lord Frieza. Jinyu pressed the device once more and remarked, 8? What use do we have for 2 with a power level of merely 8? Do not overreach. Pilaf staggered back in fear at Jinyu's words, daunted into silence. Jinyu surveyed the group and declared, to test your loyalty, I now assign your first task. Eliminate all humans on this planet. All humans? Even Pilaf, who styled himself as a demon king, had never entertained such a mad notion. Humph. Let us start with these 2 worthless individuals before us. Attack. Before us? Launch. Asu. What is it? Act quickly, or I shall eliminate you all before proceeding to wipe out the humans. Pilaf's hands trembled as he realized this was his sole chance for survival. Faced with insurmountable strength, sacrificing 2 individuals seemed a small price to pay for his own life. After all, remaining alive offered a glimmer of hope for a reversal of fate. Thus, he urged, launch Asu. Curse it. All of you, heed my command. Defeat him. The moment Pilaf issued his command, all the kneeling warriors rose, prepared to fight valiantly should their master choose to resist. However, just as Pilaf had uttered his brave declaration, he turned and fled, hoping that Krillin and the others could stall for even a moment longer. He merely wished to escape this place. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he collided with an object as unyielding as a wall. Looking up, Pilaf found himself face to face with Jinyu. Terror-stricken, he turned to see Krillin, Tan, the Turtle Sage, Dend, Launch, and Asu all sprawled on the ground. Their chests marked by gaping wounds, the grass stained crimson. Their expressions were filled with terror, yet they lay motionless. Pilaf gazed despairingly at the creature before him, tears welling in his eyes as he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to cry out, Damn it! Damn it! You should have appeared by now. Son Goku. Chapter 13 The Savior Emerges. Oh, Son Wukong? Who is that? Jinyu inquired with keen interest. Pilaf trembled, gritting his teeth as he replied. He is the strongest person on Earth, and he will surely defeat you. Ah, I see, Jinyu mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The scouting device recorded a power level of 2,000 on this planet 3 years ago. I thought perhaps I had misremembered. But it seems this Son Wukong is indeed the one we are looking for. Jinyu pressed a button on the device and scanned the surroundings, yet found no anomalies. Why can we not detect a higher power level? Where is this Son Wukong you speak of? I don't know. No one has seen him for 2 years, Pilaf stammered. Very well, let us first eliminate all the inhabitants of this planet. If he is still alive, he will surely reveal himself, Jinyu declared, slowly ascending into the air. Pilaf felt his legs weaken. This time it truly seemed to be the end. After witnessing the despair emanating from the cosmos, he considered that perhaps death would be a form of liberation. Asu, Xiaowu, I am coming. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Pilaf's mind. Listen closely, king on the ground. Who's there? Pilaf glanced around, but saw no one. I am the deity of Earth. Please do not lose hope. Buy us time. Son Wukong is making his final efforts to defeat him, but we need time. Time is our most precious resource. But everyone is already dead. What is the use of struggling further? We still possess the Dragon Balls. Those who have perished may yet be revived. However, if this entire planet is destroyed and I, the creator of the Dragon Balls, am killed, then all hope shall be lost. Therefore, I implore you to hold on and buy us sufficient time. At this, Pilaf remembered the Dragon Balls. He glanced at his fallen companions in the distance, clenched his fists, and declared, Damn it. If we must do it, then so be it. How long do you need me to hold them off? 1 day. What? The scene shifted back to 2.5 years earlier at the World Martial Arts Tournament, where Wukong found himself at a loss facing the hostile gazes of his companions. It was then he heard the voice of the deity. Wukong, come to me. Like Piccolo, the deity always provided him with a sense of reassurance. Thankfully, not everyone in the world stood against him, confused and unsure of his next move. Wukong turned and flew away, heading directly for the temple. This seemed to be the first time he had fled voluntarily due to defeat. At the temple, the deity stood anxiously in the courtyard, awaiting this special visitor. Since Wukong had showcased his extraordinary strength 6 months prior, the deity had been observing him. Over this period, Wukong had grown even stronger, yet he had not exhibited any malevolent tendencies, which somewhat alleviated the deity's concerns. Wukong landed abruptly at the temple, greeting the 2 figures before him with warmth. Mr. Bobo, deity, long time no see. Wukong was overjoyed, for he had not seen his second master, who had taught him so much since the fusion of the deity and Piccolo over a decade ago. The deity and Bobo exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why this young boy was so familiar with them. Fortunately, Wukong now had ample time to explain. Unlike Bulma, the deity understood Wukong's extraordinary power, and thus listened attentively to his origins. However, as Wukong's tale began to unfold with mentions of the Kaishin, the god of destruction, and the Omni King, the deity's expression grew increasingly awkward. He was aware only of the Kaishin and the Grand Kaishin, and had never before heard of these beings that resided at the pinnacle of the universe, let alone the multiverse. Yet, this revelation clarified for him why Wukong possessed such formidable strength. Our fates are intertwined with that of Earth, yet we are not of this world, the deity reflected, gazing into the vast cosmos with a silent sigh. Let us set aside the cosmic matters for now and focus on the immediate situation. What has happened to Krillin and the others? What wish did Pilaf make? His wish was for the entire world to submit to him. All those lacking the strength of the dragon would be under his control, completely obedient to his commands. How despicable! What shall we do now? Deity, do you have a way to revoke his wish? The deity shook his head. Though I created the Dragon Balls, I merely guided the power of the dragon. I cannot perform the same feats. To nullify the dragon's influence, we must call upon the dragon itself. This is troublesome. I will need to gather the Dragon Balls again. Correct? The deity nodded. It will be 4 months until the Dragon Balls reappear. For now, you should stay at the temple, utilizing his divine power. The deity fashioned a gravity training room for Wukong. Upon receiving it, Wukong exclaimed, I should have come here to train from the very beginning. Not only did he receive the gravity training room, but Mr. Bobo also took care of Wukong's daily needs. When Wukong accidentally sustained serious injuries, he was able to quickly access the sins of beings from below, significantly enhancing his training efficiency. For months later, Wukong initially intended to seize the Dragon Balls to revoke Pilaf's wish. However, the deity suddenly remarked, to be honest, I have never witnessed humanity so united. Huh? What do you mean? Wukong asked. I once believed that Pilaf brainwashed the entire world, posing a threat to humanity. Yet, over this past year, the human world has not only remained intact but has functioned better than before. There are no divisions, no conflicts. And even the evil factions that have plagued us for years are now striving towards a common goal. The deity did not explicitly state that this goal was to defeat Sun Wukong, but that Pilaf fellow surely made the wish for himself. Indeed, it can only be said that Pilaf lacks grand aspirations. He merely revels in a bit of wealth and power, which is insignificant in the grand scheme of humanity. However, the conflicts among humanity stem from a lack of understanding of one another. Pilaf's emergence has bridged this vast gulf. His decisions, regardless of their correctness, are met with universal approval, making all his choices appear to be the most prudent. Are you suggesting he made a good wish? I did not say that. He has deprived all of humanity of free will, which is indisputable. From a moral standpoint, I cannot judge right from wrong. Should we still revoke his wish? The deity shook his head. I should not interfere with earthly matters. Everything is in your hands, Wukong. With that, the deity retreated into the temple. Wukong, too, found himself in a quandary. He recognized that Pilaf had committed wrongs that needed addressing, yet he was also deeply concerned about reviving Tien Shinhan, who had perished due to his actions. Feeling indebted to him, Wukong yearned to make amends. Upon hearing the deity's words and realizing that Pilaf might not have done any truly malicious deeds, Wukong's desire to alter the wish grew uncontrollably. Ultimately, he confronted Pilaf and compelled him to make a new wish. Having resolved the matter concerning Tien Shinhan, Wukong found himself unable to return to life on Earth for at least another year. Thus, he dedicated himself to training at the temple. Everything seemed to progress smoothly. Yet regardless of how diligently Wukong trained, his strength failed to experience remarkable growth. 2 years swiftly passed, and he could barely maintain a daily training regimen at 20 times gravity and a power training regimen at 50 times gravity. But he could not surpass these intensities. This predicament continually plagued Wukong's mind, causing his thoughts to grow increasingly turbulent. Why? Where exactly is the flaw? Wukong was lost in deep contemplation, struggling to comprehend why. Despite having diligently completed his training, he found himself unable to grow stronger. His current prowess paled in comparison to the results he had achieved after a mere 100 days of training under the King Kai. Why, he pondered. Was he unable to surpass his limits this time? If he remained at this plateau, he would be utterly incapable of defending his friends should a formidable foe appear. Yet, it seemed that the more he feared such an encounter, the more imminent it became. A powerful adversary had arrived even before he could achieve his breakthrough. On this particular day, while meditating in the Grand Hall, Wukong sensed an overwhelming energy rapidly approaching them. This presence, he could not recall the identity of the individual, but he was certain he had encountered this energy before, and it was unmistakably malevolent. As he became aware of it, a spacecraft was already descending toward Earth. Expected to land within a few hours, and Wukong knew his current strength was insufficient to confront it. Wukong, the deity rushed out in haste, having sensed the distant energy as well. What is happening? According to your assessment, the first invasion by extraterrestrials was not supposed to occur for another 8 years. I do not know, Wukong replied, clenching his fists. It has never been like this before. Could it be that you missed the signs during the last encounter? The deity inquired. Wukong considered this and shook his head. You too have sensed this energy, yet I have never heard you mention it before. Moreover, I have encountered this presence, and I am certain it belongs to a nefarious entity. Could it be that Earth is in grave danger? Bobo expressed his pessimism, acutely aware of the overwhelming strength they faced. Curse it. There is no choice. I must resort to extreme measures. What do you mean? Bobo looked at Wukong in confusion. The hyperbolic time chamber. I need to train. Alone? Can you accompany me inside? Bobo had already spent 2 days within and could not enter again. Then there is no other option. I will strive to train diligently. Great deity, I implore you to delay our adversary for as long as possible. I wish to cultivate to the very last moment. Do not worry. If the situation outside becomes dire, I will communicate with you telepathically. Very well, I shall proceed. The hyperbolic time chamber, where 1 year inside equated to merely a day outside, was indeed a convenient venue for intensive training. Yet, each individual was limited to 2 years within, or else they would be unable to leave. Wukong resolved to remain inside for the full duration, determined to emerge only when he possessed the strength to vanquish his foe. Meanwhile, outside, the deity had instructed Pilaf to temporarily delay Jinyu. However, Wukong did not remain for the full 2 years. After merely 36 hours, or a day and a half, he exited the chamber, observing the significantly taller Wukong. Bobo was initially astonished, followed by elation, for Wukong's early return signified a potential turnaround in their circumstances. Yet, Wukong's expression betrayed no joy. This will not do, Mr. Bobo. No matter how fervently I train, I cannot seem to augment my strength. I do not understand. I simply cannot comprehend it. How can this be? Wukong, are you truly still weaker than your adversary? Wukong shook his head. I have scarcely improved since entering. I have exerted myself tirelessly, yet, in anguish. Wukong clutched his head, crying out, Why? Why must it be this way? Are scions not endowed with boundless potential? Is it not said that each brush with death amplifies our strength? Yet here I am, still so feeble. Potential? The deity suddenly recalled something. Wukong, in your previous life, did you not consume the sacred water? The sacred water? Wukong mused. Ah, the one from Master Karen. Indeed, you have partaken of it. That water is known to unlock one's latent potential. Perhaps it is due to that experience that your scion abilities were fully realized. That makes sense. I must go at once. Wukong could not afford to waste another moment. He soared toward Karen Tower. To expedite matters, the deity telepathically informed Master Karen to prepare the sacred water for Wukong. Upon arriving at Karen Tower, Wukong seized the sacred water and drank deeply. Instantly, an excruciating pain radiated from his throat throughout his entire body, as if countless needles were relentlessly pricking every nerve. Wukong collapsed, struggling against the agony, losing all awareness of his surroundings. He was oblivious to how much time had passed, only aware of the unending torment that assailed him. After several hours, a warm sensation erupted from the depths of his being, swiftly dissipating all pain. This warmth transformed into a powerful energy that erupted, the sound reminiscent of a scion great ape's roar. In that moment, Wukong finally felt an overwhelming force surging within him, granting him the strength to confront Jinyu, who now stood before him. Chapter 14. Pilaf versus Jinyu. Pilaf finally mustered the courage to stand up, for the sake of his fallen companions and the future of Earth. As the king of this world, he had to take responsibility. He must stall the enemy before him. How infuriating. How long must I hold him off? One day. The deity responded helplessly, knowing this was an unreasonable demand. However, Goku had only just entered the hyperbolic time chamber for a few hours. Defeating a formidable foe like Jinyu would require more than mere training. It would be best to buy Goku some time. But how can I stall him for that long? Surely, I need some guidance. Let me think, the deity mused. Based on Goku's description, I surmise that Earth's cuisine must be of cosmic excellence. Perhaps we could explore that avenue. Delicacies? Pilaf echoed. Indeed, the deity admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, since the food-loving Lord Beerus was also drawn to Earth, it must possess unique qualities. Clenching his teeth, Pilaf shouted, Jinyu. Jinyu, who had just floated into the air, initially thought he misheard. He looked down at the diminutive figure on the ground, his expression grave. In the instant their eyes met, Pilaf quickly switched to a servile demeanor. Lord Jinyu, you've traveled such a long way, it must be exhausting. How about I treat you to a night of rest before you proceed to destroy Earth? Pilaf himself found the suggestion absurd, while Jinyu merely smirked disdainfully. A futile struggle, he scoffed, turning to resume his mission. Pilaf pressed on, we have exquisite food. Truly remarkable cuisine that you must sample. Seeing Jinyu show no signs of slowing down, he cried out in desperation, you must consider Lord Frieza as well. Jinyu finally showed some interest, swiftly returning to the ground, almost as if he had teleported before Pilaf. You dare mention Lord Frieza? Speak, if you're merely bluffing. I shall send you straight to hell. The murderous glint in Jinyu's eyes made Pilaf tremble. He stammered, perhaps there are delicacies on Earth that Lord Frieza has never encountered? If they are truly delicious, wouldn't that be a loss for him? You should taste them first, if you find them satisfactory. You could bring some back for Lord Frieza, yes? Jinyu's expression darkened further, while Pilaf's voice dwindled. To jest about Lord Frieza was dangerous. That being could go years without sustenance, and he despised the weak who sought to pander to him. It seems Earth's cleansing must begin with you, Jinyu declared. Raising a hand, Pilaf, terrified, quickly defended himself. Yes. I'm sorry. I had no idea Lord Frieza was so formidable. Truly, I apologize. By the way, the Dragon Balls. We possess the Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. Any wish? Indeed, any wish. Look at me, so foolish and weak. Yet I rule over Earth, all thanks to the Dragon Balls. I wished for everyone to submit to me, and they truly obey. Seeing Jinyu's skepticism, Pilaf hurriedly added, I shall demonstrate. Someone, quickly. Moments later, a guard rushed into the courtyard, standing at attention. What is your command, Lord Pilaf? I command you. Crawl on the ground for a lap, then lie on your back and bark like a dog. Yes. The guard executed Pilaf's command with unwavering diligence. Pilaf turned to Jinyu, eager for a response, but Jinyu merely snickered coldly. How infuriating. Pilaf cursed inwardly. I command you. Immediately. End your own life. Yes. The guard drew his handgun without hesitation and pulled the trigger against his own temple. A searing sound echoed as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Pilaf could not bear to watch and turned his gaze away, while Jinyu was momentarily shaken. He contemplated whether he could follow through with such a decisive end if commanded by Lord Frieza. There was a flicker of uncertainty within him. This purple little creature appeared entirely ordinary, yet his subordinate demonstrated greater loyalty to Frieza than he did. It seemed illogical, unless... I'm intrigued by your mention of the Dragon Balls. Show them to me. Of course. Follow me. Pilaf, relieved to have engaged Jinyu, led him into the palace, deliberately avoiding the sight of the fallen guard, for he had his own mission to accomplish. Pilaf escorted Jinyu to his throne and hurried off to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Shortly after, he returned, cradling a machine. Behold, this is the Dragon Ball. He produced a 4-star ball from his pocket and presented it to Jinyu. The Dragon Ball, larger than Pilaf's fist, appeared as a mere bean in Jinyu's grasp. He inspected it closely, inquiring, this tiny thing can grant any wish? Not quite. There are 7 Dragon Balls in total. Only when gathered can they summon the eternal dragon to grant a wish. I possess only this one. The others are scattered across the globe, and I need. Are you mocking me? And no. Look at this. Pilaf activated the machine he had brought. This is the Dragon Ball radar. It displays the locations of the Dragon Balls. After pressing a button, several bright spots appeared on the screen, with one at the center, confirming the others were indeed scattered across Earth. After Goku had forced Pilaf to make a wish once, he realized that gathering all the Dragon Balls posed a significant risk. Should a formidable enemy threaten him, he would have no means of escape. Thus, he changed tactics, opting to keep one Dragon Ball in his possession, ensuring no one could make a wish in a hurry. Little did he know this strategy would not suffice against Goku. Then, you'd better hurry to find them. I grant you 3 hours to bring all the Dragon Balls to me. 3 hours. Pilaf stuttered. To be frank, that is impossible. The radar's precision is limited to a few hundred meters. Searching meticulously would consume considerable time. 3 days at least. Jinyu glared at Pilaf. I have no time to waste. 1 day? You have 1 day. If you fail to gather the Dragon Balls, I shall obliterate this planet. Seeing his goal achieved, Pilaf immediately consented. He then called for an emergency worldwide announcement. Citizens of the world, there are 6 coordinates. Anyone within 10 kilometers of these coordinates must immediately search for the Dragon Balls and deliver them to my palace at the fastest pace possible. Pilaf cleverly played with words. He had to instruct the world to find the Dragon Balls quickly to deceive Jinyu, yet this command could not be effective for everyone, as he knew Bulma had a much more precise radar. If she delivered it immediately, he would fail to stall Jinyu. Therefore, he only commanded those near the Dragon Balls to assist him with all their might. Perhaps Jinyu had grown weary in the space pod. Upon arriving on Earth, he had not closed his eyes. The Dragon Balls proved more elusive than anticipated. Those hidden in mountains or deep seas were impossible to locate quickly. 20 hours passed with only 2 Dragon Balls from relatively accessible locations delivered to Pilaf's palace, and by then, Jinyu's patience had completely worn thin. Enough. I shall wait no longer. He stood up from his chair for the first time. Please, just a moment longer. We will gather them imminently. Humph. Even if I were to gather all the Dragon Balls, I would present them to Lord Frieza rather than use them for myself. Moreover, with Captain Jinyu toying with the 4-star ball, your technology is utterly obsolete. If such an object can be detected, the Frieza Force naturally possesses the capability to create instruments of far greater precision. Furthermore, if these wish-granting spheres exist in the universe, they cannot possibly be confined to this remote and backward planet. We can simply seek them elsewhere. As for you, Jinyu remarked, casting a glance at Pilaf, you shall vanish along with this planet. With that, Jinyu's murderous intent resurfaced. However, at that moment, his scouter emitted a sudden beep. What? A power level reading from 3,800 kilometers away. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. It is still rising. Jinyu chuckled, momentarily forgetting Pilaf, as he soared into the sky. He mused, splendid. Worthy of recruitment into the Frieza Force. Recruiting warriors was indeed the true purpose of Jinyu's visit, rather than pursuing a wish-granting orb of dubious utility. The thought of finally serving Lord Frieza earnestly filled Jinyu with joy, and he sped towards the source of the power reading. With Jinyu's departure, Pilaf was uncertain whether to feel relieved or anxious. Nonetheless, the ensuing events seemed to no longer concern him. Thus, he sighed in relief and slumped to the ground. Meanwhile, Jinyu followed the scouter's indication, flying all the way to Korin Tower, with the power reading still directly above him. He ascended further along the tower until, when he was nearly upon it, he suddenly noticed a figure hovering in the air, seemingly waiting for him. However, the scouter displayed a minuscule power level, certainly not the individual he sought. I will not allow you to pass, the deity said, striving to maintain composure. Oh, you think you can stop me? Jinyu replied with a smirk. I understand that killing me would be child's play for you, yet you will not do so. Why not? Because I am the guardian of Earth, the very creator of the Dragon Balls. Should you slay me, the Dragon Balls would vanish alongside me, and you would be unable to make any wishes. Oh? Jinyu pondered the deity's words, finding them somewhat reasonable. Yet, after scrutinizing the guardian for a moment, he suddenly chuckled. You are one of those Namekians, aren't you? What? The deity's alarmed reaction confirmed Jinyu's recollection. Namekians, known for their exceptional combat abilities, inherently abhorred conflict. Perhaps their prowess was acquired through some peculiar means, such as the Dragon Balls. Jinyu glanced at the Dragon Ball in his hand and grinned. So, even if I were to kill you, it would be of no consequence. I could simply travel to Namek. There must be Dragon Balls there as well. Wouldn't you agree? But the deity, completely flustered, involuntarily took a step back, further solidifying Jinyu's conviction. There was nothing peculiar on Earth that could restrain him. His only task now was to eradicate all life in this vicinity. Suddenly, an intense alarm blared, and a series of numbers erupted from Jinyu's scouter before it exploded. What? The overload of a portable scouter indicated that the opponent's power level had surpassed 20,000. Ignoring the Namekian standing in his way, Jinyu instantaneously teleported to the location where the power reading had emerged, at the summit of the tower, and there he encountered a small child, who was returning his gaze with an incredibly sharp intensity. Chapter 15. Goku vs. Jinyu. Jinyu was momentarily taken aback, given his understanding of various extraterrestrial species. The individual before him appeared to be nothing more than a child. Yet, in that fleeting moment, his combat prowess surpassed that of any other beings on this planet by a considerable margin, which was quite perplexing. Nevertheless, this would not deter him from his mission. Little brat, your strength is commendable. Join the Frieza Force and serve the illustrious Emperor Frieza. It would be your utmost honor. Frieza, you say? I think I would rather engage him in battle. What? Jinyu paused, realizing from Goku's tone that he was familiar with Frieza. Have you encountered King Frieza? Of course, but he likely hasn't encountered me yet. Jinyu was baffled by the words of the child before him, yet he remained unconcerned. I am Jinyu. State your name. I am Son Goku. Son Goku? I recognize anyone in the universe with a power level exceeding 20,000, and now I remember you. Now, back to the matter at hand. Will you serve Lord Frieza? Certainly not. Humph. Do you truly wish to confront Lord Frieza? Absolutely. I relish the prospect of battling strong opponents. Goku's combative nature stirred, yet he felt a twinge of uncertainty. With his current strength, whether he could contend with Jinyu remained dubious. Frieza was undoubtedly a formidable foe, and provoking him without sufficient confidence would surely spell disaster for Earth. Let me put it this way, Jinyu extended a hand, mockingly stating, I estimate your combat power to be at most 30,000. My power level is 120,000, and as for Lord Frieza, no one has witnessed his full strength. I estimate it to be at least 1 million. What do you plan to use to fight him? I will grow stronger. I intend to surpass him by a great margin. Ha ha ha. I concede you are significantly stronger than the others on this planet, which is remarkable for a human. Yet, you dare to presume you can surpass Lord Frieza? How laughable. Laughable. But I am not merely a human, I am a scion. Scion. Jinyu was initially startled, but then quickly reassured. No wonder you possess such combat prowess. If this child were a mere human, his strength would be exceedingly anomalous. Perhaps he indeed has the potential to surpass Frieza, but if he is a scion, then the most elite scion warriors do exhibit such power. Everything falls into place. And since it aligns with Jinyu's understanding, a scion could hardly pose a threat to Lord Frieza. Very well, considering you are a rare talent. I shall grant you one final chance to join the Frieza force. I refuse. Then you shall perish here. Goku understood that a confrontation was inevitable. Though he lacked confidence in victory, the thrill of facing a formidable adversary was a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. The Scion's combative instincts surged, compelling him to make no choice other than to engage in battle. Goku fixed his gaze on Jinyu and gradually ascended into the air. Let us find another location. To avoid endangering the gods and Karen, Goku aimed for an uninhabited area far away, and Jinyu had no objections, following him. Once they found an appropriate spot, Goku assumed a fighting stance in midair, while Jinyu crossed his arms, exuding an air of contempt for his opponent. The winds at this altitude were remarkably gentle, and the surrounding atmosphere felt oppressively quiet. Goku clenched his fists and suddenly charged at Jinyu, delivering a punch aimed directly at his face. However, Jinyu did not evade. He met the blow head-on, merely tilting his neck slightly before returning his gaze to Goku. Just as I surmised, Jinyu scoffed, and in an instant, he moved at an astonishing speed, leaving behind only an afterimage. He appeared behind Goku, preparing to deliver a powerful strike. Yet, Goku, sensing Jinyu's trajectory through ki, swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack, and retaliated with a kick to Jinyu's abdomen. The two fighters momentarily created distance between them due to the rebound effect. Oh, you possess some skill. While Goku's attack seemed not to inflict any damage, his ability to track his opponent without sight was an indication of advanced technique, one that few in the Frieza force could achieve. That is quite the compliment. Let us consider this a warm-up, Goku replied, suggesting that Jinyu's true strength lay beyond what had been displayed thus far. In just 2 exchanges, Goku realized the vast gap in power between himself and Jinyu. Although his strikes connected solidly with Jinyu, they failed to inflict any harm, whereas evading Jinyu's attacks proved to be exceedingly challenging. Continuing this way, with no prospect of victory, would only result in potential injury. I must employ my ultimate technique, Goku silently resolved. Kaioken. A surge of crimson energy erupted from Goku. The sudden amplification of power even perceptible to the less discerning Jinyu. 3 times. Goku amplified the Kaioken once more. What? Although Jinyu no longer had his scouter, he could still discern the formidable strength emanating from Goku. Without waiting for Jinyu to react, Goku charged forward again, delivering another punch aimed at Jinyu's face. This time, Jinyu raised his arm to block just before the impact, resulting in a tremendous clash that echoed through the skies. Why did you not catch that? Goku taunted. Ugh. You insolent brat. Jinyu's face contorted momentarily, and in the blink of an eye, both combatants vanished from view, engaging in a fierce battle at an astonishing speed. The untrained eyes on Earth unable to follow their movements, only hearing the explosive sounds of their clashes reverberating in the air. Jinyu sensed that Goku's strength was inferior to his own, yet Goku's acute perception of ki allowed him to react slightly quicker in close combat, resulting in a stalemate in their brawl. Aware of this, Jinyu decided to create distance, opting to attack with energy blasts instead. Jinyu unleashed a barrage of energy spheres directed at Goku, each one homing in on him with precision, akin to a machine gun firing relentlessly. The sheer density of the attack meant that, Despite Goku's quick reflexes, he could not evade them all, and soon found himself in peril of being struck. After a series of explosive detonations, Jinyu presumed he had successfully hit his target, only for Goku to suddenly materialize in front of him. One finger pressed against his forehead, while the other hand aimed at Jinyu's face. Here as a return gift. Goku's palm emitted a wave of light. And before Jinyu could recover from his shock, the close proximity left him unable to avoid the strike, resulting in a solid hit. Yet, Jinyu, ever the seasoned warrior, immediately retaliated with a kick aimed at Goku, and despite his less defined target, the sheer size of Jinyu allowed him to make contact with Goku, leading both to retreat and create distance between them. I recall not having the opportunity to fight you properly before. I didn't expect you to possess such skill. Goku remarked with a wry smile. Although his memory was not particularly sharp, he would always retain a vivid impression of those he had battled. He had completely recalled who Jinyu was. Jinyu, on the other hand, appeared quite relaxed. Oh, have we met before? Thanks to you, I nearly met my end. Humph. I concede you have some skill, but you cannot win. Jinyu spoke the truth. Goku's tripled Kaioken imposed a significant strain on his body. Yet he found himself at a disadvantage in their skirmish, leaving him panting for breath, while Jinyu remained composed. If this stalemate continued, it would not be long before Goku succumbed to exhaustion and defeat. I can only give it a try, Goku murmured to himself. Another round of battle commenced, and Jinyu opted to maintain his distance. This time, Goku once again employed instant transmission, appearing before Jinyu, having already fallen for a trick once. Jinyu was not so easily deceived a second time. He immediately launched an attack towards Goku. Meanwhile, Goku directed a wave of energy toward Jinyu. But this wave was peculiar. It was not a sphere of energy emanating from his palm, but rather a small disc that he flicked upward. Energy disc. The small disc soared toward Jinyu. Typically, such a diminutive energy wave would not necessitate evasion, yet Jinyu instinctively sensed danger, retracting his punch and swiftly dodging Goku's assault. The energy disc merely grazed his skin, leaving behind a wound. This as Jinyu wiped away the blood that trickled from the cut. It was a technique devised by a good friend of Goku's. Goku managed a wry smile, reflecting on how he had recently come to understand the desperation of those who, despite their diligent training, remained powerless against their adversaries. Humph, what a devious maneuver. But what choice do I have? If I cannot defeat you, the entire Earth will perish. Is this your sole strategy for victory? Let us see. Jinyu initiated the offensive, and once again, the two vanished into the air. Goku endeavored to close the distance between them, launching rapid-fire miniature energy discs. Jinyu understood that he could not afford to be touched by such attacks. He had to evade them with all his might. However, he could not shake off Goku, who could teleport at will, forcing Jinyu to dodge while exchanging energy blasts. After several rounds of combat, Jinyu suddenly discerned a revelation, a subtle smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, as Goku sent another energy disc toward him. This time Jinyu did not evade. Instead, he swung a punch toward the side of the energy disc, shattering it as if it were merely a plate, which then disintegrated and scattered in the air. Humph, as expected, a technique that neither consumes energy nor lacks lethality must surely harbor weaknesses. Indeed, the energy disc resembled an exquisitely sharp blade, capable of slicing through any obstruction along its edge, yet the wave itself was exceedingly fragile. It could easily disperse under lateral force. Jinyu, relying on simple maneuvers, neutralized all of Goku's subsequent attacks. I never anticipated you possessed such combat talent, Goku remarked. This is troublesome. He found himself devoid of any further techniques to employ. Chapter 16, Spirit Bomb. In the skies, Goku and Jinyu engaged in several rounds of fierce combat, during which Jinyu gradually discerned that his opponent had exhausted all his techniques. The vast disparity in stamina began to tilt the balance in Jinyu's favor. The clash of fists and kicks, along with the collision of energy spheres, resonated with earth-shattering explosions, their reverberations felt even in the capital city, thousands of kilometers away, where the citizens experienced a tingling sensation on their skin. Damn it! Pilaf paced anxiously within the palace. What is happening? Can anyone tell me? Though Pilaf could not sense energy, the collision of two formidable forces instilled an instinctive unease within him. Report. A soldier clad in uniform rushed into the palace. Your Majesty Pilaf, look. He hastily activated a nearby monitor, revealing a vast expanse of ocean, devoid of any visible figures. Yet the water erupted in towering columns as if bombarded by relentless artillery. What is this? Pilaf inquired, perplexed. This is footage captured by a satellite, the soldier responded, his voice tense. Regions S9 and S10 are experiencing numerous unidentified explosions. We do not know what is occurring. What? 2 regions? Such a broad range. Pilaf swallowed hard, realizing that it must be Goku behind the bizarre explosions. While an ordinary individual might not associate such extensive anomalies with a single humanoid being, Pilaf, having witnessed the extraordinary techniques at the World Martial Arts Tournament and having gained detailed knowledge from Master Roshi about the Kamehameha, had no doubt that Goku was capable of such exaggerated feats. It seems Goku has encountered that monster. Pilaf turned to the soldier, who stood frozen in silence. What a useless fool. Pilaf cursed inwardly. Just minutes after Jinyu's departure, his fear had morphed into the anguish of losing companions. He desperately wanted to act, even if it meant aiding Goku. Dr. Gero! Dr. Gero! Pilaf shouted at the screen. After a brief pause, an elderly man with thinning white hair appeared on the monitor. Dr. Gero straightened his frail frame and addressed the camera with respect and seriousness. I greet you, King Pilaf. Weren't you supposed to create weapons that surpass Goku? Are they ready or not? Bring them out and eliminate that monster. Report, King Pilaf. The latest generation of android warriors possesses power comparable to that of Mr. Krillin. Shall we deploy them into battle? Deploy? What good is an android as weak as Krillin? Pilaf stomped his foot in frustration. I have supported you with such vigor, and this is what I receive, mere trash. Dr. Gero's confidence visibly waned. I theorize that human beings have limits. The latest research, in collaboration with Dr. Brief, is preparing to delve into a fully mechanical approach. I assure you, it will yield satisfactory results. By the time you finish, the Earth will be destroyed. Pilaf abruptly switched off the television. Apart from utilizing martial artists to serve him, Dr. Gero, discovered through the Red Ribbon Army, had been his last card. And now he felt utterly helpless. Just as he braced himself to accept a fate of obliteration, a gust of wind swept past him, followed by a hand resting on his shoulder, causing him to leap back in fright. Despite the significant changes in the newcomer, Pilaf recognized him instantly. Goku. 2 minutes prior, after an intense battle, Goku's attire lay in tatters, his body marked with numerous injuries, and his stamina nearing its limit. The prolonged use of the Kaioken ×3 had left him feeling as if he were encumbered by 10 tons of sandbags. In stark contrast, Jinyu appeared unfazed. His breathing barely quickened. The outcome is clear, little one, Jinyu remarked with a tone of somber honesty. For someone your age to compel me to use 7/10 of my strength is exceedingly rare across the universe. Join the Frieza Force, and your future shall undoubtedly be bright. Please reconsider. I genuinely wish for your inclusion. Goku gasped for breath, summoning what little resolve remained. Before him stood Jinyu. Reminiscent of his encounter with Frieza, an insurmountable gap in power rendering him hopeless. At this moment, he was far from the threshold of transforming into a Super Saiyan, and having reached the pinnacle of strength only deepened his sense of helplessness. With his hands lowered, Goku slowly bowed his head. Oh, have you come to a decision? Jinyu asked, his voice laced with anticipation. Goku struggled to regain his breath, uttering weakly, You are strong, truly strong. I concede this battle. And, Jinyu prompted. But, Goku interjected. For the sake of Earth, for my friends, I cannot lose. His gaze sharpened once more, yet it bore an undertone of sorrow. In the blink of an eye, Goku vanished. He had used instant transmission to arrive at the palace thousands of kilometers away. Without waiting for Pilaf to inquire, Goku quickly implored, I need your assistance. In an instant, Pilaf comprehended the dire situation. Even the mighty Goku had not triumphed over that monster, however. How can I help? Pilaf's question ignited a glimmer of hope within him. The entire world listens to you, right? Have everyone raised their hands, palms facing the sky. Hurry. We only have 2 minutes. Like this? Pilaf mimicked Goku's description, realizing it was indeed a standard pose for gathering energy. Exactly. Quickly. With that, Goku soared back into the air. Pilaf wasted no time, shouting at the monitor, global broadcast. In mere seconds, every television channel worldwide switched to Pilaf's image. This tactic, once a means to coerce Goku, unexpectedly turned into a lifeline for him. Citizens of the world, I command you to raise your hands. Immediately. No one is to lower them until I say so. Outdoors, Goku floated in midair, arms raised high, attuned to the energy of the earth. Just 2 seconds after Pilaf's directive, the energy surrounding the palace converged in Goku's hands, rapidly coalescing into a spirit bomb towering at half his height. The astonishing speed of this energy gathering evoked thoughts of Dend. Goku wondered what he might be doing at that moment. Meanwhile, Jinyu, left on the distant ocean, began to feel a twinge of anger. After numerous attempts at persuasion, the impudent boy before him showed no gratitude. Thus, Jinyu decided to abandon his leniency. Not anticipating that Goku would resort to the most cowardly of tactics, fleeing. Suddenly, Jinyu realized that his scouter had just malfunctioned. If Goku intended to hide, it would be challenging to locate him without it. He would need to return to the ship to retrieve a backup scouter before proceeding with his plans. This thought only fueled Jinyu's ire. Yet, within mere seconds, he sensed an immense power emanating from a specific direction, so potent that even without a scouter, he could perceive it. It's him. A sly smile crept onto Jinyu's face as he noted that Goku had no intention of hiding. Clearly, he possessed a backup plan for confrontation, piquing Jinyu's interest. He immediately set off at full speed toward Goku's location. In just over a minute, Jinyu arrived near Goku, but the sight that greeted him left him utterly astonished. A massive, pure white energy sphere floated in the air, and beneath it, the operator was none other than the boy he had just been battling. Upon Jinyu's arrival, Goku wasted no time. He hurled the colossal spirit bomb toward him. The sheer size of the energy sphere rendered Jinyu unable to evade, forcing him to brace himself with both hands, striving to withstand its overwhelming force. The immense pressure and staggering power evoked a profound sense of existential dread within him, a sensation he had only previously experienced at the hands of Frieza. Now here he was, on a diminutive planet, feeling the chilling grip of fear once more, this time at the hands of a scion. Jinyu unleashed all his strength to counter the spirit bomb. Just as he sensed a glimmer of effect, he was mercilessly pushed back. Opposite him, Goku, expending the last vestiges of his energy, activated the Kaioken ×3 once more. The immense energy immediately enveloped Jinyu, propelling him toward the distant horizon. With a tremendous explosion, the entire royal city was bathed in pure white. Exhausted, Goku slowly descended to the ground, while Pilaf rushed out of his house in a panic. The tremors from the earth and the violent explosion led him to believe the apocalypse had arrived. Yet upon seeing Goku's weary figure, his heart settled considerably, and he slumped helplessly beside Goku. Did we win? Goku offered no reply, merely bowing his head in despondence. As a warrior, he yearned to defeat Jinyu honorably. But he found it even harder to accept failure. Perhaps in his youth, he could disregard the consequences of battling a formidable foe. However, ever since losing everything at the Tournament of Power, his mindset had transformed. This might explain why he instinctively brought Jinyu far away from the palace. He subconsciously preserved a sliver of strength for the spirit bomb, all in the hopes of harnessing Pilaf's power for victory. But in the next moment, Goku suddenly lifted his head. What? How is this possible? He distinctly sensed Jinyu's energy from afar. Chapter 17. Winning at all costs, how could this be possible? Goku struggled to rise, gazing incredulously into the distance. There was no way that Jinyu was truly dead. How could that be? He had absorbed the energy of all Earth's inhabitants to execute the spirit bomb, a technique that had even vanquished Majin Buu in a past life. How could it possibly fail against a mere Jinyu? Could it be? Could he not be a villain after all? Though it seemed unfathomable, this was indeed the truth. As Frieza's foremost warrior, Jinyu had taken countless lives and plundered numerous planets. Yet, for him, these acts were merely duties to fulfill in loyalty to Frieza. He derived no pleasure from bloodshed, nor did he relish tormenting the weak. In fact, he favored those with talent, repeatedly offering Goku opportunities to submit. Jinyu's creed was to grow stronger and serve Frieza, which bore striking similarities to Goku's own ideals of strength and protecting his companions. Thus, although the spirit bomb inflicted significant damage on Jinyu, it had not completely extinguished his life. With great difficulty, Jinyu managed to rise from the ground. His body covered in dust, one arm nearly incapacitated, and purple blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His vision was clouded. But a singular thought consumed him. He must eliminate that little brat. In the next moment, a figure materialized before him, dispersing the smoke created by the spirit bomb's explosion. A fist, enveloped in a crimson aura, hurled towards Jinyu with astonishing speed. 5 times. Kaioken. Goku charged in with an intensity greater than before. Jinyu extended his hand to defend himself at lightning speed. However, that rapid fist found the gap in his defense, landing squarely on his face, sending him hurtling away in a twisted arc. Goku, brimming with energy, followed up with a relentless barrage of martial techniques. Jinyu found himself unable to retaliate. But after several moments, Goku's fist suddenly hesitated mid-air, granting Jinyu a fleeting chance to evade. Seizing the moment, Goku spun around and retrieved a bean from his waist, consuming it. Just a minute prior, upon witnessing Jinyu's resilience, Goku had pounded the ground in frustration. The spirit bomb had proven ineffective. and he was at a loss for what to do. He had cast aside his warrior's pride and exhausted every strategy to secure victory. Why, then, did he still fall short? At that moment, a thought pierced his mind. To win, at all costs, he must prevail. He envisioned a most unscrupulous tactic. Gasping for breath, he regained a modicum of energy and instantly teleported to Korin Tower, snatching a handful of Senzu beans without a second thought. The subsequent strategy was straightforward. Engage in combat using the unparalleled five-fold Kaioken, relying on the Senzu beans to restore his strength whenever his body faltered, effectively wearing Jinyu down in a manner akin to a relentless battle of attrition. As Goku replenished his energy with a Senzu bean, Jinyu had already readied himself, his heart brimming with fury and battle intent. They engaged in a true contest of equals. After numerous exchanges, Jinyu's speed began to wane, and his injuries multiplied. He was clearly on the back foot. Yet Goku, undeterred, maintained an unyielding momentum, resembling an inexhaustible fighting machine, forever exceeding his limits. How could this be? This Scion, what manner of monster is he? Goku had no intention of granting Jinyu a moment's respite. As the scales of victory began to tip in Goku's favor, fear surged anew within Jinyu. Am I to perish? Once more, Goku felt his strength waning and swiftly consumed another Senzu bean. Yet this time, while he sensed a slight resurgence of power within him, his fists felt strangely unresponsive. Observing from a distance, the deity and Korin watched the duel with bated breath. This Goku, Korin clenched his fists. How can he utilize Senzu beans in such a manner? The deity shook his head in resignation. How could such immense power ever be restored by a mere bean? It merely accelerated the depletion of his own recovery speed. Consuming one or two might yield some benefit. But I truly wonder how much longer he can endure. Goku too sensed his limitations. He had never before consumed 5 Senzu beans in mere minutes. It seemed that such miraculous medicine was not infallible after all, yet for the sake of Earth's fate, he must persevere. Gritting his teeth, he channeled the scant energy granted by the Senzu beans to sustain the five-fold Kaioken. He needed to end this swiftly. Jinyu, equally on the brink of his limits, remained oblivious to Goku's unusual state, his mind fixated on a singular thought. I am to die? Fear and humiliation overwhelmed him, and in his desperation, he resorted to his ultimate technique. Seizing the moment, Jinyu spread his limbs and cried out, "Exchange!" A beam of golden light erupted from his mouth, soaring directly towards Goku. If it struck true, he would seize Goku's boundless power, leaving only his own dying vessel behind. The outcome would be sealed. However, Goku was prepared. As a martial arts master of decades, how could he fall prey to the same technique twice? With remarkable speed, he executed 2 consecutive instant transmissions, reappearing before Jinyu, now holding a frog in his hand. He casually tossed the frog into Jinyu's exchange beam. In the next instant, the frog's soul intertwined with Jinyu's, and the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Jinyu's eyes became hollow and devoid of thought, his limbs moving clumsily as the frog stared in bewilderment at its newfound form. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku unleashed a ki blast at the frog on the ground. Jinyu's soul had yet to recover from the shock when the body that housed it was reduced to ashes. From the very beginning, Goku had anticipated Jinyu's body-swapping gambit. Thus, when he chose to exhaust himself with the Senzu beans, he foresaw 2 possible outcomes. Either he would directly slay Jinyu or force him into a corner, waiting for the perfect moment to exploit the exchange technique once more. Clearly, his predictions had proven accurate, and Goku harbored no intentions of showing mercy to a mere frog. Any potential twist was a catastrophic threat to Earth. As the reality of victory washed over him, Goku promptly collapsed to the ground. Unbeknownst to Jinyu, Goku's body was already on the brink of collapse. Even if the exchange had succeeded, it would only magnify the likelihood of death. While Goku's strength may have faltered against Jinyu, in the battle of wills, Goku had undeniably triumphed, a well-deserved victory. The pervasive unease in the air dissipated, and it took Pilaf several minutes to convince himself that this was not merely a figment of his imagination. Is it over? He could not discern whether this tranquility signified survival or annihilation, but he lacked the patience to wait. He quickly retrieved a universal capsule and ascended aboard his hovercraft, racing toward the battleground. Following the myriad signs of battle strewn across the ground, Pilaf located Goku, who lay on the ground. He hastily dismounted the craft and rushed over, relieved to see Goku breathing steadily. However, in the next moment, "Goo-goo-goo," a deep voice echoed from afar as Jinyu leapt from the ground in a bizarre pose, soaring several meters high. "Nanny!" Pilaf, stricken with terror, fell to the ground, scrambling back toward his craft. After a moment, he realized he faced no immediate danger. Gathering his courage, he observed Jinyu closely, only to discover that he seemed utterly deranged. This Son Goku? Can he employ some form of mental attack? Cough, cough, certainly not. The sudden voice startled Pilaf anew, but he quickly recognized it. Who are you? The deity of Earth? Indeed, the celestial being gradually descended from the heavens. Witnessing the aftermath of the battle, he hastened to the battlefield, yet lacking the ability of instantaneous movement, he relied solely on his aerial techniques, which consumed a considerable amount of time. Observing Pilaf in a state of bewilderment, he succinctly elucidated the events of the conflict. Frog? Pilaf gazed in disbelief at the distant, massive purple figure. Indeed, its movements were reminiscent of a frog, but now it could leap over 100 meters, landing with a thunderous crash akin to an explosion. It appeared to be increasingly acclimated to its new form. Even if its soul belonged to a frog, it possessed the capacity to easily annihilate Pilaf. With a mere flick of his wrist, the celestial being conjured a wave of light that enveloped Jinyu, immobilizing him, and in an instant, Jinyu succumbed to unconsciousness. I shall devise a means to handle him, the celestial declared. With another flick of his finger, Goku floated upwards from the ground. The rest? You shall leave to this terrestrial deity for resolution. This statement sent a chill of sweat cascading down Pilaf's spine. He vaguely recalled that the figure before him was the creator of Dragon Balls, the highest deity of Earth. It was evident that no action of his could remain concealed from this being, especially as Goku seemed to share a close bond with him. Thus, he hastily interjected, perhaps you could entrust Goku to me? The Celestial's gaze darkened, instilling fear in Pilaf, who promptly waved his hands in protest. I harbor no ill intent. He, Goku, is the hero who saves the Earth. I believe restoring his honor is of utmost importance. He has many friends awaiting him, and I thought, upon awakening to their presence, he might find joy. Pilaf's voice dwindled as he spoke, for these so-called surprises were merely what he had previously seized from Goku. Now he was merely returning them. After a moment of silence, the Celestial gently placed Goku upon Pilaf's motorboat. You are a commendable individual, the Celestial suddenly remarked, leaving Pilaf momentarily stunned. Though I am the creator of Dragon Balls, their power stems from an instinctive essence within me, one I scarcely comprehend. I never anticipated that the dragon could indeed fulfill your extraordinary wishes. What astonishes me further, the Celestial continued, fixing his gaze upon Pilaf, is that under your stewardship, Earth has remained relatively unscathed. Instead, you have managed to keep all wars and malevolent forces at bay. At times, I even ponder whether you embody the essence of a true deity more than I do. I shall not interfere with the wishes you have made. Yet should Goku wish to intervene, I will not hinder him, the Celestial proclaimed, casting his eyes skyward. The cosmos is far more perilous than we can fathom. The fate of Earth now rests upon you and Goku. With that, the Celestial soared into the sky, carrying Jinyu's unconscious body with him. Chapter 18, New Plans. With the crisis averted, Pilaf returned to the palace with Goku, and, once he had ensured Goku was unharmed, he plunged headlong into his responsibilities. The weight of his duties was overwhelming, with numerous tasks awaiting his attention. The foremost priority was to gather the Dragon Balls. After the chaos wrought by Jinyu, the capital lay in ruins, countless citizens lost their lives, and Pilaf's heart ached for the fallen, particularly for Xiaowu and Ashu, as well as the many martial artists who had perished. The power of the Dragon Balls was the swiftest means of restoration. With Bulma's assistance, the Dragon Radar, precise to the meter, enabled Pilaf to gather all 7 Dragon Balls in just one day, expertly summoning Shenron. Revive all those who died due to Jinyu's actions. Restore the cities destroyed by Jinyu. He commanded. You have stated 2 wishes, which shall I grant? Shenron responded in a calm tone. Pilaf clicked his tongue in frustration. He had initially intended to wish for everything to revert to its state before Jinyu's arrival, but he feared such wordplay might inadvertently revive Jinyu. Thus, he steeled himself and articulated his wishes, clearly not able to fool Shenron. Then, let all who perished in Jinyu's battle be resurrected. This includes my subordinates and all citizens. Very well. A flash of red light enveloped the area, and your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, Shenron transformed into beams of golden light, dispersing across the globe. Upon reuniting with Xiaowu and Ashu, Pilaf was overwhelmed with emotion, embracing them and weeping profusely. The following day, he summoned the entire populace for a televised address. Citizens, I am King Pilaf. I must solemnly inform you all. The screen flickered, revealing a youthful, slumbering Goku. This is Son Goku. I once misunderstood him, mistakenly perceiving him as an enemy. Only now do I realize he is a hero who protects Earth, the bravest of warriors. I implore you all to no longer harbor animosity towards him or his friends and family, and to love him as you once did. Pilaf gazed at the screen in silence for a few moments before continuing. Moreover, this will be my final decree as King Pilaf. I urge you to love those worthy of love and to respect those deserving of respect. You need not heed others' commands any longer. All actions may follow your innermost thoughts. I am no longer your king, and you need not comply with my wishes. Henceforth, forget me. As the television signal cut off, the world stared at the darkened screen in prolonged silence. This was another clever wordplay by Pilaf, using Shinran's power to erase his influence. Rather than waiting a year to make another wish, he was eager to relinquish his throne and yearned for the world to return to its state 3 years prior, when he was merely a carefree mountain king. As for the burdens bestowed upon him by the deities, he scoffed at such responsibilities. Recalling the destructive power of Jinyu and the so-called cosmic overlords, Pilaf felt a chill run down his spine. He had no desire to be embroiled in such matters. He simply wished to retreat to the desert. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Pilaf made his way to the airfield, only to be interrupted by hurried footsteps from behind. King Pilaf, where are you going? Xiaowu and Ashu panted as they ran up to him. Where am I going? To my castle, of course. Pilaf replied irritably. Why didn't you call us? They queried. Pilaf cast them an annoyed glance. I told you. You need not follow my orders any longer. Go do what you wish. With that, he turned on his heel in a huff. Xiaowu and Ashu exchanged glances. And then both stood at attention, shouting in unison, We pledge our undying loyalty to King Pilaf. Pilaf froze, his body trembling as he stood still. After a moment, he abruptly turned around and dashed towards Xiaowu and Ashu, tears streaming down his face. I knew it. You wouldn't abandon me. Meanwhile, Goku had been unconscious for an entire week. Bulma remained by his side, and upon Pilaf's lifting of the brainwashing, she was struck by the absurdity of the past 3 years. Despite her admiration for Goku, she had spent those years devising ways to eliminate him as a threat. Guilt and unease kept her rooted beside him. Doctors had examined Goku multiple times, finding no abnormalities. He was simply in a deep state of fatigue, akin to an ordinary person who had slept excessively. However, the doctors were astonished that this state of weariness seemed to persist without alleviation for several days. During this time, the former king had restored the previous governmental structures, retaining all organizations established during Pilaf's reign, including the Pilaf Academy of Sciences, spearheaded by Dr. Brief and Dr. Jero. The Academy's primary task was to analyze the spacecraft brought by Jinyu. To prevent Bulma from sinking into sorrow, Krillin brought her a toy, the head-mounted scanner used by Jinyu. It didn't take long for Bulma to decipher the scanner's construction and rewrite its program to display in Earth's language. Let us see how strong I am, Krillin exclaimed excitedly. Bulma pressed a button on the device. 206. What does that even mean? Krillin pondered. Wait, check Goku, he urged, pointing at the unconscious figure. Bulma pressed another button, unsure of what readings could be gathered from someone in slumber. 5,000. Nanny. Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew Goku was stronger than him, but he had no concept of just how much stronger. Only today did he realize Goku surpassed him by dozens of times. What Krillin didn't know was that this reading was a result of Goku's body instinctively suppressing his energy. This device has some issues, Bulma muttered, ignoring Krillin's astonishment. This sensor is too sensitive. Exceeding the limit will cause it to burn out. If I add an index suppressor and reverse the values, it might yield even better results. With that, she picked up her tools and resumed her work. Krillin's mind glossed over Bulma's technical terminology, and seeing she was occupied, he felt reassured and left. On the 7th day of his coma, Goku slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings until he spotted the figure resting beside him. Bulma? He called softly, receiving no response. Goku gently placed his hand on her head. The sleeping Bulma felt a shift and quickly awoke, her eyes lighting up as she met Goku's weak smile, prompting her to burst into tears. You're finally awake. I was so scared. I thought you might never wake up, and I missed my chance to apologize. Haha. Goku chuckled awkwardly, somewhat confused by the situation. Suddenly, Bulma took both of Goku's hands, a mischievous grin on her face. To make it up to you, I'll grant you one wish, anything you want. Seeing the familiar, lively Bulma return, Goku felt a wave of relief wash over him. Without a second thought, he blurted out his desire. I want a big feast. Though aware of Goku's hearty appetite, Bulma was taken aback as he devoured everything in sight. As if making up for the week he had missed, He cleared out an entire restaurant stock before they had to switch to another. During this time, Krillin and the others received word of Goku's awakening and rushed to the restaurant. Goku. As Krillin burst through the door, his excitement was palpable. Upon seeing Goku safe and sound, a surge of joyful tears welled up in his eyes. He rushed forward to embrace Goku, exclaiming, "Goku, you are incredible. You defeated that monstrous foe. I was so worried you might be hurt. I thought." Goku simply chuckled foolishly a couple of times, his eating undisturbed. Upon noticing Master Roshi and Kaiatsu following behind, he merely offered a brief greeting. Everyone silently observed Goku as he savored his meal. Bulma was the first to shatter the silence, inquiring, "Why are only the three of you here? Where is Tien?" Krillin scratched his head, expressing his distress. "I don't know why, but while we all came back, Tien was the only one who didn't tea." Upon hearing this, Kaiatsu looked down, clutching his clothing. On the verge of tears, and Goku's expression shifted as he set down his food. "Tien, he has died once, and cannot return," Goku murmured. "Oh, so that's how it is." Krillin understood, realizing the explanation was indeed rational. Such miraculous events of resurrection could only occur once, which was not surprising. Yet, upon hearing the shattering of hope, Kaiatsu could not contain his sorrow. Goku paused for a moment, then resumed eating with fervor, stuffing his mouth with food and forcing it down before slamming the bowl onto the table. "Leave it to me. I will bring Tien back to life." The first life of Tien was lost because of him. To restore him was both his responsibility and his duty as a friend. Kaiatsu's hope ignited once more. He eagerly asked, "What must we do? How can we bring him back?" Goku gazed out the window, resolutely declaring, "We must go to Namek." Chapter 19, Departure to Namek. In summation, Bulma deduced that the Dragon Balls were, in fact, crafted by the Namekians, which meant that Namek also possessed Dragon Balls that did not have a limit on the number of revivals. Unlike Goku's chaotic explanation, Bulma's words were clear and comprehensible to everyone. "Is our Dragon Radar effective on Earth?" Bulma inquired, turning to Goku. "It should be." Goku scratched his head, admitting that he had never sought out the Dragon Balls on Namek, especially considering that Bulma's radar could even detect the Super Dragon Balls. Super Dragon Balls? The others exchanged bewildered glances. Bulma, accustomed to Goku's perplexing statements, learned to focus solely on what she wanted to know. "So, where is Namek? How do we get there?" Goku was momentarily taken aback. He had no idea where Namek was. He had always relied on instant transmission to travel there, but even with his Super Saiyan strength, locating the Namekian energy amidst the vast cosmos was no simple task, something he currently could not achieve. Returning to the conversation, Bulma pressed on, "Goku, how do you know about Namek? Currently, Earth's technology cannot even allow us to leave the solar system. Before Jinyu's arrival, we were unaware if other civilizations existed in the universe. How do you know so much about Namek? Have you met a Namekian?" In Bulma's understanding, this was the most plausible conclusion, albeit inaccurate, yet it provided a significant hint to Goku. "Yes." Goku suddenly stood up. "We can ask the Namekians, and then we'll know where Namek is." "What? Really? There are Namekians on Earth?" Bulma exclaimed. "Of course, our dear Kami," Goku replied. While everyone was still in shock, he extended his hand, saying, "Come, hold on to me, and I will take you to meet the deity." What followed was a seamless transition as Goku and the group instantly teleported to Kami's lookout. After some cordial exchanges, Popo guided them to Kami's spaceship, which was transferred to the Scientific Academy. Shortly thereafter, they deciphered Namek's coordinates from the system. However, humankind's technology was inadequate to swiftly replicate a more efficient spacecraft. After careful consideration, Dr. Briefs decided to make only minor modifications to Kami's ship, which would suffice for their journey to Namek. As for the participants, Goku was naturally going, and he invited Krillin along. However, Krillin instinctively hesitated, reluctant to embark on a month-long journey through space, uncertain of what complications might arise. Moreover, to be fair, if they encountered danger, he doubted he could assist Goku. Nonetheless, Krillin provided a more serious excuse. Earth needed a warrior to protect it. While waiting for the ship's modifications over the next 2 days, an unexpected incident made Krillin's flimsy reason appear more reasonable. While searching for the Dragon Balls to revive those killed by Jinyu, Bulma fortuitously discovered a rice cooker from the depths of the sea. Intrigued by its unique design and pristine condition, she brought it back. A few days later, feeling bored after his recent revival, Krillin, unable to resist, opened the rice cooker, inadvertently summoning the Demon King Piccolo once again. Master Roshi, Baba the Fortune Teller, Corinne, and Kami, all those who had experienced that cataclysmic ordeal, immediately recognized the malevolent energy. Yet, their shock dissipated within a second. Compared to Goku and Jinyu, Piccolo's power was pitifully weak. Goku, having arrived on the scene via instant transmission, chose not to intervene, merely advising Krillin to avoid killing Piccolo and stood back to observe the battle. A lengthy struggle ensued, equal in power, until Goku realized that if Krillin could not defeat Piccolo, the fight would never conclude. Ultimately, Goku stepped in, delivering a powerful blast that pierced through Piccolo's chest, attempting to replicate the scars left by his previous incarnation. Indeed, with his last breath, Piccolo left behind an egg. To monitor the whereabouts of young Piccolo and prevent any significant chaos, Krillin logically stayed on Earth. Consequently, only Goku would venture to Namek. On the day of departure, a group gathered in Dr. Brief's yard to bid farewell to Goku as a spaceship resembling a sea cucumber ascended slowly into the sky. Goku waved goodbye to everyone through the window. The ship then activated its travel mode, breaking through the atmosphere in mere seconds, traversing the asteroid belt within minutes. This time, Goku was not rushing to save anyone, and the ship lacked suitable training equipment, so he leisurely admired the scenery. However, after a while, he sensed something was amiss aboard the ship. Approaching the restroom door, he pressed the switch, which opened the door to reveal a tightly closed shower curtain. He walked over and pulled back the curtain, discovering Bulma curled up inside. Bulma? Initially, Bulma had been using her backpack to shield herself. But upon realizing she could not hide any longer, she stood up abruptly and shouted at Goku, "A beautiful girl is using the restroom. How dare you barge in?" She forcefully tossed her backpack at Goku's face, exclaiming, "Get out." Goku hastily fled, but after a moment, he realized something was off and called out through the restroom door. "Bulma, are you planning to go to Namek with me?" "Of course." The voice from behind the door resonated painfully in Goku's head. How can a grown man not take care of himself? Are you going to starve on the way? But Goku recalled that during their previous travels, he had always looked after Bulma. "Okay, hurry up and get out. Don't disturb a beautiful girl while she's in the restroom. Pervert." As expected, within a few days, Bulma revealed her true nature. The spaceship was cluttered with magazines and trash scattered around, and she roamed about in her pajamas, lamenting how slowly time seemed to pass. Meanwhile, Goku spent most of his time meditating. Lacking training conditions, he could only practice controlling his energy through meditation, which was a form of cultivation for him. Eventually, Bulma could no longer tolerate Goku's stillness. His unmoving presence annoyed her, as if she were traveling through space with a rock. In the end, Bulma took it upon herself to create a magnetic resistance device for Goku, a simplified version of the training pod used on Earth. This apparatus, which enhanced Goku's fundamental abilities, brought him immense joy, and seeing him laugh heartily warmed Bulma's heart. Time flew by, and 30 days had passed since Goku and the others departed from Earth. On Namek, in a remote village, a crowd of over 100 Namekians gathered, tense and furious, as they faced 3 humanoid beings of entirely different skin tones. One burly bald man was tightly gripping a frail Namekian's neck, lifting him into the air, while the bald man smirked at the crowd behind him. "I will give you only one chance. Hand over the Dragon Balls, or I will kill him immediately." As he spoke, the bald man tightened his grip, causing the elder to struggle in pain. "Elder," a voice cried out from the anxious crowd. "Let him go." At that moment, a significantly younger Namekian burst forth from the crowd, surrounded by an aura of energy, raising his fist to strike the bald man. "Oh." A short young man behind the bald one watched the scene with interest, a power level of 3,000. "I didn't expect a bit of strength to be hidden away." "Indeed. There are such powerful warriors lurking about," a voice exclaimed from behind the short man, belonging to a person with long, flowing hair, clutching a basketball-sized Dragon Ball in his hands. Hearing such cowardly remarks, the short man cast a disdainful glance at him. However, the combat prowess of 3,000 was trivial for the bald warrior. He maintained his grip on the elder, while his other hand deftly deflected the incoming attack. With a sudden and powerful kick to the abdomen, the Namekian was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a house, rendered unconscious with eyes rolled back. A few villagers rushed forward to assess the situation, one crouching down to support the elder's head, 2 green orbs of light materializing in his hands. Upon witnessing the defeat of their village's strongest fighter, the Namekians realized their resistance was futile. An elder silently retreated into a dwelling, emerging shortly after with a Dragon Ball cradled in his hands. The crowd parted to create a path for him, as the Dragon Ball was slowly presented before the intruder. "This is the Dragon Ball you seek. Take it and release the elder." "Now that sounds reasonable." The bald warrior grasped the Dragon Ball, tossing it casually behind him, where a long-haired man caught it effortlessly. But when did I ever say I would spare you? A sinister smile crept across the bald warrior's lips as he concentrated energy into a devastating wave. An explosion erupted, blinding the onlookers, and when they regained their sight, they discovered the elder's head reduced to mere ash, his body slumped lifelessly on the ground. Elder, you fiend, despicable foreigner. Enraged, the Namekians surged forward. But the bald warrior met them with indifference. Some had their arms broken, others lost chunks of their thighs, hardly anyone fell instantly. He appeared to relish the act of slaughter. Enough, Nappa, shouted a shorter figure from behind. Stop this senselessness, we are pressed for time. Let us move on to the next village. Yes, Vegeta. Nappa cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Namekians, then unleashed a colossal energy sphere. The resulting explosion reverberated through the air, a cloud of dust enveloping the land, and when it cleared, only a vast, gaping pit remained, devoid of any trace of civilization. Vegeta shot a disapproving look at Nappa before addressing his companion. Let us go, Raditz. On to the next village. Understood. Raditz acknowledged, pressing a button on his scouter. At that moment, a message appeared on his communicator, which he opened to examine. His expression shifted dramatically as he comprehended its contents. What? The other two glanced at him in confusion as Raditz's eyes widened in alarm. Just now, Planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Note, in the original work, the destruction of Planet Vegeta was first mentioned without a specific time frame. Subsequent adaptations clarified that it occurred shortly after Goku's birth. However, this raises inconsistencies. If the destruction happened so early, both Raditz and Vegeta would have been mere children, rendering the situation illogical, whether by chance or Frieza's design. More likely, Akira Toriyama intended to forcefully explain Goku's remarkable strength as a low-class warrior, attributing a noble lineage to Bardock to enhance Goku's heritage. I personally disapprove of this Japanese lineage theory, hence in this narrative, the destruction of Planet Vegeta is set at this current timeline. To divulge a bit more. In this story, Kakarot is inherently a low-class warrior, with no subsequent boosts from lineage. And the unfolding story will explore a different theoretical framework to address the power dynamics between this life and the previous one. Chapter 20, Scions versus Namekians Destruction, Annihilation. Nappa could scarcely believe his ears. What was happening? Could someone possibly dare to provoke the Scions? No, who could obliterate an entire planet like Vegeta? No. It wasn't an invasion. Raditz, drenched in cold sweat, realized that Vegeta had suffered a catastrophic meteor strike, causing the entire planet to vanish. What? This news left Vegeta utterly astonished. How could this be? What terrible misfortune? Nappa murmured. Was this divine retribution? Raditz whispered, too. Don't be foolish. Vegeta shouted angrily. What meteor? You actually believe such nonsense? However, that was what the reports indicated, Raditz replied, his tone lacking confidence. Use your brains. If we gather the energy of all elite warriors, the entire Vegeta could be reduced to ashes. How could a meteor approach our planet? Indeed, the other two appeared enlightened. Vegeta must have been destroyed. It was evident and required no further verification. The question remained. What force could suppress the combined resistance of all Scions and thus annihilate Vegeta? Frieza, Vegeta murmured softly. The two turned to him, observing as his brow furrowed in contemplation, only to erupt into laughter moments later. Their demise is solely a consequence of their own weakness. Indeed, only I, Prince Vegeta, possess the power to dethrone Frieza in this universe. Let us proceed to the next village. Vegeta commanded without hesitation. Though he understood a confrontation with Frieza was inevitable, he was wise enough to realize that resistance at this moment was futile. He lacked the strength. If the Dragon Balls could indeed grant any wish, if only he were bestowed with eternal life, he would eventually surpass Frieza. Conversely, if Frieza were to gain immortality, he would never rise again. Thus, the Dragon Balls must never fall into Frieza's hands. After a night's respite, the trio followed the Tracker's guidance and arrived at the next village. As they flew in, a Namekian stood at the village entrance, facing their approach. This Namekian was exceptionally tall, towering at least twice the height of an ordinary Namekian. With a remarkably robust physique, he stood solemnly on the ground, resembling a guardian deity. He was the Grand Elder of Namek, the god of this planet. Nappa descended slowly before the Grand Elder, crossing his arms in an arrogant display as he conveyed his intentions. You have Dragon Balls here as well? Hand them over quickly, and I may grant you a swift death. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes slightly, noticing Raditz behind Nappa, along with the two Dragon Balls he held. Ah, I see. I have sensed many children leaving this world in recent days. You are the culprits. You know, Nappa began. But his words were abruptly cut off as an overwhelming aura surged from the Grand Elder, transforming into a shockwave that sent Nappa flying. Nanny! Raditz could hardly believe his eyes. This unassuming Namekian had unleashed a formidable battle power of 10,000 in an instant. Yet, shortly thereafter, the Grand Elder began to cough violently, and a young Namekian appeared behind him. Grand Elder, please take care of your health. I shall handle these intruders. Thank you, Nail. The Grand Elder replied, dragging his weary body back toward the village. Nappa, still reeling from the encounter, let out a sigh of relief. Facing an opponent with 10,000 battle power was no advantageous position. However, the young man before him appeared no different from an ordinary Namekian, and the tracker indicated his battle power was only a mere 1,000. The humiliation he had just faced quickly morphed into anger, fueling his confidence. Damn bug, how dare you look down on me? Nappa stormed toward Nail, who calmly removed the cape from his neck and tossed it aside. Nappa, don't underestimate him. Having witnessed the fluctuations in the battle power of Namekians twice, Vegeta had discerned that this individual's strength was undoubtedly greater than the indicated 1,000. Yet he could not ascertain just how formidable his opponent truly was. Seemingly oblivious, Nappa charged at Nail with a furious roar, but as he lunged, Nail's form suddenly morphed into an afterimage and vanished. Just as Nappa sought his whereabouts, Nail reappeared directly in front of him, delivering a powerful kick to Nappa's neck that sent him flying several meters away, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Vegeta was astonished, not because Nappa had been defeated so swiftly, but because Nail's moment of attack had registered an astonishing figure on the tracker, 12,000. How could this be? Raditz stared in disbelief at the Namekian before him, glancing at Vegeta, who he knew had a battle power of only 13,000. If the Namekian had not yet revealed his full strength, then even Vegeta might not stand a chance, and their trio would surely perish here. Ha ha ha. How amusing. As the proud prince of Science, how could I ever cower? You must be the strongest warrior on this planet. Once I eliminate you, the Dragon Balls will be mine. Vegeta was well aware that Nail's strength was on par with his own, yet this was merely a trial on his quest for supremacy in the universe. If he could not surpass this hurdle to obtain the Dragon Balls, what right would he have to confront Frieza? Vegeta adopted a serious demeanor, assuming an offensive stance. While Nail recognized Vegeta's formidable prowess and prepared for battle, a gentle breeze swept across the silent battlefield, and in the next moment, both vanished from sight. The air filled with the sounds of their clashes. Raditz struggled to track their movements, only occasionally catching glimpses of their figures amidst the frenetic exchanges. After several rounds of combat, Nail began to grasp Vegeta's capabilities and gradually increased his speed and power. Within just 2 exchanges, Nail exploited a flaw in Vegeta's defense, landing a heavy punch to Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to spit blood. Following up, Nail brought his fists crashing down on the back of Vegeta's head, sending him plummeting from the sky. Upon hitting the ground, Vegeta felt the world spinning around him, blood pouring from his mouth. Yet, the dignity of a prince compelled him to rise and stand firm. In that moment, he finally comprehended the true might of his opponent. Having experienced the disparity firsthand, he believed that Nail's battle power exceeded his own by at least a factor of 2. Watching the fight, Raditz was left speechless in shock. He had never witnessed Vegeta in such a predicament. The formidable strength of his opponent seemed capable of rivaling Frieza's elite, the Ginyu Force. And they could never hope to win against such an adversary. Fool. Vegeta's thunderous shout interrupted Raditz's spiraling thoughts. What are you dawdling for? Contribute something. Raditz was momentarily taken aback. With his meager strength, what could he possibly do to aid? Seeing Raditz frozen in place, Vegeta shouted in fury, the moon, suddenly enlightened. Raditz hastily discarded the Dragon Balls in his hand and began to gather energy in his palm. This was a unique Scion technique, using oxygen and energy to create an artificial full moon exceeding 17 million Frieza units. This technique was immensely taxing. Raditz would nearly exhaust himself to create a minimally adequate artificial moon, yet it would certainly conserve Vegeta's energy. At this moment, Nehru had landed beside Vegeta. Expressionless as he inquired, "Are you prepared to meet your end?" Vegeta forced a smile, retorting, "Don't celebrate too soon. We are a warrior race." Just then, Raditz let out a mighty roar, hurling a sphere of light into the sky. Nehru, alert, glanced over, while Vegeta seized the opportunity to gaze at the Frieza ball. Blood vessels spread across Vegeta's eyes as gray fur sprouted from his temples. His mouth began to protrude, and his body swelled in tandem with his escalating power. In mere seconds, Vegeta transformed into a colossal ape, towering over 10 meters high. "Nanny?" Nehru exclaimed in shock, sensing a significant surge in his opponent's strength. "Your doom is upon you." Vegeta suddenly launched a kick toward Nehru, swift and fierce. Nehru, caught off guard, was sent flying over 100 meters. While the giant ape Vegeta erupted in fury, pursuing him. Regaining composure midair, Nehru swiftly adjusted his stance, unleashing his energy to its maximum potential. The battle had escalated beyond his control. As Vegeta closed in, Nehru opened his mouth, unleashing an energy wave aimed directly at Vegeta's face. Reacting instinctively, Vegeta dodged. Though his cheek was still grazed by the explosion. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he refused to relinquish his fleeting advantage, grabbing Nehru firmly with both hands. "Ha! Caught you." Vegeta exerted his strength, intent on crushing the Namekian. Nehru, summoning every ounce of his power, struggled to match Vegeta's might. Veins bulged on Nehru's forehead as he continuously heightened his energy, resisting the monstrous force before him. This scene left Raditz astounded, despite the Scion's power multiplication post-transformation. The Namekian was still able to contend. The magnitude of Nehru's combat prowess was unfathomable. Nehru managed to push Vegeta's hands apart slightly, then swiftly evaded, inhaling deeply. Nearly overwhelmed by the terrifying power, Vegeta pressed the attack, his immense size granting him an expanded range, complicating Nehru's defenses. Astonishingly, the gargantuan ape was faster than the humanoid Vegeta. However, after several exchanges, Nehru began to acclimate to the rhythm of battle. Indeed, while this creature had gained tremendous strength, its size hindered its speed, Nehru mused. Vegeta's strength now surpassed Nehru's, yet the increase in speed paled in comparison to the surge in power. Thus, having adapted to the combat tempo, Nehru could deftly evade Vegeta's strikes and counterattack. Realizing he was losing ground in close combat, Vegeta shifted to a royal strategy, creating distance to launch high-density energy blasts at Nehru. However, Scions seldom fought in their great ape form, especially someone as powerful as Vegeta, who could dispatch most foes in his humanoid state. This resulted in a lack of precision in controlling his massive body, significantly diminishing the threat of his royal technique. Not only did his energy blasts fail to reach Nehru, but they also provided openings for counterattacks. It felt akin to trying to swat a fly, no matter how strong. It was a futile rage. If this stalemate continued, defeat was inevitable. Thus, with determination, Vegeta resolved to unleash his ultimate move. He surged toward Nehru at blinding speed. Fists clenched against his chest, radiating a brilliant light. Trouble. Nehru instantly comprehended that this was akin to a self-destructing, wide-area attack. Not only was it nearly impossible to evade, but to protect the nearby village, he could not afford to escape. Nehru crossed his arms in an X shape before his chest, assuming a defensive stance, while also forming a semi-spherical barrier of energy in front of him. A massive energy sphere erupted from Vegeta, expanding outward, causing Nehru's barrier to indent like a balloon under pressure. In an instant, a blinding white light flashed, accompanied by the earth-shattering roar of an explosion. Chapter 21. The four Scions. A tremendous explosion resonated from afar, as the weary Raditz had already taken the near-death Nappa to shelter behind a barricade. The Namekians in the village gazed in terror at the spectacle unfolding in the sky. The shockwave from the explosion was dispersed by a singular point, creating a conical safety zone that enveloped the entire village. At the moment of the blast, the village's elder raised his hands, conjuring a colossal barrier that shielded the entire settlement. Fragments and energy splashes were intercepted by the barrier, sparing every Namekian from harm. As the dust from the explosion permeated the atmosphere, both sides anxiously observed the battlefield, uncertain of the current state of affairs. Gradually, as the haze began to dissipate, they caught sight of Vegeta, energy exhausted, reverting to his humanoid form. His eyelids drooped, and he gasped for breath, clearly too fatigued to continue the fight. Opposite him, Nehru maintained a defensive posture but faltered, dropping to one knee and spitting forth purple blood. The elder descended beside Nehru, prompting a startled reaction from Vegeta. Though he had dealt with the most formidable foe, the presence of the towering warrior in the village posed a grave threat. Any further aggression from him could spell doom. Yet, the elder exhibited no hostility. Instead, he raised a hand towards Nehru, a green orb of light materializing above it. Within moments, Nehru's injuries vanished, and he stood, exhaling deeply, expressing gratitude to the elder, acknowledging his oversight and underestimating the enemy's strength. With a composed demeanor, the elder turned alongside Nehru to regard the nearly defeated Vegeta. In that moment, despair washed over Vegeta. Compared to the colossal adversary with a battle power exceeding 10,000, the fully charged Nehru was a far greater threat. Having failed to vanquish his opponent even in his great ape form, he now found himself utterly defenseless. "It is time to conclude this," Nuru declared, stepping toward Vegeta and raising a hand aimed at his head. "Do you have any final words?" This taunt ignited fury within Vegeta. "I am Prince Vegeta. How dare you? Filthy insects." Nuru remained unfazed, responding, "It appears you have nothing left to say." As he concentrated energy into a sphere, Vegeta, in his despair, watched helplessly as a diminutive figure intervened, blocking the light of the energy sphere. Goku stood between them, gripping Nuru's wrist tightly, and spoke solemnly. "Would you grant me the courtesy of refraining from combat, at least for now?" In the distant void of space, Goku and Bulma's ship was still 2 days away from Namek. While training, Goku suddenly sensed 2 distant energies he knew all too well. "Vegeta!" he exclaimed, puzzled by the realization of his presence in this location. He quickly turned to Bulma, pointing in a direction. "Look over there. Isn't that the way to Namek?" Bulma, unsure of Goku's intent, glanced at the monitor and confirmed, "Indeed, that is the direction of Namek." Before Goku could further contemplate, he felt another powerful energy. Unfamiliar yet reminiscent of Piccolo. Could it be an Namekian? He pondered. Just then, the 2 energies collided violently, indicating an ongoing battle. After a fierce surge, Vegeta's energy waned significantly, alarming Goku. He seems to be in trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku changed out of his training attire and instantaneously arrived on the battlefield, positioning himself before the poised Nuru. "Who are you?" Nuru demanded, taking a cautious step back, having sensed the newcomer's presence only just before his intervention, as though he had materialized from thin air. The elder, too, was taken aback. "Are you allied with him?" Nuru asked in a low tone. Goku glanced at the beleaguered Vegeta. "Well, somewhat. We share a history." Aware of the Namekian's inherently benevolent nature and Vegeta's notorious reputation as a planet plunderer, Goku felt it was likely Vegeta's fault for the conflict and hesitated to speak further. Although the clash may be primarily Vegeta's fault, "I kindly ask you to let him go." Goku bowed respectfully. "Do you know how many Namekians they have harmed? There is no way we can simply let them go. I sincerely apologize. I will find a way to resolve this." Goku straightened up, but added, however, "If you are willing to engage in combat first and then discuss, I would gladly oblige." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him, enveloping him in a crimson glow. The pressure of his 5-fold Kaioken left everyone present gasping for air. How is this possible? Nuru thought, astonished by the power surpassing that of the great ape. "Enough." The elder approached, placing a calming hand on Nuru. "I sense that this young man possesses a kind heart." "Young man," he addressed Goku, "what is your name?" Goku withdrew his aura, responding, "I am Son Goku." Witnessing Goku's ability to diminish his aura to nearly imperceptible levels, the elder marveled, "Indeed remarkable. So, Mr. Son Goku, if you can ensure they cause no further chaos, we may sit down to discuss matters. However, I must first declare that they must face punishment for their transgressions. Can you accept this?" "Absolutely. Leave it to me," Goku assured, thumping his chest. With that, the elder led Nuru back to the village. Meanwhile, Vegeta, exhausted, turned to Goku, struggling to ask, Who are you?" Upon noticing the tail behind Goku, he gasped in astonishment, "You are a scion." Yet, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. The artificial moon in the sky had not fully dissipated, and his and Raditz energies had been drained, making it impossible to transform into a great ape. If Goku was indeed a scion, why did he not react to Frieza's presence? "Hey, Vegeta. Long time no see," Goku exclaimed joyfully upon reuniting with his long-lost comrade. "What?" Vegeta was baffled. He did not recall any such formidable acquaintance. If this individual knew him, he should certainly remember him as well. "Ah, right, you never called me old son." But rather Kakarot, Goku mused, resting his chin on his hand in thought. Kakarot? Vegeta recognized it as a common scion name, yet he had no recollection of it. Kakarot. Raditz, from a distance, reacted to the name, rushing over in disbelief to scrutinize Goku. Kakarot. Raditz examined Goku closely. It could be a mere coincidence, but this young boy bore a striking resemblance to their father, Bardock, and given his age, it was undeniable that he was his brother. "You." Goku suddenly realized that it was not just Vegeta present. You. What was your name again?" Raditz's expression darkened. "I remember you as my brother." With that revelation, Raditz's doubts were confirmed. Indeed, Goku was his brother, Kakarot. His first reaction was not to inquire why Goku was there, but to marvel at the incredible power he had acquired. "Brother?" Vegeta directed his gaze at Raditz. "Indeed." Raditz nodded. He had been deemed a low-class warrior at birth and sent to a remote planet within the galaxy, a civilization of weaklings with exceedingly low battle power. What? Vegeta was acutely aware that the scions sent away in infancy were merely the lowest tier among the warrior class. However, the figure before him, Kakarot, possessed strength that far surpassed his own as an elite warrior. Before Vegeta could pose a question, Goku noticed Nappa in the distance. Huh, there's someone else. He jogged over to Nappa and, upon seeing him barely clinging to life, recognized him as the villain who had invaded Earth alongside Vegeta and had slain numerous Earth warriors. Nevertheless, it was evident that Nappa was no match for Goku at this moment. They were far away on Namek, posing no threat to Earth. This realization stirred Goku's compassion, prompting him to produce a Senzu bean and feed it to Nappa, who instantly revived. What just happened? Nappa exclaimed upon awakening, noticing Vegeta's severely injured state and sensing that something was amiss. However, scanning his surroundings revealed not a single Namekian in sight, only a strange child. Enough of this racket. Vegeta grumbled, irritable at the thought of having to explain his defeat. In any case, let's head to the village and have a proper discussion with the elder. You can do as you please with me. I have nothing to discuss with you. Vegeta shouted defiantly. Vegeta, perhaps we should first see what they wish to discuss. And it might give you a chance to recover, Raditz suggested quietly. What do you expect me, the Scion Prince and elite warrior, to discuss with those lowly creatures? Vegeta retorted. While he was uncertain of the events unfolding, Nappa urged, Vegeta, for the moment, just calm down. Get lost. With Vegeta refusing to yield, Goku found himself at a loss. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Vegeta listens to her the most. With that thought, Goku instantaneously transported himself back to the spaceship and then swiftly brought Bulma to Namek. Vegeta, look who has arrived. Goku exclaimed excitedly, but then recalled Trunks' warning. Revealing too much could potentially alter the course of history, jeopardizing Trunks' existence. Yet, had not history already veered far off course? Goku was momentarily bewildered about whether he should disclose their future relations. Before he could sort his thoughts, a sudden sharp pain struck his head as Bulma delivered a forceful smack, causing a sizable bump to form. What are you doing? She shouted. Calm down. We're on Namek. Goku responded, rubbing his head. Namek? Bulma looked around, taking in the sight of Vegeta and the others staring at her in disbelief, and then glanced down at her attire, only her undergarments. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. Grabbing Goku by the collar, she shouted, How dare you treat a young lady this way? With that, she yanked off Goku's shirt, fashioning it into a makeshift apron around her waist, and then spotted the distant artificial structures, running towards them with a shriek. Meanwhile, Goku, left bare-chested, hurried after Bulma, perplexed. Isn't this how she always dresses? Why is she suddenly making a fuss? The open space was left in silence, with Vegeta and the others rendered speechless. After a lengthy pause, Vegeta finally managed to utter, Truly shameless. With that, he wearily began to make his way toward Goku. Chapter 22, The Round Table Conference at the heart of the village, atop a nearly cylindrical mountain, stood the residence of the Grand Elder. Despite the spacious interior, the Grand Elder's imposing figure and the chair that matched his size occupied nearly half of the room. Bulma had donned attire befitting a Namekian, though she found the cloak cumbersome and chose not to wear it. Goku teleported her directly before the Grand Elder, while outside. Vegeta and his companions slowly entered the Grand Elder's abode under the wary gazes of the villagers. With the addition of Nappa, all were present. With a sweeping gesture, the Grand Elder conjured a table and chairs sufficient for their number. Goku and Bulma boldly took their seats, while Vegeta begrudgingly sat down. Turning his back towards Goku and the others, followed suit by Nappa and Raditz. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Bulma glanced around, her eyes twitching in exasperation as she implored, Can someone explain what is happening here? Vegeta shot her a glance before turning away, prompting a resigned sigh from the Grand Elder, who began to speak. These three intruders came for the Dragon Balls, ravaging our village and forcibly seizing them. Now they have come here, and in self-defense, we fought back. Just as they were about to fall, this young man intervened, suggesting we should discuss matters peacefully, which is why we are gathered here. As for what exactly we shall discuss, I am all ears. All eyes turned to Goku, who scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, I'm not sure how to say this. In short, I hope you can spare Vegeta. He pointed at Vegeta, adding, despite his constant anger, he has a good heart. Vegeta glared at Goku, his teeth clenched, feeling insulted by the remark. How dare you? Do not pretend to know me. Haha, still the same old Vegeta, Goku chuckled, genuinely pleased to see his comrade after so many years. The others naturally interpreted Vegeta's reaction as typical Tsundere behavior, unaware that he genuinely did not recognize Goku. Although your power is formidable, it does not justify sparing them, the Grand Elder asserted sternly. They have harmed many of our Namekian kin. If you insist on intervening, we shall fight to the death for our dignity. Goku fell momentarily silent, furrowing his brow as he pondered how to navigate the situation. Wishing to avoid harming anyone on either side. Observing his struggle, Bulma interjected, "Don't you have the Dragon Balls? You could simply revive those who have died." "Ah, right," Goku exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. The Grand Elder shook his head, explaining, "The dragon can only resurrect one person at a time, and can only be used once a year. With so many of our kin lost, how many years would it take to revive them all? Returning decades later would be no different than truly experiencing death." "One person?" Bulma questioned, perplexed. "We can use the Dragon Balls to revive them," Goku declared excitedly, standing up. "The Dragon Balls on Earth do not have such restrictions. With just one wish, we can bring them all back." The Dragon Balls on Earth? Before the Grand Elder could inquire further, Vegeta suddenly stood up, a look of sheer terror on his face. "What did you say?" "Earth. The Dragon Balls of Earth." Goku looked at Vegeta in confusion, noticing the disbelief etched across his face. You didn't kill Jinyu, did you?" "Ah, Jinyu. He wanted to eliminate everyone on Earth, and I had no choice." Goku felt a pang of disappointment. He seldom truly killed his enemies. "You? What is this about, Raditz?" Vegeta turned to Raditz, questioning whether he was indeed a low-class warrior. "Why yes, that's right." Raditz recalled witnessing Kakaroto's test results and hearing their parents speak of this disappointing younger brother, who indeed was a low-class warrior, even inferior to him. "How did you defeat Jinyu?" Vegeta suddenly grasped a glimmer of hope. If a low-class warrior could defeat Jinyu, perhaps he too stood a chance against Frieza. "Well, it was through arduous training," Goku stated, contemplating. "Are you joking?" Vegeta retorted, feeling insulted as he prided himself on never slacking off. "Wait." Vegeta suddenly had a thought. "Why did you not react to the moon?" "Huh? What do you mean I didn't react?" "Cybermen transform under the moon. Don't tell me you don't know that." I know about that. The giant ape. I should be able to transform, but I've never done it before." Goku had always kept an early schedule on Earth, so he had never been influenced by a full moon. Unbeknownst to him, the latent power of the Saiyan transformation had already been fully unlocked by the super water, which was how Goku had defeated Jinyu, rendering the moon ineffective against him now. "Could it be that you possess a special physique?" Vegeta speculated, considering it a plausible explanation. Perhaps Kakaroto's unique nature had led to him being misclassified as a low-class warrior. He might possess some secret that could enhance his strength. Ahem. Sensing the conversation straying, the Grand Elder interjected, "Let us return to the main topic. How did the Dragon Balls you speak of come into existence?" "Oh, we have a Namekian on Earth who created the Dragon Balls, similar to yours, just a bit smaller," Goku explained, gesturing in a circular motion. "The Dragon Balls on Earth can resurrect many people at once, rest assured." "Indeed, we recently used the Dragon Balls to resurrect all those slain by Jinyu," Bulma added. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment, his thoughts drifting back to centuries past when the environment on Namek had deteriorated dramatically, and even the Dragon Balls could do nothing. At that time, the Grand Elder had laid eggs symbolizing hope for civilization, sending them into space in hopes of preserving some spark for the Namekians. If any had survived, it would not be surprising for them to possess superior Dragon Ball abilities. "Very well, I believe your words. However," the Grand Elder continued, "what brings you all the way to Namek? That lost kin of ours seems not to have accompanied you." "Well, he is a deity on Earth, so he probably won't be coming," Goku replied. "We have come to borrow the Dragon Balls." The Grand Elder's brow furrowed. If Earth has its own Dragon Balls, why seek ours? Upon learning that Goku had also come for the Dragon Balls, Vegeta began to feel anxious. "Here's the thing," Bulma clarified. "Earth's Dragon Balls have their limitations, such as not being able to resurrect the same person multiple times. One of our companions, due to certain circumstances." At this point, Bulma felt a pang of sadness. He has already died twice, and Goku said the Dragon Balls here could bring him back. So we wanted to borrow them. The Grand Elder nodded. "Indeed, the Dragon Balls of Namek can revive the same person multiple times." "Really?" Bulma exclaimed joyfully, standing up. Goku, however, remained unfazed, still smiling. A bunch of fools. A weakling can die 100 times, rather than waste this precious wish. It would be better for me to grow stronger." Vegeta scoffed. Goku suddenly recalled something. "Vegeta, are you also here for the Dragon Balls? You're not still thinking about some wish for immortality, are you?" Although Vegeta did indeed harbor such thoughts, hearing Goku state it so bluntly filled him with embarrassment. With no other option, he huffed and sat back down, realizing he couldn't win in a fight. To harness the power of Shinran, one must first possess a heart of righteousness, the Grand Elder spoke slowly. Furthermore, one must endure the trials set by the 7 elders in order to gather the Dragon Balls and summon Shinran. The likes of invaders such as yourselves will never be granted the power of Shinran. As for you, the Grand Elder turned his gaze towards Goku. I cannot say for certain. It all depends on your fate. This sounds intriguing. I would like to give it a try. Oh? Are we about to embark on a new adventure on this planet? Bulma exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. I say, have you all forgotten something? Vegeta said grimly. Do you understand the consequences of being denied the Dragon Balls? Nappa looked at Vegeta, silently awaiting his harsh proclamation. Frieza will come. The others in the room reacted little. But Goku, who had been smiling just a moment ago, suddenly adopted a serious expression. Frieza, this is troublesome. Frieza? Bulma pondered, struggling to recall where she had heard that name. Ah, that great demon mentioned by Jinyu. I didn't expect you to have some knowledge. A faint smile appeared on Vegeta's lips. Since you are aware, that simplifies matters. Listen, even if I obtain the Dragon Balls, I will not hand them over to Frieza. I shall grant myself immortality, ensuring that Frieza will never acquire the Dragon Balls. He will undoubtedly come to Namek. And if you do not use the Dragon Balls to strengthen me, then none of you will survive. Do you understand? Even so, can't we simply wish for Goku to become stronger? Bulma suggested slowly. Vegeta's face darkened. That was indeed a reasonable point, and he found himself unable to refute it. However, Bulma was not in the mood for banter, her mind racing with thoughts of Jinyu, the Dragon Balls, and Namek. She sensed an underlying disquiet, as if everything was interconnected by an unseen thread. Wait, Bulma suddenly exclaimed. How do you all know about the events on Earth? Could it be that Jinyu brought a communication device? Of course, Vegeta pointed to the scouter still worn by Raditz. This scouter has communication capabilities. We are aware of most happenings on Earth, which is why Frieza sent us here to search for the Dragon Balls. Then, could it be that he sent you to Namek while he went to Earth himself? Bulma asked in panic. No, our base is a year's journey from Earth. Namek is closer. He will certainly come here first. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly grasped something. He turned sharply to Goku. You are a Scion. Does Jinyu know you are a Scion? He should know, right? I believe I mentioned it. Goku scratched his head. Yet Vegeta realized that the distinctive tales of Scions were too conspicuous. Even if Goku had not spoken of it, Jinyu would have certainly noticed. Scion. What Scion? Bulma finally observed the thrashing appendages around Vegeta and his companions' waists, strikingly similar to Goku's tail. Her mind buzzed, and she slowly turned to Goku. You are not an Earthling? No, I am a Scion, just like them. Did I not mention that? Even if Goku had previously stated it, Bulma had likely dismissed it as nonsense. Now, realizing that in this vast alien chamber, she was the only diminutive Earthling, fear began to creep in, conjuring many unspeakable images. Ah, I see, Vegeta chuckled softly. Jinyu was killed by a Scion, and Frieza, wary of the Scion's potential, destroyed planet Vegeta. Therefore, when Frieza arrives at Namek, this place will surely face a dire fate. It was astounding how a minor incident on the distant Earth could indirectly lead to the destruction of 2 planets. In that moment, Vegeta found himself feeling as conflicted as the Grand Elder. Chapter 23. Reaching Consensus or Destruction. Bulma expressed her astonishment. Are you implying that your Scion planet has been annihilated? Indeed, Goku affirmed with a nod, recalling that it was Frieza who had obliterated the Scion homeworld. This recollection evoked memories of the moment when Jinyu threatened to destroy Earth. Yet Bulma could not fathom how such a formidable race as the Scions could fall so easily. Even if Goku was the strongest Scion, he was still leagues above Earth's mightiest warrior, Krillin, which left her in disbelief. Frieza single-handedly exterminated all the Scions? Bulma inquired weakly. Ignorant woman, Vegeta scoffed, casting her a disdainful glance. Frieza obliterated the entire planet of Vegeta into cosmic dust, without the need for a tedious extermination. Nanny. As a scientist, Bulma had considered the possibility of eradicating all life feasible, yet the destruction of an entire planet seemed utterly implausible. Vegeta frowned slightly. What is so surprising? Jinyu could have easily destroyed Earth. You should consider yourselves fortunate to have survived. Nanny. The revelation that such a catastrophic threat had once loomed made Bulma tremble as she looked at Goku. Does that mean that the Goku who defeated Jinyu could easily obliterate Earth? What are we waiting for? Let us flee. Bulma exclaimed, pounding the table. She had no desire to perish in the vastness of space. The Grand Elder sighed. Since the calamity struck hundreds of years ago, technological advancements on Namek have regressed. We currently lack even a single spaceship. Escape is not an option. The Dragon Balls. Don't you still possess them? You could wish for a spaceship that accommodates all of us, couldn't you? Or better yet, wish to teleport us all to safety. The suggestion stirred the Grand Elder. For he realized that if an insurmountable enemy were to attack, he could not let pride cost the lives of his entire clan. Are we truly without hope? Nail murmured. Humph, irrelevant, Vegeta interjected. With your capabilities, if Jinyu were still alive, Frieza wouldn't even need to intervene. He continued. The only path forward is to use the Dragon Balls to strengthen ourselves. Eventually, we shall eliminate Frieza. Mere flight would only postpone the inevitable. To avoid Bulma's critique, Vegeta deliberately used the term we. There's no need for excessive concern, Goku reassured. Defeating Frieza isn't insurmountable. We don't necessarily need the Dragon Balls for immortality. You? Vegeta regarded Goku in disbelief, then laughed. I concede you possess some strength. Based on my estimates, your combat power might be around 150,000, but what does that matter? Frieza's power is conservatively estimated to exceed 300,000. Upon hearing this, Nail clenched his fists. He was the strongest warrior on the planet. Yet against such a disparity in strength, he felt utterly powerless, as if his kin had already perished, a wave of despair washing over him. Well, if my current power is 150,000, Goku began to count on his fingers, then Frieza must be at least 3,000,000, right? Silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned to Goku, as if he had uttered a nonsensical dream. Wah, how can that be possible? Vegeta shouted suddenly. How do you know that? I've fought him before, so I naturally know, Goku replied calmly. The revelation was too shocking. Vegeta was too bewildered to ponder why Goku had fought Frieza or why he was still alive. His mind was consumed by one number, 3,000,000. Historically, the mightiest Scion had combat power around 100,000, and even in his wildest dreams. He imagined that immortality through the Dragon Balls would grant him the strength to contend with Frieza's 300,000. But 3,000,000 was such a height attainable in a lifetime? No, Vegeta suddenly awoke to the realization, gazing at Goku. Are you saying that even knowing Frieza's power is 3,000,000, you know how to defeat him? Of course. The key is to train until we surpass him. Had this been a previous time, Vegeta would have dismissed him as a madman, but Kakarot, a low-class warrior, had managed to defeat Jinyu. Perhaps he indeed possessed a miraculous training method? This elite Scion might just have a way to stand against Frieza. Vegeta stared at his trembling hands, and after a considerable pause, he resolved firmly, gritting his teeth. Teach me. Absolutely. Goku replied with a smile. Hey, what are you two discussing? Bulma interjected. Frieza is on his way. Isn't it a tad late to start training now? Shouldn't we be contemplating our escape? Having made a significant decision, Vegeta felt considerably more relaxed. Assured that Frieza wouldn't arrive imminently. The others were puzzled. When we received the news of Vegeta's destruction, Frieza was still at his main base. Even if he set off immediately, it would take at least a month for his flagship to reach Namek. We have a month to prepare. Oh, I see. Bulma exhaled deeply. The feeling of imminent death finally abated, and she regained her composure. Cough, cough. After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder spoke, in summary. We should be able to escape Namek before Frieza arrives, but in the vast universe, where can we go? Earth would suffice. Goku promptly replied. Nanny, Bulma exclaimed. Wouldn't that just make Earth a target for villains? She had hoped that perhaps if the Namekians fled, Frieza would pursue them and forget about Earth. Fear not. We shall surely defeat Frieza. Humph, indeed. Vegeta appeared eager for action. After a prolonged silence, Nappa finally interjected, struggling to keep pace with the conversation. Yet he grasped one thing entirely. Defeat Frieza? Are you planning to resist King Frieza? Nappa recoiled in fright, having witnessed Frieza's terror firsthand. That nightmarish scene haunted him for years. Even if Vegeta was powerful, the gap between them and Frieza was insurmountable. Rebellion equated to death. Oh? Vegeta regarded Nappa with interest. Are you afraid? If you fear death, I wouldn't mind sending you off right now. Nappa fell silent, fully aware of Vegeta's ruthlessness. If he intended to kill him, he would not hesitate. If death was inevitable, he at least preferred to delay it. seeing Nappa quiet. Vegeta turned his gaze toward Raditz in the corner. What say you? Raditz pondered in silence, myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. Fear, humiliation, anger, all stemming from Frieza. Yet, there was an instinctive yearning for battle inherent to every Scion. I'm in, Raditz declared resolutely. Excellent. Vegeta smiled in satisfaction, then looked at Goku. You intend to return the Namekians to Earth because you wish to go back, correct? Then the three of us shall accompany you. Of course. Hey, don't agree so swiftly. Bulma protested, exasperated. You want to surround yourself with so many unstable individuals. How could you even think of that? And do you know how many Namekians are there? We don't even know if they can coexist on Earth. Rest assured, the Grand Elder interjected. There are currently fewer than 1,000 Namekians left. I believe it shouldn't cause you too much trouble. So few? Bulma turned her head and said, well, that's not a problem at all. There are 20 billion people on Earth, so your presence is insignificant. So many. Vegeta exclaimed. What a shameless race, he muttered softly. We are grateful to the kind-hearted Earthlings who are willing to accept us. I will gather the elders and use the Dragon Balls to go to Earth. Wait. Bulma suddenly interjected. There is something I am quite concerned about. She turned to look at Raditz. When we were on Earth, we discussed why Jinyu went there. He stated that his purpose was to recruit strong fighters, with Goku being his target. This indicates a very clear intention. Why is that? This is because, Raditz replied, Frieza's army has spread detection stations throughout the universe. As soon as a strong fighter is discovered, they are either recruited or exterminated without leaving a trace of resistance. This is the method of a cosmic emperor. I see, Bulma said with a serious expression. This aligns with our speculation. Therefore, we cannot go to Earth just yet. If we transition immediately and are discovered, Frieza will undoubtedly abandon Namek and head straight for Earth. In that case, we would have no buffer. That's not correct, Nairo countered. If we use the Dragon Balls to teleport to Earth now, the time to confront Frieza would extend from 1 month to 1 year. Wouldn't that give us more opportunities? Bulma shook her head. I don't know if you grasp the concept of strategic depth, she said with a grave demeanor. If we retreat directly to Earth, any unforeseen events could lead to our total defeat. Bulma, feeling the pressure, started to persuade the others, even though her strategies were lacking. She was determined not to let them all head to Earth. I propose, Goku suddenly spoke, that we confront Frieza here in 1 month. What? 1 month? Vegeta exclaimed. In 1 month, you believe you can train to the level needed to confront Frieza? Well, how will we know unless we try? Goku replied. Vegeta observed Goku's serious expression and suddenly laughed, realizing that this was indeed the nature of a Scion. Bulma was about to chastise Goku for his recklessness, but upon reflection, she found no fault in the idea. Indeed, we can remain here for a month, preparing the Dragon Balls in advance. If you wish to fight, go ahead. And if the situation turns dire, we can immediately teleport everyone to Earth, leaving Frieza bewildered on Namek. In this month, Goku and the others should train while the Namekians gather the Dragon Balls. It would be best to assemble everyone together, set up the battlefield, and monitor the situation. Waiting for Frieza to arrive. Bulma felt the plan was flawless. Since Goku was so eager to fight, it would be far better to do so here than on Earth. A victory would bring joy to all, and a loss could buy them an extra year. Simply perfect. I agree, the Grand Elder spoke slowly. Faced with a great enemy, he was willing to temporarily set aside his animosity with Vegeta. I have no objections, Vegeta nodded in agreement. Although the three parties had reached a consensus, an unusual silence still enveloped the meeting room, as if a heavy stone rested upon everyone's hearts. The Grand Elder sensed this and spoke up, to demonstrate our sincerity. He pointed to the 2 Dragon Balls placed on the ground by Raditz. Each of you shall take one as a symbol of our collaboration. A contract, Bulma exclaimed. Indeed, a contract. Such verbal promises are too flimsy, especially when facing such a formidable enemy. Relying solely on spoken agreements carries a significant risk of collapse. But the Dragon Balls are the core of all our plans. As long as each of us possesses at least one, no faction can conceal their wishes from the others. I believe we should name this organization. Bulma looked around and suggested, how about the Intergalactic Alliance? Sounds great. Goku responded first. Though the others seemed disinterested in this trivial matter, Bulma paid no mind, her spirits high, for she had her contingency plan, regardless of any chaos that might arise. She and Goku could abandon the others, take a spaceship back to Earth, and if necessary, use the Dragon Balls to wish the entire Earth to a location where Frieza could not find it. Perfectly flawless. Bulma nodded with satisfaction. Wait, where's my spaceship? Chapter 24. Preparations before the war. Bulma found herself aboard a spaceship, indulging in hot pot and singing merrily, when suddenly Goku teleported her away. At that moment, their spaceship was still en route to Namek, drifting aimlessly without anyone at the helm, making a proper landing utterly impossible. For an entire hour, Bulma unleashed her frustration on Goku, berating him until the others returned to rest. Eventually, she begrudgingly retreated to the room prepared for her by the Elder, slamming the door with a resounding thud. However, sleep eluded her. Instead, she spent the night calculating and observing, finally determining the approximate landing site of the spaceship. At dawn, she dragged Goku along to wait for its arrival. Goku was reluctant. He had little understanding of logistics or strategies, only fearing another day of Bulma's scolding. And thus he complied with her directions. Fortunately, the spaceship's autopilot functioned well, landing nearly a few dozen kilometers from Bulma's calculations. This distance was inconsequential to Goku, who effortlessly caught the craft as it descended close to the ground. Only after ensuring the spaceship was safe did Bulma allow Goku to pursue his own interests. Naturally, Goku's desire was to train. By the time he returned to the Elder's village, it was already afternoon. Vegeta and the others were idling on the rocks at the village entrance, waiting impatiently for Goku's return. "Where have you been? What about your training?" Vegeta roared as soon as Goku appeared. Goku, left with no choice, covered his ears and replied, I'm here now." He shook his head in exasperation. "If you were so eager, why not just come find me? How was I supposed to know where you were?" Vegeta snapped. At that moment, Nappa appeared and clarified Goku's confusion. "It seems they still cannot sense energy." "Oh, I see," Goku mused, resting his chin on his hand. "It appears you and the others need to start with the fundamentals of energy perception." "Fundamentals?" Vegeta's cheeks twitched. As a Scion Prince and elite warrior, he felt reduced to a mere child unable to fight in Goku's words. "Well, time is of the essence. Let us train energy sensing alongside increasing our power." Increasing power. Vegeta's spirit surged. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. "Quickly, tell me how to enhance my strength rapidly." "Training," Goku replied matter-of-factly. "That's obvious. But how specifically do we train?" Well, fighting?" Vegeta's face was a canvas of confusion. "Fighting? What kind of training was that?" As a seasoned warrior, he was either fighting or on his way to a fight. Yet Goku posed a question that struck a chord. "But Vegeta's, how many opponents of your caliber have you faced?" Upon reflection, Vegeta realized he rarely encountered foes of equal strength. The planets he had conquered contained races weaker than ants. And when faced with comparable opponents, he often had higher-tier warriors like the Ginyu Force to deal with them. "So, we simply need to spar with each other?" Vegeta's understanding dawned, and he smiled confidently, pointing at Goku. "Kakarot, you shall be my opponent." "Huh, why not me?" Nappa interjected, surprised. He had assumed that the strongest, Nero and Goku, would team up against him, while Vegeta would choose him from the remaining warriors. If we are to fight, I shall seek the strongest," Vegeta declared, gesturing to the open ground. "Come on, watch as I surpass you." With that, he took off into the sky. Goku's fighting spirit ignited, and he eagerly followed. It had been years since he last battled this old friend, and anticipation bubbled within him. Nappa surveyed the remaining two and finally settled on Raditz. "Let us practice together." He then glanced uncertainly at Nero. "No problem," Nero replied calmly. "I had no intention of meddling in your Scion affairs. I'm merely here to observe." Inwardly, he thought he was not being isolated. As night fell, the four Scions, engrossed in their combat, returned to the Elder's village. Goku and Nappa appeared relatively unscathed, while Vegeta and Raditz were battered and exhausted. Goku handed them 2 sins of beans, and they instantly regained their vitality, leading Nappa to finally understand how he had recovered from his severe injuries. The Elder, witnessing this, was taken aback and requested a bean from Goku for closer examination. "Ah, I see," he nodded after a while. "This bean, utilizing healing abilities, collects energy from the environment as nourishment. Since it draws the most natural energy, devoid of individual traits, its effects are remarkably swift, a truly exquisite design." Goku listened, bewildered, while Bulma pondered thoughtfully. "This miraculous bean can heal your injuries instantly. Wouldn't it be prudent to save them for our confrontation with Frieza? Utilizing a strategy of attrition could significantly enhance our chances." Goku comprehended this, recalling his prior experience with attrition tactics. "However," he countered, "but if we don't recover quickly, we cannot continue training, thus diminishing our odds." Indeed, it was not merely a tactical issue, as Bulma suggested. Although Goku's arithmetic skills were lacking, He instinctively understood that the small pouch of senza beans he carried would not suffice for 4 individuals consuming them daily, causing his brow to furrow. The elder, however, smiled as he returned the 1 bean to Goku. You need not worry. This bean was crafted based on the healing abilities of the Namekians. We have many villagers with similar capabilities, so let them handle the healing tasks. Save these miraculous beans for your battle against Frieza. That is wonderful, Goku exclaimed excitedly. The elder, taken aback by the Scion's fervent training, noted their rapid progress. From a single healing session a day, they gradually increased to 4 sessions. Prompting him to send 10 healing Namekians to assist them, his contribution to the Interstellar Alliance. Meanwhile, Bulma also lent her expertise. After tinkering aboard the spaceship for several days, she utilized spare parts to create 2 additional Dragon Ball radars, modifying the internal programming. Watch this. Bulma pressed a button on the radar, revealing several glowing dots on the screen. These represented the locations of the Dragon Balls. By adjusting the dial, one could alter the map scale. I've changed the detection from passive to active every 10 seconds. If 3 or more Dragon Balls gather within 10 meters, the radar will sound an alarm. Each of us will have a radar, preventing any nefarious individuals from secretly collecting the Dragon Balls. Except for herself, of course. Bulma chuckled inwardly. Knowing her own programming left a backdoor. She figured only when she summoned the Eternal Dragon would others discover her secret. Meanwhile, those battle-hungry warriors, oblivious to the implications of their reliance on technology, praised her invention without realizing that it would diminish their vigilance towards the Dragon Balls themselves. After all, no one wanted to carry a large orb around daily. She had no intention of stealing the Dragon Balls, but having more cards to play was always advantageous. On Goku's side, Vegeta, a prodigious warrior, exhibited an explosive rise in strength. Although it took him half a month to master sensing his opponent's movements through energy perception, he had now reached a level where he was nearly equal to Goku in his normal state. The number of times Goku returned home injured increased from 2 to 3 each day. Vegeta's ascension naturally provided Goku with a formidable rival, allowing both of their strengths to progress in tandem. To Goku's astonishment, ever since he began training with Vegeta, the rate of his progress has far exceeded anything he had previously experienced. Within the span of merely 1 month, Goku felt that his foundational combat prowess had nearly multiplied by several tens of times, leaving him greatly perplexed. Vegeta, equally bewildered, found that while daily flirting with the brink of life and death had sharpened his resolve, he could not shake off the feeling that this method of enhancing one's combat ability was, in essence, overly simplistic. Indeed, simplistic. He had reached a point where, through his intuition regarding ki, he no longer required instruments to gauge his combat power. According to his estimations, both he and Goku now possessed a combat strength in the vicinity of 1 million. It was fair to say that no Scion in history had ever approached such a level, yet he had achieved it in just a month, merely through the act of pushing past his limits in battle. If attaining a combat power of 1 million were truly that straightforward, the Scion race should be teeming with such formidable warriors, or at least a few should have emerged over the past few decades. However, he had never heard of such individuals. In fact, he himself had once been considered a prodigy with just over 1,000 in combat power, making this dissonance difficult for him to reconcile. If he was a genius, then what did that make Kakarot, this lowly warrior? Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the table's other side, where Nappa was devouring his meal, and he found some solace in his thoughts. If he had become exponentially stronger, then this fool, despite training for so long, had shown no progress at all. Perhaps he and Kakarot were indeed the chosen warriors. With this realization, he too lowered his head and resumed eating. At the same table, Bulma wore a furrowed brow as she rested her chin in her hands, helplessly observing the 4 Scions voraciously indulging in their meals. She mentally calculated that if Frieza did not arrive soon, they would surely starve. Knowing Goku's insatiable appetite, she had brought an ample supply of food, even doubling it just in case. Now, after a month of consumption by the 4 Scions, her reserves were nearly depleted. If they finished off Frieza and could not use the Dragon Balls to wish their way back to Earth, they would truly perish in the cosmos. Since Raditz and the others had severed contact with Frieza's army a month ago, it was no surprise that they were aware of the 3 Scions' defection. Thus, Frieza's forces were on the move towards Namek, and by the calendar, they were expected to arrive in the coming days, casting an increasingly heavy atmosphere over the dining table. The Grand Elder sat in a chair slightly removed from the table, unusually still and silent with his eyes closed. As dinner drew to a close, a strange whimpering sound echoed through the room. prompting everyone to turn their attention to the Grand Elder. They watched as his chest swelled, followed by his neck thickening, and a large egg encased in green slime slowly emerged from his gaping mouth, nearly distorting his head in the process. With a sound reminiscent of retching, a colossal egg fell to the ground. "Hey, please refrain from such disgusting acts during mealtime," Bulma exclaimed, her frustration evident, while the others shared similar expressions of dismay, though Goku understood what was transpiring. As the egg began to crack open, Nail approached, carefully wrapping the newborn within his cloak. He looked at the Grand Elder with concern. "Why have you chosen this moment to give birth? The impending battle could jeopardize your health," Nail voiced anxiously. "I have a foreboding sense," the Grand Elder said, wiping his mouth and sounding somewhat weak. "An immense danger is about to descend upon Namek. This may be my last offspring." Nail sighed. "We will ensure the safety of Namek and you," he added, glancing at the swaddled child. "Humph," Vegeta scoffed. "You Namekians should simply keep your heads down. I will handle Frieza." Nail ignored Vegeta's arrogance, somewhat astonished that he would speak of protecting the Namekians. "What name shall you give this child?" Nail inquired. The Grand Elder closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment. "Let us name him Dandy." Chapter 25, Frieza. Goku, astonished, leaned closer to Nail while holding his meal, curiously gazing at the infant concealed within the cloak. "So, this is Dandy?" He couldn't discern any resemblance to his previous life. To him, all Namekians appeared nearly identical. And since he had never fought alongside Dandy, he felt no familiarity. The following morning, just as they were about to commence their training, Nail suddenly called out to them. "You need to visit the Grand Elder's residence first." "Is he looking for us?" "What could it be?" Goku inquired, puzzled. "You'll understand once you arrive," Nail replied, as he was always reluctant to pry into the Grand Elder's intentions. When Goku led the unwilling Vegeta and the others into the dwelling, the Grand Elder was seated in his chair, eyes closed as if deep in thought, seemingly never having left since the previous day. "Vegeta, come here." The Grand Elder beckoned gently, tapping his armrest. Vegeta felt apprehensive. Although Nail was no longer his match, he feared the unknown after witnessing yesterday's egg-laying incident, dreading any potential contact with something repulsive. The human psyche is truly peculiar, despite having conquered countless planets and slaughtered myriad alien races. He had encountered bizarre forms of blood without flinching. Yet, the thought of saliva being involved sent a wave of revulsion through him. Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt a large hand resting atop his head, prompting him to step back hastily. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. Truth be told, if the Grand Elder were to scheme against him, he would feel little alarm, but the Elder's gentle touch felt oddly discomforting, reminiscent of a long-forgotten memory of being patted on the head. "Relax," Nail explained. "This is the Grand Elder's ability. He can awaken the potential within you." Vegeta, his body tense, looked at the Elder's hand, still yearning to break free. Nail quickly added, "Namekian warriors experience a significant increase in fighting power after their potential is unlocked. Those like me, with high potential, become several times stronger." "I've heard of this ability indeed," Goku chimed in, recalling what he had heard from Gohan and Krillin in his previous life. With that, Vegeta felt a flicker of confidence. If Nail could enhance his power so dramatically, surely as a prodigious warrior, he too possessed immense potential. Thus, he gritted his teeth and allowed the Grand Elder to place his hand atop his head. The Grand Elder exhaled deeply. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure surged through Vegeta, causing his body to tremble. An extraordinary power erupted from within him, akin to a volcano in full eruption, invigorating and thrilling him to the point of shivering. This is Vegeta gazed incredulously at the Grand Elder. After several moments, the Grand Elder gradually withdrew his hand, panting heavily, appearing as if he had just laid 10 eggs. Vegeta disregarded the Elder's condition. Instead, he gazed at his hands with pure joy, akin to a child receiving a birthday gift. He could sense his power had nearly doubled, given his current foundational strength. This enhancement far surpassed Nail's claims of several times increase. Once the Grand Elder regained his breath, he called out, "Goku, you come next." "Grand Elder, your health," Nail urged worriedly. "Indeed, perhaps you should rest for a moment," Goku concurred. The Grand Elder shook his head. "Time is of the essence. I can feel the presence of evil drawing near." Goku and the others exchanged glances, skeptical. Surely not. They felt no trace of Frieza's energy. With their formidable powers, they should have sensed Frieza's spaceship approaching Namek at least 3 hours prior. "Come here." Reluctantly yielding to the Grand Elder's insistence, Goku approached, mimicking Vegeta's earlier stance. Unlike Vegeta, he felt no resistance, and the Elder's hand naturally settled atop his head. A sensation of mild dizziness surged from within Goku, as he felt his energy being activated. However, it soon encountered an invisible barrier, a curious force propelling his energy forward, yet always obstructing their advance. After a couple of minutes, the Grand Elder finally removed his hand. "How do you feel?" Nail inquired, having never witnessed anyone take so long to unleash their potential. Goku examined his hands and replied nonchalantly, "I think there is a slight increase, but only a bit." Suddenly, Vegeta erupted in laughter. "Indeed, I am the strongest Saiyan. Even being this powerful, I still possess limitless potential. Haha, you are no longer my opponent, and you shall never surpass me, Kakarot. I regret to inform you." The Grand Elder wiped the sweat from his brow. "I can sense that your power is nearing its limit. With my abilities, I cannot approach or shatter that barrier. It is solely up to you. My sincerest apologies." "That's all right." Goku chuckled, waving dismissively. "As long as Vegeta is here." "Such a lack of pride as a Saiyan," Vegeta retorted, his face tinged with a slight blush. To mask his embarrassment, he promptly exited the room. "Hey, wait for me," Goku called after him. As for the remaining two, with Nappa and Raditz' current strengths, even a tenfold increase would merely equate to a fraction of Vegeta's power, offering no decisive advantage. They could not exert themselves to the same extent as Goku and Vegeta. Their progress was slow, and ever since Vegeta had distanced himself in power, he hardly paid them any mind. Moreover, Nail firmly opposed the Grand Elder using his abilities further, insisting he rest for at least 2 days, leaving Nappa and Raditz to depart in disappointment. Meanwhile, Goku pursued Vegeta, catching up to him outside the village where he stood confidently, arms crossed, exuding excitement. "Come on, Kakarot. I can hardly wait to test my strength," Vegeta declared, gradually lowering his arms and striking a battle stance. "Wait a moment, Vegeta," Goku said, somewhat gravely. "What is it?" Vegeta questioned, yet complied and relaxed his stance. "The Grand Elder senses Frieza's imminent arrival, which aligns with our estimates." "And so?" Vegeta scoffed, a mocking look on his face. "To be honest, with our current strength, we stand no chance against Frieza." "Haha, what a joke. How could that be?" Vegeta clenched his fists. "You mentioned Frieza's power level is 3 million, and I am already at 2 million. How can we possibly lose?" "You are being overly cautious, Kakarot." Goku shook his head. "If you truly possess 2 million now, then Frieza's strength is at least 20 million. No, it must be far beyond that." 20 million? Are you jesting? One moment it's 300, the next it's 20,000. What are you trying to convey? Are you mocking me?" Vegeta seethed, frustration coursing through him as hope crumbled. I'm not great with numbers," Goku scratched his head sheepishly, "but I can assure you, even if we joined forces, we wouldn't even reach 1/10 of Frieza's power." "You." Vegeta began to retort, only to realize Goku's tendency to always underestimate by a factor of 10, as if he were genuinely lacking in intelligence. Having resolved to make Frieza kneel and beg for mercy, and having grown significantly stronger, yet still lacking even 1/10 of Frieza's power, what then? Should I train to a power level of 20 million, only for Kakarot to re-emerge and claim that I am still less than 1/10 of his strength? Trust me, I have clashed with him. I know that my current state is far from sufficient. Vegeta pondered why Goku possessed such insight into Frieza's strength. A month ago, had someone suggested that a being with a power level of 20 million existed, he would have dismissed them as mad. Yet now, having crossed that threshold himself, he realized that such power was indeed tangible. The tyrant capable of ruling the universe, Frieza, might not be exaggerated at a power level of 20 million. So what if I cannot defeat him? I shall not flee. Vegeta gritted his teeth. No, what I mean is, there are other ways to conquer him. Another transformation? To contend with Frieza, it is clear that surpassing the limits of a Saiyan is imperative. However, despite Goku's repeated teachings, even a genius like Vegeta had yet to grasp this so-called transformation. The notion of becoming stronger through transformation was not novel in the universe. Yet he had never heard that Saiyans were a race capable of such a feat. No, there must be another method. Goku had already abandoned the thought of transformation. He himself had yet to approach the Saiyans' power ceiling. While Vegeta's current strength might suffice, breaking through the emotional barrier was no simple task. He was uncertain if Vegeta could comprehend it in time, especially with Frieza's imminent approach, necessitating more reliable strategies. Fusion. Fusion? What is that? Vegeta inquired, perplexed. It means merging the two of us into one being, resulting in a tremendous enhancement of power, far surpassing mere addition of combat strength. One being? Whose body would we inhabit? Vegeta was somewhat bewildered. Well, how to describe it? It's a sensation where you are both you and I. It can be controlled by either of us, I suppose. Vegeta furrowed his brow, struggling to understand Goku's explanation. Although he instinctively resisted the concept of fusion, he acknowledged that since Goku asserted their current odds were bleak, it wouldn't he hurt to try? How do we achieve fusion? Vegeta asked coldly. Goku then took a few steps aside and personally demonstrated the fusion technique. Just like this. Fu Saiyan. Huh. Goku struck a serious pose for fusion. Get lost. Vegeta, instantly enraged, stormed away. I would rather perish than do that. Come on, Vegeta. Just give it a try? Just as Goku was about to pursue him, both paused abruptly, raising their gazes toward the distance. From the far reaches of the cosmos came a familiar energy that sent shivers down their spines. Frieza. He is coming. This book has reached the recommended word count. I sincerely hope that new readers will enjoy it. As a casual writer, I can only guarantee one chapter daily for the foreseeable future. The story outline is largely complete, amounting to approximately 300,000 words. There may be brief interruptions and updates due to unavoidable circumstances, but I assure you it will not be left unfinished. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 26. Tension mounts. Aside from Goku and Vegeta, both Nail and the Elder Namekians sensed the immense energy emanating from the distant cosmos. It was estimated that Frieza's ship would reach Namek in approximately 2 hours. This warning time perfectly aligned with their plans, prompting everyone on Namek to spring into action. Following Bulma's meticulously crafted contingency plan, every village received notifications of Frieza's impending arrival through the intercoms she had set aside. Subsequently, all non-combatants gathered at a temporary location, strategically distanced from the battlefield, bringing with them all the Dragon Balls, ready to summon Shenron at a moment's notice. As for those who would engage in battle, aside from the 4 Saiyans, the Elder, and Nail, only 5 relatively powerful healing Namekians were included. At this level of confrontation, the other combat-oriented Namekians were deemed unnecessary. And frankly, with the power levels of Goku and Vegeta, even Nail and the Elder had little need to participate. They were merely there to handle Frieza's minions. Although the 5 healing Namekians had each received a share of Senzu beans, having a caretaker with them was undoubtedly beneficial, and they were all willing warriors who came to protect the Elder. The group stood at the designated landing site for the ship. Before long, a massive disc-shaped vessel appeared in the sky, its landing gear extending to stabilize its descent onto the barren ground. Shadows of figures leapt from the upper entrance of the ship, revealing a hemispherical floating chair at its center, Frieza's throne. Most of the figures were scouters and quickly sensed the presence of individuals nearby, swiftly heading towards Goku and his companions. Frieza's entourage comprised around 30 members, while Goku's group numbered 11. Although the 2 factions seemed evenly matched, the expressions of the Namekians were decidedly more grave. Respectfully, the crowd parted to create a passage, allowing Frieza to float forward slowly. He regarded Vegeta with a playful glint in his eyes, his voice smooth as he inquired, Vegeta, have you gathered the Dragon Balls for me? Humph, Vegeta scoffed dismissively. I have indeed gathered the Dragon Balls, but I will not hand them over to you, Frieza. What? Vegeta, are you courting death? How dare you not address me as my lord? Dodoria fumed from the side. Oh, Frieza scrutinized Vegeta, then shifted his gaze to the individuals behind him, finally resting his eyes on the slightly shorter Goku. He stared at Goku for some time, a barely perceptible smile creeping onto his lips. Vegeta, it seems you have made the decision to betray me? I have never considered pledging my loyalty to you. Not a single Saiyan truly serves you, Vegeta retorted with a hint of mockery. He was uncertain if any Saiyans had indeed been loyal to Frieza in the past, but the remaining 4 certainly were not. Very well, it appears you have chosen to die here, Frieza stated coolly. Who will die is yet to be. Before Vegeta could finish, a sharp, piercing sound erupted from behind him. In disbelief, he looked down to see an extra hand protruding from his chest, stained with blood. Dabura clicked his tongue, as Vegeta's instinctive reaction had allowed him to avoid the fatal blow to his heart. Yet he was grievously injured and would certainly not survive for long. He swiftly withdrew the hand that had pierced Vegeta's back, and with his other hand, unleashed a fierce energy blast towards the rear, taking advantage of the momentary surprise to dash before Frieza, kneeling before him in submission. As the explosive smoke cleared, Goku gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The 5 healing Namekians at the back had been obliterated, reduced to a cloud of blood. Nail shielded the Elder, and both remained unharmed, as did he and Raditz. However, Vegeta lay in a pool of blood, his body convulsing as his wide eyes reflected his defiance and rage. The 2 factions stood in opposition. Even as Dabura gathered energy in his palm, no one sensed anything amiss. Yet, No one anticipated that his target would be one of their own. Goku rushed to Vegeta's side, reaching into his pocket for the Senzu pouch, only to find it contained mere pebbles. What? This is. Meanwhile, Dabura produced an identical pouch from his own garments, revealing a small handful of Senzu beans, which he held respectfully before Frieza, speaking slowly. Honorable Lord Frieza, the traitorous Vegeta and the 5 healing Namekians have been executed by my hand. These are miraculous beings capable of instantly restoring physical strength. All of them are here. They sought to use these despicable means against you. My most loyal servant Dabura shall not allow such a thing to transpire. Dabura bowed deeply, concealing his unease. He could hardly claim loyalty to Frieza. He acknowledged that both Vegeta and that Kakarot were extraordinarily powerful. Yet, Dabura possessed his own advantage, over a decade more of life experience. Having recently joined Frieza's army, he had witnessed Frieza's terrifying combat prowess up close. On one occasion, Frieza had a minor dispute with King Cold, leading to a fierce battle on a distant planet. Even from the confines of a ship in synchronous orbit, Dabura could feel the suffocating power exchange between them. Their clash obliterated a planet, and upon returning to the ship, Frieza had merely remarked, that was just a friendly exchange between father and son. He could scarcely fathom the true extent of Frieza's strength when unleashed. It was far greater than the pressure Vegeta had ever exerted upon him. Thus, Dabura had known from the outset that Vegeta and the others could not triumph. Yet, Vegeta had resolutely chosen to oppose Frieza. Dabura had not anticipated the situation would escalate so swiftly. Kakarot's few words had struck a chord in Vegeta's heart. And by the time Dabura realized it, the decision had already been made. He dared not voice any dissent, as he could only prevail against Raditz among them. If Vegeta sensed any hint of treachery in him, he would be dead in an instant. Hence, he had endured until now. Stealing the Senzu beans and ambushing Vegeta to demonstrate his unwavering loyalty, a strategy he believed offered him the highest chance of survival. Frieza, with one hand behind his back, picked up the pouch of Senzu beans, examining it for a moment before disdainfully tossing it aside. He then leveled his gaze at Vegeta, softly uttering, Dabura, is it? I have several individuals before me who appear disinclined to be loyal. Kindly take care of them for me. Dabura was taken aback, then turned his attention towards Goku and the others, swallowing hard. Although he had dispatched Vegeta, Kakarot was not to be underestimated. Even Raditz and Nail could hold their own against him. Having just betrayed them, approaching now would be tantamount to seeking death. He gritted his teeth, struggling to articulate. My sincerest apologies, Lord Frieza, but I lack the capability to handle them. Dealing with Vegeta was already my limit. Oh. Frieza cast a scornful glance at him. Are you implying that you wish to assist me with a rebellion yet have failed to resolve it entirely? Leaving a mess for me to clean up? No, that's not it, but Vegeta. So, you mean to say that one Vegeta poses a significant threat to me? And if I do not eliminate him, I shall be in danger? Yes. No. Frieza's mouth twisted into an angry scowl, his tail suddenly coiling around Dabura's neck, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere rag. Though Frieza was considerably smaller than Dabura, no matter how much Dabura struggled, Frieza remained steadfast, like an immovable mountain pressing down upon him. Dabura, Frieza intoned gravely, I was in a splendid mood, truly, very, very good. Yet, you have completely ruined it. Frieza extended a finger, and a swirling mass of dark energy coalesced into a colossal sphere of light, slowly advancing towards Nappa, who could only watch in horror as death approached step by inexorable step. This was the punishment Frieza had devised for him. A tremendous explosion engulfed Nappa's frantic struggles, and as the dust settled, he had been reduced to mere wisps, smaller than the 5 nameless warriors, drifting away on the breeze. Goku stood protectively in front of Vegeta, preventing him from suffering further harm, yet the situation remained dire. Without prompt medical attention, even a Scion's formidable vitality would not endure for long. At that moment, Frieza's silhouette emerged slowly from the haze, his gaze falling upon the fallen Vegeta, and he was unexpectedly delighted to find that the prince had not yet succumbed entirely. Ignoring Frieza, Goku strained to locate the Senzu beans that Nappa had stolen, his anxious expression eliciting a mirthful smile from Frieza. With a casual flick of his finger, the Senzu bean pouch levitated from a distance, ultimately resting in his grasp. You desire this to save Vegeta, do you not? Frieza said, spreading his hands nonchalantly. If you can retrieve it from my possession, then perhaps you may save him. And look, I'll even let you use one hand. He tightened his grip on the pouch, concealing it behind his back. Rising from the ground, Goku fixed a resolute gaze upon Frieza. declaring that no matter how he chose to play, he would reclaim the sins of beings. Lord Frieza, two figures emerged from the crowd. Allow me to handle this trivial matter. Zarbon, Dodoria, do not overstep. Frieza's calm tone resonated with an unyielding authority. This task is mine alone. As if to affirm this, Goku's energy abruptly surged, enveloping him in a brilliant crimson flame. Kaioken times 10. The scouters on Frieza's soldiers exploded in unison, their previously relaxed expressions transforming into sheer terror. The overwhelming energy eclipsed even Frieza himself. Ho ho ho, this is somewhat unexpected, Frieza said with growing excitement. You lot, stand back. Your presence is but an inconvenience. Go deal with the insignificant pests and retrieve my Dragon Balls. He gestured dismissively towards the ground. Do not concern yourselves with Vegeta, otherwise, our little game will be spoiled. A torrent of white energy erupted from Frieza's core, and Goku's recently unleashed aura flickered like a feeble flame in a tempest. The weaker Frieza soldiers being blown away several hundred meters. The elder lifted Vegeta, retreating to a safer distance. A dazzling white light enveloped Frieza, and as the brilliance faded, his armored form transformed into a pristine silver hue, his mocking demeanor replaced by an icy indifference. The ultimate form of Emperor Frieza has arrived. Chapter 27. The battle commences as the fierce conflict erupted. Goku and the others swiftly distanced themselves from the battlefield. Such a magnitude of combat was beyond their capability to engage. Even merely spectating could result in their untimely demise from stray blasts. Sabo and Dodoria, however, possessed a clear objective: to gather the Dragon Balls. They exchanged a knowing glance, instantly comprehending each other's intent, and together they made their way toward the spaceship. Their portable detectors were rendered useless, and the only means to locate the Namekians on this planet lay in the high-powered detector aboard the ship, necessitating their retreat from the immediate vicinity of the skirmish. Suddenly, a luminous sphere darted past them, evidently heading for the spaceship. Alarmed, Sabo rushed forward but struggled to match the speed of the sphere. As the vessel neared destruction, a deep blue figure whizzed past Sabo, positioning itself in front of the glowing orb. It was Berta, renowned for his swiftness. The member of the Jinyu force effortlessly closed the gap with the energy ball. Yet, upon catching up, he realized that confronting it posed a greater challenge than anticipated. The sphere's power was formidable, far from trivial. With the spaceship behind him, evasion was not an option. Thus, he raised his hands before him, channeling energy to counter the sphere, but the overwhelming force proved difficult to withstand. Gritting his teeth, he leaned back, redirecting the sphere away from its original path, allowing it to skim the upper edge of the ship. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Berta gazed toward the direction from which the sphere had come. Recognizing the identity of his opponent transformed his caution into confusion. You? Raditz? Berta and Sabo took a moment to recall who Raditz was. After all, warriors of his caliber were not uncommon within Frieza's ranks. However, the strength he exhibited now was not inferior to Berta's own. What has happened? How have you become so powerful? Dodoria inquired, fear evident in his voice. He understood that he could not withstand the recent attack with his own strength, nor could he hope to defeat this once lower-class warrior. Raditz, perplexed himself, could not explain his newfound strength. Nearly a month of desperate training had propelled his abilities to new heights. Had someone told him earlier that he could contend with the Jinyu force, he would have dismissed it as a jest. Yet, seeing Vegeta's own ascension rendered his progress trivial in comparison. This world has gone mad, Raditz mused inwardly. Noticing Raditz's silence, Dodoria chose not to press further. Regardless of Raditz's newfound might, they were all mere ants in the presence of their master. Raditz, I concede that you have improved somewhat. But do open your eyes, Dodoria gestured toward Frieza. With such strength, even without a detector, you should realize that you cannot possibly win against him. And what of it? Raditz retorted, a scornful smirk gracing his lips. He recognized Frieza's formidable power, one that commanded absolute obedience from the entire planet Vegeta. Yet, he had once been a lowly scion warrior, far removed from the dealings of such great figures. Orders had always come from fellow scions. And had he not accompanied Vegeta on this mission, Dodoria and the others might never have known of his existence. This peculiar mindset arose from his position at the bottom. Consequently, he felt no loyalty to Frieza. His battles were waged for the glory of planet Vegeta and the pride of the Scion race. All of this had been obliterated by Frieza. Raditz was acutely aware that he could not defeat Frieza. However, great figures had their missions, and the small had their struggles. Whatever the enemy sought to accomplish, they must strive with all their might to thwart it. As a former member of Frieza's army, Raditz understood their modus operandi. Upon arriving at a planet, regardless of their objectives, they would locate living beings via detectors and then employ intimidation. This was precisely why Raditz had chosen to target the spaceship first, with 2 of Frieza's close aides and 4 members of the Ginyu Force involved. He had no chance in a life-or-death struggle. Yet, if the ship were his target, he stood a chance, especially with allies at his side. Destroy the spaceship, and they will be unable to approach the Dragon Balls, Raditz succinctly conveyed to the newly arrived Nera. Understood. Nera waved his hand, causing his white cloak to billow in the air. Thus, a battle for the spaceship's defense was about to commence. Goku's tenfold Kaioken seemed feeble before Frieza, akin to a lone vessel adrift on the vast ocean. With Vegeta in dire straits, he had no time for mutual probing with Frieza. Therefore, he resolved to unleash his full strength from the outset. Frieza, perceiving this intent, unabashedly released his own energy. Without hesitation, Goku assumed a battle stance, his form becoming a mere blur as he appeared beside Frieza at an incomprehensible speed, targeting the side where he held the Senzu beans. He aimed a kick at Frieza's head, but Frieza effortlessly raised his left hand, blocking the attack without even glancing in Goku's direction. Having failed the ambush, Goku swiftly repositioned himself, but even from behind, Frieza adeptly deflected the strike with his tail. Goku performed a backward somersault, vanishing once more, only to reappear directly in front of Frieza, delivering a punch aimed squarely at his face. Frieza raised his hand to block, only to find that he was met with an illusion, while Goku's true form lurked just behind it. Caught off guard by the dual obstructions to his vision, Frieza was struck solidly in the face by Goku's punch, causing him to stagger back a step. Seizing the moment, Goku pressed the attack, launching another surprise assault toward Frieza's right hand. This time, he targeted the pouch of Senzu beans directly. However, Frieza, having retreated half a step, gracefully pivoted, dodging Goku's stealthy advance, and retaliated with a powerful strike from his tail, sending Goku hurtling away and crashing through a distant hill. Frieza had just begun to formulate a taunt when he felt a slight tremor in the air behind him. Goku, who should have been far off, had suddenly materialized behind him. One hand pressed against his forehead while the other rose skyward. A golden disc of energy floated above his palm. Spirit Slice. The serrated disc hurtled toward Frieza's neck. Yet, even at such close range, Frieza, with remarkable reflexes, evaded the attack, the disc merely grazing his cheek and leaving a faint red mark. Frieza frowned in displeasure, surprised that he had sustained an injury. Before he could react further, Goku transformed his hand into a pointed gesture and shouted, "Break!" The disc, which had narrowly missed Frieza, instantly fragmented into dozens of smaller discs, arcing through the air and converging upon him in a spherical formation, leaving no room for escape. However, Frieza remained unperturbed. He raised his hand to the sky, halting all the discs in midair, then clenched his fist, causing the discs to explode, dissipating into countless golden flecks of light. "How fascinating," Frieza remarked. "Now, allow me to return the favor." He too raised his hand, releasing a purple disc that shot towards Goku, easily evading the path of the purple energy disc. Goku remained cautious, remembering the sting of past encounters. As expected, the disc curved back in an unexpected arc, launching a second attack. Whether it was Frieza's innate talent or his exceptional skill, he had mastered a technique that combined Spirit Slice and energy manipulation in a remarkably short time. Fortunately, another combat genius provided a solution. As Goku dodged the energy disc once more, he lightly struck it with his elbow, shattering it into its most primal form. Compared to being relentlessly pursued by the locked-on energy disc, Jinyu's method of countering was far more elegant. The battle once again returned to a stalemate reminiscent of its inception. As Goku's objective was to obtain the Senzu beans, he refrained from employing the destructive Kamehameha technique. The clash between the two warriors resulted in minimal devastation to the surrounding terrain. The atmosphere remained tranquil, as if they were merely testing each other's limits. However, a profound sense of urgency gripped Goku's heart, for he could sense Vegeta's energy waning rapidly. Far across the Namekian landscape, Bulma also sensed Vegeta's peril. Since the Elder's decision to join the fray, the command of the remaining personnel had been entrusted to Bulma, the most astute of the Earthlings. The decisions regarding the use of the Dragon Balls and the timing of their deployment rested solely upon her judgment, guided by the display before her. In the past month, Bulma had not been idle. She had ingeniously enhanced the device based on Jinyu's scouter, installing an upgraded version aboard the ship. This new detector boasted an extensive range that enveloped the entire planet, with an impressive capacity to withstand pressure. Bulma had confidently asserted that this modified scouter, equipped with an exponential suppressor, would accurately reflect even the most immense power levels without the risk of overload or explosion. To her astonishment, this seemingly superfluous feature proved invaluable, as the screen displayed a disconcerting line of text. Unknown source, battle power, 1E8. 100 million? Had it not been for her personal involvement in the device's creation, she might have doubted its accuracy. Yet, what truly captivated her attention was the reading for Vegeta. According to Goku, the fluctuations in energy could indicate the state of one's health. A significant drop in power suggested imminent peril. To her dismay, mere minutes later, Vegeta's reading began to plummet, prompting Bulma to fear for his life. Had Goku found himself in such a predicament, she would have hastily summoned the Dragon Balls for assistance. Fortunately, Goku's readings appeared stable, allowing her to decide to observe for a while longer. At that moment, a voice crackled through the intercom. Hello, is Bulma there? I should be near Namek now. What is the situation on your end? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Bulma rushed to the microphone, her elation evident as she exclaimed, They've started fighting. The battle has begun. Descend at full speed. Forget about the ship. Descend at full speed. Chapter 28. The Elder's resolution. Not long after the onset of the spaceship defense battle, Raditz and Neru found themselves at a disadvantage. Their powers were comparable to the high-ranking officials present, yet they were clearly outnumbered. Even the disdainful Sabin and Dodoria, Frieza's close aides, refrained from intervening. The trio of guys, Bart and Raikum from the Ginyu Force, relentlessly pushed the two back, and not only did they struggle against their formidable opponents, but they also had to remain vigilant against the distant ambushes from Gudo. Consequently, they were unable to approach the spaceship, and their wounds only grew more severe. Seizing an opportunity to exploit Bart's blind spot, Raditz swiftly dashed behind him and unleashed a barrage of energy orbs directed toward the spaceship. Gudo raised his hands, employing his telekinetic powers to immobilize a vast area, halting the incoming orbs in midair. With immense effort, he clenched his fists, causing the orbs to explode. However, Raditz had deliberately thrown some slower, more awkwardly angled attacks. As the first wave of orbs was deflected, the second wave slipped through the smoke, arcing toward the spaceship. Though this delayed assault managed to breach Gudo's defenses, the sluggish orbs posed a significant issue. Bart, with his remarkable speed, intercepted the second wave of attacks and effortlessly swatted them aside. Taking advantage of Bart's distraction with the energy orbs, Raditz quickly maneuvered to the other side. Gudo shifted his focus, controlling a wide area to perilously ensnare Raditz. The disparity in their combat prowess was evident. Raditz felt his body grow heavy yet pressed forward. However, this momentary pause allowed Sabin, now transformed into his second form, to surge forward and deliver a powerful kick to Raditz's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. The joint efforts of Bart and Gudo left their defense nearly impenetrable, and with Sabin lurking menacingly behind, Raditz found it impossible to break through. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was far less dynamic, with Neru and Raikum engaged in a pure contest of strength. Neru was resolute in his belief that defeating the enemy was the only way to achieve his goals. Merely stalling for time would yield no results. The collisions between Neru and Raikum reverberated through the air, creating successive shockwaves. The ordinary Frieza soldiers could not keep pace with their speed, as their average combat power was merely 1 to 2,000, rendering them little more than cannon fodder. Had they not feared repercussions, they would have fled long ago. As Neru's fists and legs clashed with Raikum's, the latter suddenly had a clever idea, transforming his punch into a palm strike. He seized one of Neru's hands while simultaneously gripping the other, initiating a contest of raw power in midair. At that moment, a violet energy wave shot forth from behind Raikum, piercing Neru's chest almost instantaneously. Distantly, Dodoria chuckled in triumph. He cared little for martial ethics. Winning was the only truth. To his astonishment, however, Neru was still alive. The attack had emerged from his blind spot, leaving him with no time to react. Conventionally, his heart should have been shattered. Yet, through sheer instinct and his ability to sense energy, Neru had evaded a fatal blow by sidestepping in the direction of Raikum's force. Nevertheless, blood gushed from his chest, and he felt warmth trickling from his mouth. Raikum, displeased that someone had interfered, could not fathom the significance of the situation. Seeing Neru wounded, he grinned and charged in for the finishing blow. The injury to Neru's chest hindered his breathing and rendered him sluggish. Seizing this chance, Raikum poured all his strength into a single, devastating attack aimed directly at Neru. Neru was unable to dodge. his hands instinctively shielding his chest as Raikum lunged at him with a headbutt. The collision was merciless, shattering both of Nera's arms upon impact. Meanwhile, Raditz, once again ensnared by Gudo's telekinesis, was subjected to a relentless barrage from Bart and Sabin, propelling him away until he collided with Nera midair. Together, they plummeted to the ground, shattering rocks along their path and creating a vast crater upon impact. As the dust settled, the two battered warriors gasped for breath. Neru's arms hung limply, while Raditz appeared barely able to stand. Overhead, the 6 observers remained largely unscathed, their victorious smiles now plastered across their faces. "Finish them off, Raikum," Sabin commanded. With a chuckle, Raikum eagerly rolled up his sleeves, relishing the opportunity to deliver the final blow. "Raikum's mock attack," he proclaimed. Yet, as he charged toward the two, a colossal figure abruptly materialized between them. A massive fist descended from above, crashing down on Raikum's head, embedding him into the ground. The strike was overwhelmingly powerful. Raikum lost consciousness, his head buried in the earth, leaving the remaining portion of his body sprawled on the ground like a dish rag. Uncertain whether he was alive or dead, the expressions of the other officials shifted from amusement to shock as they realized that a new, formidable opponent had emerged. "The Elder," Neru exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, this was not a moment of joy for him. Neru understood that the Elder's combat prowess in his prime far exceeded his own. However, the Elder's lifespan was waning, and his physical state had deteriorated, limiting his capabilities. This blow had likely exhausted the reserves he had accumulated over the years. Indeed, the Elder, standing before them, bore a grave expression. He gasped heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Despite being on the brink of exhaustion, he fixed his gaze intently on the enemies above, his eyes reflecting the glory of the once great warrior of planet Namek. "Neru, it is time," the Elder spoke solemnly. "Elder." Neru understood the gravity of the situation. The unique ability of the combat-oriented Namekians, fusion, was about to be invoked. Namekians who had achieved a certain level of power could merge through physical contact, resulting in a substantial increase in strength, far surpassing the mere sum of their individual abilities. If one party willingly relinquished their soul, the fusion could even become permanent. Upon witnessing the Elder lay the final egg, Neru comprehended the implications. Dandy inherited nearly all of the Elder's divine essence, signifying that the Elder had prepared for his own demise. In this fusion, the Elder would undoubtedly sacrifice his soul to ensure that his power could continue to protect planet Namek. With a heavy heart, Neru realized he could not refuse. He had to win. He had to inherit the Elder's will and safeguard planet Namek. He approached the Elder, raising his broken arm with difficulty to clasp the Elder's sturdy hand tightly. "From now on, it will depend on you," the Elder said gently. "But do not burden yourself with too heavy a mission. The Earthlings, even the Scions, are reliable allies, understand, Neru?" "Yes, Elder," Neru replied resolutely. The two figures, one large, one small, stood firm upon the earth, their gazes unwavering against their foes. Just as Sabin and the others lowered their guard, preparing to attack, a brilliant light erupted from the two, accompanied by an immense aura that swept across the land. The Elder's form began to shimmer and dissipate, merging into a stream of light that enveloped Neru. When the radiance subsided, Neru slowly opened his eyes, an astonishing energy surging from within him, pressing the ground into a hemispherical depression around him. Neru clenched his hands, and the regenerative abilities characteristic of combat-oriented Namekians swiftly healed his broken arms. He felt an unprecedented surge of strength, and his thoughts had never been clearer. He could directly manipulate his energy to heal his wounds, consuming far less energy than the rebirth from severed limbs. However, achieving such precise control at his current level of mastery was a formidable challenge. "Rest well. Your involvement in this battle is no longer necessary," Nairu spoke slowly, his back turned to Raditz as he began to levitate, now towering over everyone present. Sensing the energy radiating from Nairu, Raditz understood that his intervention was indeed superfluous. With Nairu's current prowess, no one could withstand him, except for those monstrous beings on another battlefield. "Oh?" Frieza cast a curious glance in Nairu's direction, realizing that his inept subordinates were likely doomed. "Huh, you don't seem the least bit distressed," Goku panted, catching his breath. "Distressed? Ha ha ha, how utterly amusing. Have you not discerned a particular issue?" Frieza replied with keen interest. "What is it?" Goku inquired. "Why is it that even a scion like you, or those Namekians over there, can effortlessly annihilate my minions? Why does a cosmic emperor like myself command such a pitiful lot? WH. Why?" Goku was perplexed by his words. Haha. The answer is simple. Frieza spread his arms with confidence. I, Frieza, am the strongest in the universe. The absolute ruler. I alone possess the power needed. My subordinates merely handle trifles. If they perish, I can easily replace them. After all, such weaklings are abundant in this universe. There is no shortage of those willing to pledge their loyalty to me. Goku furrowed his brow. Frieza indeed had the power to make such claims. Even with all his might, he had been unable to wrest a single Senzu bean from Frieza. Even now, merging with Naira might not guarantee victory against Frieza. If Vegeta were to fall, their chances of triumph would vanish entirely. Whether through breaking the Super Saiyan barrier or fusion, rescuing Vegeta was imperative. Yet, a sly smile crept across Goku's face. With the burden of Raditz and Naira lifted, he was ready to unleash his full potential. Kaioken, 20 times. Chapter 29, The Prince Makes His Entrance. Goku endured excruciating pain as he forcibly elevated the Kaioken technique to a staggering 20 times its normal level, causing the surrounding red energy to momentarily solidify. He thrust his foot into the ground and propelled himself towards Frieza with remarkable speed. Upon witnessing Goku's sudden surge in power, Frieza's expression grew slightly grave, but only slightly. If Goku were to execute a tenfold Kaioken physical attack, Frieza could remain stationary and swat it away with a single hand, as if swatting a fly. However, the situation was no longer so effortless. Thus, he added evasive maneuvers and parried a few strikes, feeling little pressure from Goku. After being knocked back once more by Frieza, Goku allowed his body to retreat through the air while simultaneously gathering energy with both hands at his waist. Kamehameha. At the moment of execution, he utilized instant transmission to appear behind Frieza. Having encountered instant transmission numerous times, Frieza immediately detected Goku's position and, with a swift motion, intercepted the Kamehameha with his palm. Absorbing the impact, though Goku's power was considerable, the blow caused Frieza's hand to ache, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. Without granting Frieza a moment to recover, Goku capitalized on the brief chaos of the explosion to launch a direct assault, wielding a Keyblade. The Keyblade split into dozens of smaller blades just before reaching Frieza, who retreated while extending his fingers, unleashing a barrage of numerous, yet relatively weak energy blasts that accurately shattered every Keyblade in their path. At this juncture, Goku had maneuvered to Frieza's side, attempting to strike while Frieza dealt with the Keyblades. However, Frieza's reaction time was astonishingly swift. As Goku approached, all the preceding Keyblades were neutralized, and Frieza merely tilted his body slightly, capturing Goku by the neck with an iron grip that rendered him immobile. Honestly, I'm growing rather weary of this, Frieza remarked with a light chuckle. Your struggles are amusing, but this level of combat is becoming tedious. Shall we conclude this little game? As he tightened his grip, Goku's neck threatened to become deformed under the pressure, and his painful struggles proved futile. Suddenly, Goku's expression shifted, and he released Frieza's arm, raising his hands above his head. Solar flare. Frieza gasped in shock as an exceedingly brilliant light erupted around Goku, a blinding flash devoid of lethality but unparalleled in its speed of transmission. Frieza had no time to react. The intense white light assaulted his eyes, rendering him momentarily blind. In the ensuing chaos, Frieza failed to maintain his grasp on Goku, who seized the opportunity to strike back. Goku unleashed two Keyblades that fragmented into hundreds of light discs, all hurtling toward Frieza. Deprived of his sight, Frieza found it impossible to control his powers or shatter the incoming attacks with precision. Consequently, a surge of energy erupted around him, forming a protective barrier akin to armor, causing the multitude of Keyblades to explode against him like a cascade of starlight. Frieza, possessing a robust physique, quickly regained some vision. With one eye narrowed, he swiftly detected Goku, who had circled behind him, and reached out to seize Goku's neck once more. With his eyes partially open and a hint of anger, he remarked, "What a clever little trick, your audacious struggle." This time, Goku refrained from the desperate writhing. Instead, he managed to muster a triumphant smile. "Really, is it true?" Goku slowly raised his right hand, revealing a magical bean. He then touched his forehead with his left hand, vanishing from sight instantaneously. In the next moment, Goku materialized beside Vegeta, who, in a state of semi-consciousness, sensed someone lifting his head but found his body unresponsive. Just as Goku was about to place the beam to Vegeta's lips, a straight beam of energy pierced through the nearby boulders, narrowly grazing Goku's cheek and creating a deep black crater in the ground behind Vegeta. Goku turned in terror to see Frieza in the distance, his fingers still emitting wisps of smoke. Damn it. Goku halted his actions. Feeding Vegeta the bean was not a swift task. if he acted carelessly now. Even if he evaded Frieza's next strike, Vegeta would certainly not escape unharmed. What should I do? After all this, what now? Frieza gradually approached Goku. Raising his right hand and noticing a torn back, a sudden smile of satisfaction crossed his face. "Oh, I see. Your reckless attacks, along with your injuries, were merely a ruse to lower my guard, allowing you to get close enough to deliver that blinding assault. You have repeatedly employed the same trick, leading me to believe all the divided attacks were aimed at me, only for one to target your true objective in that fleeting moment, this bag. Bravo. I can't help but applaud your cleverness." Frieza's right hand erupted with a brilliant light, and the bag containing the beans disintegrated into a cloud of ash. Such deceitful trinkets are better off vanishing. He flicked the lingering dust from his hand, locking eyes with the vigilant Goku. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and raised his voice slightly. "Oh, why do you stand there in a daze? Hurry and feed that miraculous bean to Mr. Vegeta. Nanny?" Goku stared incredulously at Frieza, momentarily bewildered by his words. "I, Frieza, always deliver on my promises. Since you possess the ability to snatch one, I shall permit you to save Vegeta. Do you truly believe our power disparity would shift merely because of one additional scion?" Upon hearing this, Goku smiled, feeling a surge of gratitude for Frieza's overwhelming confidence. Underestimating a scion is a grave mistake," he declared, pressing the bean into Vegeta's mouth. He was convinced that Frieza, having spoken so, would not impede his efforts to revive Vegeta. "I certainly do not underestimate scions. That is precisely why I annihilated the entire planet Vegeta." Frieza waggled a finger in the air, adding, "Moreover, I am quite eager to witness how much power my beloved subordinate Vegeta possesses now, and whether he can provide me with a greater thrill. You will certainly find excitement. Vegeta is far more powerful than I," Goku asserted confidently. As if in response to Goku's words, Vegeta's eyes snapped open, and an immense aura erupted from him. Having returned from the brink of death, Vegeta's strength ascended to an entirely new level. Floating in the air, he took several deep breaths, savoring the clarity of the world around him, as if every breath of air and every pulse of life was now within his grasp. Despite his haze of consciousness, Vegeta could still discern the situation through the energy signatures. The scene was painfully simple. Frieza's army lay in ruins, reduced to corpses and dismembered remains, with only Raditz and Nappa, who were recuperating, still standing. Nappa's strength is somewhat surprising, though not worthy of a second glance. As for his own side, it was merely Kakarot, wounded, in the overwhelming presence of Frieza. Yet, before the formidable Frieza, Vegeta felt no trepidation. Instead, he bore an exceedingly confident smile. "Frieza, your doom is nigh. Allow me, the genius among geniuses, Prince Vegeta, to bring your end." Hearing this, Frieza chuckled lightly. "Oh, Vegeta. I must admit I found your previous timid demeanor far more charming. Should I call you naive or ignorant? You have indeed grown stronger, but you remain vastly inferior. To be frank, your power barely surpasses that of the monkey from moments ago." Frieza leisurely pointed at the battered Goku beside him. Vegeta paid no heed to Frieza's sardonic remarks. Instead, he contemplated his own palm, clenching his fist as if to ascertain his physical condition. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to Frieza, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes. "Merely trivial tricks. What challenge do they pose for me?" Before Frieza could voice his bewilderment, Vegeta's energy surged dramatically, a deep crimson aura enveloping him. Kaioken, 20-fold. Chapter 30. Vegeta vs. Frieza. Vegeta's energy surged dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he charged directly at Frieza. Caught off guard, Frieza had thought the taunting had yet to conclude, but Vegeta's punch struck him squarely in the face, sending him hurtling through the air. Although Vegeta's perception of energy was somewhat dulled in his days, he could still gauge a rough estimate. Upon regaining clarity, the first realization that struck him was the overwhelming strength of Frieza. He was far too powerful. Vegeta was acutely aware of Kakarot's capabilities. Without the Kaioken, his combat power hovered around 1-to-1. 5 million. Observing Frieza now, who appeared entirely unfazed and seemingly unscathed, it became apparent that Frieza had likely exerted only a fraction of his power, possibly around 60 million. As for Vegeta himself, he estimated that this near-death experience had elevated his own power to approximately 4 million. If he could unleash a 20-fold Kaioken, victory would be within reach. But the toll on his body would be immense, necessitating a swift resolution. After launching Frieza into the air with a powerful punch, Vegeta did not pause. He surged forward. Frieza, tightening his brow, tensed every muscle, expending considerable effort to stabilize himself mid-air. In the blink of an eye, countless afterimages of punches and kicks descended upon him. He raised his arm to shield one side of his body, but as Vegeta adjusted his angle to exploit a weakness, Frieza swiftly evaded to a distance. "Humph, I see you," Frieza exclaimed, astonished to find Vegeta had once again closed the gap. With a flying kick, Vegeta struck Frieza anew, this time with remarkable quickness. He seized Frieza's tail as he was propelled backward, yanking him back and delivering a fierce blow to Frieza's lower back. The impact was tremendous, creating a deep dent in Frieza's body, and a trickle of blood escaped his lips, causing his pupils to dilate in pain. The cosmic tyrant had never endured such humiliation. Regaining his composure, Frieza retaliated with a swift kick to push Vegeta back, forcing him to release his grip on the tail. Once a distance was established, Vegeta refrained from further pursuit, relishing the satisfaction of striking Frieza repeatedly, relishing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to witness the expression of this lofty emperor. "How does it feel, Frieza? This is the strength of the scion you feared," Vegeta proclaimed, pointing to himself with a triumphant grin. "How infuriating." Frieza trembled with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as his energy abruptly surged to a new level. Vegeta gasped in astonishment, realizing that Frieza had yet to unleash his full might. In the next instant, both figures vanished, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows in midair, colliding and separating, with the sound of earth-shattering explosions echoing across the space. The cataclysmic clash of their energies caused the ocean to evaporate and rocks to shatter, darkening the skies above. After another fierce confrontation, Vegeta recognized that he could not gain the upper hand through hand-to-hand combat alone, and thus began to employ energy blasts. With both hands forward, he launched a robust beam of energy. Frieza, however, evaded the explosion just in time. Unfazed, Vegeta quickly followed up with a relentless barrage of energy blasts, each one swift and powerful, accurately targeting Frieza while simultaneously blocking any avenues for retreat. With no escape route available, Frieza mirrored Vegeta's tactic, unleashing a multitude of energy blasts that collided with Vegeta's in midair, illuminating the sky as if they were at the heart of a sun. The shockwaves from their clash sent tremors through the earth and created layers of devastation. In disbelief, Raditz and Nappa observed the cataclysmic scene, drenched in cold sweat. Nappa, now elevated after merging with the Grand Elder, felt diminutive in the face of such a grand spectacle. Nearby, Goku wore a grave expression, while the two appeared evenly matched. He had faced Frieza before and believed that Frieza should currently be even stronger. Could it be that Frieza had not yet regained his full strength since their first encounter? Goku pondered, realizing that the timeline had shifted in his favor, as he was now several years ahead of when he had first met Frieza. And his own power was not as formidable as it had once been. Yes, that must be it. While uncertainty lingered, both Vegeta and Frieza stood in the air, showing no clear signs of injury. However, Vegeta's labored breathing was unmistakable. As he gasped for breath, sweat poured down his brow. Despite exerting a combat power of 80 million, he had failed to inflict any real damage on Frieza. Had Frieza surpassed the billion mark? Not bad, Vegeta, Frieza remarked, his demeanor relaxed. You are the first to push me to such lengths aside from my father. But he paused. That peculiar surge in your power must have come at a cost. Your inherent strength should be less than a tenth of what you display now. Such a tremendous enhancement surely bears severe side effects. I wager you won't be able to maintain it for long. Do you know what this is called? The distinction between as Frieza spoke, he gestured elegantly, embodying an air of superiority. The difference between true strength and false strength. Frieza's words and demeanor, though not overtly offensive, struck a discordant note in Vegeta's ears. He? A false strongman? Absurd. The dignity of a prince would never allow him to concede defeat so easily. If he were to perish, it would be in a battle to the bitter end, for some things are best suited for those who dare to fight. Kaioken, 30 times. Vegeta's muscles bulged, veins protruding, and his energy surged to unprecedented heights, reducing the surrounding environment to dust. Just as Frieza sensed the anomaly, Vegeta was upon him. Nanny! Vegeta's fist collided with Frieza's face, distorting it and sending him spiraling backward. With a leap, Vegeta followed up with a knee strike to Frieza's abdomen, forcibly redirecting his flight path straight upward, and then, gathering his immense energy, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a colossal wave of light toward the heavens. Frieza, struggling to regain his senses, barely had time to react as the massive wave approached. He could only raise his arms defensively, bracing himself against the impending impact. The explosion engulfed the entirety of Namek, and the cataclysmic energy, even without direct contact with the ground, caused the planet to tremble violently. In the aftermath, Frieza maintained his defensive stance. Trembling as blood stained his hands. This was the first genuine damage he had sustained since the onset of their battle. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained poised, having unleashed a power exceeding 1 billion, but the backlash was beginning to take its toll. Every cell in his body felt as if it were being pierced by needles. Each breath a painful reminder of his limits. The Kaioken could no longer be sustained, and he reverted to his normal state, utterly drained. At that moment, Vegeta sensed a presence beside him as a hand rested on his shoulder. In an instant, the scenery shifted dramatically. Goku had intervened. Even as the explosion raged on, he realized that Frieza had not suffered a fatal blow. However, after Vegeta's exertion of the 30-fold Kaioken, he was clearly unable to continue fighting. Goku understood all too well the feeling of overextending oneself, the pain coursing through the body. Given Frieza's latent strength, annihilating them would be a simple task. If victory was to be attained, only one option remained: fusion. However, fusion demands time, so Goku extended his hand and shouted, "Hold on to me." Upon hearing this, Raditz immediately grasped Goku's hand, while Nail seized Raditz's shoulder. Goku had previously explained the essence of instant transmission to them, hence they swiftly comprehended his intent. Subsequently, Goku teleported to Vegeta's side and transported him to the opposite side of the planet, where other Namekians had gathered. Upon witnessing Nail's sudden appearance, a throng of Namekians surrounded him, inquiring about the situation. Goku, filled with urgency, implored Vegeta, "Let us fuse. The only way to defeat Frieza now is through fusion." "What nonsense!" Vegeta retorted, clenching his fists in agony. He certainly did not wish to perform that humiliating act, nor did he desire to rely on Kakarot's augmented strength to triumph over Frieza. Goku studied Vegeta for a couple of seconds, letting out a resigned sigh. He was well aware of his old friend's character. "Fine, since we cannot win, let us resort to the backup plan." Goku surveyed the surroundings, searching for Bulma. Their contingency plan, naturally, was a strategy agreed upon on the day the Galactic Alliance was formed, commonly referred to as "if we cannot win, we shall flee." The current course of action involved utilizing the Dragon Balls to transport everyone except Frieza away. Goku was frantic, and he refrained from debating with Vegeta due to the scarcity of time. Although they were distanced from Frieza, should he unleash his fury, he could obliterate the entire Namek, leaving them without even a moment to summon the Eternal Dragon. Thus, the choice between immediate fusion and a hasty retreat left no room for hesitation. Vegeta's frustration mounted. Having pushed Frieza to unleash his full power, he was tantalizingly close to victory yet was now expected to flee. This feeling was even more unbearable than being crushed by Frieza. After a brief moment of indecision, Vegeta resolved to act. "Fine. If we must fuse, then let it be." From the transformation he observed in Nail, Vegeta understood that fusion could indeed yield a qualitative leap. After all, even if victory were to be achieved through fusion, it was he, Vegeta, who had contributed the greater combat prowess. However, if they chose to flee now, they would forever be branded as cowards. Chapter 31. Fusion. Upon hearing Vegeta's willingness to merge, Goku was overjoyed. He had initially intended to seek out Bulma to summon the dragon, but he swiftly turned back. After all, if Frieza were to escape this time and suddenly gain insight to train, it would be uncertain whether they could defeat him upon their next encounter. Goku merrily approached Vegeta, positioning himself a mere 4 steps away, glanced at him, then shifted slightly closer, adopting a serious demeanor and standing upright. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback by Goku's antics. Goku, after a brief moment, suddenly inquired, "Have you forgotten the moves? Should I demonstrate again?" Vegeta, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, pointed towards the gathering Namekians and shouted, "Are you out of your mind? We can't merge in front of so many people." Goku frowned, glancing around helplessly, and replied, all right, let us hurry." He then took Vegeta and flew to a secluded spot behind a rock, reminding the Namekians loudly not to follow. Ultimately, they were of no assistance, and Nappa and Raditz chose to rest where they stood. Once on the ground, Goku checked behind him to ensure they were unseen and urged Vegeta with his eyes. Frieza could arrive at any moment. They needed to act swiftly. "Let us rehearse a few times." Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment. He was reluctant to look around as openly as Goku, but he cautiously glanced to confirm that no one was watching. Mustering his courage, he attempted to follow Goku's lead. Despite the pain coursing through his body, they practiced the fusion moves twice. Their injuries impeded their motion slightly, yet curiously, If Vegeta had been in perfect condition, he might have hesitated. The pain oddly diverted his focus. Both seasoned warriors, they quickly mastered the movements. And soon Goku confirmed their actions were correct. With a call for fusion, they summoned the remaining energy within them. As their fingertips touched, a brilliant golden light enveloped them, their forms merging into a radiant orb of energy, which subsequently transformed into a humanoid figure. When the light faded, a being strikingly reminiscent of both Goku and Vegeta emerged, perfect and flawless. Goku celebrated internally. Vegeta, in disbelief, examined his hands. Mere moments ago, he had felt weak. Yet now he brimmed with vitality and power surged within him. But is this it? Vegeta thought in astonishment, assessing his newfound strength. It seemed only on par with 4 to 5 million battle power, barely a notch above his previous self. While he had indeed grown stronger, it was hardly remarkable. It felt akin to the increases experienced by Nappa and the others, which was insufficient for his standards. Goku, sensing Vegeta's dissatisfaction, wore a confident smile reminiscent of Vegeta's own, assuring himself, "Leave it to me." He pointed his finger to his forehead and executed instant transmission, reappearing before Frieza in the blink of an eye. Oh, Frieza mused, expecting Goku, yet the figure before him, while echoing Goku's energy, bore Vegeta's resemblance, intriguing him. 2 into 1? Much like that Namekian? He observed with curious interest, pondering how to address this amalgamation. Should I call you Vegeta, or something else? With a dismissive smirk. The being replied, "Call me Vegeto." A realization dawned upon Frieza. Vegeto was indeed stronger than Vegeta. His weight was justified. Waiting for us. Vegeto furrowed his brow. Of course. My dear Vegeta would never flee. Since you vanished, I assumed you were preparing a surprise for me, hence my few minutes of waiting for you. Now, let me relish in your futile struggle, Frieza declared, extending his bloodied hands with regal confidence. Very well, Goku thought. Let us begin by entrusting the body to me. What do you intend to do? You'll find out soon enough. Vegeta relinquished control, understanding their current strength was insufficient for victory. Yet Goku's newfound confidence assured him there was a reason behind it. Goku, smiling, whispered, "This is enough." In an instant, he exerted all his strength, feeling his energy soar, but soon Vegeta sensed an almost soul-binding restraint. Without the Kaioken technique, it seemed nearly impossible to ascend further. Was this the reason fusion couldn't amplify strength? Just then, a wave of furious energy overwhelmed Vegeta's mind, jolting him with a familiar intensity, akin to the primal rage experienced during the transformation into a great ape. As Scion warriors, they were trained to maintain composure under such emotions. Yet he had never heard of anyone consciously invoking this feeling. This internal restraint shattered under the surge of emotion, a subtle transformation rippling through him, similar to the great ape transformation, yet far surpassing it. Vegeto's pupils glimmered with green light. His hair turned golden, an immense aura enveloping him. This power soared to dozens of times his normal state, but unlike the Kaioken, this strength emanated from within, truly formidable, as Frieza had stated. The Super Saiyan had arrived. In first-person perspective, Vegeta was left astounded, having previously dismissed Goku's tales of transformation, claiming Saiyans were not a race of change, nor had there been any records of such. Now, he grasped the reality that merely touching the threshold of a Super Saiyan was nothing short of fantastical. Those who could actively transcend such limitations were rare, thus merely a footnote in ancient texts. Goku's lips curled upwards. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. While he hadn't reached his Saiyan limit, his extensive experience with transformations allowed them to easily ascend to Super Saiyan with Vegeta's formidable power, making the task of defeating Frieza considerably simpler. The golden-haired Vegeta assumed a fighting stance, the enhancements from their fusion now manifesting with the transformation. He had no intention of being reckless. He was determined to obliterate the stigma of Vegeta's previous lack of victories. Frieza's fear had yet to dissipate when Vegeta vanished from sight. The speed was beyond Frieza's comprehension. The next moment, a powerful punch struck his lower back, propelling him uncontrollably forward. Before he could react, Vegeta reappeared before him, effortlessly sending him soaring with a kick akin to a child's game. Vegeta raised his palm casually, yet it unleashed a massive energy sphere, racing towards Frieza with devastating speed. An explosion resonated through the air, capable of obliterating hundreds of planets, shaking the earth beneath them. Ordinary Namekians struggled to maintain their footing, while those with combat experience were astounded by the overwhelming pressure emanating from afar. Frieza struggled against a protective barrier, preventing significant injury, but sustaining it caused blood to seep from his lips and ears, far from unscathed. Anger surged within him as he charged at Vegeta, claws extended, unleashing a flurry of strikes aimed at Vegeta's head. Yet Vegeta merely swayed his neck, evading the relentless assault as if indulging a child. He then delivered a brutal kick to Frieza's waist, leaving Frieza dazed and disoriented. Vegeta's hands were clasped around his waist as he slowly uttered a few words. Kamehameha. Full power Kamehameha. The earlier strikes had merely been a playful jest at Frieza's expense, as per Vegeta's request. However, Goku had no intention of lingering in this conflict. Both he and Vegeta were gravely injured, and their fusion might not endure for a full 30 minutes. The immediate priority was to unleash a Kamehameha that would send Frieza soaring into the heavens, leaving no lingering threats behind. The full-force Kamehameha was condensed into an exceedingly dense energy sphere in Vegeta's hands. With a powerful shout, he released the immense energy and the blinding orb. Trailing a long arc, surged toward Frieza. This attack was exponentially more potent than all the energy blasts unleashed throughout the entire conflict combined. Should Frieza endure this onslaught, no amount of self-preservation techniques could save him from the inevitable fate of being reduced to dust. However, Vegeta failed to notice that Frieza's body paused momentarily in flight. Narrowing his eyes at the overwhelming wave of light, a barely perceptible smile crept across his lips. The Kamehameha, with a force reminiscent of an avalanche, propelled Frieza directly into the cosmos, the explosion resonating without so much as a tremor on the ground. Yet, the brilliant radiance eclipsed even the midday sun, illuminating the night for those on the opposite side of the planet, as if a switch had been flipped. Panting heavily, Vegeta found himself utterly depleted. Had he not been certain of Frieza's demise, he would not have risked exhausting himself completely. But with Frieza now dead, there was little cause for concern. He could focus on recuperation. Nevertheless, a sudden tremor in his voice betrayed him, cold sweat trickling down his brow. How could this be? How could Frieza still be alive? Panic-stricken, Vegeta gazed into the distant cosmos. Frieza was not only alive but had become even more formidable. Oh, looking for me? A familiar voice echoed from behind. Frieza had appeared without warning, and before Vegeta could react, an overwhelming force propelled him away. In the next instant, Frieza materialized before him, delivering a devastating downward kick that sent Vegeta crashing into the ground, shattering mountains in his wake. Devoid of strength, Vegeta could scarcely comprehend the disparity between this Frieza and the one he had faced before. His vision blurred, and before he could fully regain his senses, a colossal force ensnared his neck, lifting him off the ground. A relentless barrage of heavy strikes rained down upon his lower back, each blow igniting a wave of despairing pain that threatened to engulf his consciousness. After a brief moment, as if satisfied with his vengeance, Frieza ceased his assault. With an inscrutable smile, he inquired, "Goku, how long have you been over there?" His smile widened, and his tone softened, each word carefully articulated in Vegeta's ear. "I mean, the power is great." Chapter 32, The Unmatched Savior, The Power Tournament. These words instantly jolted the bewildered Goku back to reality. Struggling to open his eyes, he finally beheld Frieza's current form. Frieza's formerly pure white skin now glimmered with a faint golden hue. At first glance, one might merely perceive it as a slight dimming of his color, but Goku was all too familiar with this transformation. Golden Frieza. How could this be? You too. Before he could finish his thought, Frieza flicked his tail, casting Vegeta aside. With arms crossed, Frieza sauntered over to the disheveled Vegeta, leaning down to observe him with keen interest. "Indeed, Son Goku, I, Emperor Frieza, am no ordinary being. While others cower in fear of death, I alone ponder how to survive, and I am the one who has noticed your little schemes with that Whis." When Goku last activated his Ultra Instinct, everyone in the arena gasped, believing he was about to rebel. Yet only Frieza, having noticed Whis' expression, understood that they surely had ulterior motives. That little brat had already annihilated 16 universes. It was improbable that they could simply fight him and survive. Whis must have been acutely aware of this, which meant that his and Goku's subtle maneuvers had a deeper purpose. Indeed, a barely perceptible glimmer flickered around Goku, and in comparison to the overwhelming aura of Ultra Instinct, this subtle fluctuation was nearly undetectable. However, Frieza could not overlook any anomaly. He sensed something more elusive than a soul drifting from Goku's being, an ethereal essence devoid of any presence or power, an existence of absolute nothingness. In an instant, he deduced that this must be the will, not a physical body laden with matter, nor a soul imbued with strength, but a will that exists solely within logic. Although Frieza did not fully comprehend it, that did not hinder him from attempting to replicate it. He forcefully conjured a strand of will, and a brand new world unfolded before his eyes. He witnessed the river of time. Almost immediately, an irresistible force tugged him upstream against the current, his will swirling tumultuously, ultimately resembling a solitary boat in a tempest swept ashore. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself transported back 20 years. As he regained his senses and confirmed his temporal displacement, Frieza received a report indicating the existence of a wish-granting orb on the distant Namek. He realized this occurred years before his initial defeat at Goku's hands. Could it be that I received a report about the Namek Dragon Balls this early? Frieza pondered, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. If so, I shall first acquire the Dragon Balls, wish for immortality, then diligently train, ultimately seeking vengeance against Goku on Earth. Even if Goku has also traversed time, as long as I train diligently, defeating that monkey will be a trivial endeavor. Before embarking on his journey, Frieza decided to eliminate some bothersome scions. He deliberately spared Vegeta, for the feeble state of this weakened warrior would bring him no joy and destruction. True satisfaction would come only when these self-important scions believed victory was assured, only to be humiliated by his overwhelming prowess. The Cosmic Emperor was a natural at the art of deception. As Frieza recounted his tale, Goku suddenly understood the source of his earlier unease. The Frieza he faced this time was utterly distinct from the one he encountered in his previous life. He was not as cold as before, was more loquacious, and most importantly, he could assess their strengths without relying on instruments. Several times during their skirmishes, he had evaded Goku's attacks not by sight, but by sensing his energy. This was far too commonplace for Goku and his companions, leading him to overlook a crucial detail: Frieza could perceive energy. Indeed, throughout the month leading up to his journey to Namek, Frieza had not idled. While the conditions for physical training were limited, he began honing his energy manipulation skills. After several encounters with Goku, he realized that sensing energy was a highly practical ability. After meditating and training for half a month, he suddenly grasped that enhancing his physique was merely one aspect of training. Mastering the manipulation of energy could elevate his strength to new heights. For instance, his Golden Frieza form was merely a result of sheer power accumulation. It appeared impressive but lacked endurance and practicality, akin to forcing a spaceship to navigate in a zigzag pattern. Laborious and unproductive. However, once he mastered the flow of energy to a certain degree, all actions would align naturally, allowing him to achieve his goals with minimal cost. This was the essence of combat. What Frieza had not anticipated was that during the latter half of the month, simply practicing energy manipulation significantly augmented his strength. He unlocked a new state, akin to having taken half a step into his golden form. While the power increase was not as substantial as in pure golden form, the lower energy consumption made it easier to control. If he could steadily advance to full golden form from this state, he would surpass his previous incarnation by a considerable margin. However, upon disembarking from his spaceship, he was greeted by the obstructive presence of Goku. Frieza had followed the trail of his consciousness and thus knew Goku had also traversed time. His eyelids twitched anxiously, fearing Goku had sensed his pursuit and was preparing to ambush him. Yet, after a brief assessment, he discovered that the current Goku was exceedingly weak, even weaker than when they first met. Moreover, he had not fully matured. It seemed the intervening years had rushed by for him as well. After a few probing remarks, Frieza confirmed that Goku was unaware of his own temporal journey. This simple-minded fool was far less adept at playing the game than the genius Frieza. Thus, with Goku and Vegeta at their current level, their trump card was merely their transformation. Frieza was certain he would not be defeated now. Indeed, even if Vegeta had merged into Vegito and transformed into a Super Saiyan, he stood no chance against Frieza, especially given that his full power Kamehameha had exhausted all his strength, leaving him utterly defenseless. To make matters worse, Vegeta's exhaustion coupled with his already poor condition meant that the fusion could no longer be sustained, reverting them to two battered individuals, both racked with pain and devoid of energy to resist Frieza's onslaught. We have no choice but to activate the backup plan, Goku said to Vegeta. Vegeta had trouble grasping some of the nuances in Frieza's prior conversation with Kakarot, but he picked up on one crucial point. Frieza's strength exceeded Kakarot's expectations. Their trump cards appeared woefully fragile in Frieza's presence. Yet he sensed another emotion emanating from Kakarot's consciousness. Time. If only they had a bit more of it, he could train to surpass Frieza. Though Kakarot's mathematical skills were lacking, his perception of strength was still accurate. Even with Frieza surpassing expectations, Kakarot remained convinced of victory, believing that with just a little more time, triumph was assured. This alleviated some of the psychological burden of feeling like a coward. Damn it. Very well, Vegeta conceded. The backup plan was, of course, to utilize the Dragon Balls to escape Namek. However, in Bulma's original design, they could not teleport directly to the rendezvous point to inform Bulma, as that would grant Frieza precious time to react. Whether he rushed to the meeting point or obliterated the planet, Bulma and the others would not have enough time to summon the Eternal Dragon and make their wish. Thus, the agreed-upon method of communication was for Goku and Vegeta to compress their energy to the lowest possible level. Once Bulma detected that both of their energies had weakened to nearly imperceptible levels, they would initiate the backup plan. Of course, there were risks involved. A too-weak energy signature could indicate death, much like Vegeta at the outset. However, they could always be revived with the Dragon Balls, so the risk was not particularly high. At that moment, Goku had not yet suppressed his energy, indicating that the situation had not yet spiraled out of control, so Bulma had taken no action. Now, as both of them simultaneously concealed their energy, it sent a signal to Bulma from afar. However, after several seconds passed, no abnormal occurrences transpired. What is happening? Wukong gazed perplexedly at the sky. What is the matter? Why hasn't night fallen yet? The 7 Dragon Balls were supposed to be together, and summoning the dragon was merely a matter of reciting a spell. Bulma had long memorized it. Why had such a considerable amount of time passed with no sign of action? Lost in thought, Frieza suddenly appeared between the two, leaving them momentarily stunned. He seized Vegeta by the throat, and despite Vegeta's desperate struggles, they bore no effect. Haha. Seeing you two monkeys go from brimming with confidence to this pitiful state truly delights me, Frieza chuckled. However, all good things must come to an end. I have grown somewhat weary of this game. In his moment of struggle, Vegeta suddenly froze, his body suspended in midair as a crimson hand pierced through his chest, blood flowing gently from the fingertips. Frieza was no weakling. This strike had directly pierced his heart without hesitation, no matter how resilient a Scion's life force. It was undeniable that he would meet his demise on the spot. Withdrawing his hand, Frieza watched as Vegeta crumpled to the ground, his eyes devoid of any sparkle. What a splendid experience. More pleasurable than any other life I have taken, Frieza remarked, licking the blood from his fingertips, a grin involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. He then shifted his gaze to Wukong. Clenching his fists tightly, Wukong remained unaware of the events unfolding with Bulma, questioning why she hadn't summoned the dragon to escape. At that moment, he had no choice but to teleport back to assess the situation. As he prepared to activate instant transmission, he suddenly glanced skyward. In the distant expanse of the heavens, an ominous presence was drawing near. Nanny? Frieza too sensed the anomaly in the sky. A spaceship was hurtling towards the ground, showing no signs of deceleration. The vessel ignited fiercely as it sliced through the atmosphere. Yet those aboard seemed dissatisfied with the speed. Suddenly, the surrounding flames flickered, and the entire ship erupted, its energy surging toward the ground at an even swifter pace. Landing before Wukong and Frieza in an instant, a speed that surpassed even Frieza's transformation into his golden form. Finally recognizing the newcomer, Wukong exclaimed in disbelief, Krillin. Chapter 33. The android Lisa's eyelids twitched slightly. The figure before him was familiar. He had seen him a few times before, only to remember him as weak and lacking presence. Now, he appeared just as feeble, so there should be nothing to worry about. Should there? Frieza mused inwardly, sensing an ominous premonition. A similar unease was felt by Goku, but he understood its origin. Rather than pondering why Krillin had suddenly appeared on Namek, he was more concerned about Krillin's substantial increase in strength. Just months prior, on Earth, Krillin was an ordinary human. Yet now his power had surged to a level nearly comparable to Goku's normal state. Though Goku himself had also experienced a rapid power increase, he was a Scion. In his previous life, even decades later, Krillin had not possessed such strength. Moreover, the moment Krillin burst forth from the spaceship, the aura he radiated was far stronger than before, indicating that he was consciously suppressing his energy. What would happen if Krillin unleashed his full power? Wait, Goku exclaimed suddenly. Krillin? Is that you? This was not a question, it was laden with skepticism, lost in the exploration of the overwhelming energy. Goku had only now realized that the aura emanating from this person was entirely different from Krillin's. For martial artists, discerning individuals based on their energy is remarkably accurate. They can even sense familial connections. However, the energy of the person before him bore no resemblance to the Krillin he knew. Had he been given a different face, he would be a complete stranger. Of course it's me, Goku, Krillin replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. This smile was achingly familiar. reminiscent of the time they had trained together in their past life, when Krillin would boast. It dawned on Goku that he had never witnessed this expression from Krillin in this lifetime, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Nonetheless, this revelation confirmed that the person before him was indeed the Krillin he recognized. Oh, it must be the energy that's different. This is a long story. We can discuss it later. Krillin turned to Frieza with a wicked smile. I'll take care of this guy first. Humph, how ludicrous, Frieza thought. Though he maintained an air of superiority. It doesn't matter. It's just one more life to extinguish. Wait, Krillin. He is incredibly strong. Goku warned. He had no idea how much stronger Krillin had become, but he had yet to face Frieza in combat this lifetime. Not to mention that Frieza was in a half-step golden form, a formidable opponent even against Super Saiyans. Even if Krillin had grown 100-fold, his odds of victory were slim. Don't worry, Goku, Krillin said, slowly adopting a battle stance. Just watch closely. Then, I shall eagerly await the outcome, Frieza replied. Spreading his arms in a mockingly polite gesture, his face twisted in disdain. With a sly twist of his mouth, Krillin vanished from sight in an instant. His speed so overwhelming that it was nearly impossible to track. Were it not for the lingering energy he had left in the arena, Goku might have believed he had used instant transmission. Before Frieza could even suppress his amused expression, Krillin reappeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen. A tremendous shockwave erupted from Frieza's lower back, the force so great that it momentarily dispersed the air, rendering the surrounding area silent for dozens of meters. The blow left Frieza's pupils dilated, blood oozing from his orifices. Despite having received just one punch, he felt utterly drained, as though every fiber of his being had been rearranged. Trembling, he staggered back 2 steps before collapsing to the ground in defeat. How is this possible? Both Frieza and Goku silently lamented. There were no flashy moves, just raw physical power. In a single encounter, Frieza had been felled. To trace back, for years prior, the tyrant Pilaf, having subjugated the world with the Dragon Balls, immediately sought to eliminate the threat posed by Son Goku. Thus, he allied himself with the then mighty Red Ribbon Army. With the protection of the dragon, the army was wholly subservient to Pilaf, who offered them their trump card, Dr. Gero. For his bidding, Pilaf, possessing a modicum of technical knowledge, believed that the strength Goku could achieve through sheer physicality could be matched through scientific means. This aligned perfectly with Dr. Gero's plans for artificial soldiers, and the two struck an immediate rapport. Pilaf provided Dr. Gero with the finest research resources, forming what would later become the Pilaf Royal Academy of Sciences. To test the strength of the first batch of androids, Pilaf arranged for them to infiltrate the World Martial Arts Tournament. Not only did he aim to recruit strong fighters for his cause, but he also sought to evaluate the androids' capabilities. However, much to his dismay, these androids crumbled before Goku like paper, and even the likes of Master Roshi, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan, whom they had overlooked, easily defeated their strongest creation. During the finals, as Kamehameha waves soared through the arena, Dr. Gero realized there was a facet of the world he had never comprehended. With Krillin's involvement, research began anew but progressed swiftly. Krillin demonstrated how to harness energy to Dr. Gero and Dr. Brief, allowing them to quickly grasp the underlying principles and resolve a significant mystery that had occupied their minds. Is that so? Is that so? Dr. Gero exclaimed, exhilarated. Energy itself carries a force field, creating a protective barrier when it fills the body. No wonder flesh and blood can easily shatter steel. Truly, life is the greatest creation of the universe. However, Dr. Brief disagreed, asserting, if we find a material highly compatible with energy, allowing the steel body to control energy flow with thought, it would surpass mere flesh. The two could not reach a consensus on which technological path held greater potential. Yet they agreed that the strength of power was directly proportional to the amount of energy available. As various functions were enhanced by the quantity of energy, the quest to create stronger androids fundamentally became a matter of how to provide more energy. Before long, as their research deepened, they discovered that energy was not produced by a specific organ in the body, but rather relied on the entire nervous system. This explained why the palms, being the most nerve-rich areas, were typically used for energy manipulation. Although they had yet to unravel the specific principles behind it, this discovery solidified Dr. Gero's leading position in the project. Eventually, they successfully developed a unique organ capable of autonomously generating and restoring energy, which could be implanted in the abdomen, connecting to the nervous system and allowing androids to wield this newfound power freely. However, the core strength of the androids they created though significantly stronger than previous models. Still faltered against Krillin within a matter of minutes. Master Roshi explained that martial arts stem from the mind, and only through relentless training could one cultivate true strength. Power cannot be conjured from thin air. The two scientists dismissed this notion, steadfast in their disbelief of such idealism. This impasse persisted for 2.5 years until the crisis involving the Ginyu Force had passed. Krillin procured Jinyu's corpse from the divine realm for the scientists to study, leading to a breakthrough. Their prior research had been based on Earth organisms, which was understandable. Although the scientists believed in the existence of other life forms in the universe, they had never considered this direction until they had seen it firsthand. Suddenly, Dr. Gero surmised that perhaps using Dr. Brief's semi-mechanical approach to create the core could be viable. After experimenting with several methods, they finally succeeded in producing a core that could function stably as a mechanical hybrid. This breakthrough was monumental, as the core contained an unimaginable amount of energy, with a restoration speed that astounded them. They could not comprehend it, but they were profoundly shaken. Dr. Gero and Master Roshi sat together, gazing at the two cores on the table, their expressions revealing their inner turmoil. The second core revolves around Dr. Glow's efforts to validate whether the results could indeed be replicated. The newly created core remains extraordinarily powerful, yet it also brings forth an array of complications. To liken it to a nuclear weapon would be an affront to the core itself. Dr. Brief could only estimate its magnitude, knowing that it could easily obliterate not just Earth, but even Jupiter. More alarmingly, they were entirely oblivious to the reasons behind its immense strength. It was merely a fortunate accident of experimentation. A slight deviation in configuration could render the core utterly impotent. As for how to manage the two cores they had produced, a heated debate ensued among the group. Dr. Glow proposed implanting one into a human subject to observe its effects, but others vehemently opposed the idea, fearing that such uncontrollable power could pose a grave threat to the world, or even the universe at large. Dr. Glow, along with his unthinking subordinates, engaged in a prolonged argument with Dr. Brief and Master Roshi, yet no consensus was reached. At that moment, they received a communication from the distant planet Namek. The mention of a cosmic overlord left everyone in stunned silence. In just a few short months, their worldview had been upended repeatedly. Although they could escape using the Dragon Balls this time, the notorious Ginyu Force was rumored to be high-ranking officials in Frieza's army, and Earth had undoubtedly made an enemy of them. Father, you must prepare for what lies ahead. Bulma, far more anxious than she let on, believed in Goku's words. However, the notion of defeating Frieza after merely a month of training defied her scientific instincts. Goku had spent years to reach a battle power of several tens of thousands. How could he possibly multiply that by several dozen times in just a month? Thus, Bulma feared their only recourse would be to flee with the Dragon Balls. Yet, after inciting the wrath of this cosmic tyrant twice, she was at a loss for what the future held for Earth. However, upon hearing about Dr. Brief's new discoveries, she nearly bowed before the screen in disbelief. 8? To the 8th power? How could that be possible? That would imply a battle power of at least 100 million. Anyone beside her would surely have noticed the look of rapture on Bulma's face. No longer needing to worry about the future, Bulma cheerfully ended the call. Dr. Brief, however, found little humor in the situation. His daughter was on a distant planet, facing the universe's most formidable villain. This was untenable. Without hesitation, he cast his vote in favor of immediately creating a super android warrior, insisting that they must rush to Namek to rescue his daughter. This was his sole condition. Dr. Glow wholeheartedly supported the proposal. Finally, Master Roshi let out a deep sigh. The vastness of the universe far exceeded his imagination. Given that this enemy was one that even Goku could not overcome, it seemed that the core truly was their last hope. Master Roshi also cast his vote in favor, stipulating that the individual to undergo modification must be Krillin, for he would never allow anyone with ill intentions to wield such power. Chapter 34. Homeward Bound. Klin's transformation surgery proceeded remarkably well, with the divine being gifting him a magical beam to expedite his recovery. During this time, Dr. Brief constructed a new spacecraft for Klin, enhancing it with a unique interface powered by Ki, allowing Klin to accelerate the ship merely by channeling his energy. Consequently, Klin reached planet Namek in just 14 days. Had Frieza not acted more swiftly than Vegeta anticipated, the ensuing confrontation could have unfolded far more smoothly. As fate would have it, Klin and Frieza arrived at Namek almost simultaneously. Bulma promptly received a communication signal, and when Goku and the others sent out a retreat signal, Bulma did not respond. Fully aware that reinforcements were on their way, As for why she withheld this information from Goku and Vegeta, perhaps Bulma wished to assess their potential or simply aimed to provoke Goku. She herself was unsure. On the battlefield, Frieza struggled to rise from the ground, incredulously gazing at the diminutive figure before him, bewildered by the source of such extraordinary power. Yet, he could distinctly sense one undeniable truth. He stood no chance against Klin. Observing Klin's effortless demeanor mirrored Frieza's own when he battled Vegeta. The tables had turned, and Frieza now experienced the very emotions of Goku and Vegeta. Impressive, Klin. Truly formidable. Goku cheered from the sidelines, his excitement untainted by thoughts of the androids, merely reveling in the moment. He suddenly envisioned the upcoming tournament of power, anticipating the arrival of another formidable warrior. Hey, Frieza, Goku approached. How about a collaboration? What? Klin turned in astonishment. I haven't even had my fill of battle yet. Perhaps in the future, there will be occasions akin to the tournament of power. The seventh universe needs your strength. Cease your malevolent ways and focus on your training. Goku earnestly proposed. Had it been the ruthless Frieza of the past, Goku would have opted for a life-or-death struggle. However, as he considered the Frieza who had fought alongside them in the tournament, Goku chose to extend his trust. How naive, Frieza managed to utter through clenched teeth. Very well, you do make a fair point. He clutched his injured abdomen and brushed the dust off his attire, initially intending to toy with them. Vegeta, you can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect me when the time comes. I may be needed for future tournaments. Klin shook his head in confusion, unable to fathom the unfolding situation. You are indeed strong, but I shall not concede, Goku replied, a resolute smile on his face. Let us find an opportunity to spar again. Not worth my time. I'm leaving, Frieza retorted, turning towards his ship. The main cabin had been obliterated. Yet a few escape pods remained intact. Though Frieza's kind could survive in the cosmos, it did not mean they could traverse it without guidance. Let us return home, Goku cheerfully declared. Klin's bewilderment reached its peak. Wait, you all are insane. I crossed the universe just to land a punch. And now you want me to go home? Goku chuckled awkwardly and instantaneously transported Klin away. At the Namekian gathering spot, Nail wore a grave expression, sensing an unwelcome guest of terrifying power, uncertain whether friend or foe. Before he could contemplate further, Goku and Klin appeared before him. Hey, Nail. Son Goku. Has everything been resolved? Nail inquired, gazing into the distance, still acutely aware of Frieza's lingering energy. Rest assured, it's all taken care of. Goku replied buoyantly. What about Vegeta? Raditz approached, questioning. Oh, he accidentally perished. We'll just use the Dragon Balls to bring him back later. The two men exchanged incredulous glances. Frieza remained alive while Vegeta was dead. How could that be considered resolved? You're not secretly siding with him, are you? As Goku struggled to clarify, Klin cheerfully greeted Bulma. Meanwhile, in the synchronized orbit of Namek, a diminutive capsule-shaped spacecraft hovered in the void, its hatch opening to reveal Frieza, a pale-skinned being with a tail, gazing intently at the planet. Curse that monkey. His fists clenched tightly. Not only has he humiliated me, but he also dares to mention the tournament of power. To Frieza, the true threat to the seventh universe did not stem from the tournament, but rather from Goku, who had inexplicably placed the entire universe at stake. His naivety was astounding, believing that a mere shout would guarantee victory, convinced that the vast cosmos revolved around him. He was even foolish enough to consider us comrades. The thought made Frieza's cheeks twitch in disgust. He had contributed to the tournament solely to secure his own survival. Regardless of whether Goku had just annihilated planet Vegeta or abandoned his own subordinates to perish, Goku's delusional notion of camaraderie was enough to lead him astray. Let him pay the price for his ridiculous naivety. A sinister smile crept across Frieza's lips as he pointed, a terrifying sphere of dark energy coalescing in the air, poised to obliterate planet Namek without granting its inhabitants a sliver of hope for survival. Nanny, the group, engrossed in conversation, suddenly looked up in horror. This is bad. Goku realized the gravity of the situation. Frieza had resorted to planetary destruction for the third time, and he had fallen for it yet again. Klin, bring him down. Bulma, summon the dragon. Initially taken aback, both quickly responded, their unwavering faith in Goku propelling them into action. Kamehameha. Klin amassed his energy, unleashing an immense blue beam that surged towards Frieza, who was several 100,000 kilometers away. Simultaneously, Frieza unleashed his own attack, a colossal sphere of destruction hurtling towards planet Namek. No, wrong target. Nail, with heightened sensitivity to energy, was the first to detect the error. Frieza was not directly above them. resulting in a misalignment between Klin's attack and Frieza's assault. Nanny. Klin acted swiftly. As the massive energy sphere barely emerged, his Kamehameha struck, creating a vast gap as the sphere disintegrated into smaller orbs, scattering in all directions. The beam surged forward, engulfing the astonished Frieza. Curse it! The devastating Kamehameha disintegrated Frieza's form inch by inch, and in the blink of an eye, the once mighty emperor had become cosmic dust, leaving behind a silent scream of rage. But it was not over yet. Goku exclaimed in alarm, noticing the remnants of the energy sphere scattering into multiple smaller orbs, still angled towards Namek, rapidly approaching. Klin unleashed several more Kamehameha blasts, but hitting the erratic orbs proved far more challenging than striking the stationary Frieza. Ultimately, 2 residual blasts landed at least 100,000 kilometers away. This is disastrous. The explosive energy surged towards the planet's crust, causing the ground to fracture instantly. The area struck directly transformed into a sea of lava. Though planet Namek had not been annihilated outright, it certainly would not last much longer. At that moment, lightning flashed, and dark clouds swiftly enveloped the sky, shrouding the once vibrant planet in darkness. A magnificent beam of golden light surged from the ground, piercing the heavens. As the dragon of legend, Porunga, descended. Speak your wish, any wish. Before Porunga could finish his incantation, Bulma shouted, "Transport everyone on this planet to my home on Earth, except for Frieza." This was not Bulma's first encounter with a dragon, although Porunga appeared somewhat different. There was no time for her to ponder this in such a moment. She had long memorized the Namekian language essential for making wishes. Though the part concerning Frieza seemed no longer applicable, Porunga remained silent, sensing that it was not the appropriate moment for lengthy discourse. A flash of red light glimmered in his eyes, and everyone felt a sudden lightness in their bodies before they instantly vanished from their location. The destination was chosen to be Bulma's residence, a conclusion reached through their discussions. They needed a place to settle, and Bulma's home was the ideal choice, spacious and discreet. Should any commotion arise, it could easily be attributed to Bulma's father, which was preferable to having a multitude of Namekians scattered in the wilderness causing disturbances. In one fleeting moment, darkness enveloped the land, and the earth trembled. In the next, sunshine poured down unimpeded from a clear sky. The group found themselves on Earth. 7 colossal Dragon Balls descended, crashing onto Bulma's lawn. Nail explained that this phenomenon occurred because the Dragon Balls followed the Grand Elder. Whether they were following him or didn't, he could not ascertain. The Dragon Balls of Namek had reverted to their pre-wish state, and the act of transporting wishmakers to the depths of the universe had never been attempted before. The principles behind this interrupted spell remained unclear. Bulma, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired if they had inadvertently gained a wish, but Nail shook his head, stating that he sensed only 2 wishes remained within. Such a miser, Bulma pouted. Suddenly, she turned to survey her surroundings, witnessing the Namekians' faces devoid of fear, seeing Dr. Briefs approaching in a small vehicle, and observing Krillin and Goku laughing heartily. The tension that had gripped her for a month finally dissipated, and she exhaled deeply. Then, she dashed to the center of the gathering and proclaimed loudly, "Friends, welcome home. Let us celebrate." Chapter 35, Tranquil Years in the Illustrious Abode of Bulma, the wealthiest individual in the world, a veritable zoo thrived, comfortably accommodating thousands of Namekians. Their return journey commenced at noon, with Dr. Brief orchestrating the arrangements through a cadre of robots to host their guests. Goku, battered and bruised, engaged in a leisurely conversation with Krillin beneath a tree. Bulma intended to usher him to a hospital, yet Goku insisted it was unnecessary, leaving her perplexed as she opted to wait beside him. Before long, the deity arrived, accompanied by Master Roshi and Din, bearing the miraculous Senzu beans. Master Roshi, astonished by the multitude of Namekians resembling the deity, mingled curiously, eager to observe these exotic beauties, and expressed his surprise upon learning of the Namekians' asexual reproduction. Goku and Raditz each consumed a Senzu bean, their injuries healing instantaneously, leaving Bulma in awe of the bean's extraordinary properties. Nairo detected a hint of divine essence in the deity, leading to a pleasant exchange between the two. "Your instinctual capabilities are truly remarkable," Nairo exclaimed, acknowledging that, although he did not embody the Elder's personality, the memories influenced his demeanor, and he was keen to exhibit traits reminiscent of the Elder. "What astonishes me further is your dual aptitude in healing and combat. Perhaps our rigid classifications hinder the advancement of our kin," he mused, casting a profound gaze at his fellow Namekians. Bulma, squatting beside Goku, scrutinized a Senzu bean in her palm. Years prior, When she had been injured by shrapnel, Goku had saved her with this very item. In her youth, she had been oblivious to the scientific marvels, but reflecting now, she found the beans truly remarkable. Goku, she began. Yes? Goku replied, gazing contentedly at her. I think you should refrain from consuming these too frequently. A hint of concern crossed her face. Why not? Goku blinked innocently. While the immediate healing is extraordinary, the ability to restore stamina is quite peculiar. A being of your strength should possess vast reserves of energy, something a mere beam could hardly provide. I suspect it may shorten your lifespan. Really? Goku exclaimed, a shiver coursing through him. I cannot say for certain, Bulma shrugged, but until I fully understand its properties, please abstain from consuming them. Goku pondered briefly. Well, it's not an issue to avoid them normally, but during battles. Fear not, Goku, Krillin declared proudly, thumping Goku's back. From now on, I'll have your back. Laughter erupted between them, and Goku quickly grasped the source of Krillin's newfound strength. Although the intricate details eluded him, the mention of androids illuminated his understanding. Krillin had transformed akin to androids 17 and 18, and Goku felt elated to share such power with him. Watching them revel in joy, Bulma felt her spirits lift, quietly observing their merriment. Suddenly, Goku seemed to recall something and cheerfully remarked, I'll heed your advice. I'll only eat senzu beans when you say it's all right. Their eyes met, causing Bulma to blush, and she abruptly stood, exclaiming, just know that, before turning away in haste. Raditz, witnessing this from behind a tree, sighed at the scene. His origins and emotions felt discordant within this jubilant gathering. They had triumphed in war, yet he felt he had lost everything. Vegeta was dead, and planet Vegeta lay in ruins. Indifferent to this planet, he faced an uncertain future. Only when he saw Kakarot's unrestrained laughter did a flicker of emotion stir within him. A feeling at odds with a Scion's disposition, leaving him even more confounded. The Namekians remained occupied until dusk, and as night fell, the festivities commenced. The banquet tables were set outdoors, dozens of drones hovering above, illuminating the venue as brightly as an indoor setting. Lively conversations filled the air, creating an exuberant atmosphere. The chef glanced nervously at the voracious Goku and Raditz, beads of sweat forming on his brow. A significant portion of the banquet's provisions was being consumed at their table. I never imagined Earth's cuisine could be so delectable, Raditz exclaimed, his words slightly slurred as he stuffed his mouth. Of course, Goku echoed enthusiastically. Lord Beerus has declared that Earth's food is the finest in the universe. At the mention of Beerus, the deity winced, internally lamenting Goku's lack of decorum. Nairo also reacted, sensing a tinge of fear associated with the name. Meanwhile, Bulma, reveling in her newfound lease on life, poured herself a generous glass of wine. Now 19. She felt liberated. Dr. Brief remained silent, calmly smoking a cigarette as he observed the gathering. As Bulma grew more inebriated, she engaged Nairo in spirited conversation. You must admit, Earth's environment is far superior. Namek is far too desolate. Living in such conditions for a month would be unbearable. I suggest you all stay here instead. Nairo chuckled softly, shaking his head. While I would not obstruct any kin wishing to remain, Namek is, after all, our home. Rebuilding its prosperity is our mission. And I must return. Fine then. Bulma took another sip of her drink. Let me offer some advice. The senzu beans, those must be your specialty, right? You should cultivate them when you return. Who would want a life-saving remedy in times of need? The universe is vast. Soon everyone will want a senzu bean on hand. If only your kind can produce them, you could sell them for a fortune. I'd wager a bag of senzu beans could trade for a spaceship. As Bulma's excitement grew, Nairo nodded in agreement. Before large-scale production, they could be marketed as luxury items. Rest assured, Earth's market can certainly accommodate. Continuous improvement in methodology is essential to enhance production efficiency. The following day, when Nairo summoned a few Namekians to consult Bulma, she found herself overwhelmed, having no recollection of her previous night's proclamations. Bulma regained her clarity by the afternoon. The deity, representing Earth, engaged Nairo in discussions regarding future arrangements and the distribution of remaining Dragon Ball wishes. Master Roshi watched in amazement as two Namekians discussed matters of two civilizations. I require a wish to resurrect Tien. Goku interjected loudly, clarifying their purpose for visiting Namek. Nairo nodded in agreement, acknowledging Goku as a benefactor to the Namekians. We need one wish to restore Namek and another to return us home, Nairo stated. The deity consented, noting that the two Dragon Balls had 3 wishes remaining. Restoring Namek would be entrusted to the Earth's dragon, and afterward, the Namekian Dragon Balls would accompany them back. The fierce battle had not claimed any Namekians, for the Elder's life essence had merged with Nairo, rendering resurrection unnecessary. As for those who had perished at the hands of Frieza, they could only await the next year to be revived with Earth's Dragon Balls, prioritizing the restoration of their planet. Could we possibly resurrect Vegeta as well? Raditz shyly raised his hand. Nera's expression was somewhat awkward. Initially, Vegeta was an invader, and even when opposing Frieza, it was primarily for his own sake. It is difficult to assert that he owed any gratitude to Namek. However, acknowledging his fierce resistance, Nera nodded slightly. Very well, we are willing to grant one wish from Porunga. Really? Thank you. Thank you. Raditz expressed his gratitude a bit awkwardly, as he seldom uttered those words. As for the third wish, let it be to resurrect Vegeta. Regarding our return, we can wait for a year, Nera stated. During that year, we shall find a place to become self-sufficient and not trouble Mr. Bulma. Oh, don't mention it, Bulma replied with a smile, a cigarette dangling from her lips. You can stay as long as you like, or I can provide you with a few spaceships for your return journey. After all, you still have business to conduct with Bulma. Indeed, Bulma suddenly interjected. With our divine being's production being so low, we've only managed to gather a single jar over centuries. Once it's consumed, we'll all be left empty-handed. You have a larger number of people. Cultivate vigorously. Earth will take whatever you produce. She patted her chest, completely unaware that she had just jested about the deity of Earth. This situation prompted Master Roshi to reflect on how times had changed. When he trained under Master Mateto, even Karen was an unattainable figure. Well, Nero hesitated, feeling overwhelmed by the generosity of the other party, unsure of how to respond. What is there to hesitate about? Bulma smacked the table. Are you suggesting that once you produce the Senzu beans, we should fetch them ourselves? Consider these spaceships as an advance payment. Nera chuckled, relieved. She recognized the validity of her argument. Then, thank you to everyone from Earth. All right, everything is settled. Let's hurry and make our wishes. Bulma eagerly lifted 2 bags, each shimmering with Dragon Balls, the supreme treasures of both worlds, swinging them in her hands like mere potatoes. This time, she would not merely observe from a distance. She was determined to take a good look at the visage of the dragon. Chapter 36. The Omnipotent Dragon with Great Enthusiasm. Bulma strode into the courtyard and arranged 2 sets of Dragon Balls on the ground. The Dragon Balls, already in a state of being gathered, emitted a brilliant golden light, as if the divine power contained within could no longer be restrained. Curious onlookers gradually approached, and Bulma, unable to contain her excitement, moved to the larger Dragon Ball, shouting in the Namekian language, "Come forth, Jiren. Grant my wish." Suddenly, dark clouds materialized from thin air, enveloping the earth, with flashes of lightning dancing within. A tremendous golden bolt of thunder struck from the ground to the heavens, heralding the arrival of the serpent-tailed super dragon, Porunga. Bulma retrieved a capsule she had prepared earlier, containing the frozen body of Tien Shinhan. Goku and Krillin arrived promptly, lifting Tien's body gently from the capsule and placing it carefully on the grass before Shinran. With everything in place, Bulma shouted at the top of her lungs, "Let Tien be revived." Certainly. Porunga responded without hesitation. A flash of red light enveloped Tien's body, and in an instant, he was restored to life, sitting up abruptly. The unfamiliar surroundings filled him with a sudden sense of dread, and the suffocating pressure he had felt from Jinyu rushed back to him. Yet, in the next moment, this dreamlike sensation reminded him of what had transpired. I have died again. Tien gazed at his own body, his eyes filled with reluctance. Congratulations on coming back to life, Tien. Krillin laughed, patting him on the shoulder. Tien's expression froze as he stared incredulously at Krillin and Goku, shock evident on his face. What is this? The aura emanating from both of you is terrifyingly powerful. It's even stronger than that monster. And you two are clearly not in battle mode. Which means this colossal power is merely the tip of the iceberg of your restrained might. He had thought he had trained diligently enough, yet before these two, he felt like an insignificant insect, causing him to clench his fists involuntarily. After a moment, Tien shook off his bewilderment and inquired, "How long was I dead?" "Let me think. It should be around 3 or 4 months, Krillin replied, counting on his fingers. Tien's eyelids twitched, although judging by Krillin and Bulma's appearances, it seemed not much time had passed. The fact that Krillin had grown this strong in just 3 months was quite absurd. Ahem. Porunga interjected, feeling slightly awkward, as it was the first time someone had conversed casually in his presence. "I can still grant you one more wish. Speak it now. Any wish will do." The onlookers exchanged glances, nodding at Bulma, with Raditz displaying a look of eager anticipation. Bulma recalled the Namekian language and then shouted, "I wish to revive Vegeta." Very well. Purunga concentrated his divine energy, his eyes glowing with red light. However, this time, the glow did not flicker and faded slowly, indicating that this wish was not easily fulfilled. Hey? Goku suddenly recalled, after we make the wish, won't Vegeta be revived on Namek? But that place has already been destroyed. Nanny! Bulma and Raditz exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in anger as they shouted at Goku, "Why didn't you mention something so important earlier?" Wait. Bulma turned to Purunga in a panic. What I mean is, let Vegeta be revived here, right here. She exaggeratedly pointed at the ground beneath her feet. Yet, Purunga seemed not to hear her. His eyes still glowing red. After a moment, the glow finally dimmed, and his steady voice resonated. Vegeta refuses to be revived. Please choose another wish. What? Everyone was taken aback. It was possible to refuse? How could he refuse? Even the seasoned Goku was bewildered, having never encountered such a situation. Before anyone could collect their thoughts, a voice suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. Humph, there is no need for unnecessary actions. I do not require revival. Vegeta. Raditz and Goku shouted simultaneously, but Goku was not perplexed. He was elated. So you went to King Kai's place. Indeed. Vegeta had intended to boast about his fortune. But since Kakarot knew where he was, it indicated he had undoubtedly visited, explaining why he had used the King Kai fist. Vegeta. Wait. As Vegeta seemed to signal a farewell, Raditz hurriedly spoke up, unsure of what to say. Raditz, Vegeta's voice echoed. And Raditz imagined the prince's haughty demeanor looking down upon him. Stay there and train well. My affairs need not concern you. We shall meet again, sooner or later. That is all. With that, Vegeta withdrew his hand from King Kai's back and departed without looking back. Hey, you seem to think I'm a telephone. King Kai waved his small arms in complaint. Raditz gazed at the distant sky, his emotions complex. Vegeta's words felt like he was saying they would meet again in that world after their deaths, marking an eternal farewell in this lifetime. He believed Vegeta was the last hope of the Saiyans, wishing he could revive and lead them forward. Yet, he could not discern whether Vegeta was content with his life there or simply did not wish for others to look after him. Ultimately, not being revived was his desire. And Raditz did not want to go against it. The others paid no heed to Raditz's melancholy, nor did they have time to do so. The previously planned wish was suddenly unnecessary, leaving them to ponder what wish to make now. Speak your wishes, Purunga urged once more. After some contemplation, Bulma finally said, Then I wish to restore the destroyed planet Namek. A bead of awkward cold sweat trickled down Purunga's forehead. This wish exceeds my capacity. What? You're utterly useless, Bulma sighed. Hands on her hips, while Purunga coughed lightly, pretending not to have heard. Speak your wishes. Bulma turned to look at the others. What should we do? How do we use this wish? The others exchanged glances, none having any ideas. How about using this wish to send everyone back to Namek? Goku suggested suddenly. We did wish to come here, so surely we can return. That is true, Bulma nodded thoughtfully. I have no objections, Nail replied calmly. Compared to a spaceship, he wished more for a teleportation back, as it would be a journey accomplished through the strength of the Namekians themselves, avoiding further trouble for the Earthlings. Then, let us first restore planet Namek to its original state, Bulma declared, moving to the other set of shimmering Dragon Balls and shouting, Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish. Purunga raised a puzzled hand. Huh? Just as he was about to express his confusion, a beam of golden light shot up from the ground. Transforming into a golden thunder that spiraled in the sky, its form solidifying into green scales. A dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, heralding the arrival of the Earth Dragon. State your wish, the dragon began, but his words were abruptly cut short as he looked at Purunga, a large question mark appearing on his face. What is happening here? Why are two dragons summoned simultaneously? It's quite unusual. The onlookers were equally astonished. The simultaneous emergence of two dragons was a spectacle they would likely never witness again. Bulma addressed the Earth Dragon. Please restore the destroyed planet Namek. Certainly. The dragon replied in a steady voice, displaying a matter-of-fact demeanor. Red light flared in his eyes, the brilliance so intense it nearly engulfed the entire world. A divine power, imperceptible to ordinary beings, traversed the vast cosmos, reshaping the distant planet into its form from just days ago. Farewell. The divine dragon recited his customary lines. Yet before his disappearance, he cast a fleeting glance at Purunga, surveying him with a keen eye. as if grasping the underlying essence of the situation. A subtle smile graced his lips, transforming into 7 beams of golden light that soared across the globe. At this moment, the sky should have cleared, but the presence of the divine dragon rendered it still shrouded in clouds. Palunga's mood mirrored the oppressive atmosphere, the unspoken gaze of the divine dragon piercing deeply into his pride, leaving him feeling profoundly awkward, unsure of where to place his hands, and hesitant to urge those on the ground any further. Nezuro had already informed the clan to prepare for their return home. Meanwhile, Bulma remained lost in thought, pondering the implications of a wish. After all, they were not fleeing for their lives. Utilizing a wish for transportation felt excessively extravagant. Initially, the intention was merely to arrange for some spacecraft, a matter that could easily be resolved with monetary means, hardly qualifying as a wish in her eyes. Palunga, Bulma suddenly interjected, if I wish for you to answer a question, would that also count as a wish? Naturally, Palunga replied, his deep voice resonating with confidence. Then, can you answer any question? I mean, can you assure me that you possess all knowledge? With a proud exhale, Palunga asserted. The Dragon Clan embodies the consciousness of the universe, comprehending all truths. There exists no question I cannot answer. Fearing a potential loss of face, Palunga quickly added, should I fail to answer your inquiry, consider the wish nullified, and I shall permit you to state another. Bulma glanced at Nezuro, seeking reassurance. Do not worry. If it necessitates the Divine Dragon's insight, Miss Bulma, feel free to inquire. We are already content with the restoration of Namek for the Earth's Dragon Balls and do not covet additional wishes. The other Namekians nodded in agreement, their expressions devoid of any discomfort despite their recent summons to depart. They harbored gratitude towards Bulma for her kindness. Taking a deep breath, Bulma resolved to pose a question she had contemplated for some time without resolution. I wish to know, she declared emphatically. What is the essence of becoming stronger through martial arts? Previously, this question hadn't crossed my mind. One of the most common criticisms in fan fiction is inconsistency with the original narrative. The earlier chapters received considerable feedback regarding such discrepancies, hence this precautionary note. The next chapter will officially begin to elucidate certain mainline settings, which diverge entirely from the original. Thus, the subtitle of the book is A New Cosmic Narrative. This serves as a prelude, perhaps easing the acceptance of the forthcoming chapter. Furthermore, as I am a diligent worker under a demanding schedule, maintaining a pace of 3,000 words daily is quite taxing. The next chapter concludes the Frieza arc. Yet as we transition into a new chapter, many details remain unresolved, resulting in a significant decrease in writing efficiency. Therefore, I shall take a brief respite over the weekend. After completing tomorrow's update, the next installment is scheduled for Monday. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 37, The Essence of Racial Energy Sources. What a peculiar question. Everyone found themselves momentarily puzzled. The martial artists began to ponder their own interpretations. Perseverance? Kindness? Responsibility? These were the thoughts of Master Roshi. Combat? Victory? Honor? Such notions crossed Radit's mind. Becoming stronger? Protecting comrades? Safeguarding the weak? These were Goku and Krillin's reflections. Yet, Bulma was not inquiring about such metaphysical matters. She continued. For instance, Goku trained tirelessly for 6 years, elevating his power level from mere tens to several thousands. But why? After just a month on Namek, could he ascend from tens of thousands to over 1 million? It seems that power levels correlate exponentially with physical strength. What is the fundamental reason behind this? I understand your question. Barunga began slowly. It is due to a significant reduction in the number of connections to the racial energy source, thus allowing him to draw power from it with greater ease. Racial energy source? What does that mean? Literally, it refers to the source of energy for a particular race. Are you implying distinctions such as between Earthlings and Namekians? Precisely, Barunga replied, animatedly, seemingly pleased to regain his composure, disregarding whether he had already addressed many of Bulma's inquiries. The number of connections? Are you suggesting this refers to population? Bulma suddenly realized. Indeed, Bulma's understanding blossomed as she continued. So, the average individual strength is inversely proportional to the number of individuals? Your description is quite accurate. Is the total energy of all races a fixed value? Not at all. Then, does the sum of energy available to individuals equal the entirety? What occurs the moment a person dies? Enough, Barunga interjected, raising his hand to halt Bulma's barrage of questions. You have posed far too many inquiries. I can only say that the mechanisms involving the racial energy source are exceedingly complex, and the rules set by the angels for each source vary greatly. It is impossible to elucidate them all. Delving too deeply may not be prudent. Barunga slowly lifted his gaze toward the horizon, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. I have answered your questions. Farewell. With that, Barunga's form dissolved into 7 golden orbs. Nuru raised his hand, grasping at the air. And the previously scattered Dragon Balls were instantly anchored in place. As the dark clouds above parted, the 7 golden lights dimmed, transforming into 7 ordinary spherical stones that thudded heavily onto the grass. Bulma watched the indentations left in the ground with awe and cast a sidelong glance at the deity. Slightly dissatisfied. Why don't you learn from others? Otherwise, we'll have to search for the Dragon Balls all over again in a year's time. The deity's forehead creased with dark lines. He was clearly not on the same level as Nuru. Cough, cough, cough. Master Roshi cleared his throat several times, coming to the deity's aid. By the way, Bulma, what did your earlier conversation with the dragon entail? I couldn't comprehend it at all. Master Roshi scratched his head, feeling that the dragon had hinted at some essence of martial arts, yet he was entirely lost. Oh, right. Let us head to the conference room. I think I have an idea. Bulma exclaimed enthusiastically, concerning the essence of martial arts. Those engaged in combat all had their own thoughts and were naturally curious about the answer given by the omnipotent dragon. Meanwhile, Dr. Brief and Dr. Gero, the 2 scientists, discerned from Bulma's remarks that her conclusions were anything but idealistic. They seemed to touch upon the very essence of energy, and they curiously followed her. Once everyone had settled into the conference room, Bulma wheeled in a blackboard, drawing a large oval and labeling it with the words racial energy source. All right, Bulma, enlighten us. Dr. Brief said, cigarette in mouth. It's quite simple to understand. Suppose this represents the racial energy source, Bulma stated, tapping the blackboard, drawing several stick figures beneath it. This is the total energy available to practitioners. The more individuals there are, the weaker each of you becomes. It's just that simple. Having conveyed her point, Bulma tossed the marker aside, arms outstretched as if to say, see, how straightforward. Aside from the 2 doctors, who appeared contemplative, the others remained bewildered. But how does this relate to my increase in strength? Goku inquired, striving to grasp Bulma's question as it mirrored his own confusion. Because the Scions were exterminated. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. The racial energy source is tied to the race, meaning there is a finite amount of power among all Scions. Therefore, as the population dwindles, your strength will increase. After Frieza obliterated planet Vegeta, your powers surged dramatically. What a ludicrous theory, Raditz scoffed. The Scions have always been a warrior race. Even during the peak population of planet Vegeta, our strength far exceeded that of Earthlings. Bulma remained unfazed, her demeanor relaxed. I consulted the dragon. The total energy of each race is not fixed. Perhaps the Scions possess an extraordinarily vast energy source, which is why you are deemed a warrior race. Furthermore, during my time on Namek, I discovered that the average combat power of Namekians is around 1,000, approximately 200 times that of Earthlings. Yet they are not referred to as a warrior race, likely because their energy source is comparatively smaller, and their population has dwindled to the current few thousand, thus achieving their current level of power. Raditz fell silent. This theory had merit, affirming the nobility of the Scion warrior race. At that moment, Dr. Gero suddenly had a revelation and turned to Dr. Brief. Do you think it could be? Dr. Brief nodded, and the 2 shared a knowing glance at Krillin, causing him to shudder. What are you implying? The core of the artificial human within Krillin. No wonder he is so powerful, Dr. Gero mused. It seems we may have inadvertently created a device to harness power from a certain energy source. This race has likely been extinct, which allows Krillin, as the sole survivor, to effortlessly draw power from this source. Dr. Brief nodded, though he felt a twinge of discontent. If that were the case, mass-producing Krillin's core would be futile, as it would only weaken all artificial humans, potentially diminishing Earth's defenses. This theory, Master Roshi interjected suddenly, is profoundly sinister. Everyone turned to Master Roshi, observing the grave expressions on both his and the deity's faces. Did this theory not imply that to become the strongest, one must annihilate their own race? He scanned the room before sighing. I refuse to accept such a theory. I believe that true strength emanates from the heart. Those devoid of righteousness will never ascend to the pinnacle. I implore you, even if you believe it, do not propagate this theory. Master Roshi left his sentence unfinished, but Bulma felt a chill run through her. Self-destruction. If a combative race were to learn of this secret, the outcome might be a battle to the last survivor. Perhaps the race within Krillin met such a fate. She suddenly regretted asking this question and understood why Barunga had cautioned against delving too deeply. It may not be a good thing. After a moment of silence, Bulma cheerfully declared, "Well, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Barunga said this is merely a rough explanation. The true mechanisms are exceedingly complex. Perhaps there are penalties for killing others, or something of that sort. Otherwise, the beings in the universe would have perished long ago. Yes, I believe the angels are inherently benevolent." "Angels, you say?" Krillin pondered. "Angels. Indeed. We should find an opportunity to ask Whis," Goku said to himself. The deity shuddered. Goku's casual mention of divine beings felt like a ticking time bomb. "Wait, Goku, do you know angels?" Bulma inquired. "Indeed. Every universe is graced with an angel, and the angel of our universe is named Whis. He is rather amiable and has a penchant for delectable treats. If you were to prepare some ice cream for him, he would likely share his insights with us." "Angels? Every universe?" Suddenly, Bulma recalled that Goku often uttered cryptic phrases. In the past, she merely assumed he possessed some personal belief system typical of martial artists. However, after encountering deities, dragons, Namek, and Frieza, she realized that Goku might indeed be privy to some astonishing secrets. "From where do you glean all this knowledge?" Bulma inquired, her tone cautious for the first time. "One could say it stems from my experiences," Goku replied. "I previously trained with Whis." "Train with an angel? When did this occur?" "Many years ago, prior to my return to childhood." "Return to childhood? What does that entail?" "Ahem," the deity interrupted their conversation. "Allow me to clarify matters concerning Goku." Goku was rather oblivious to affairs beyond combat. He had resided in the Heavenly Palace for several years, and through snippets of stories pieced together by the deity and Boppo, a relatively coherent timeline emerged. The significant events on Earth began with the invasion of Raditz, followed by encounters with Vegeta, Frieza, Dr. Gero, culminating with the emergence of Majin Buu and the God of Destruction. Many details were lacking. For instance, they were aware that Trunks was also a time traveler. Yet there remained a plethora of uncertainties regarding his story. With the deity's intervention, clarity was restored, and doubts regarding the authenticity of the accounts dissipated. However, the two individuals who had appeared as antagonists felt slightly awkward, their eyes twitching whenever the discussion turned to them. "Trunks is my son?" Bulma's focus shifted entirely. "And his father is?" Her voice dwindled, filled with both anticipation and trepidation as she gazed at Goku. "Vegeta. Nanny, how could I possibly marry such a cold individual? Nanny, how could a prince marry a frail earth woman?" The simultaneous exclamations filled the air. Goku cleared his throat. "I am uncertain about your circumstances, but I do know that during our last encounter, Trunks had already been born." Bulma's face flushed crimson, and, Goku. Who is Gohan's mother?" Chi-Chi. Who is that?" Bulma stammered, her words growing increasingly incoherent. "She is the daughter of the Ox King?" Goku contemplated how to articulate it. "Nanny, the daughter of the Ox King." This time, it was Master Roshi who exclaimed. Upon reflection, the union of Gohan, the grandson of Goku, with the daughter of the Ox King was indeed a commendable match. Bulma shot him a fierce glare. All right. The deity swiftly intervened to quell the chaotic atmosphere. "In truth, our world has undergone monumental changes from an unknown point in time. History no longer repeats itself. The presence of Raditz and Dr. Gero serves as ample proof. There is no need for anyone to be shackled by the past. Each should focus on living their own life." Bulma fixed her gaze upon the deity, then glanced at Goku, silently resolving to take action. The threats that Earth should have faced had all been preemptively addressed. There remained 20 years before the crisis posed by Majin Buu. "Boppo and I will devise a plan to eliminate this impending peril. As for the matter of Lord Beerus," the deity's voice grew slightly strained, "that is beyond our comprehension. We shall let nature take its course." "So, we need not do anything?" Krillin inquired. "Indeed," the deity nodded. "Should any troubles arise, I will seek your assistance. Of course, we must continue to grow stronger," Goku asserted with unwavering determination. "There may be numerous formidable foes lurking in the universe that I am yet unaware of. To protect everyone and safeguard Earth, we must diligently train." Thus, this conference, which had significant implications for the entire universe, concluded, and each individual set forth towards their respective futures. They would reconvene 21 years later. Chapter 38, Hellish Jokes, Part 1, In the Afterlife. A narrow path winds through the dense, yellow clouds, with pearly spheres floating above. At the horizon, at the end of this road, stands a magnificent palace, the Hall of Yama, where the souls of the deceased from across the universe orderly enter. A colossal table occupies the center of the hall, behind which sits the imposing figure of King Yama, the ruler of the underworld. The souls awaiting judgment can do nothing but gaze up in awe at his towering presence. However, from a distance, one might notice King Yama clad in a striped suit, with pencils and notepads scattered across the table. Alongside an old-fashioned telephone, he resembles a weary office worker. His expression is not solemn. Rather, the enormous pencil in his hand sways rhythmically as he peruses a ledger of deeds. Appearing quite pleased. Name, Naba. Race, Scion. He glances at the soul before him, surprised to see a Scion, given that their planet was just destroyed. Last month had been quite taxing, Yama recalls, sighing at the memory of his month-long, sleepless workdays. But that is behind him now. Let us see. Deeds 17%. TSK. Very few Scions possess commendable virtues, and yours is abysmally low. How laughable. You dare to lecture me, an elite warrior. Naba begins to gather energy within him. But nothing occurs. He is merely a soul without a body. I see. Yama responds, entirely unfazed by Naba's reaction. Scions are all the same. He meticulously inscribes a punishment in the ledger, noting that Naba will be bullied daily by the powerful. He then picks up one of the stamps from the table, presses it down on the left side with force, and flatly states, "Go to hell." The ledger vanishes instantly, and Naba is escorted away by a horned attendant, who, despite appearing as a mere office worker with no visible combat prowess, grips Naba's arm in a way that renders him powerless to resist as he is dragged through the gate marked for the damned. The expressions of all other souls remain unperturbed. Such scenes are commonplace for them. Yama taps the table, summoning the next soul, and resumes his daily duties. A few minutes later, another ledger catches his attention. The Grand Elder? The god of Namek has perished? He looks up to see a massive figure standing before him. Towering, even though it is only half the height of the table, significantly larger than the ordinary souls and attendants. This is the privilege of gods. They can reshape their forms after death. Namek seems rather tumultuous. Yama shakes his head, stamping the ledger. Go to heaven. Yes, Lord Yama, the Grand Elder replies respectfully. No sooner has he finished when yet another unique ledger appears. Oh, another Scion? Humph. It seems there truly is an afterlife. Vegeta surveys his surroundings calmly. Let me assess your merits, Yama mutters. Cut the nonsense. Let me descend into hell. As a proud prince. He insists he can enter hell on his own terms and will not be forced by anyone. Oh, how peculiar. Yama has never encountered a Scion with such an attitude. 39%? Relatively decent. Oh. Over the past year, his virtue score reaches 41%. Yama adjusts his glasses, noting the positive trend. Unfortunately, dying prematurely means he misses the chance to qualify for heaven. Nonetheless, Yama adheres to protocol. Having presided over the underworld for eons, he has witnessed countless similar cases. Just as he reaches for the stamp representing hell, a voice interrupts him. Lord Yama, might you show leniency to this individual? The Grand Elder's voice unexpectedly comes from the side. Ah, you're still here, the god of Namek? I assume others will soon follow. I wish to see who arrives. And this one? The Grand Elder gestures toward Vegeta. He is aided in the protection of Namek and appears to have sacrificed himself for its cause. Yama studies the ledger intently, focusing on the last line. Don't get ahead of yourself, Vegeta retorts from within the glowing sphere. Everything I did was for my own sake. Yama scratches his head, bemused by the complexity of Vegeta's character, making it difficult to pass judgment. However, only those with over 55% in virtue can ascend to heaven, Lord Yama. That is not my intention, the Grand Elder calmly interjects. This one possesses exceptional combat talent. I would like to recommend him to King Kai, hoping he will cultivate his character and contribute more to the universe in the future. Ah, I see. That seems feasible. King Kai resides in the realm above hell. And a slip could lead one to hell, but it does not disrupt the order of heaven. Very well. Yama closes Vegeta's ledger, tapping the table lightly. Suddenly, Vegeta's soul merges into a new body, identical to his former self, even his battle suit restored to perfection. The only difference being a visible but intangible halo above his head. Vegeta gazes in astonishment at his body, feeling exactly as he normally would, yet aware that it is not truly his original form, which sends a shiver down his spine. Vegeta, go seek out King Kai, Yama instructs. Who are you to command me? Vegeta crosses his arms, incensed by their attitude. Vegeta, this request comes from the Grand Elder. King Kai governs the Eastern Galaxy and is the most powerful being. By learning from him, your strength can advance further. Do not neglect your training in the afterlife. If Goku and the others revive you with the Dragon Balls in a few years, you will be significantly weaker than them. Nanny, Vegeta gasps, struck at his core by the truth of those words. Damn it, where is this King Kai? Just as he turns to leave, pausing next to the Grand Elder, he glances back at the long line of souls. Never mind, I'll wait a bit longer. Huh? Yama is baffled. Lord Yama, I too wish to stay for a few more minutes to witness the outcome of that battle. Very well, Yama responds, resuming his duties without further inquiry. Before long, a familiar figure appears. Father, Frieza, Vegeta exclaims in disbelief. What on earth happened? Just moments ago, Frieza was brimming with arrogance. How could Kakarot have triumphed in such a short span? The more Vegeta contemplates, the more confused and angry he becomes. If Kakarot possessed the means to defeat Frieza, he would not have waited until Vegeta's death to act, clearly plotting against him. His face flushes with rage. Oh dear, Frieza? Yama exclaims. You know him? Vegeta inquires. Puzzled. He is the most notorious villain in the Eastern Galaxy, Yama replies with interest. We often review his ledger to see his virtue score. While we know he is destined for hell, we are curious just how low his score can fall. The last time we checked, it had dropped to 12%. Let us see what it is now. Yama opens Frieza's ledger, scanning the pages, his brow furrowing in increasing concern. Gasp. The last 2 pages are blank. The ledger has not recorded any of the events during this period, and his virtue score has inexplicably risen to 52%. What sort of universe-saving deeds has he performed? He is on the brink of entering heaven. Regrettably, rules are rules, and the King of Hell mercilessly stamped the decree of the underworld. Vegeta felt utterly despondent, akin to having consumed something vile, as not only had Kakarot triumphed over Frieza, but now Frieza's merits surpassed his own, a humiliation beyond measure. However, witnessing Frieza being carted away like a helpless chick by the staff somewhat lifted his spirits. Observing the King of Hell scribbling in Frieza's ledger, curiosity propelled him to soar closer, and upon glimpsing the nature of Frieza's infernal punishment, an icy dread coursed down his spine. This punishment was truly abhorrent. Shouldn't it involve treacherous trials like climbing a mountain of blades or being cast into boiling oil? What was this absurd puppet show? As he beheld Frieza's anguished wails, it seemed the villain had already grasped the severity of his impending fate. Vegeta swallowed hard, recognizing that had he been in Frieza's position, his mind would likely be spiraling just the same. After a considerable wait, the absence of Nelu and Kakarot indicated that matters had been settled. While they did not comprehend it, they could only accept the outcome. A staff member with purple skin drove Vegeta towards the snake path in a cramped vehicle that rendered his legs nearly immobile, an affront to his dignity. The staff member, unfazed by Vegeta's discomfort, maintained a sycophantic grin plastered across his face. We are headed to the Serpent's head, but the snake path is perilous. How is your body faring? Dead as a doornail, Vegeta retorted tersely. King Kai, he muttered several times, evidently connected to the origins of the Kaioken technique, suggesting that Kakarot had traversed this path before. How intriguing. A hint of a smile finally graced Vegeta's lips as he pondered what formidable being awaited him. They exited via a side road of the Grand Hall, driving for quite some time until the hall receded into a distant speck. Ahead loomed a colossal serpent's head, prostrated at the end of the road, surrounded by an endless expanse of yellow clouds. The serpent's body tapered into the horizon, enveloped in an oppressive silence that felt both serene and stifling. Where is King Kai? Vegeta inquired. At the end of the snake path, near the serpent's tail. Simply run there, the staff member replied. Vegeta glanced around, unable to discern the tail's location. Noticing his confusion, the staff member added, the snake path is said to stretch 1,000,000 kilometers. Humph. Vegeta scoffed confidently. It seems you regard this distance as a trial. I can reach it in 10 minutes. With that, he ascended slowly, a surge of energy erupting from within him as he vanished in the blink of an eye. Wow, the staff member exclaimed, yet he held no further thoughts on the matter, considering it merely a fleeting episode in his millennia of service as he returned to the routine of his duties. Chapter 39, Hellish Jokes, Part 2, 10 minutes later. What a revelation, Vegeta exclaimed inwardly. It seemed he had inadvertently overlooked the 10,000, 1,000,000 kilometers. What a ludicrous proposition. That would mean circling planet Vegeta 10 times. How long would it take to fly that distance? Fortunately, upon calming his mind, he realized that, given his current prowess, it should only take a few hours. He had merely exaggerated in his earlier boasts, and the recollection of his own antics made his cheeks flush with embarrassment. After nearly an hour of flying at full throttle, Vegeta began to feel a touch dizzy. The landscape around him was now dominated by a serpentine path, and an endless sea of clouds. He pondered the possibility of getting lost during a rest stop. If he mistakenly turned in the wrong direction, he might have to fly all the way back to the snake's head before realizing his error. He glanced to either side, curious about what lay beyond the horizon of this yellow cloud sea. If he were to venture away from the serpentine path into the infinite abyss, would he become a forever wandering spirit? A chill ran down his spine as he suddenly became aware of something. Why am I not tired? He had initially flown with the expectation of a 10-minute journey at full power, yet now, after an hour, he felt nothing amiss. His energy felt as robust as when he first set off. It dawned on him that this body felt alien to him, and he wondered about the nature of that king's powers. Suddenly, an idea struck Vegeta, and he activated the 20-fold King Kai fist. His speed surged dramatically, and indeed, after 10 minutes, the sensation of fatigue coursed through him. However, when he paused to rest, he recovered in less than 5 minutes. So that was it. Observing his own body, he realized that his energy was not depleting, but rather replenishing at an extraordinary rate. Intriguing indeed. A smirk crept across his face as he thought that this underworld was quite a splendid place for training. Thus, he continued this cycle, charging for 5 minutes, flying at full speed for 10. After 2 hours, he finally caught sight of King Kai's planet at the end of the floating path. As he set foot on the familiar terrain, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, reminiscent of returning home. What a peculiar place. Vegeta began to explore King Kai's planet, struggling to comprehend how a space with a radius of mere dozens of meters could be labeled a planet. A black gorilla approached him with a comical gait. Upon seeing Vegeta, it first recoiled in surprise, then joyfully began to circle around him as if welcoming a stranger. Why, you are King Kai? Vegeta inquired tentatively. The gorilla ignored him, continuing its merry circling while emitting unintelligible sounds. After 10 minutes of this standoff, Vegeta could no longer contain himself, veins bulging on his forehead. He bellowed, "Shut up already." He then delivered a forceful kick to the gorilla's rear, sending it racing forward and crashing into the wall of a house. "Ah!" A somewhat comical voice echoed from within the dwelling, and a short, stout figure clad in black emerged, small stones adorning its head. Babidi, Babidi, my house." From the words emblazoned on his clothing, it became apparent that this was indeed King Kai. "Oh, a new arrival?" King Kai exclaimed upon spotting Vegeta, his expression momentarily frozen in surprise. After clearing his throat, he approached Vegeta and said earnestly, "A fresh face, how delightful." After a few seconds of silence, noticing Vegeta's lack of response, King Kai added, "Feel free to laugh if you find it amusing, there's no need to hold back." Still, Vegeta did not react, shaking his head in resignation. "Go home, you have no talent." The fact that he couldn't even comprehend a pun demonstrated his lack of potential. No sooner had he spoken than King Kai was lifted into the air. Vegeta roared, "I am Prince Vegeta, a once-in-a-century genius among Saiyans. How dare you claim I lack talent? Humph, you don't seem capable of helping me grow stronger. What a disappointment." With a huff, he released King Kai and turned to leave. "What? I thought you were here to learn the path of humor. Turns out you just want to grow stronger. How simple." King Kai said nonchalantly while adjusting his clothing. "Nanny?" Vegeta spun around abruptly. His astonishment brought satisfaction to King Kai, who continued, "I possess an unparalleled martial technique that can significantly enhance one's strength. A Saiyan. Quite promising. Perhaps you truly have the ability to unleash its full potential. I have named it." At this point, Vegeta's intuition began to flare with discontent. King Kai fist. King Kai suddenly struck an extravagant pose. Vegeta's eyes twitched as an immense aura erupted from within him, instantly amplifying the King Kai fist to tenfold. This overwhelming energy sent a gust of wind that stirred the sands of King Kai's planet, lifting not only King Kai's vehicle but also the king himself, who clung desperately to the doorframe to avoid being swept away. The effect had been achieved, and Vegeta reigned in his energy. As King Kai returned to the ground, he pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, staring at Vegeta for several moments before exclaiming, "Remarkable. Such powerful energy." Only now did he realize. Vegeta was utterly exasperated. He had flown for a full 3 hours, and any normal being would have sensed his strength and recognized that he was utilizing the King Kai fist. Yet this old fool seemed oblivious, which was hard to believe. "Well, forgive me. King Kai's perspective encompasses the entire universe, so overlooking the immediate is not unusual," he shrugged. "Humph, enough with the small talk. Do you possess any other techniques?" None in particular." "Well, not entirely true. There is the spirit bomb, but only those with a pure heart can master it. With your violent aura, you surely wouldn't be able to control it. Vegeta clicked his tongue in disappointment, just as he was about to turn away. A voice echoed in his mind. What is this? Resurrection? Vegeta suddenly spoke to the air. King Kai's antennae twitched as he followed this divine energy and spotted the dragon on Earth. Oh? King Kai adjusted his glasses with interest. This divine energy? The being capable of granting wishes possesses a level of divine power that seems extraordinarily high. It feels at least one tier above the great King Kai, perhaps even more. However, this divine power appears incomplete, as if it were merely a drop in the ocean, making it difficult to fathom the true identity of the complete possessor of this power. Well, that's not my concern. Major matters are left to significant figures. King Kai preferred to focus on his little planet. Hey, King Kai suddenly spoke. Would you like to converse with your friends down on Earth? I can assist. Thus, Vegeta placed his hand on King Kai, explaining to Goku and the others that he did not wish to be resurrected, although King Kai may be unreliable. The underworld remained quite convenient, suitable for training. The mortal realm was far too exhausting, unfit even for dogs. While Vegeta disconnected the communication on his own accord, it did not deter King Kai from continuing to observe the unfolding drama. When Bulma inquired about the essence of becoming stronger, King Kai paused in confusion. The essence of becoming stronger? What is that? He had lived for billions of years without contemplating such a question. He was genuinely curious about what answer this omniscient divine power might yield. Vegeta was also intrigued, so he placed his hand on King Kai's back once more, tuning into the events transpiring on Earth. Together, they indulged in the unfolding drama, from the wishes made to the conclusion of the meeting. King Kai maintained a calm demeanor, while Vegeta felt an indescribable sadness welling within him. A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind, and he could not quite grasp the source of his turmoil. He remained silent, lost in contemplation. After what felt like an eternity, a thought suddenly struck him. How absurd. My ability to grow stronger is tied to the destruction of planet Vegeta, and the one responsible for that destruction is Frieza. This implies that my power was granted to me by Frieza. Power is bestowed by others rather than cultivated through one's own efforts. This realization tormented him even more than the death of Vegeta. The power Frieza granted him was already a humiliation, yet it failed to conquer him, leading to yet another disgrace. The agonizing sensation of a shattered heart resurfaced in his mind, and Vegeta felt that everything he had endured was a source of shame. Overwhelming anger coursing through his entire being. What a jest! Vegeta's roar echoed through the Snake Way, his energy erupting from within, surpassing even the tenfold Kaioken by several magnitudes. This time, the KO could not withstand such might and was blown away from KO's planet, vanishing into the depths of the clouds. Vegeta did not seek to calm himself. Instead, he allowed his fury to consume him entirely. Having experienced fusion firsthand, he now understood the sensation of transformation that Kakarot had described. This time, he would shatter that barrier through his own strength. As his energy surged, the power of the great ape underwent a qualitative change within him. The moment the barrier was breached, Vegeta's aura transformed, his golden hair and green eyes exuding an air of supremacy over the entire underworld. Maintaining the rationality of the great ape form was effortless for him. The Super Saiyan transformation had no effect on him. He merely gazed at his hands, a smile spreading across his face. So this is what it means to be a Super Saiyan, ha 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 ha. Just as he reveled in his newfound strength, a figure suddenly materialized before him, nearly startling him. Kakarot? You two have perished. Goku lowered his finger from his forehead and gazed at Vegeta with surprise. Indeed. It is you. What a day filled with calamity, the KO remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he slowly approached from a distance. Ah, KO-sama. The KO looked at this overly familiar fellow with confusion, wondering who he was. Goku, feeling delighted, found comfort in the presence of the KO. He had not realized that the one who had been by his side the longest was neither Chi-Chi, Gohan, nor Vegeta, but the KO himself. I can hardly believe you came to KO-sama's realm, Goku said with a grin. I heard you refused resurrection, and I feared you might have been reincarnated, never to be seen again. Nanny? Vegeta was taken aback. He had not anticipated the concept of reincarnation. The thought of becoming another person seemed even more terrifying than death. What nonsense are you spouting? The KO replied calmly, there is no such thing as reincarnation in the underworld, merely external rumors. Oh, is that so? Goku said, looking disappointed. What a pity. I was hoping Frieza would be reborn as a good person so he could train alongside us. Well, each new life is a brand new soul. However, if you have a need, you could speak to King Yama and request that he erase the soul's memories and reshape it. Eh? The KO's expression changed dramatically. FR Frieza? He has actually died. Umph, no need for that. Vegeta dismissed the KO's concern. Soon, I will cultivate strength surpassing Frieza's without any unnecessary measures. Ha ha, Vegeta. You are indeed much stronger than I am now. I must work hard to catch up. Nanny, Frieza is truly dead. The KO's antennae quivered in disbelief. What on earth has transpired? At this point, Vegeta's expression hardened as he pondered. What exactly happened after my death? Why are you unscathed while Frieza has perished? Oh, that… Goku began to speak, but his smile abruptly froze. His body involuntarily trembled as an eerie chill began to invade him. He suddenly snorted, his teeth chattering as he stammered, WHWH, what's going on? Why is it so CC cold here? Oh. The KO adjusted his glasses, stating that as a living person, having spent so long in the underworld, you must have absorbed the dark energy. What is that? Should I warm up? Returning to the living realm will alleviate it. If you remain here any longer, well, in a few minutes, there will be no salvation. You will die. The KO's voice was eerily calm, tinged with a hint of absurdity. Nanny, WHWH, what should I do? Hurry, back to the Snake Way. It's too far. I can't muster the strength. Vegeta, carry me to find King Yama. Get lost. You deserve this. Then KO-sama, you should carry me. I absolutely will not. You all are too heartless. I am about to die. What should I do? What are you saying? Just return the way you came. The KO remained unfazed. Right. Goku trembled, extending a finger to his forehead. Oh no. No one can sense me. KO-sama. Goku patted the KO's back, urgently saying, quickly, help me contact Earth. Do you take me, the esteemed KO, for a telephone? You despicable scion. Nevertheless, the KO directed his thoughts towards Earth. Krillin, help me. Save me. Goku? What is happening? Where are you? How can I rescue you? The sudden turn of events threw Krillin into a frenzy. Focus your energy. Elevate your ki. Let me sense you. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Krillin complied. Soon, Goku locked onto Krillin's energy far away on Earth, forcing a strained smile as he waved to the KO and Vegeta before vanishing in an instant. KO's planet returned to tranquility. Vegeta stood dazed, sensing the energy emanating from Earth. How infuriating. He had never heard of anyone on Earth possessing such immense power. This aura even eclipsed Frieza's. It seemed this was the true reason behind Frieza's demise. He gazed toward the distant horizon, a fierce competitive spirit surging within him. Since this place is so conducive to training, I shall remain here. Prince Vegeta will strive diligently and astonish everyone. Chapter 40. A Dose of Earthly Humor, Part 1. 13 years after the battle against Frieza in the western capital, there lies a magnificent estate not far from the city center. Within its grounds stands a towering spherical structure, surrounded by lush greenery and gentle streams, creating a serene oasis amidst the urban landscape. This spherical edifice is none other than Bulma's residence, housing a colossal gravity training chamber. Inside, Goku and Krillin are engaged in rigorous training. The interior of the training chamber is vast, fortified with thick protective and shock-absorbing layers to ensure that, regardless of the intensity of their training, the outside world remains undisturbed. While this protection is certainly beneficial, it is not a decisive factor for Goku and Krillin. Their primary concern is the potential wrath of Bulma should they damage the facility. Consequently, both warriors have gradually learned to control their energy and attacks to avoid any harm to the structure. At the control console in the center of the chamber, the screen prominently displays a gravity level of 300 G. Goku and Krillin, muscles straining and drenched in sweat, are engaged in combat training under this extreme condition. Over the past 13 years, their lives have essentially revolved around this routine. Goku has spent a decade honing his skills to match Krillin's strength, allowing his body to adapt to the full power of Super Saiyan. In his previous life, the King Kai had warned him that maintaining a Super Saiyan state for extended periods could shorten one's lifespan. This time around, Goku lacks the sense of urgency he felt before the Cell Games, as Bulma has repeatedly cautioned him against sacrificing his health for strength. Thus, he has opted to allow his body to gradually acclimate and improve, which has taken a full 10 years. Outside the training chamber, Bulma, dressed in a casual long dress, approaches the door with a furrowed brow, glancing at the radiant light spilling from within. She presses the intercom button. Hey, you two, stop right now. Goku, have you forgotten what day it is today? After a few moments of silence, she receives no response. Goku. Bulma's forehead creases with irritation. Yet all she hears on the other end is is the continuous sound of explosions. Clenching her fists, her eyes twitch with frustration. She swiftly opens the control panel of the training chamber and begins to operate it. Inside, Goku and Krillin are fully immersed in their sparring when suddenly they feel an uncontrollable force pulling them downward, crashing heavily onto the floor, rendering them nearly immobile. Not again. 600 times gravity. Krillin manages to squeeze out, "Goku, did you provoke Bulma again?" I didn't do anything." Goku protests. Bulma's calm voice resonates through the speakers. "Have you forgotten that today is Gohan's first day of school?" With a startled exclamation, Goku's memory returns, and the gravity dissipates. He springs to his feet, sheepishly scratching his head and chuckling. "Ah, I see. I completely forgot. Son Gohan, the son of Goku and Bulma, was born 6 years ago." Resembling Goku yet inheriting Bulma's striking blue hair. Goku, indifferent to the notion of marriage, had simply agreed when Bulma insisted they wed, pondering only what to name their child, Gohan or Trunks. Ultimately, after Raditz declared that his child must carry Prince Vegeta's legacy, the naming dilemma was resolved in favor of Trunks. A year later, Gohan was born in the Western capital, and now, at 6 years old, he is ready to embark on his primary education. Bulma had informed Goku a month prior that parental attendance was required on the first day of school, fearing Bulma would seal the training chamber if he refused. Goku reluctantly agreed to take the day off, only to forget entirely. Fortunately, Bulma had meticulously planned their schedule, allowing ample time for Goku to prepare. Despite his reluctance, Goku complied with her wishes, donning a casual shirt, dress pants, and shoes, even tying a tie at Bulma's insistence, as she deemed training attire too uncouth. Gohan, too, was attired in a formal school uniform, complete with a red bow tie. If not for his messenger bag and round cap, one might mistake him for a grim reaper from another realm. As the family of 3 gathered at the entrance, Bulma finally displayed a satisfied smile. She looped her arm through Goku's and prepared to step outside when the air vibrated slightly, and Krillin instantly materialized before them. Indeed, Goku had taught Krillin the instant transmission technique. After years of training together, it was only natural for them to share their skills. In his previous life, Goku had often wished to teach Vegeta but found him too proud to accept such a proposition. In contrast, Krillin had always been more amicable. Krillin, dressed in simple shorts and a t-shirt, his muscle definition subtly visible beneath, sported a cap that concealed his forehead scar, appearing the epitome of a vibrant city youth. "What are you doing here?" Bulma's expression quickly turned frosty. "Of course, I'm coming with you," Krillin replied cheerfully. "It's Gohan's first day of school. I can't miss that." Bulma's frustration peaked. She had set aside an entire day for family time after dropping Gohan off at school, only to have Krillin tag along. She glared silently at him. But before she could express her displeasure, Gohan leaped up, wrapping his arms around Krillin's neck with a beaming smile. "Great. Uncle Krillin, let us go together." As parents, Goku and Bulma often enforced discipline, while Krillin, as a friend, tended to spoil Gohan, resulting in a close bond between them. With Gohan thrilled at the prospect of having Uncle Krillin accompany him, Bulma found it difficult to voice her objections. With a resigned sigh, she pulled Goku forward, and Gohan clung to Krillin's neck, following them. The school is but a few kilometers from their home, a distance that Goku, Krillin, or even Gohan could traverse with a mere flash. However, Bulma, unable to fly, deemed it impractical to be whisked away through the sky, so they opted for a car, which took a full 20 minutes to reach their destination. This institution is the finest private school in the Western capital, attracting only the children of affluent families. As the daughter of the world's wealthiest man, Bulma's choice was entirely fitting. At the school entrance, new students and their parents flooded in. The children, accustomed to urban life, exhibited no signs of distress at leaving their parents. Rather, they buzzed with excitement, eager to forge new friendships amidst the cheerful atmosphere. Gohan, too, was brimming with joy, eagerly scanning his surroundings even before entering the campus. Suddenly, he detected a familiar presence. "Trunks," Gohan called out, waving enthusiastically at a figure in the distance. Trunks, who is the same age as Gohan, is a few months older and also attending school for the first time today. With his distinctive scion black hair, he exudes an aura of confidence reminiscent of Vegeta and Raditz. While Gohan embodies the gentle demeanor of an Earthling, Trunks embodies the combative spirit of a scion, a trait that remains unchanged from their previous lives. However, the two 6-year-olds, innocent and oblivious, are elated to see each other, rushing together to share their excitement. Having grown up in close proximity, their camaraderie is palpable. The Western capital is small enough that a simple phone call can lead to a meeting within minutes. And with so few threats in their world, their parents afford them considerable freedom to roam. While Trunks escaped Goku's notice, the moment he saw the individual following Trunks, his jaw dropped in astonishment. What? BB bye-bye. Bew. 13 years ago, upon returning to Earth, Raditz, confronted by the overwhelming might of Goku and Krillin, relinquished any thoughts of violence. Prince Vegeta advised him to cherish life, and thus, Raditz endeavored to do so. Following Bulma's counsel, Raditz capitalized on his strengths by establishing a security firm, providing protection for the affluent and influential. Bulma stipulated a singular principle. Under no circumstances should he resort to killing, even when faced with adversaries, for if Raditz were to engage in any malevolent acts, Goku and Krillin would undoubtedly intervene. While Raditz feigned disdain for Bulma's meddling, he adhered to her guidance. In the grand expanse of Earth, aside from Goku and Krillin, Raditz emerged as an unparalleled powerhouse. He effortlessly accomplished protection goals without endangering lives, and there existed no target beyond his safeguard. Consequently, his security firm gained immense renown, with the elite aware that securing Raditz's services guaranteed absolute safety. Wealth naturally followed suit with this rising prestige. Although not comparable to Bulma's fortune, Raditz successfully ascended into high society. Once merely a low-ranking warrior, he now reveled in the exhilarating sensation of transcending into a figure of prominence, growing increasingly fond of his vocation. As for Piccolo, he initially existed as an unremarkable assassin. Accepting any grim task that came his way, his prowess unmatched. Once he struck, his targets would never see the dawn of a new day. The underworld often likened him to Raditz, the strongest spear and the strongest shield, leaving one to wonder what would transpire should these two titans cross paths. Years later, fate intertwined their destinies during a coincidental assignment, where the once arrogant and formidable Piccolo found himself intrigued by the mundane task at hand. Yet, in an instant, this intrigue transformed into sheer terror when Raditz merely released a fraction of his power. Piccolo immediately recognized the futility of opposition. Raditz's presence unveiled a new realm of possibilities for Piccolo. Without engaging in combat, Piccolo conceded defeat with grace, choosing henceforth to serve Raditz, aspiring to grow stronger by his side and one day to surpass him. Thus, the renowned assassin Piccolo vanished from the world, and Raditz's security company welcomed a formidable new butler, an invincible force in his own right. Their exploits became the subject of extravagant tales, far removed from the truth. Meanwhile, Goku, wholly absorbed in his training, remained oblivious to the developments surrounding Raditz and Piccolo. His knowledge of his brother was limited to the fact that he had a son named Trunks, and he was utterly unaware of their evolving relationship. What astonished him at that moment was not the connection between Piccolo and Raditz, but rather his exclamation, pointing at Piccolo, "Wait, isn't it customary for parents to drop off their children on the first day of school?" Chapter 41. A Few Jests from the Mortal Realm, Part 2. At this moment, Bulma was brimming with indignation. The presence of Krillin, akin to an unwelcome light bulb, was already quite irksome. To her astonishment, Raditz had sent a subordinate to escort Trunks, leaving neither of his parents in attendance. Before Goku could utter another word in astonishment, he received a heavy blow to the head, dealt by none other than Bulma herself. Goku, redirecting the energy from his head, absorbed the impact with his robust physique, resulting in a sizable bump that caused him to grimace in pain, effectively silencing him. Trunks had already dashed into the school with Gohan, while Piccolo had no intention of indulging in the antics of Goku and Bulma. Just as he was about to turn away, his gaze fell upon a young man nearby, and an inexplicable sense of hostility surged within him. Piccolo stared intently at Krillin, an unsettling familiarity gnawing at him. He felt as though he had encountered this individual before, not merely in passing, but as one of his greatest adversaries, though the reason eluded him. Krillin sensed he was being scrutinized and turned to meet Piccolo's fierce glare. In this incarnation, Piccolo had not fused with Nail, bearing a striking resemblance to the early days of the Demon King Piccolo. His physique was leaner, his chin more pointed, and his expression radiated malevolence, rendering him the quintessential villain. Krillin involuntarily shivered at the sight. After venting her frustrations, Bulma turned her attention to the intense standoff between Krillin and Piccolo before suddenly exclaiming, "Wait, you're a Namekian?" Having spent a month on Namek 13 years prior, Bulma had developed a fondness for its inhabitants, unaware of the dark history surrounding Piccolo in this world, which piqued her curiosity. "I thought you all returned home in your spaceship?" Nail never mentioned anyone staying behind, Bulma mused, stepping closer to scrutinize Piccolo, who exhibited visible displeasure at her inspection. Goku hastily interjected, "This is Piccolo, raised on Earth, the evil incarnation of Kami." When recounting significant events on Earth, Goku typically emphasized the foes they had faced, seldom delving into the backgrounds of allies. Thus, Bulma vaguely recalled Piccolo's existence. Upon hearing the term evil incarnation, her face involuntarily twitched, and she instinctively took a step back. "Who are you, and why do you know me?" Piccolo inquired calmly. Raditz was reluctant to mention his brother, who overshadowed him, and Piccolo had only deduced that this person was Gohan's father. "I'm Goku. Don't you remember I killed?" "Oh wait. It was Krillin who defeated the last Demon King, ha ha ha." Goku chuckled, oblivious to the fact that he had just implied he had killed Piccolo's father. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Piccolo's eyes. It became clear that his animosity towards the young man stemmed from an ancestral grudge. He fixed his gaze on Krillin, who met his stare with a mixture of clarity and confusion. After a prolonged silence, Krillin abruptly pointed at Piccolo, exclaiming, "You're that egg." Piccolo's fist clenched tightly, his patience wearing thin. His anger transformed into a cold smirk as he spoke in a low voice, "Since you've managed to defeat the previous Piccolo, you must possess some skill. How about we have a little contest?" The idea of a contest that could inadvertently lead to a fatality crossed Piccolo's mind. However, before Goku could voice his concerns about Piccolo's strength, he suddenly received a sharp elbow to his side. Bulma stepped forward, fixing Krillin with a disturbingly cheerful smile, and said, "Krillin, it seems Mr. Piccolo here has some unresolved issues with you. This is a rare opportunity. Why not find a secluded spot to settle things? He's a friend of Raditz, and you're a friend of Goku. So in essence, you should be friends, right? Friends should resolve their disputes with a good fight, and it would be for everyone's benefit." Krillin, reluctant to stir up trouble, recognized that the individuals present were consciously suppressing their energy. Uncertain of Piccolo's true strength, he realized that neither the former Demon King nor the Namekian he had encountered previously were on his level, rendering the impending confrontation meaningless. He was about to decline when he caught sight of Bulma's face, which radiated an intimidating aura even more formidable than Piccolo's, causing him to swallow his words and obediently follow Piccolo as they took to the skies. From the moment Bulma had devised this plan involving Krillin, she had not let go of Goku's sleeve, fearful that one moment of inattention might allow him to escape as well. Now that the two had vanished from sight, she turned to Goku with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Let us go shopping." Goku cast a reluctant glance in the direction of Piccolo and Krillin, but upon reflecting on the vast disparity in their strengths, he decided it was best not to dwell on it, and nodded in agreement to Bulma's cheerful suggestion. As they strolled through the shopping mall, Bulma found everything fascinating. She bought toys for Gohan, clothes for Goku, and selected jewelry for herself, bustling with delight. As a wealthy woman, she paid for everything that caught her fancy, leaving Goku to carry the ever-growing pile of bags and boxes without complaint. Amused by the delicate balance this presented as a form of training, they bypassed the restaurant, and instead, Bulma purchased 2 hot dogs, eating one while feeding the other to Goku, who devoured it in one bite. For a scion, such a morsel was hardly a meal, yet he relished the flavor, laughing as he declared it delicious. As they meandered home, Bulma gazed at Goku, who was focused on maintaining balance despite the burgeoning bump on his forehead. Sensing her gaze, he looked back, and she offered him a subtle smile, which he reciprocated before returning to his exercise. Many years prior, Bulma had pondered why she was drawn to Goku. As the daughter of a billionaire and a brilliant beauty, she had been pursued by countless suitors throughout her life, yet none captured her interest. Each man who approached her seemed to harbor ulterior motives, and those of similar social standing were often driven by their own ambitions, leading her to feel that their minds operated on different wavelengths. She merely sought a genuine Prince Charming, a simple request that felt insurmountable given her status. Thus, she had sought the Dragon Balls to fulfill her wish for true love. Bulma had found her beloved, yet he appeared somewhat oblivious, despite their shared trials and time apart. Following a narrative arc that should have led them to their happy ending, Goku remained preoccupied with training, spending his days battling alongside Krillin in the training chamber. This left Bulma in a state of hesitation. If he showed no interest in her, should she make the first move? It was a notion she had never entertained. She even began to question what it was she truly liked about Goku. Was it his formidable strength, providing a sense of security that money could not buy? Was Krillin a suitable alternative? The moment that thought crossed her mind, clarity struck. She realized in an instant that it was impossible. Her heart belonged solely to Goku. She adored the man who would risk his life for her, whose kindness was unblemished. This conviction affirmed the authenticity of her feelings. Thus, Bulma took the bold step of proposing to Goku, who readily accepted. They married, had children, and built a life together. Yet, even after all these years, Bulma found herself grappling with an inner turmoil. Courageously, she turned to Goku and said, "I have a question, Goku." "Yes?" he replied. "Do you think you're happier in this life, or were you happier in the last?" In essence, she was asking, do you prefer me, or do you favor Chi-Chi? After learning of Chi-Chi's existence, Bulma had relentlessly questioned Goku about their shared history. Consequently, she later told both Goku and Krillin that their overwhelming strength rendered their participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament unnecessary. A tournament that happened to coincide with the one in which Goku had become engaged to Chi-Chi. Wukong, devoid of any particular inclination, found merit in Bulma's words, leading him to forego further participation in the martial arts tournament. Bulma, grappling with her own sense of moral degradation, harbored prior knowledge of Wukong's fate and forcefully steered it towards her desired outcome. She had snatched Wukong away from another, who remained blissfully unaware of the theft. This incident tormented Bulma's conscience, prompting her to feign understanding towards Wukong and Gohan. Even as Wukong immersed himself daily in the training capsule, she refrained from voicing her discontent. Over the years, she had only managed to compel Wukong into a handful of interactions, and today, it was merely by Gohan's influence that she secured a moment alone with him. She treaded carefully, striving to ensure that Wukong did not feel that his life had been squandered. At last, she summoned the courage to pose a question, maintaining an outward calm while her heart raced in anticipation. "Of course, I am happy in this life. Krillin is far superior to Vegeta, who only knows how to wear a stern expression. That is not what I meant." Bulma bit back her frustration. Indeed, Wukong's thoughts perpetually revolved around training. Gohan, our family," she whispered softly. "Family, is it?" Wukong pondered, staring blankly at the box above him for a moment. By then, they had reached the entrance, and upon entering the courtyard, Wukong carefully set down various bags, while several robotic servants scurried over to assist. "Family," Wukong scratched his nose shyly, admitting, "I suppose I have never been a particularly good husband." However, he turned to Bulma, his eyes shimmering with warmth. "You must be a wonderful wife." Bulma gazed into Wukong's clear eyes, momentarily lost in thought, before suddenly retorting with feigned indignation, "Humph." Naturally, she seized Wukong's collar and, without allowing any room for argument, pulled him forward, her tone laced with impatience. "I want to see the results of your recent training." Chapter 42. Enrollment. Upon entering the campus, Gohan and Trunks were filled with uncontainable excitement. At their age, they relished new experiences. Nearby, a teacher wielding a megaphone guided the new students. But the two boys appeared oblivious, exploring their surroundings and exchanging silly grins. Observing their antics, the teacher merely smiled gently, choosing not to reprimand them. After all, this was the most prestigious aristocratic school in West City, where only the affluent were admitted, and unless they committed a serious infraction, there was little reason to assert authority over them. "Humph, how annoying." A small girl's voice cut through the air, deliberately loud enough for them to hear. Though not directly aimed at Gohan and Trunks, it was evident to everyone that she was referring to them. Trunks, with his fiery temperament inherited from Raditz, bristled at her words. No one dared to speak to him disrespectfully, not even Piccolo, for he couldn't win in a fight. He tugged at Gohan and approached the girl, deliberately ignoring her while addressing Gohan in a sarcastic tone. "Gohan, are we in the wrong place? How can there be such rude individuals in school, talking behind others' backs?" The girl's eyes twitched as she glared at Trunks. "Do you even know what courtesy is? Aren't you also speaking ill of others behind their backs?" "Pardon?" Trunks feigned astonishment, placing a hand to his ear. "Did I hear you correctly? We are clearly standing right in front of someone, yet that person believes we are behind her? You." The girl tightened her fists. "You're the new students. Aren't you? I'm in the 2nd grade. How can you show no respect for your seniors?" "Ha ha." Trunks laughed mockingly. "You're just a little kid, and you're already trying to act like a senior." Sensing the growing tension, Gohan quickly intervened, stepping between them with a conciliatory expression. "I'm terribly sorry. This is Trunks, my best friend. He means no harm," he said, glancing at Trunks. "We were in the wrong." Trunks apologized to her. Trunks stared incredulously at Gohan. You're actually siding with her." Then, as if struck by a thought, he scrutinized the girl before him. She had an exquisite appearance, exuding a bold charisma. With 2 black braids adorned with red bows cascading over her shoulders, perfectly complementing her blue school uniform. Had he encountered such a girl on the street, he would have approached her without hesitation. Yet, even so, he couldn't fathom Gohan's unexpected betrayal. The girl, noticing Trunks' discomposure, felt a surge of satisfaction. She turned to Gohan and casually asked, "What is your name?" "I'm Son Gohan." He responded cheerfully. "Son Gohan." The girl pondered for a moment. "What is your father's name?" She intended to gauge his family background through his name, but momentarily couldn't recall any prominent family with the surname Son, prompting a more direct inquiry. "My father? His name is Son Goku." The girl scratched her head. "Son Goku? Never heard of him. What does he do?" Gohan understood she was inquiring about his father as profession, yet he struggled to articulate it. It seemed Goku spent his days training with Uncle Krillin, so he replied, "He is a martial artist." Uffed. The girl erupted into laughter. "So that is it. I see you already knew who I was and were merely trying to get my attention." Gohan exchanged puzzled glances with Trunks, their wide eyes reflecting their confusion. "We don't know who you are," Gohan replied candidly. "TCH, don't play coy. I am the daughter of Mr. Satan, the champion. Is your martial artist father trying to seek my father as a mentor? I advise you to give up. He hasn't taken on a disciple in ages." Gohan was utterly bewildered. "My father isn't trying to find a mentor?" Bitterly frowned slightly. "Oh, so he is aiming to challenge my father? Then he better train hard. Otherwise, he might get hurt." 10 years ago, at the World Martial Arts Tournament, the martial artist Mr. Satan made his mark by defeating the previous champion, Kaiatsu, in just 11 seconds during the finals, subsequently defending his title for 2 more consecutive tournaments with overwhelming prowess. On Earth, achieving the title of World's Best garnered immense respect, and since the era of Pilaf, a martial arts culture had pervaded, making martial artists a revered profession. Mr. Satan, packaged as a once-in-a-century genius with a decade-long undefeated streak, overshadowed all celebrities and became an idol for half the planet's population. Of course, his success came with its own hardships. Over the years, countless individuals sought to unseat him from that position for defeating Mr. Satan would instantly crown one the next Earth hero, an easier path than climbing from the bottom. Therefore, not only had Mr. Satan remained diligent in his training for the past decade, but he also had to be wary of other schemes, which made Bidley quite cautious as well. This pressure, coupled with fame and fortune, was something Bulma, who effortlessly amassed wealth through patents, could hardly relate to. Before Gohan could piece it all together, Trunks had already realized who she was. Due to Raditz's business connections, he had some knowledge of Mr. Satan's reputation. To them, he was merely a clown, while Uncle Goku was the strongest man in the universe, and Trunks couldn't tolerate such ignorance. As Raditz was preoccupied with business, he had hardly trained in recent years, leaving Gohan to train with Goku, while Trunks followed Gohan. Therefore, Trunks was acutely aware of Goku's strength. He and Gohan combined would scarcely match Goku's power. Just as Trunks was about to retort, a boy's voice suddenly interrupted from behind. "Hey, what are you all doing? Hurry up and get to class." The boy held a tablet and wore an armband labeled Discipline, along with thick black glasses towering over Gohan and Trunks, clearly a senior student in charge of maintaining order. Despite his authority to deduct points, he wore a sunny smile, his tone pleasant, evoking no feelings of resistance. Longjing, Vitaly's expression brightened instantly, nearly beaming with joy. "It's been so long. Did you have a good summer?" "Indeed. I received your postcard. Thank you very much. Are these 2 new students? Vitaly's new friends?" "Humph. Hardly friends. Just noisy passers-by." Vitaly, Longing's expression turned serious. "How can you say that without even giving them a chance to get to know each other? You should apologize." Vitaly's face flushed, and after a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly bowed slightly toward Gohan, murmuring an apology. Longjing's smile returned. "It's almost class time. You all should hurry to your classroom. You'll be scolded by the teacher for being late. I must check on other areas. I'll see you later." He waved goodbye and left. Vitaly watched Longjing depart with a reluctant gaze, then pouted, unwillingly following Gohan and Trunks toward the classroom. Trunks glanced at Vitaly's expression and then at the distant Longjing, suddenly grinning mischievously. "What a handsome senior," he exclaimed, turning to Vitaly. "Do you like him?" Vitaly froze, her face turning crimson as she quickly retorted, "No way. It's not like that. I just think he is really nice. He is quite handsome." No. I mean him. Well, he is very friendly and quiet, offering genuine smiles to everyone without the slightest hint of pretense. However, sigh. My father often says that a man who does not practice martial arts is not a true man. Longjing, the senior, appears too frail. My father would surely disapprove. I have urged him several times to join my family's martial arts dojo as a student, yet he refuses to go. What should I do now? As Bidalai spoke, her voice diminished, and it seemed she had forgotten that someone else was present, merely rambling to herself. Trunks, with his hands clasped behind his head, strolled leisurely, initially delighted by the success of his teasing. Yet, as he listened, he suddenly felt something amiss. Frail? He glanced at Longjing in the distance. This amiable senior evidently possessed a strength tenfold that of an ordinary earthling. How could he be deemed frail? Well, compared to us, he might indeed seem delicate. Trunks mused as he walked into the classroom with Gohan. In this timeline, Bidalai is 3 years younger than in the original timeline. Primarily because it is implausible for Goku to have married Bulma at the age of 18. Thus, Gohan must be a few years younger as well. I do not wish to separate this couple, so Bidalai must also be a few years younger. Without a proper narrative explanation, let us attribute it to the butterfly effect. Chapter 43, The Morning Class. The classroom of the first-year students was filled with the cacophony of youthful chatter. These children, hailing from affluent families, were well acquainted with the world. Not a single one was crying for their parents. Instead, they engaged merrily with their classmates. The atmosphere resembling that of a parking lot with cars honking in unison. With a loud crash, the classroom door swung open, revealing a stern-looking blonde teacher who strode to the front. Though strikingly beautiful, her face remained perpetually stern, her gaze upon the students almost menacing. Devoid of any overt malice yet instilling a sense of dread. Without uttering a word, she fixed her stare on the students until silence enveloped the room, oppressive and palpable. Only then did she speak, her voice deliberate and commanding. I am your homeroom teacher, Marlon. For the next few years, you are under my supervision. I do not care if you are a young lord or a little princess at home. In my class, you will be obedient students. Do you understand? Seconds ticked by in silence until Marlon reiterated, her tone more forceful. Do you understand? Yes, we understand. A chorus of youthful voices replied. Marlon, are you married? Came the unexpected query from Trunks, who sat by the window, his face alight with mischief. The room turned as one to look at him. The girls frowned while the boys gazed at him with envy, as if he had found a way to challenge authority. This was precisely the reaction Trunks sought. Meanwhile, Gohan, seated behind him, lowered his head nervously, anxious that their familiarity might be revealed. Marlon narrowed her eyes at Trunks, her gaze fierce enough to evoke memories of Aunt Bulma's reprimands, which tempered his bravado, causing his confidence to wane. Yet, Marlon remained silent, her gaze unyielding, and Trunks' smile gradually faded. At last, she averted her eyes and addressed the class. You shall call me Teacher Marlon. Trunks began to speak, but was swiftly interrupted. Also, if you wish to speak during class, raise your hand first. Hold your tongue until I grant permission. Trunks swallowed his retort. The playful banter quelled. In truth, Marlon did not wish to be so harsh with the children. She was merely a recent graduate, her demeanor straightforward, often cheerful. Yet, an elder had advised her that to establish authority in a prestigious school, she must first assert her dominance. If these young lords and ladies dismissed her, her future teachings would be in vain, leading them down a path of poor character. To be an effective teacher, one cannot simply be overly kind. As anticipated, for the remainder of the class, Trunks refrained from mischief. Marlon shared the school's history and dispensed some motivational platitudes about the value of education, followed by a round of self-introductions among the students. Thus, the first class concluded. Only when Marlon exited the classroom did Trunks exhale in relief. The others, too, felt a weight lift, for the next class was physical education, where they could play outside. Moreover, barring Gohan, no one could rival him in athletic prowess, presenting yet another opportunity to establish his reputation. The students changed into their sports attire in the locker room before making their way to the baseball field. Being an elite institution, the school boasted specialized facilities for basketball, soccer, badminton, tennis, and baseball, as well as venues for fitness training. However, first-year students would start with baseball, the sport most accessible to them. Upon arrival, everyone donned protective gear over their sports uniforms. The initial lesson aimed to foster familiarity among the students, centered on a simple activity of tossing and catching the ball, while seemingly straightforward. Accurately throwing the ball to a partner 10 meters away posed a considerable challenge for first graders. The physical education teacher, Freddie, a retired baseball player, was robust and charismatic, sporting a thick black mustache that accentuated his rugged charm. His teaching style contrasted sharply with Marlon's. He moved among the pairs of students, offering encouragement regardless of their performance. Excellent throw. Use more arm motion. Yes. Great accuracy. Impressive power. Beautiful form. Suddenly, Freddy's expression tightened as he noticed Gohan and Trunks tossing the ball to each other with unorthodox yet effective movements. The ball zipped back and forth between them at an astonishing speed, causing their classmates to instinctively step back in alarm. Freddy's eyes twitched. Could these be the throws of first graders? He estimated their speed at a staggering 100 miles per hour, indicative of exceptional amateur talent. Yet, how were they achieving such velocity with such peculiar form? Meanwhile, Gohan and Trunks appeared utterly bored. This is so dull. I thought we could have a team competition. Trunks remarked. I find it rather enjoyable, Gohan replied with a smile. Where's the enjoyment in this? You can't even throw the ball with any force. Haha. My mom specifically instructed me to avoid using strength at school. I must appear ordinary, or it will lead to trouble. I know, my dad says the same. But even without using Scion strength, winning a baseball game should be a cinch. Let me have my moment to shine. There will surely be opportunities in the future. At that moment, Freddy approached, clapping his hands with a somewhat strained smile. Both of you throw the ball exceptionally well, fast and accurate. However, your form needs refinement. Extend your arms. Trunks, ball in hand, regarded the teacher with indifference. Isn't accuracy what matters? The form is irrelevant. He did not wish to argue with the teacher. He simply found it easier to control the ball's speed with a casual throw. Were he to employ a more formal stance, he risked losing control and breaking the ball. Freddy's lips twitched, and he clapped again, gathering the students' attention. Listen carefully, everyone. The most crucial aspect for a pitcher is their form. Accuracy and power can be developed over time, but once a poor form becomes habitual, it is challenging to correct. A good form is essential for mastering advanced techniques. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Freddy took a position 20 meters away from Trunks, instructing the other students to step back. Grip the ball with your fingers. Swing your arm, and pivot your feet to better utilize your waist strength. He then threw the ball towards Trunks. Freddy exerted only 80% of his strength, achieving a speed comparable to that of Trunks and Gohan, but he added a spin to the ball, causing it to arc in the air, evading Trunks' reach. This advanced technique was reserved for professional players. He hoped it would impress upon Trunks the importance of mastering skills rather than relying solely on brute force. However, Freddy likely had never heard the saying "one force conquers 10, as Trunks sidestepped effortlessly, catching the ball with ease. Freddy blinked in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Was he merely seeing things? Had his age finally caught up with him? After physical education, the students enjoyed a lunch break. Trunks rallied a group of restless boys to the baseball field, eager to showcase their prowess in a competitive match, garnering admiration from his peers. As the afternoon class approached, Longjing entered the field with a tablet, reminding everyone to return to the classroom and change for their next class. The students complied, gathering their equipment and chatting amiably as they made their way back. While walking back, Trunks and Gohan encountered Bidalai, who was also dressed in sports attire, presumably heading to her own physical education class. However, she paid them no mind, engaged in laughter with her friends. Her gaze fixed intently on Longjing until she nearly collided with the two boys. Trunks remained silent, merely gazing at her with a playful smile, which prompted Biddy to recall the last words he had spoken to her. Do you like him? Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson once more, and she shot him an annoyed glare before hastily averting her gaze. Trunks said nothing further and sauntered back to the classroom like a carefree vagabond, ready to prepare for the afternoon lessons. Chapter 44. The afternoon class. The afternoon class was mathematics, taught by a short, square-faced middle-aged man, whose expression bore an air of profound simplicity. Whenever he spoke, there seemed to be an inherent bewilderment in his demeanor. Even though there was only one class before the students could return home, Trunks succumbed to the hypnotic effect of mathematics and soon found himself dozing off at his desk. Gohan, on the other hand, was captivated by the lesson, absorbing concepts of addition and subtraction, sums and differences, and units and tens. Although Bulma had not provided him with any preschool tutoring, Gohan had inherited his mother's sharp intellect, and he grasped these notions with just one hearing. Eagerly, he raised his hand to answer the teacher's questions, and by the end of the class, he was adept at performing mental calculations of additions and subtractions within 100. It was noteworthy that other children struggled to count, leaving the teacher staring at Gohan in astonishment. Just as the atmosphere in the classroom was harmonious, Gohan suddenly sensed something amiss. He turned his gaze toward the window, where the baseball field lay in the distance. Although he could not see the scene within, he distinctly felt a strange and powerful presence enter the field. Gohan blinked his clear eyes and returned his attention to the lesson. The term powerful referred to a level that, by Earth standards, could not compare to that of the Science, and it was even weaker than that of Uncle Piccolo. So Gohan did not dwell on it. A few minutes later, that presence departed at an alarming speed, leaving Gohan with an unsettling feeling that something was wrong, though he could not articulate it at the moment. Almost simultaneously, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, growing louder with urgency. The classroom doors swung open with a bang, revealing their homeroom teacher, Ms. Marin, whose face bore no hint of seriousness, only anxiety and concern. She scanned the room nervously before approaching the math teacher and whispering urgently in his ear. The math teacher listened intently, his brow furrowing into a deep furrow of worry. How could this happen? The priority now was to protect the students and swiftly notify their parents without inciting panic. Excuse me, what is a kidnapping? Both teachers froze, glancing down to find Gohan standing behind them, his bright eyes blinking curiously. Having noticed their anxious expressions, Gohan had darted over to eavesdrop, overhearing their conversation. Ms. Marin had just disclosed that a villain had invaded the gymnasium and kidnapped a student, leaving Freddy severely injured and unconscious. Marin, glancing at Gohan, managed a rare smile, though it appeared somewhat stiff. Gohan, please return to your seat. It is not right to eavesdrop on the teachers. All right, Ms. Marin, Gohan replied, lowering his head as he returned to his seat. No one paid heed to his sudden appearance at the podium. Instead, they began to murmur about the abrupt cessation of class. The commotion roused the sleeping Trunks, who wiped the drool from his mouth and blinked sleepily at his surroundings before turning to Gohan and asking, "Is it time to go home?" Gohan shook his head. Trunks was about to lay down again when Gohan seized his arm. "Trunks, do you know what kidnapping means?" "Huh?" Trunks wiped his mouth again. "It means to take someone away. Is the kidnapper a bad person?" "Yes, a bad person takes a good person. Let me think like Frieza capturing you and demanding money from Aunt Bulma to release you. That's kidnapping." "Ah, so that makes him a supervillain." "Of course." Trunks, still lethargic, shrugged it off. His family owned a security company, and he had heard far more shocking tales than this. Suddenly, Gohan exclaimed, startling Trunks out of his drowsiness. "What's wrong? Why are you shouting?" "Kidnapping. Just now, a bad person took Videl away." It was the familiar energy he had sensed earlier that had left with the stranger, and Gohan now realized it was Videl. Trunks glanced outside nervously and waved dismissively. She had it coming. It was not that Trunks was heartless. He believed the police would handle it, and if not, Videl could likely fend for herself. "Hey, look over there." Gohan pointed out the window in alarm. A curious classmate followed Gohan's gesture, but aside from the wall of the school building, there was nothing to see. However, Trunks understood what Gohan meant. They were not merely looking with their eyes, but felt another familiar presence emerging in that direction. Senior Lam-Z appeared by the school S-wall, stealthily surveying the area before leaping outside and sprinting away. "Is the discipline officer skipping class?" "No, he is heading toward Videl." The two exchanged excited glances, their faces lighting up with glee. They had previously speculated that Lam-Z possessed a formidable energy, indicating he was no ordinary person and perhaps held a special identity like theirs. They had initially planned to meet him after school, but given the incident, they decided to seize the opportunity to investigate now. As Trunks leaned out the window, ready to take flight, Gohan grabbed hold of his shirt. "We can't fly at school," Gohan whispered urgently. "Oh, right, I almost forgot." He glanced at the classroom door. "Let us go out the door and find a secluded spot to fly." "Okay." They dashed toward the exit, but just as they were about to leave, a force yanked them back by their collars. "Where do you think you're going?" Ms. Marin demanded sternly, attempting to keep her voice calm. "There's danger outside. You must remain in the classroom. Your parents will be here soon." Gohan and Trunks exchanged glances, their faces reflecting their unease. Meanwhile, Lam-Z's classroom was closer to the baseball field. The shouts from students when Freddy was knocked unconscious reached him immediately. As the discipline officer, he stepped out of the classroom to assess the situation. Once outside, noticing the absence of others, Lam-Z's expression sharpened, and he dashed toward the teaching building with incredible speed, leaving only a blur in his wake. By the time he reached the gymnasium, Videl had already been taken. He did not catch sight of the perpetrators, but glimpsed a small jet flying away at an astonishing speed. Damn it! Once confirming the area was clear, Lam-Z discarded his glasses and leaped over the wall, shouting, "Nimbus!" A yellow solid cloud appeared rapidly from an unknown origin, soaring beneath Lam-Z's feet. Instead of landing, he mounted the Nimbus, deftly retrieving a helmet from within its depths. He skillfully donned it, pulling down the visor as the shark fin-like protrusion sparkled atop his head. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly without pause as Lam-Z propelled the Nimbus toward the jet. The Nimbus moved swiftly, closing the gap between them rapidly. Within minutes, he was tailing the jet. Lam-Z placed his hands atop his head, and with a swift motion, he removed the shark fin decoration, then thrust his hands forward, launching the metallic headpiece into the side of the aircraft. An electric surge coursed through, and smoke began to billow from the plane. The hatch suddenly burst open, ejecting 2 escape chairs, yet their parachutes failed to deploy. Recognizing one of them as Videl, Lam-Z soared up on the Nimbus, catching both chair and occupant securely before gently descending to the ground. Their speed was astonishing. Within mere minutes, they had soared beyond the urban confines of the West City and reached the outskirts. In a serene expanse of grassland, Lam-Z gently lowered the chair bound with Bidalai. Her brow was furrowed, appearing as if she had lost consciousness from injury. He softly shook her shoulder, but she remained unresponsive. "Oh, a mere child?" A chilling voice echoed. Lam-Z spun around sharply, startled to find the kidnapper had silently materialized behind him, a cold sweat instantly beading on his back. There stood a gaunt man clad in a pink robe and cloth shoes, calm and composed, with hands clasped behind him. Thick, dark braids hung over one shoulder, and his gaze was so devoid of warmth it sent shivers down the spine. It was the kind of disdainful look that could only be born of a lifetime of taking lives. A large character for crane adorned his chest. He was the infamous assassin. "Tao bye-bye. I detest children the most," he stated, taking a single step forward. Lam-Z's muscles tensed instinctively. He recognized the formidable adversary before him, realizing he might only have one chance to strike. Exhaling deeply, Lam-Z transformed his hands into claws and bent forward sharply. Wolf fawn. He positioned himself in a stance reminiscent of a top bow ready to release its arrow. Wind punch. Lam-Z propelled himself forward, charging at the enemy like a predatory wolf. "Oh." Tao Bai raised an eyebrow, acknowledging a hint of prowess, albeit minor. He kept his hands behind his back, swaying casually like an old man on the street, yet deftly evaded each of Lam-Z's attacks. Then, executing a low sweeping kick, he destabilized Lam-Z, following with a spinning kick that sent him hurtling away, tumbling across the ground for several rotations before coming to a halt. "Humph, utterly pathetic," Tao Bai remarked, his expression unchanged as he approached the unconscious Bidalai. Chapter 45, Extracurricular Activities. With a powerful strike, Tao Bai sent Lam-Z reeling, feeling as though he had been struck by a telephone pole. His vision blurred with stars, breath escaping him, although he sensed no severe internal injuries amidst the turmoil within. As he observed his foe advancing towards Bidalai, he struggled to rise from the ground. "Oh, he can still stand." Tao Bai paused, intrigued. Lam-Z, being the son of Yamcha and Chi-Chi, inherited the extraordinary physical prowess of the Bull Demon King lineage, giving him remarkable resilience. Should a mere mortal have endured such a blow, they would either have perished on the spot or remained utterly incapacitated. "I will not allow you to harm my classmates," Lam-Z declared, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, once more adopting a charging stance. "Humph, merely a desperate struggle," Tao Bai scoffed dismissively. Lam-Z launched himself at Tao Bai again, this time employing broad, sweeping movements. However, Tao Bai anticipated his every move and prepared to counterattack, only to be evaded by Lam-Z's deft sidestep. He maintained a delicate distance from Tao Bai, minimizing his exposure to harm, even if it meant sacrificing his offensive potential. Indeed, after just one exchange, Lam-Z recognized the futility of victory. His only recourse was to stall for time until assistance arrived. "Mr. Satan, please hurry. I can't hold out much longer," Lam-Z silently pleaded. Meanwhile, within the school, no matter how Trunks pleaded, Teacher Marlin refused to let them leave. "Teacher, I'm tired of sitting. I want to stretch my legs." "No. Teacher, we left something at the baseball field." "No. Teacher, we need to use the restroom." "Hold it in." Gohan silently followed Trunks, finding it difficult to concoct lies, unable to fathom how Trunks could fabricate excuses so effortlessly. Their numerous attempts had rendered their intentions transparent, prompting Marlin to fix her gaze upon them, eliminating any chance of a stealthy escape. "You are not permitted to leave the classroom until your parents arrive." With that, Marlin firmly shut the classroom door and positioned herself as a barrier, akin to a guardian at the gates. Just as Trunks was about to speak, he froze, staring intently at Gohan, who returned his gaze. They exchanged a knowing nod. Indeed, he is no ordinary person, but, Senior, he can't possibly win. They both sensed the energy of Tao Bai and Long Ying, exchanging comments about the battle taking place miles away. Marlon, bewildered by their sudden off-topic conversation, was about to instruct them to sit down when she noticed their expressions shift to one of grave concern. Senior is in danger, Gohan exclaimed anxiously, having felt Longjing's energy waning. He glanced out the window, realizing that saving him took precedence over any concerns about utilizing the instant transmission technique. Just as Gohan prepared to leave, Trunks seized him, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Watch me." Trunks approached Marlon and unexpectedly hugged her leg. Her heart softened instantly. She adored children. Under different circumstances, such affection would have melted her resolve, but not now. "Listen to your teacher." Outside, she began, intending to reason with them. But Trunks suddenly grinned, exerting immense strength, lifting her as though she were a mere decorative vase, moving her aside. "You, let me go." Marlon struggled fiercely. But Trunks' grip was as unyielding as iron. As a crack appeared in the door, Gohan darted through, finding the hallway deserted. Once he vanished from sight, he instantaneously reached the outside of the teaching building, unleashing his energy and soaring toward Longjing at lightning speed. Sensing Gohan's departure, Trunks finally released Marlon. She had no time to blame him, hastily opening the door and rushing out, expecting to glimpse Gohan's retreating figure, only to find the corridor empty. Trunks rested his chin on his hand, watching the direction Gohan had taken, murmuring, "This is too slow, he won't make it in time." On the battlefield, Longjing bore an expression of bruised desperation, one arm hanging limply, appearing as though it might be broken. He stood defiantly, showing no sign of retreat. Tao Bai-Bai's mood soured further. He was fully capable of dispatching Longjing with a single, earnest blow. However, he found himself unwilling to exert full effort against a mere child. For an earnest effort from him equated to defeat. It was his prerogative, as the second-best assassin in the world, to nonchalantly eliminate foes. Yet, this stubborn child refused to fall. With no interest left in playfulness, he longed to conclude this engagement and return to his duties. The arrival of Satan would complicate matters further. The sounds of battle began to rouse Bidalai from her unconsciousness. She struggled to open her eyes, overwhelmed by pain and a churning stomach. The last thing she remembered was a strange man appearing at the baseball field, delivering a punch that rendered her unconscious. Now, she found herself in this desolate wilderness, faced with a familiar, disheveled figure. "Longjing Senpai," Bidalai gasped, suddenly alert. Before her stood the villain who had previously restrained him, now slowly extending one hand. Tao Bai-Bai's right hand was poised to strike in a lethal attack, ready to claim a life. Longjing, despite his battered state, stood resolutely before her, determined to protect her at all costs. Bidalai, too, resolved to defend him with her life. Having grown up by Satan's side, Bidalai possessed her own extraordinary gifts. She easily broke free from the ordinary ropes binding her and rushed to Longjing's side. In a flash, she felt a surge of golden light. Though her vision was obscured, she knew the enemy approached. She was prepared to shield Longjing from harm, willing to sacrifice everything for him. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. Furrowing her brow, she opened her eyes slowly, discovering a golden-haired, blue-eyed boy smiling down at her. "You? Who are you?" "It's you." "Ahahaha. Hello, Senior Bidalai and Longjing Senpai. My name is Son Gohan. We met this morning." Gohan spoke as if they were merely engaging in casual conversation. However, for Bidalai and Longjing, the sight of Tao Bai-Bai's lethal hand mere inches from Bidalai's form, now grasped firmly by Gohan, was nothing short of miraculous. Bidalai remained momentarily dazed, while Longjing gaped in disbelief. Now this feels right. Trunks sighed in relief from his seat in the classroom. If Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan and rushed to their aid, they might have arrived too late. "Son, Gohan." Bidalai blinked repeatedly, muttering the name to herself. Having exchanged pleasantries, Gohan turned to Tao Bai-Bai and released his grip. Tao Bai-Bai immediately sprang away, leaping back to create distance, his wrist throbbing with pain, trembling in disbelief as he stared at Gohan, sweat pouring down his face. You. It's you." Though their hair colors differed, the face and gaze were unmistakable. This was the nightmare that haunted Tao Bai-Bai for years. The humiliation he suffered at the World Martial Arts Tournament over a decade ago. Damn it. Dodon Ray. Without hesitation, Tao Bai-Bai unleashed his ultimate technique, the Dodon Ray. Be careful. Longjing, having witnessed Kamehameha from Master Roshi, understood that energy attacks represented the pinnacle of martial arts. A single hit from such an attack would obliterate an ordinary person instantly. However, the straight beam of light flew before Gohan, who merely waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. The light was immediately deflected 100 meters away, creating a massive crater upon impact. Indeed, it is you. The voice of Tao Pai Pai trembled with disbelief. Despite the considerable progress he had made over the years, he found himself utterly outmatched by the strength of this young boy. Now, with a faint sense of the energy surrounding him, Tao Pai Pai gazed at the awe-inspiring presence before him, feeling as insignificant as an ant. There was absolutely no chance of victory. Cursed! Cursed! Dodonre! 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 Tao Pai Pai unleashed a relentless barrage of light beams towards them, while Gohan remained effortlessly unfazed, effortlessly neutralizing each attack and leaving behind a series of deep craters in the ground. Tao Pai Pai was not devoid of reason. After firing more than a dozen Dodon rays, and amidst the chaos of dust and debris, he swiftly turned to flee. Fight? What a joke. Yet, the cloud of dust did little to obscure Gohan's vision. He raised his palm towards the rapidly retreating Tao Pai Pai, propelling a sphere of light at an astonishing speed, cutting through the haze and creating a trench in its wake. Tao Pai Pai believed he had distanced himself sufficiently. But upon glancing back, he was met with a beam of light striking his face. Moments later, a tremendous explosion echoed in the distance, causing the very earth to tremble. The shockwave raised a cloud of dust spanning hundreds of meters, nearly toppling Bidalai and Long Ying. They stared wide-eyed at Gohan, who simply offered an apologetic smile. I'm the villain, right? I accidentally exerted a bit too much force. My sincerest apologies, haha. Chapter 46, School's Out. Before long, Satan's aircraft arrived at the scene, and he rushed forward, embracing Bidalai and weeping uncontrollably. Longjing and Gohan sat side by side on a stone, a glimmer of a smile appearing on Longjing's swollen face as he turned to Gohan and spoke softly. Son Goku, who is he to you? He is my father. Ah, I see now. No wonder you are so powerful. Longjing chuckled heartily. I have heard stories from Master Roshi about your father. He truly is remarkable. And you are impressive as well. Hee. Gohan scratched his head in embarrassment. But my mother insists that I live like an ordinary person and avoid causing trouble. Alas, I ended up in a predicament on my very first day of school. That is understandable, Longjing replied. It must be quite challenging for ordinary people to accept your existence, given that you possess the strength to alter the fate of the universe. He paused for a moment before continuing. If you wish to keep your identity a secret, I shall assist you in maintaining that fade. Suddenly, Gohan looked up, his eyes shining with determination. Longjing, however, did not reveal that he was the one who saved Bidalai, defeating the notorious assassin Tao Pai Pai and bringing him to justice. This honor was attributed to Satan, a narrative far more convincing, which Satan graciously accepted. Satan wholeheartedly affirmed Longjing's bravery in protecting his daughter. Although he felt grateful and approving, he inexplicably added, You are still far from having the strength to marry my daughter. Later, Bidalai listened intently as Longjing recounted the tales of Goku's family and the adventures throughout the universe. It was then that she realized her father, Satan, was not the center of this world, though she promised Longjing to keep his secret. Witnessing her father take credit for another's accomplishments while reveling in it made her increasingly displeased with him. Meanwhile, Satan mistakenly believed his daughter was merely resentful of him for causing her distress. Eventually, Satan took Longjing to the hospital and returned Gohan to school. Most of the students had already been picked up by their families, leaving only Trunks, who anxiously awaited at the school gate, with Marin standing beside him, her foot tapping in agitation. Teacher, please don't worry. Gohan will be back shortly. Nonsense. This is absolute absurdity. Upon learning that Gohan was with Satan, Marin's anxiety finally subsided, only to be replaced by anger. As soon as Gohan stepped out of the vehicle, she unleashed a barrage of reprimands at him. How could you go to such a dangerous place? What would have happened if Mr. Satan hadn't arrived in time? Just because someone is there to protect you doesn't guarantee you won't get hurt. Why are you so disobedient? Marin was genuinely frantic, scarcely pausing to consider how Gohan had traveled dozens of kilometers away, nor to heed the reassurances from Satan and Bidalai. In the midst of her tirade, she nearly broke into tears. At that moment, two figures slowly approached from a distance. The first was Krillin, casually dressed in a cap, hands behind his head, walking leisurely. The second was Piccolo, limping and appearing disheveled, having been thoroughly bested after a long day of training. As they reached the school gate, they noticed a crowd gathered, arguing. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo. The two children rushed towards their saviors, yet Krillin and Piccolo remained puzzled. Marin, seeing their nonchalant demeanor, was even more infuriated. You two parents have been utterly negligent. Such a significant incident occurred at school, and you arrived to pick up the children only now. How can you not prioritize their safety? Are you even their guardians? What in the world are these children's parents doing? No matter how busy you are, you cannot neglect your own children. Krillin and Piccolo were increasingly bewildered, unsure of what danger or notification she was referring to. They had spent the day in the wilderness, completely unaware of any such alerts. Piccolo surmised that there was no danger that could threaten Trunks. It was likely that this news had gone in one ear and out the other. As for Goku and Bulma, Krillin furrowed his brow, wondering how they could have missed such information. At this point, Marin managed to regain some composure and recounted Bidalai's ordeal, as well as Gohan's and Trunks' heroics. This child is far too reckless. How could he venture into such perilous situations? With Mr. Satan and the police present, he is just a child and lacks the understanding of these matters. It is the responsibility of parents and teachers to guide them. Krillin rested his chin on his hand, listening intently. Once Marin finished, he smiled broadly and ruffled Gohan's hair, saying, "Ha, you did the right thing. Well done, Nanny." Marin was utterly taken aback by his reaction. "This is no matter to be taken lightly, parent. I am not joking," Krillin asserted seriously. "To risk one's safety for those who are important is the mark of a true man." "Indeed," Trunks chimed in agreement. Meanwhile, Bidalai, absorbed in her thoughts, pondered the significance of important people, her gaze darting toward Gohan. Marin was momentarily speechless. While what they said was true, such matters should not involve children so young. After all, there were adults to shield them. "No, we are different," Krillin said, his expression complex as he glanced between Gohan and Trunks before turning to Marin and speaking slowly. "We must step up to protect everyone." Only Satan and Marin failed to grasp the underlying meaning, yet Marin could sense a resolute determination emanating from Krillin, though she did not understand it. She was deeply moved by the intensity in his eyes, leaving her momentarily speechless. Krillin, in turn, found himself gazing at Marin. After a few seconds of eye contact, he suddenly felt awkward, his face heating up as he awkwardly stammered, well, that's just how I feel, haha." At that moment, a figure abruptly materialized before everyone. Startling Satan, Goku had instantaneously teleported to the school gate, frantically putting on his jacket. Noticing everyone staring at him, he awkwardly laughed and exclaimed, Sorry. I was just so busy earlier. I didn't see the school notification." Seeing Goku in disarray, Krillin instantly understood what had transpired. Leaning in to poke Goku's ribs with his elbow, a knowing smile on his face. "Parent, you." Marin approached, about to speak, when Goku suddenly pointed at her and shouted, "1. Number 18. Huh." This baffling statement left everyone in stunned silence. Goku scanned the crowd before shaking Krillin and shouting, "Number 18. That's her. She is the one. Android 18. When Krillin still showed no reaction, Goku pointed at her again, yelling, "Your wife." The atmosphere fell utterly silent. In truth, Krillin was not oblivious. He had long asked Goku about his wife. But regarding Android 18, Goku knew nothing beyond that name. After more than a decade, he had long given up hope, occasionally reminiscing about the name. Hearing that the charming blonde teacher before him was, in fact, his future wife, his mind momentarily short-circuited. But Krillin stammered, completely at a loss for words. Marin, equally flustered and embarrassed, berated both Goku and Gohan, her words spiraling into incoherence. Piccolo sighed, finding the uproar tedious, and dragged Trunks away. Meanwhile, Satan, feeling awkward himself, silently led Bidalai away. The remaining 4 individuals stood upon the street, engaging in loud laughter and nonsensical chatter, their hearts brimming with aspirations for the future. In this context, I have revised the premise. The character known as Number 18 should be referred to as Lazuli, rather than Marin. It has been suggested that in the TV series, there exists an epilogue where Krillin has a romantic involvement with a character named Marin, which led to their daughter being named Marin. However, this notion strikes me as rather distasteful. I firmly believe that Number 18 ought to be portrayed as Krillin's first love and only wife. Having committed past misdeeds, she is henceforth addressed as Android 18. While her original name, Marin, is bestowed upon her daughter with Krillin, such an arrangement is undeniably romantic. To further elaborate on the backdrop of this narrative, during the initial chapters of the Dragon Ball adventures, Goku inadvertently drove away Yamcha upon their first encounter, preventing him from meeting Bulma. Subsequently, Goku resolved the challenges posed by Fire Mountain using the Kamehameha technique, thus never crossing paths with Chi-Chi. Consequently, it was Yamcha who established a marriage pact with Chi-Chi in the wilderness. Eventually, in the timeline where Gohan was born, Longjing came into existence. Given that Yamcha exhibits greater familial devotion and financial acumen than Goku, he adeptly managed the assets of the Ox King in a manner akin to an adopted son, achieving remarkable success, which allowed Longjing to attend a prestigious aristocratic school. As for Chi-Chi, she remained steadfast in her desire for Longjing to excel academically. However, it is worth noting that Longjing possesses exceptional talent, effortlessly mastering the Wolf Fang Fist without arduous training. Regarding Biddy, within this narrative framework, her character may come across as somewhat unkind, and the coupling often leans towards Longjing, which might discomfort some. Nevertheless, it seems only natural for a princess born with a silver spoon in her mouth, especially one whose father is a globally adored celebrity, to exhibit a touch of arrogance and sharpness in her youth. She must endure certain experiences to evolve into a gentle and spirited young woman. In traditional storytelling, it appears that bickering precedes romance. Does this imply that we should forge a pairing between Trunks and Biddy? I scoff at the notion. Why would a flawed and troublesome young man be worthy of affection? Such a sentiment is quite unbecoming. It is the pure, kind, and gentle essence of our Sun family that truly captivates the young lady. Chapter 47, The Warriors Reunite, Part 1. In the year 774 of the Age of Peace, a serene afternoon enveloped the bustling city of West City. The sun cast its radiant light upon the throngs of people and vehicles, each individual engrossed in their own busy lives, oblivious to the three small black dots slowly traversing the sky not far away. "Why are you here?" Trunks asked. Arms crossed and floating in the air in a posture reminiscent of a backstroke swimmer, gazing at the few meters away, exasperatedly following him, Videl. "What business do you have in this commotion? It's quite bothersome." Videl shielded her face from the strong winds with one hand, struggling to speak. "I want to go. Why shouldn't I be allowed to see such a significant event?" "Well, who would have thought?" Trunks shook his head, "that you, the diligent student Videl, would skip school to join us, especially with your high school entrance exam just around the corner." "Humph. Gohan is here too," Videl retorted. "Haha." Gohan chuckled awkwardly. "Videl, don't push yourself too hard." Videl clenched her teeth, remaining silent. It had been over 20 years since the battle against Frieza, and according to the historical information provided by Goku at that fateful meeting, today marked the day of Majin Buu's emergence. Of course, Goku's memory was not precise enough to recall specific dates, but fortunately, he surrounded himself with intelligent individuals. After persistent inquiries from Bulma and the Supreme Kai, they finally acquired a crucial piece of information. The catalyst for Buu's resurrection was the World Martial Arts Tournament held this year, which occurred every 3 years, indirectly minimizing the chances of Goku misremembering the year as the greatest threat to Earth and the universe that remained from the original timeline. Everyone had remained vigilant against Buu over the past 2 decades. Bulma had arranged for everyone to attend this year's World Martial Arts Tournament, so they all gathered on the small southern island where the event was to take place. Although these decisions were made before Gohan and Trunks were born, the two children had heard bits and pieces of information over the years. Goku had not thought to conceal anything from them, but he also couldn't articulate everything clearly. Thus, while Gohan and Trunks were unaware of the specifics, they knew that a monumental event of cosmic significance was about to unfold, and they could not resist participating in the excitement. Naturally, Videl, having learned of this, insisted on following them. However, due to the butterfly effect caused by Goku's time travel, Videl, now only 15 years old, though a year older than Gohan and Trunks, was still quite young by human standards. Her flying abilities were limited, and simply keeping up with Gohan and Trunks proved to be a challenge. Yet, to the two Scions, their current speed felt akin to a leisurely stroll at this rate. By the time they reached the southern island, the tournament might have already concluded. "You might as well take a plane. At this rate, we'll never make it," Trunks remarked, casually turning midair as if he were merely flipping over in bed. Videl shot a glare at Trunks. Had she not followed them immediately after leaving school, these two could transform and vanish in the blink of an eye, leaving her to wonder where they had gone. All right, Trunks," Gohan said cheerfully. "If you're in a hurry, why not go ahead?" "Oh, I go ahead?" Trunks' expression took on a teasing tone. "You want me to leave so you two can be alone, right?" Videl felt a surge of indignation and wanted to punch him, but alas, she couldn't reach him. Gohan's cheeks flushed, and he fumbled for words, unsure of how to position his hands. "Hey," a voice suddenly called from behind, its tone rising in pitch, indicating someone was rapidly catching up. "Longjing," Gohan greeted brightly. Longjing, adorned with goggles and an Ultraman headpiece, sat atop his flying nimbus, swiftly closing the distance. The four of them had long become close friends. Longjing had learned the art of flight from Gohan and the others, but like Videl, he couldn't fly very fast, hence his reliance on the Nimbus. Are you going too? Longjing? Trunks asked, addressing him directly, as he typically did with those of lesser strength. Ahahaha, Longjing laughed, scratching his head, such a significant event. I want to see it with my own eyes. Let's go together, Gohan said with a smile. Yeah, Longjing responded, glancing into the distance. It's still quite far. Are we going to be late? Longjing had sensed their energy and followed Gohan and Trunks, also perceiving Goku's position. Despite his limited strength preventing him from detecting ordinary people from miles away, the powerful Scion signatures were as conspicuous as the sun and moon, easily discernible even from vast distances. Humph, it's just this deadweight, Trunks remarked, gesturing toward Videl. Humph. Videl resented her inability to refute him. Oh, Videl, hop on, Longjing offered. Glancing around. Videl was momentarily taken aback. Right. Hurry and get on the Nimbus. We'll reach our destination faster, Trunks said nonchalantly. This. Videl eyed the small Nimbus, realizing there was hardly any space left aside from Longjing. Getting on would mean being in close quarters. She cast a worried glance at Gohan, only to find his clear eyes radiating wisdom. Nodding, she said, Indeed, this way we can arrive quicker, and I won't be as exhausted. Videl had initially feared Gohan would feel jealous, but she was overthinking it. Influenced by her father's teachings, she inherently respected the strong, and her initial admiration for Longjing stemmed from sensing his extraordinary strength. However, having witnessed the Scion's unparalleled might, her reverence naturally shifted to Gohan. As for why it wasn't Trunks, well, that little brat was too chatty and always insulted her upon meeting. As time passed, Videl found Gohan to be a remarkable person, genuine and kind. Despite being the strongest, he treated everyone with kindness, as though his heart could not harbor any ill thoughts. Playing with Gohan brought her a sense of tranquility, where their joy was pure and uncomplicated. Gradually, her admiration transformed into affection. Yet, at times like this, she would interpret Gohan's feelings through a common lens, worrying he might be jealous of her proximity to Longjing. But once she recognized her overthinking, a twinge of guilt would surface. Humph. Videl shot Trunks an annoyed look before boldly climbing onto the Nimbus, kneeling behind Longjing and gripping the fabric of his waist tightly. Let us accelerate. Longjing leaned forward slightly, causing Videl to tense in anticipation. A sudden force propelled the Nimbus forward, racing like a rocket. Yoo-hoo! Longjing cried out in exhilaration. It's about time. Trunks joined in the excitement, and he and Gohan simultaneously powered up, chasing after them. The group of children sped toward the World Martial Arts Tournament, eager to partake in this monumental event that would reshape the cosmos. In just 20 minutes, the four had arrived at the southern island. However, upon locating Goku and the others, they found them not within the arena but gathered outside the city in an open space. All their acquaintances had arrived, Goku and Bulma at the forefront, with Krillin, Raditz, Master Roshi, Dr. Gero, and others following. Everyone who had participated in that meeting following the battle against Frieza 21 years ago was present. Among them was a new addition, Piccolo, who had undergone some changes. Since merging with the Supreme Kai 7 years ago, his power had surged, and his demeanor had become more composed. Yet now, he wore a grimace akin to someone who had just tasted something unpleasant, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Before the Z warriors stood two peculiar figures. One, a short individual with pale blue skin and a white mohawk, and the other, a robust figure with pink skin and long hair. Both were attired in garments reminiscent of ancient European nobility. They were none other than our East Kaishin, Shin, and the priest, Kibito. The Kaishin squinted, his expression a blend of coldness and a hint of malevolence, as he scrutinized the individuals before him. This scrutiny was not due to their sudden interruption, but rather because these were the very individuals he had summoned. 20 minutes earlier, Goku and his companions had arrived at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon entering, Goku immediately spotted the aloof pair standing to the side. A long-lost friend, Goku approached them with enthusiasm. Ah, Lord Kaishin, you truly have come, Goku exclaimed, grinning broadly, oblivious to the fact that the Kaishin had never laid eyes on him before. Upon hearing his identity recognized, the Kaishin became alert, scrutinizing Goku before asking, "Who are you?" Goku, feeling somewhat impudent, scratched his head and replied, "I'm Goku." "Oh, my name is Son Goku. Nice to meet you." The Kaishin remained silent. And Goku, sensing the awkwardness, quickly added, Lord Kaioshin, you're here regarding Majin Buu, right? Huh. This statement left the Kaioshin taken aback. Not only did this individual know his identity, but he was also aware of his purpose for coming to Earth. Could he be affiliated with Babidi? The Kaioshin pondered. Yet upon examining Goku, he sensed no trace of malevolence emanating from him. He then glanced at the corner where the menacing figures of Dabura and Babidi lurked. Those were indeed Babidi's true henchmen. To avoid alarming them, the Kaioshin decided to summon Goku and his companions outside. What exactly are you? What do you intend to do? The Kaioshin inquired directly. Goku, slightly bewildered, pondered how to respond to the question of their identity. We come to participate in the martial arts tournament. As for what we intend to do, he paused for a moment before breaking into a hearty smile. We aim to resurrect Majin Buu. Chapter 48, The Warriors Reunite, Part 2. When Gohan and his companions arrived at the southern island, Goku had just reached the outskirts with King Kai, while Krillin had teleported to assist others in reaching their destination. As Gohan touched down, a small child, following closely behind Krillin, suddenly rushed forth, excitedly wrapping his arms around Gohan's neck and exclaiming, "Brother, you finally made it." This child was none other than Goten, aged 6.5. Trunks, smirking mischievously, pinched Goten's cheek and remarked, "How could we miss such a lively gathering?" Upon hearing the commotion, Bulma noticed Gohan and the others had arrived, her expression darkening as she approached them with a reprimand. "What are you two doing here? Shouldn't you be in school?" "Well, we wanted to come and play." Gohan stammered, a bit intimidated by Bulma. "Bulma Annie," Longjing interjected, "We've heard that today's event is exceptionally special, so we wanted to witness it firsthand. Otherwise, staying in school would have been pointless." Upon seeing Longjing, Bulma's demeanor softened. Oddly enough, ever since she discovered he was Chi-Chi's son, she felt an unusual joy, as if a burden had been lifted from her heart. Chi-Chi had her own life now, and there was no longer any possibility between her and Goku. Furthermore, Longjing was indeed well-mannered and studious, which endeared him to Bulma even more. Her tone softened further. "We're not here merely for leisure. We have important matters to attend to, and it could be quite dangerous here." Trunks scoffed, "But Goten's still here." "That's different," Bulma insisted. "Goten is here to participate in the youth division of the World Martial Arts Tournament. We can join too," Trunks exclaimed, pointing at himself. "Gohan and I are only 13. And even Biddy is just 14. She can compete as well." Satan was already aware of Goku and the others' existence and did not intend to let Biddy participate for fear of embarrassment. As for Gohan and the others, Bulma silently criticized, "If you compete, how can Goten win the championship?" She indeed had a slight favoritism towards her younger son. Without other scion peers, Goten would inevitably have to make friends with other children at school, and given his extraordinary physical prowess, it might be challenging to blend in. Thus, she hoped he could secure the championship at the World Martial Arts Tournament, alleviating potential troubles in the future. Is it really the same? You are all on the brink of high school. Academics should be your priority. Stop fixating on these violent matters," Bulma admonished, albeit with less conviction. Nearby, Dr. Gero seized the opportunity to scrutinize Krillin, glancing from side to side and occasionally reaching out to touch him. "Doctor." Krillin stepped back. "What are you doing?" "I heard your power has increased," Dr. Gero pressed on, undeterred. "I finally understood how the artificial energy source maintains near-perpetual stamina. It's due to the pressure differential between two energy sources. But how did your power increase?" Dr. Gero stroked his beard. "Studying living beings is essential for such matters. Originally, 2 cores were created for the androids. One was given to Krillin, while the other was kept by Dr. Gero for research. Over the years, he had intended to replicate this powerful core, essentially requiring a matching energy source from another race rather than merely duplicating the one from Krillin. Otherwise, both parties would see a significant decrease in power, rendering the endeavor futile. However, after 20 years of stagnation, it was evident how fortunate the first batch of androids had been. Krillin always found Dr. Gero to be peculiar. Their interactions had dwindled over the past 20 years, and he hadn't seen Dr. Gero in recent years, but he had developed a rather negative impression of him. "I also heard you had a daughter, Doctor." Gero's eyes sparkled. "What is her power like? Have you noticed any decline in your own strength?" The implications here are vast. Is your daughter derived from Earthlings or androids? This touches upon whether energy affects genetic makeup. You must allow me to study your daughter. I warn you to keep your distance from Razali." Krillin gritted his teeth, realizing the old man was indeed eccentric. Luckily, Razali was at home with Marin at that moment. Unlike Bulma and Goku, he was not so carefree. His beloved wife and daughter had to be kept far from danger, and he would have preferred to send them to Namek temporarily. Meanwhile, Master Roshi enthusiastically approached Piccolo to greet him. "Long time no see, God of the universe." "I am not a god," Piccolo replied coldly. "I know you are Piccolo, but a god resides within you. How does it feel now? Is that rascal still up to mischief?" Piccolo's eyes twitched as he shot a glare at Master Roshi. "How is Corinne? I heard there's a priest named Bobo at the temple who has been there even longer than the gods. Isn't that intriguing? Don't you wonder about his origins?" "That old man," Piccolo thought to himself, feeling as if Master Roshi was continuously conversing with the deity, rendering him a mere bystander. One couldn't help but wonder how the deity was faring. After all, the deity could observe all living beings from the temple, which meant, a trickle of nosebleed silently flowed down, and Master Roshi pulled out a handkerchief to wipe it away. He mused, "Had I known, I would have tried to become a deity as well." Piccolo spat inwardly. As the old deity approached his final days, the question of who would become the new god of Earth sparked considerable debate. In terms of sheer power, anyone among Goku and his companions could fit the bill. Unfortunately, most of them were not Earthlings. The only truly eligible candidate was Krillin. However, at that time, he was preoccupied with his romance with Marin and had no desire to visit such a desolate place as the temple. Following him was Master Roshi, the lecherous old man, who was naturally unanimously rejected. Tanjin and Kaiatsu had not been seen for 20 years, and as for Yamcha and Lam-Z, to be honest, he would respect their ascension to divinity. Yet, in that moment, Bulma's remark abruptly halted all discussions. "If we don't find a Namekian to become the deity, won't our Dragon Balls be lost?" Everyone suddenly grasped the importance of the Dragon Balls, which could be both a nuisance and a necessity. Though over the years, their families had each taken charge of a portion and rarely used them for wishes, the absence of a deity would be utterly unacceptable. Consequently, they came to a consensus to visit Namek, of course, with Goku and Krillin using instant transmission. Although Namek's magic beans were thriving in business across the universe, even the fastest spaceship would take half a month for a round trip. Who would want to sit in a spaceship when they could teleport? Upon arriving on Namek, Goku sought out Dandy, only to face unanimous opposition. Firstly, Dandy himself objected. He had never even heard of Earth and found its inhabitants to be quite peculiar. How could a mere adolescent Namekian venture so far? Goku was perplexed, having forgotten that Dandy, in this timeline, had not shared hardships with Gohan and Krillin and thus had no attachment to Earth. Furthermore, Dandy had inherited the entirety of the Grand Elder's divine essence, essentially preordained as the next Grand Elder of Namek. Others would never permit him to leave. Ultimately, an unexpected candidate was proposed as Earth's new deity. It was Neru. Goku couldn't comprehend their reasoning, but felt delighted nonetheless, as Neru was also a comrade he had fought alongside. Unbeknownst to Goku, the intricacies of Namekian affairs were complex. Neru was adamant about not assuming the role of Grand Elder. However, possessing a Dragon Ball, he firmly believed that over-reliance on the Dragon Balls contradicted the natural order. Thus, following the battle on Namek, he refrained from using the Dragon Balls to restore the devastated surface and did not utilize them as before to improve the planet's environment. Consequently, suspicion and discontent began to take root in this once pure soil. In truth, no one harbors ill intentions. Neru believes that the Dragon Balls are coveted treasures, and it is best to keep them hidden unless absolutely necessary for the safety of the entire nation. Those who seek to utilize them for environmental improvement are also motivated by the development of the nation, which is entirely understandable. The most perplexing dilemma throughout history has always been the balance of good against good. Thus, Neru arrived on Earth, assuming the role of a deity. Master Roshi continued his incessant chatter when Raditz casually passed by, carrying a cloth bag, and remarked, "It's time to take action." Piccolo nodded upon hearing this, disregarded Master Roshi, and followed Raditz into the distance, while Master Roshi trailed behind, loudly conversing with himself. Jebet surveyed the chaotic crowd before him, feeling a buzzing in his head. The Supreme Kai had summoned these individuals for a matter of utmost importance, yet they seemed preoccupied with trivial conversations, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Clearing his throat, the Supreme Kai addressed Goku. "How did you come to know of Majin Buu, and what is your intent?" Goku replied with a cheerful smile. "Oh, I know about you all. You are searching for Buu, right? I am aware because I have experienced these matters firsthand, though it has been quite some time, and many details escape me. But rest assured, we are here to assist you. Our goal is to resurrect Buu." "Nanny." Jebet was taken aback. These Earthlings had no idea what they were uttering. Indeed, the Supreme Kai's eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped the area. He had personally witnessed the malevolence and strength of Majin Buu. Reviving him would undoubtedly spell disaster for the entire universe. His mission on Earth was to prevent this calamity at all costs, and it seemed the individuals before him were indeed adversaries. The Supreme Kai's presence instantly silenced the laughter of the warriors, all eyes turning toward him, their expressions grave, as if a confrontation was imminent. The only one trembling inwardly among them was Piccolo, suppressed by the divine aura. Jebbet felt a surge of anxiety. He was not afraid of combat, but rather of alerting the enemy and jeopardizing their plan. The weak energy signatures of these mortals masked their inability to perceive the divine presence, leading to their arrogance. Once the Supreme Kai made his move, they would learn the true meaning of the disparity between mortals and deities. Yet, he pondered how to conceal their search for Buu's south hiding place from Babidi, which troubled him greatly. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai scanned the gathering, noting the faint energies surrounding them. Despite their weakness, he felt an instinctive sense of caution, as if any rash movement could provoke a severe response. TCH, Raditz, casting a disdainful glance at them, turned away. He had important business to attend to. Knowing both sides were well-meaning, a conflict was unlikely, and he had no time for frivolities. Raditz approached an open area and placed the package on the ground, from which a flickering golden light emanated through the seams. As he unwrapped the bundle, there lay 7 Dragon Balls within. Come forth, Shenron. Chapter 49. The Resurrection of Vegeta in an Atmosphere Thick with Impending Eruption. Raditz appeared oblivious to the tension, extracting the Dragon Balls and summoning Shenron with a loud call. Krillin and Goku exchanged resigned smiles, acknowledging Raditz's impatience. Indeed, he was in a great hurry, driven by the monumental task of resurrecting Vegeta. 21 years prior, Vegeta had declined resurrection, and with the destruction of planet Vegeta, the Science faced near extinction. His death at that time was a noble end, allowing him to continue his warrior existence in the afterlife, free from the melodrama on Earth. Thus, he chose to reside on King Kai's planet, occasionally peeking at Goku and others training through King Kai, curious to see who among them had grown stronger. Oh, by the way, Goku suddenly recalled, you should ask him about Buu later. He gestured helplessly towards Shenron's direction. The matter of dealing with Majin Buu had been a topic of discussion among Bulma and the others for many years. The greatest threat lay in the fact that if Majin Buu were to be resurrected, no one would be able to defeat him. Although they had triumphed over the evil Buu in their original timeline after enduring countless trials, the path to that victory was convoluted and complex. Most critically, Goku had not been involved in many of those events, leaving him unable to clearly recount what had transpired. What was certain was that Earth had lost countless lives, likely all of them. Even armed with various details, Bulma was hesitant to guarantee that they could perfectly replicate the original process. Any slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences for Earth, yielding only a troublesome adversary. Therefore, Bulma established a guiding principle. Their only steps were to locate and eliminate Buu. As for whether to grant Buu another chance at life, Goku was instinctively inclined to fight, a trait inherent to his Saiyan genes. However, the lessons learned from the Tournament of Power compelled him to weigh the potential repercussions. The ultimate consensus was that unless Goku was confident in defeating Buu, they could not permit his resurrection. To defeat Buu, Goku needed to possess the strength to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Yet, despite the relentless training alongside Krillin, Goku found his power progression limited. Over the years, he increasingly felt the constraints of his earthly physique. Since breaking through to Super Saiyan 2, further advancement had proven nearly impossible. Both he and Krillin remained stuck at the mid-stage of Super Saiyan 2, unable to progress further. Thus, Goku and Krillin attempted fusion. The birth of Super Warrior Sun Wulin was a spontaneous trial that confirmed Goku's belief Buu would be no match for them. However, relying on fusion for victory held little meaning for a warrior. Goku yearned to battle formidable foes to gauge his strength. Cheating was merely a last resort to protect his friends. If victory could only be achieved through fusion, it would be far simpler to eliminate Buu before he was revived. Just as their strategy seemed settled, a voice suddenly echoed in their minds. A bunch of useless fools. Bring Buu back to life. It was Vegeta, demanding not just resurrection but a revival in peak condition. Ever since learning that in the original timeline, he had fought valiantly against Buu yet failed to inflict significant damage, Vegeta had harbored a burning resentment. The proud Saiyan prince could not allow himself to be overshadowed by a lower-class warrior. In this life, he would reverse that humiliating narrative. Don't be reckless. This poses a significant danger to Earth. Bulma retorted angrily, but her words fell on deaf ears as Vegeta ignored her completely. With Vegeta's command issued, Raditz enthusiastically pledged his absolute compliance. You must be revived. Bulma placed her hopes entirely on Goku, only to receive a rather unenthusiastic response. Well, Vegeta should be fine. Goku was aware of the efficiency of training in the afterlife, and given Vegeta's talent, coupled with over a decade more of training than himself, surpassing Super Saiyan 3 should be a trivial feat for him. Moreover, even if Vegeta were to falter, Sun Wulin would serve as a reliable backup. Bulma, unable to counter the fervor of these battle-obsessed warriors, reluctantly acquiesced. She had previously attempted to locate Babbidi's concealed spaceship, but her efforts proved futile. The sorcerer undoubtedly had his methods of concealment, as even the Supreme Kai resorted to tracking him down. Thus, everyone awaited the day of the martial arts tournament. Anticipating Vegeta's return from the afterlife to face Bu, Vegeta could have easily sought the assistance of the fortune teller to return for just one day. But the drawback lay in his limited lifespan, rendering his Super Saiyan 3 form unsustainable. He had intended to assert that, with his strength, a mere minute would suffice to handle such an enemy. He had no desire for a life of comfort on Earth. However, a significant event altered his perspective. Months prior to confronting Bu, Raditz's second wife became pregnant. To Vegeta, Raditz and his wife's child were inconsequential. The crux of the matter was that this meant another Saiyan would be born into the world, resulting in a lineup of Goku, Gohan, Goten, Raditz, Trunks. In this newborn, a total of 6 Saiyans. 6 was a significant number. According to Goku, 6 Saiyans could summon the Saiyan God, possessing power far exceeding that of Super Saiyan 3, even capable of contending with the God of Destruction. If Goku could not ascend to Super Saiyan God, Vegeta would disdain resorting to such underhanded tactics. However, if any calamity were to befall Earth, especially with the impending arrival of Beerus, Vegeta could not allow Goku to surpass him by achieving Super Saiyan God in his absence. Thus, Vegeta resolved to seize the opportunity to confront Bu, resurrecting himself with the Dragon Balls, while the proud prince insisted on making his entrance only before the battle. Unwilling to linger with these noisy individuals for even a moment longer, Raditz, on the other hand, had not seen his idol in over 20 years and wished for no delay. Yet, he could not defy Vegeta's orders. Thus, he diligently gathered the Dragon Balls and, once the situation seemed ripe, eagerly commenced his wish. Dark clouds and lightning enveloped the earth as the thunder resonated with the gradually solidifying golden light. Transforming into emerald green dragon scales and white whiskers, Shenron had arrived. Speak your wish. I shall grant any desire you have. Shenron's deep voice reverberated across the land. This is. King Kai and Jebbet gazed at Shenron in awe, sensing something profound emanating from the colossal being, divinity, though exceedingly faint. It was undeniably a divine essence surpassing that of the Supreme Kai. Shenron slowly surveyed the gathered crowd, locking eyes with the gravely serious Supreme Kai. After a brief silence, Shenron's imposing demeanor dissipated, his voice losing its echoing grandeur. I did not expect the Supreme Kai to be here. What is your command? Everyone, except Goku, was taken aback. None had witnessed Shenron exhibit such deference. Though the martial artists present could easily overpower Shenron, he had never shown them such respect, always adopting a brusque demeanor. This marked the first moment the crowd grasped the Supreme Kai's elevated status in the universe. That is, I have no particular business with you, the Supreme Kai replied, slightly embarrassed. The Supreme Kai is at a loss. He knows far too little about the secrets of the universe. During the tenure of the previous Supreme Kai, he was merely an intern as the East Kai. And before he could officially assume his position, the malevolent Majin Bu emerged, annihilating the Kai's planet completely. This left him, the sole survivor, to assume his role in haste, lacking both the requisite strength and knowledge of the vital secrets that had been lost. Over the years, he has frequently encountered situations where he was utterly in the dark. It is I who summoned you, Raditz exclaimed with irritation. Revive Vegeta. The dragon felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had never encountered such rudeness in a wish. Nevertheless, his eyes shimmered with a crimson glow, and far away on the Kai's planet, Vegeta felt an inexplicable surge of power coursing through his body, causing the halo above his head to vanish. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon transformed into 7 golden lights, disappearing into the dark clouds. Revived? You brought someone back from the afterlife. The Supreme Kai gasped in astonishment. How could such a violation of cosmic order occur? Though these thoughts raced through his mind, he maintained a composed exterior. Wait. Hold on. Raditz attempted to speak, but the surroundings had already reverted to their original state. What he wanted to ask was, "Where's Vegeta?" Fortunately, Goku, with his experience, placed his hand on his forehead and vanished in an instant. In less than a second, he reappeared, accompanied by a figure clad in a blue battle suit. "Lord Vegeta." Raditz rushed forward, his voice tinged with emotion. Perhaps due to his advancing age or the influence of Earth, he found himself unexpectedly sentimental. "Get off," Vegeta retorted, brushing Goku's hand away. "Mind your own business. I can return via Snake Way in 10 minutes. Don't be so heartless, Vegeta." Goku chuckled, giving him a friendly pat. "It's been years since we last met." An old friend after more than 20 years apart, Goku felt immense joy, albeit regretting that this version of Vegeta had little rapport with him. At that moment, two figures suddenly approached at a brisk pace. It was the Supreme Kai and Kibito. Their previously stern expressions melted away as they rubbed their hands together in a rather obsequious manner, wearing almost sycophantic smiles. "I thought that name sounded familiar," one remarked. Indeed, Kibito concurred. "So it is you, Lord Vegeta?" Aha. Chapter 50. The God of Death in the Underworld. Astonishment. Unfathomable astonishment. The God of the Universe, the Supreme Kai, who commands the respect of even the Divine Dragon, now stood before Vegeta with a face full of obsequiousness, akin to a humble attendant enticing customers. Meanwhile, Vegeta, arms crossed, merely glanced at the two and replied nonchalantly, "So it is you." 21 years prior, the Grand Elder of Namek bestowed upon Vegeta a corporeal form, allowing him to roam freely in the underworld. He settled on the Chaos planet, where the Kai assisted him in his training. Coupled with the rapid recuperation afforded by the underworld, Vegeta's strength swiftly ascended to a level just below Super Saiyan. Yet, his progress abruptly stagnated, even coming to a standstill for a time. After a year of torment, Vegeta finally resolved to covertly observe Kakarot's training, utilizing the Kai's abilities. In truth, this incarnation of Vegeta was no longer consumed with the need to compete with Kakarot as he had in his previous life. Upon hearing of Kakarot's traversing to this realm, Vegeta's perspective shifted. With over 3 decades of experience in cultivation and combat, Kakarot had a considerable advantage. The defeats he had suffered in the past were not his own, thus he found them inconsequential. Vegeta was confident that his innate talent surpassed Kakarot's. It was merely a matter of Kakarot's fortunate circumstances that had perpetually placed him one step ahead. As long as Vegeta was willing to learn from his experiences, surpassing Kakarot was inevitable, much like when he had far outstripped Kakarot's battle power on Namek. Before long, Vegeta witnessed Kakarot's regular form of Super Saiyan, leading to a moment of enlightenment. Consequently, Vegeta completed the full power of Super Saiyan in a shorter time than Kakarot, successfully breaking through to Super Saiyan form, which made subsequent training considerably smoother. During this period, the Kai experienced a roller coaster of emotions. Upon encountering Vegeta, he was elated, as he finally had a formidable mortal by his side. The Eastern and Southern Kais of the galaxy flaunted their powerful subordinates, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. The North Galaxy was not devoid of strength. However, its mightiest was the living tyrant Frieza, who either conscripted the capable into his ranks or eliminated them before they could attain any recognition. Vegeta's arrival offered him the hope of regaining his dignity. Yet, it soon became apparent that he had misjudged Vegeta. The prince was hardly the type to play the subordinate. In fact, the Kai found himself increasingly in a subordinate role, burdened with tasks like surveillance of Earth. Whenever Vegeta's temper flared, the very ground of Chaos planet trembled, and the Kai's abode had been dismantled more times than he could count. Eventually, the Kai could endure no longer and, in a fit of fury, took Vegeta to the Grand Kai's planet under the pretense of introducing him to other powerful beings in the universe. Naturally, this piqued Vegeta's interest, though he maintained his aloof demeanor as he followed along. However, there was no grand martial arts tournament in the underworld. The Kai's intent was merely to allow a casual exploration, then discreetly slip away, leaving Vegeta to wreak havoc as he pleased on the Grand Kai's planet. Yet, before the Kai could execute his plan, an unwitting brute collided with Vegeta. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at the intruder, who provocatively asked, "What are you staring at?" "Indifferent." Vegeta retaliated with a kick that sent the brute sprawling 2 streets away. What should have been a trivial incident escalated when the brute fortuitously crashed into the West Kai, who, being of smaller stature, found himself nearly suffocated beneath the weight. Enraged, he rose to confront the brute, only to find himself even more incensed upon realizing it was the East Kai. The North Kai, who had never held him in high regard, offered no apologies, instead mocking him. As they exchanged insults, the West Kai began to berate Vegeta. The prince, unaccustomed to such disrespect, fixed the West Kai with a gaze that radiated lethal intent, causing the latter to tremble in fear. Just then, the brute hastily interjected, positioning himself between the West Kai and Vegeta. Vegeta scrutinized the newcomer with growing intrigue, eschewing formalities and immediately engaging in combat. The brute assumed a formidable adversary had invaded the Grand Kai's planet and unleashed his full power against Vegeta. The prince, invigorated by the challenge, relished the encounter, finally facing an opponent stronger than Frieza. The battle erupted in the streets, wreaking havoc on the surroundings. Those acquainted with the brute, fearing for his safety, rushed to assist him. Before long, chaos reigned on the Grand Kai's planet, with factions forming to either support the brute or join in the fray. Ultimately, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, employing a princely combat style that cleared the area of adversaries. Though Vegeta appeared reckless, he was, in fact, quite astute. Aside from those who sought to provoke him, most opponents were merely left severely injured. The moment true casualties emerged, the remaining challengers hesitated to advance. The North Kai had already fled home, while the West Kai sought refuge with the Grand Kai. The Grand Kai, surveying the devastation on his planet, felt a surge of anger and stomped his foot in frustration before retreating indoors. Laughably, he knew he could not contend with Vegeta. However, he was not fleeing in cowardice. He sought reinforcements. Minutes later, Jiren arrived with the Supreme Kai, just as Vegeta had cleared the battlefield. The presence of these two, undetectable in terms of energy, suggested they were of a divine order far beyond the Kais, delighting Vegeta, who had long heard of such beings from Kakarot. The fierce battle continued for hours, leaving the Grand Kai's planet in ruins, littered with debris and the remnants of once majestic landscapes. Both Vegeta and the Supreme Kai were breathless yet remained standing, fueled by an indomitable spirit and a resolve to vanquish malevolence. He could not allow a repeat of the events involving Bu. However, seizing the moment, the North Kai emerged to intervene between the two combatants. With the Supreme Kai present, he could no longer afford to remain passive. After a lengthy explanation, the Supreme Kai was convinced that Vegeta bore no ill intentions. Upon further reflection, he realized Vegeta had not committed any grave offenses, and with a roll of his eyes, he fainted. Seeing this, Vegeta too relaxed, collapsing to the ground. Matters that even the Supreme Kai could not resolve were left unresolved. The Grand Kai said nothing, and the other Kais chose to act as if nothing had occurred. The only one truly affected by the events was Vegeta, who pondered. If even the Supreme Kai could not prevail, how could he hope to defeat Bu? Thus, upon returning to the Chaos planet, Vegeta redoubled his training efforts. 5 years later, he had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2 and boldly approached the Grand Kai, requesting to be taken to the Supreme Kai. The Grand Kai, apprehensive, complied, reasoning that it was not his misfortune at stake. Upon arriving at the vast expanse of the Supreme Kai's planet, Vegeta could not help but remark on the correlation between authority and grandeur. Soon, he found himself in the Divine Hall, where the Supreme Kai and Jiren were engaged in a leisurely tea-drinking session. With a smirk, Vegeta gestured to his back, prompting the Supreme Kai to furrow his brow. Knowing that this day was inevitably approaching, Saiyans were indeed a combative race. Who could have anticipated that a mortal would amplify his strength manifold in a mere 5 years? The ensuing battle left the Supreme Kai lamenting, and had it not been for Jiren's timely healing, he might have perished. In the years that followed, Vegeta regularly visited the Supreme Kai's planet, for among all the denizens of the underworld, the Supreme Kai was the most formidable opponent. Every time Vegeta pays a visit, he delivers a thorough beating to the Supreme Kai, and the severity of his assaults has escalated to the point where the Supreme Kai can barely endure even 20 seconds under Vegeta's onslaught. It is only after this relentless torment that Vegeta ceases his provocations. Whenever he reflects on those years, the Supreme Kai shudders. For this harbinger of death from the underworld has left an indelible mark of dread upon him. This time, when it came to vanquishing Majin Bu, the Supreme Kai had initially intended to enlist Vegeta's aid. After days of mental preparation, he finally mustered the courage to approach the Kai's planet and request Vegeta's assistance. However, upon merely hearing the proposition, Vegeta impatiently interrupted, stating, "I have no time for this." The Supreme Kai, too fearful to press further, could only retreat in disappointment. "Humph. It seems you are also seeking Bu," Vegeta remarked, eyes closed and voice low. Indeed. Haha. The Supreme Kai's face reflected a mixture of trepidation and elation. "Had I known you were coming, I wouldn't have worried at all." Yes, if even Vegeta cannot handle this situation, then the universe is doomed. At that moment, Vegeta opened his eyes a fraction, gazing at the Supreme Kai with palpable disdain. I intend to resurrect Bu, and I want him revived in peak condition. You are not to interfere. The Supreme Kai instinctively wished to object, yet the intensity of Vegeta's gaze rendered him speechless. He grappled with his thoughts for a considerable time before finally conceding. Very well, I understand. What good would it do to argue? Once Vegeta had made a decision, it was immutable. The Supreme Kai could only reassure himself that in earlier times he could hold his own against Bu, but a decade prior, he faltered within mere seconds against Vegeta. Surely, Vegeta had grown stronger, and there was nothing to fear. Yes, it must be so. Chapter 51, The Resurrection of Majin Bu, Part 1. The Supreme Kai, nervously rubbing his hands, addressed Vegeta with utmost reverence. May I inquire about our next course of action? Vegeta simply gestured towards Goku with his thumb and curtly replied, Ask him. The Supreme Kai misconstrued Vegeta's indifference as a lack of interest, when in truth, Vegeta himself was rather unclear about the plan, opting to maintain an air of authority for the moment. Relieved that conversing with Vegeta was rather daunting, the Supreme Kai hastily approached the ever-cheerful Goku. However, Goku, too, was oblivious to the situation, leaving Bulma to step forward. Bulma elaborated. We are aware that the villains have infiltrated the World Martial Arts Tournament with an undercover agent to absorb the energy of the strongest fighters. I refer to Babidi as the villain, for Goku has had little interaction with him and has long forgotten his name. Therefore, we must first set a bait to lure them in, ensuring they absorb enough energy to report back. At that point, we can simply track them to discover Majin Bu's exact location. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, the Supreme Kai nodded. Once we locate Bu's spacecraft, we can cooperate with whatever they intend to do, as our goals will then align. Why don't we just approach the undercover agent and openly express our desire to assist him? Krillin suggested, scratching his head. Do you think he would believe us? Bulma shot him a look of disbelief. The Supreme Kai felt a sense of unease at the thought of cooperating with Babidi, but found himself unable to argue. Instead, he redirected the conversation. So, who shall serve as the bait? At this point, the group exchanged glances, realizing that to effectively lure the enemy, a certain level of strength was required. Among those present, only Krillin and the Scions could fulfill this role. Vegeta would certainly not partake in such a task, and the two children were out of the question. Thus, the only candidates remaining were Goku, Krillin, and Raditz. However, the thought of having someone insert a device into their body to extract energy was rather off-putting. Just as Goku was about to volunteer, Vegeta interjected, You go, pointing expressionlessly at the Supreme Kai. Me? The Supreme Kai stammered, unable to refute, muttering something incomprehensible instead. Clearing his throat, he turned to Jebbit with a serious expression. This task is entrusted to you. Jebbit twitched his lips in annoyance yet nodded in agreement. All right. Bulma clapped her hands. Now that we've settled everything, let us return to the tournament arena. Thus, they departed by various means, some by airplane, others using flight techniques, heading towards the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Before leaving, no one noticed that Vegeta, who had kept his eyes closed and appeared indifferent, slightly lifted his eyelids to glance at the inconspicuous Tien Shinhan in the corner before taking off. The youth division of the tournament commenced as the opening event. It is termed an event rather than a competition because there were no preliminary rounds. All participants were directly invited by the organizing committee, including heirs from martial arts families, scions of wealthy conglomerates, and young martial arts stars. For the youth division, competition was secondary. It primarily served as a platform for gaining recognition. Naturally, achieving a top position would also benefit future prospects. After all, if the youth division were to compete as rigorously as the adult division, those under 15 were not necessarily inferior, as evidenced by Goku and Krillin, who managed to secure top spots at the ages of 12 and 13. For Bulma's family, leveraging connections was an effortless task. Even during the era following Pilaf's reign, the tournament eagerly invited Bulma's son to participate, intending to extend a favor to Gohan. However, Bulma insisted that her younger son, Goten, should also take part. Though Goten was young, he was capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. As long as Gohan and Trunks did not compete, Goten was virtually unbeatable among those under 15, easily clinching the championship title. Since Biddy had already become well acquainted with the Z fighters, Mr. Satan wisely refrained from arranging a confrontation between the reigning champion and Goten. In the adult division, everyone understood that the main attraction was the impending appearance of Majin Bu, so few chose to register for the competition. Only the Supreme Kai and Jebet had signed up long ago. Welcome, everyone, to the adult division of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The first match of the round of 16 features Jebet against Punta. The enthusiastic announcer voiced the opening, while Jebet stepped onto the arena, his demeanor grave. Standing beside the considerably larger Punta, who, noticing Jebet's somber expression, assumed he was intimidated and began to taunt him lewdly. I want to hold back. If you're scared and wet yourself, you can simply run off the stage, but I assure you, I will pursue you before you get the chance. Jebet, ignoring him, remained preoccupied with his thoughts. Punta, feeling insulted, decided to teach him a lesson. Match. Begin. The thunderous gong echoed, and the audience erupted in cheers. Punta charged forward, only to find Jebet standing still, his face contorted in discomfort as he stared at the ground. After a moment of confusion, Punta seized the opportunity, intending to catch Jebet off guard. However, just as he took a step forward, Jebet seemed to gather his resolve, slapped his own cheeks, and finally assumed a battle stance. Oh, is he finally ready? Punta grinned confidently. Ha! Jebet shouted, unleashing a powerful aura that radiated outward, creating a wave of energy that forced Punta to shield his eyes with his arm. What is happening? In the waiting area, the Supreme Kai kept a close watch on the arena while glancing at the two undercover agents, awaiting their action. Are they going to make a move? The large Stabich asked excitedly. Yamo observed the device in his hand, noting the dial had shifted forward by 2.5 increments. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately shook his head. On the stage, Jebet continued to exert his energy, but even after several seconds, nothing transpired, and his voice began to falter. They haven't taken the bait, the Supreme Kai communicated telepathically to Jebet. Jebet's voice diminished, his previously explosive energy deflated, leaving him feeling humiliated as he glanced at the Supreme Kai and the audience. As a divine attendant, Jebet was not a true deity, despite possessing numerous special abilities. His combat prowess was rather average, only slightly superior to the North Kai. If the opponent deemed him unworthy, there was little he could do. In frustration, he delivered a swift strike that sent the overzealous Punta flying out of the ring before lowering his head and exiting the arena. At that moment, the Supreme Kai's expression darkened, not only due to Jebet's embarrassment, but because if Jebet failed, he would have to serve as the bait himself. After 2 more matches, it was finally the Supreme Kai's turn to compete against Yamu. Now entering the arena, Shin versus Yamu. As the Supreme Kai ascended the stage, he continually reassured himself. At least Jebet had not succeeded in serving as the bait. If he were drained of energy, Jebet could still assist him in recovering. However, if something were to happen to Jebet, he truly did not know what to do. With such thoughts swirling, the gong for the match sounded, and the Supreme Kai sighed. His gaze sharpened, and though his hands remained clasped behind his back, he exuded a formidable aura, looking at Yamu with regal authority. Seeing the Supreme Kai's intimidating presence, Yamu quickly glanced at Stabich below, who was scratching his head, seemingly devoid of intelligence, before raising the detection device. Both Yamu and the Supreme Kai turned to look, only to see the needle pointing at 0, devoid of any fluctuation. This is bad. Wukong, filled with regret, slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that the aura of a deity is imperceptible. The crowd turned to look at him upon hearing his exclamation. Are you suggesting that the opponent won't take the bait? Bulma inquired. The Supreme Kai's strength should be sufficient, yet if the opponent cannot detect him, they may indeed refrain from making a move, Wukong remarked, furrowing his brow. Why didn't you mention such an important matter earlier? In this timeline, none had interacted with deities of the Supreme Kai's caliber, leaving them unaware of this crucial detail. Wukong's careless blunder drew only reproachful glances from everyone present. The sole exception was Vegeta, who remained composed with his eyes closed, refraining from blaming Kakarot, for he too felt guilty, having overlooked this aspect. On the arena, Yamcha regarded his opponent as merely a weakling and had already resolved to swiftly assess the competition to seek his next target. The lack of action from the opponent led the Supreme Kai to momentarily doubt his own strength, only to realize that the detection device was unable to sense divine energy. He began to sweat profusely, for all those of notable power were seated on the sidelines. If he could no longer serve as bait, it would spell trouble. Failing even in that role would certainly earn him a severe beating from Vegeta. As he frantically pondered his next steps, Stabich suddenly began waving frantically from the sidelines. Yamcha, mid-stride, halted and glanced over, noticing Stabich energetically holding up his device and pointing at the dial. The needle on the dial was oscillating vigorously near the maximum. as if it could spin for several more revolutions were it not for the constraints imposed by the upper realm. It was then that the Supreme Kai realized a powerful energy was surging unchecked behind him, enveloping the entire venue. This ill-fated idea had originated with Bulma, employing a desperate measure which placed Wukong directly in line between the detection device and the Supreme Kai, in hopes of deceiving the opponent. Fortunately, it seemed Yamcha and Spabich's powers were derived from cerebral prowess. Exchanging glances, they immediately resolved to target this selected contestant. Without hesitation, Spabich charged onto the stage with the absorption device, while Yamcha seized the opportunity to embrace the opponent in a moment of distraction. A needle as thick as a finger pierced the Supreme Kai's body with a swift thrust. Thanks to the rigorous training under Vegeta, this minor discomfort was insignificant for him, allowing the Supreme Kai to feign a struggle. In the next moment, the absorption device activated, and the Supreme Kai suddenly felt a force tugging at his very beings, as though it were attempting to extract his insides. Initially intending to cooperate, he soon found his strength rapidly depleting, instinctively struggling like a drowning man. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Jiren swiftly invoked his divine power to remotely seize control of the Supreme Kai's body, reminiscent of the time the Supreme Kai had controlled Gohan. In a mere 10 seconds, the Supreme Kai's energy was entirely siphoned away. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed onto the stage. Yamcha and Spabich gazed contentedly at the collection device in their hands, disregarding the surrounding commotion, and took to the skies with their flight technique. Chapter 52, The Resurrection of Majin Buu, Part 2. After Yamcha and Spabich departed from the arena, Jiren hastily rushed to the stage. He crouched beside the Supreme Kai, placing a hand upon his chest to channel divine energy. Within 2.5 seconds, the Supreme Kai was fully revived, slowly regaining his footing. As the stretcher-bearers sent by the organizing committee approached the stage, the doctor gazed in bewilderment at the lively Shin, who appeared completely unharmed. Once the Supreme Kai and Jiren returned to the resting area, the host, observing that Shin was unscathed, refrained from further inquiries. After all, Yamcha and Spabich's foul play was an undeniable fact, and they had already been disqualified. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed a group of individuals quietly disappearing from the back of the audience. Goku, accompanied by several others, instantaneously teleported to the contestants' resting area. "Are you all right?" Piccolo asked anxiously, casting a worried glance at the Supreme Kai, whose divine lineage instilled in him a natural reverence. The Supreme Kai, still slightly shaken, placed a hand on his chest and replied, "Thank you for your concern. That was perilously close. I almost thought I was a goner." "Then why did you let Gohan handle that last time?" Goku casually complained. The Supreme Kai did not comprehend, but was not focused on that matter. A grave expression crossed his face as he addressed the group. "Next, we must venture to Babbidi's lair, and you will need to revive Majin Buu." He cast a glance at Vegeta and continued, "The upcoming mission will be quite perilous. I suggest that only Vegeta and I go." "Hey now, Lord Supreme Kai!" Goku exclaimed warmly, placing an arm around the Supreme Kai's shoulders. "We all want to see what happens. Don't joke around." The Supreme Kai was taken aback by such familiarity. "As for you, I'm afraid these individuals," he gestured toward Bulma and Dr. Gero behind him, "lack any combat prowess. If you truly intend to fight with all your might, the collateral damage could be extensive. How can we ensure their safety?" "Well, you may have a point," Goku pondered. "Then let those with fighting capabilities accompany us. Bulma, you take Master Roshi and wait for us at the temple." "Very well," Bulma sighed. "Krillin, see us off." As she approached Master Roshi and Dr. Gero, she suddenly turned and firmly commanded, "What are you thinking? Come back with me." "Huh? No way. I want to see too." Gohan murmured softly. "Exactly," Trunks added quietly in agreement. Bulma did not waste words, but turned to Din, speaking gently, "You must understand how dangerous this is. Even Goku may not be a match for that demon. It's too risky for you to go. You have to come with me." Din glanced at his friends, conflicted, and finally conceded. "All right, Aunt Bulma, I'll follow your lead." But Trunks began to protest, but Bulma's voice grew firm as she addressed Gohan. "Do you wish to bring Videl into danger?" Gohan swallowed his words, ultimately submitting to Bulma's directive. "You should come with us," Bulma suggested to Tien. But he shook his head. "I want to witness this formidable foe," Tien stated with a slight smile, though his expression quickly turned serious as he added, "Please take care of Kaiatsu." Kaiatsu hesitated, glancing between Tien and Bulma, but ultimately decided not to be a hindrance. "I want to interfere," Raditz remarked, aware that his current combat strength would be of little use, especially with Trunks opting out. Thus, Krillin escorted the group to the sacred world of the Kais. While the team pursuing Babidi consisted only of Goku, Vegeta, Tien, the Supreme Kai, Jebbit, and soon-to-arrive Krillin. Goku looked at Tien, hesitating before asking, "Are you sure you want to come?" His hesitation was justified. Tien's strength might not even match Raditz. "As a warrior, I cannot bear to wait idly for the outcome," Tien replied resolutely. "Moreover, this is a significant event that could affect the universe. I wish to witness it firsthand. But you've already died twice." "The Dragon Balls can't bring you back," Goku countered. "I'll keep my distance. I won't trouble you. If I die again, I'll accept it," Tien assured. "Don't worry, son Goku. I will look after him," Jebbit interjected. Upon seeing Jebbit, Goku felt a bit reassured. Their strengths were roughly equal. And with Jebbit's ability to teleport, they should manage. "Stop dawdling," Vegeta said sternly. "Let us hurry and revive that Majin Buu." "All right, onward." Goku led the group, who followed closely behind Yamcha and Spopovich. After a brief interlude, Krillin returned to the main group, having ensured everyone's safety. The Supreme Kai and his companions followed Spopovich for nearly an hour until they finally arrived at an exceedingly desolate wasteland, devoid of any signs of human habitation, save for a small spaceship entrance that stood out starkly against the barren landscape. Yamcha and Spopovich awaited at the entrance, respectfully anticipating Babidi's arrival. When the hatch of the spacecraft opened, out stepped not only Babidi but also the alien Zunian, Peppa, who bore a striking resemblance to a xenomorph, along with the Demon King Dabura. "Well done," Babidi said, taking the collector with a nonchalant tone. "Majin Buu will soon awaken." Just as the two reveled in their triumph, Babidi's expression shifted abruptly. "It appears you are no longer of any use to me." In the next moment, the dark thoughts within Spopovich rapidly expanded, leading to his explosive demise. Yamcha, witnessing this, attempted to flee but was obliterated by Peppa's energy wave. "That's utterly ruthless," Krillin exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Goku and his companions hid behind a distant rock, unable to discern the conversation but aware that one moment their adversaries were jovial, and the next, two of Babidi's subordinates had met their demise. Babidi, after issuing a few more commands at the entrance, returned to the spacecraft with Peppa, while Dabura suddenly turned and gazed directly at the concealed Goku and his companions. "We've been discovered," the Supreme Kai exclaimed just as Dabura teleported before them, raising one hand at Jebbit, ready to unleash an energy wave. As the Demon King, Dabura had encountered the Supreme Kai before and was well aware of their strengths and abilities. Therefore, if a battle ensued, he would naturally aim to eliminate the divine attendant first, given Jebbit's capacity for instant recovery. Jebbit barely comprehended the unfolding situation when it was already too late to evade. The moment Dabura made his move, he would surely perish. In that instant, Krillin, positioned closest, reacted with incredible speed, launching himself forward and delivering a powerful kick to Dabura's abdomen. The latter, taken by surprise, was propelled away before he could unleash his energy wave. "What?" The Supreme Kai's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. He knew these warriors possessed some strength, but never did he imagine that even a mere earthling could strike Dabura with such force. As the dust settled, Dabura wiped the corner of his mouth and brushed off his clothing, grinning as he regarded the group. "You possess some skill, come. Let us engage in a proper battle within." He gestured towards the spaceship, then turned without a backward glance, suppressing a cough in the solitude of the empty cabin. He has fled. "What should we do? Should we pursue?" Krillin inquired. "Too perilous. We have no idea what traps may lie within that ship," Jebbit replied, maintaining a level-headed perspective. "I recall that the ship isn't particularly special. There are merely a few formidable opponents inside." Goku recalled with clarity regarding the combat aspect. "Whatever the case, we must follow," Vegeta declared, striding directly into the spacecraft. The thought of venturing into the unknown ship filled the Supreme Kai with trepidation, prompting him to seize Jebbit and grit his teeth as he followed suit. Upon entering the first layer of the spacecraft, Pepe was filled with confidence until he encountered Dabura, whose veins were visibly bulging. A sense of confusion washed over him. "You go below. I shall handle this layer," Dabura commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "What is happening? This contradicts Lord Babidi's orders. Mind your own business. Just do as I say." Dabura, being the king of the demon realm and an unparalleled force in the universe, could not simply overlook the recent insult. He was determined to eliminate them all personally. However, he was aware that Babidi's primary goal was to resurrect Majin Buu. Thus, luring the adversaries into the spacecraft to engage in battle was the utmost rational decision he could muster. Pepe hesitated, unsure of how to proceed, but by then, Goku and his companions had already entered the first layer. Babidi, stationed in the control room, noticed the unfolding situation and inquired via the intercom, "What is happening?" "Lord Babidi," Dobra replied, "please allow me to personally deal with these unwelcome guests." "Oh," Babidi responded nonchalantly, "do as you wish." "And what about me?" Pepe asked. "You may stay as well. Eliminate them all." "Yes." After witnessing Krillin's strength, King Kai felt considerably more at ease. Noticing that their opponents numbered only 2 while they had 4 capable fighters, he felt a sense of superiority. "If we all attack together, we shall surely." Before King Kai could finish his thought, he turned to see Goku and Krillin engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. What are they doing?" King Kai asked, bewildered. "Deciding who goes up this round," Vegeta replied coldly. "Are you really letting just one of you go?" "Humph." Having spent many years with Vegeta, King Kai recognized that the humph signified a dismissal of his concerns, yet he remained incredulous. "And what about you?" King Kai turned to Vegeta, who had not participated in the game. "Such insignificant foes do not warrant my involvement." "Yay, it's me," Krillin exclaimed, having won the game against Goku, and he excitedly began to warm up. "What a pity," Goku lamented, scratching his head. Krillin stepped forward, brimming with confidence as he addressed Dobra and Pepe, asking, "Will you come one at a time, or shall we engage all at once?" Chapter 53, The Resurrection of Majin Buu, Part 2. The so-called Demon Realm typically refers to a distant galaxy on the fringes of the 7th universe, where the inhabitants resemble scions, constantly engaging in battles. Their customs are remarkably simple, adhering to an absolute principle of survival of the fittest, resulting in a high average combat power throughout the Demon Realm. Pepe is also one of its denizens. However, the chaos in this realm has left its technology woefully underdeveloped. The inhabitants lack the means to leave their own galaxy, leading successive Kaioshins to allow them to fend for themselves. Eventually, a martial arts prodigy named Dabura emerged and swiftly conquered the entire Demon Realm with overwhelming power. For over 5 centuries, after being crowned the Demon King, no one dared to speak to him loudly, and challengers were unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Yet today, he encountered both of these taboos, igniting a furious rage within him, vowing not to rest until he vanquished his opponent. As his challenger took a stance for a one-on-one duel, it was none other than the short individual who had just kicked him. Dabura was quite pleased. "I hope you don't perish too quickly," he threatened. "And I hope you truly possess the strength they claim you have," Krillin replied with a smile, adopting a fighting stance. In the lowest tier of the spaceship, Babidi, having finished his business above, excitedly approached the sealed egg of Majin Buu. He inserted the energy collector, and the dial indicating total energy fluctuated slightly before advancing significantly. Did it actually fill up to 20 in one go? Babidi was astonished. "Damn it, these 2 fools aren't entirely useless. Perhaps I shouldn't have disposed of them so early." If the remaining individuals possessed this level of strength, it would perfectly fill the egg, allowing Majin Buu to resurrect in his optimal form. Quite promising. As Babidi calculated, the dial suddenly wavered again, advancing by approximately 5. Oh, it seems there is progress above. The unique design of Babidi's spaceship allowed it to automatically collect energy overflow from battles. As long as someone was injured, the dispersed energy would refill the sealed egg. "Let me see who the unfortunate soul is that perishes first." Babidi pulled out a crystal ball, exclaiming, "Nanny." The image displayed was that of Dabura staggering back from a blow. After a few warm-up exchanges, Krillin and Dabura revealed their true strengths. Seizing an opening in Dabura's defense, Krillin delivered a powerful kick to Dabura's side, causing him to stagger, nearly losing consciousness. This was the source of the energy increase that Babidi had observed. Pepe, watching from a distance, was terrified, instinctively taking 2 steps back. "No, it can't be. How can there be such a strong human?" Babidi exclaimed in shock at the crystal ball. On the other side, the Kaioshin and Jebbet trembled in astonishment. It was evident that Krillin was far stronger than Dabura, implying that he was nearly on par with Vegeta. For someone much stronger than himself, he found it difficult to discern the difference in strength. Goku, however, remained calm. From the moment Dabura made his first move, they had assessed that his strength was at most that of a full-power Super Saiyan. Although Krillin had married and had children over the years, he had not slackened in his training with Goku, and both had achieved a level around mid-Super Saiyan 2. Dabura posed no real threat. Recovering from his daze, Dabura gritted his teeth and charged at Krillin again. The dull sounds of their fists and feet colliding echoed within the spaceship. Just as Krillin was about to attack again, with only half an arm's distance between them. Dabura suddenly spat a thick gob of phlegm at him. The attack was too close. Krillin attempted to evade but was caught off guard, instinctively raising his arm to block. However, the moment his arm made contact with the phlegm, it began to petrify, the effect visibly spreading across his body. Not good. The Kaioshin gasped. He had heard rumors of Dabura's powers and knew he could petrify opponents, but a series of unforeseen events had caused him to forget to warn everyone, leaving Krillin vulnerable to the attack. Krillin attempted to channel his energy to counteract the petrification, but this unique force was not compatible with energy. And without a method to respond, he could only watch helplessly as his body turned to stone. Dabura could not let this opportunity slip away and raised his foot to deliver a finishing blow. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared between the two, intercepting the deadly strike. Goku, having used instant transmission to protect Krillin, shouted, "Protect him." The Kaioshin quickly reacted, using his powers to stabilize Krillin's petrified form. TCH, Dabura, slightly displeased by the thwarted attack, felt that he had regained a bit of face by eliminating a troublesome opponent. Goku, now aware of the petrification ability, gazed somberly at Dabura, stating, "If we take you down, the petrification will be lifted, right?" "Humph." Dabura smirked, "Indeed, but without your main fighter. Eliminating me won't be so easy." Goku smirked, not bothering to waste words with him, and immediately raised his energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. "Nanny?" Before Dabura could express his shock, Goku had already flashed to his side, unleashing a wave of energy that nearly grazed Dabura's cheek, sending him flying several meters away. Seizing the momentum, Goku pursued. Dabura, unable to believe how strong his opponents were, attempted to spit again, but the attack merely passed through Goku's afterimage. Meanwhile, the real Goku had already reached behind him, delivering another kick to the back of Dabura's head. Dabura struggled to regain his balance, yet uncontrollably burst through the spaceship's ceiling. That's it. Vegeta, silently observing the scene through the crystal ball, was now in a state of panic. If there was only one strong adversary, he could devise a plan. But given the current scenario, the other two calm onlookers seemed to possess significant strength as well. Should Dabura perish, the short fighter would regain his freedom. And without Dabura's ace in the hole, they would be left to await their doom. As Dabura sustained further injuries, the energy collector's dial reached 40. This won't do. Babidi began to summon his magic. "Pepe, Yakin, you both go. Hold them back." "Yes, Lord Babidi." The insectoid Yakin, initially guarding the lower level, and Pepe, who had been merely spectating, rushed forward to assist Dabura in taking down Goku. Although Pepe was frightened, she could not defy Babidi's orders and steeled herself for the confrontation. Pepe charged at Dabura, attempting to flank him, but Goku's speed was overwhelming. A one-on-two scenario posed no challenge for him. As the three engaged in combat, Yakin, arriving from below, seized an opportunity to execute a skill that drained Goku's energy, forcibly reverting him from Super Saiyan. Goku paused momentarily, seizing the moment. Pepe executed a flying kick to Goku's lower back, propelling him toward Dabura, who instinctively spat a gob of phlegm, aiming to finish off Goku. "This is bad. Mister. Goku is in danger. You must assist him, Vegeta," the Kaioshin urged anxiously. "Humph." Vegeta scoffed, his expression indifferent. "Such a level of attack won't harm Kakarot." Curiously, in his previous life, Vegeta's words were laced with dissatisfaction toward Goku, stemming from the fact that this lower-class warrior always seemed to surpass him due to inexplicable opportunities. A significant blow to his pride as a prince. In this lifetime, Goku shared various crucial pieces of information in advance, resulting in the inherently stronger Vegeta consistently overpowering him. Consequently, jealousy did not breed animosity within Vegeta towards Goku. Rather, for this incarnation of Vegeta, Kakarot became a significant benefactor who offered immense assistance. Thus, this Vegeta held a degree of admiration for Goku and maintained a favorable attitude towards him. At a critical moment, Goku executed an instantaneous movement to appear behind Pepe, retaliating with a kick of his own. The thick saliva he had unleashed found its mark, striking Pepe squarely in the face, which contorted in pain before he was transformed into a statue. With no one to catch him mid-air, the statue shattered upon hitting the ground. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Yakin charged forward, swinging his scythe-like arms towards Goku, while Dabura conjured a sword out of thin air, initiating a new round of flanking attacks. Goku transformed once more. But Yakin opened his mouth, siphoning the surrounding energy, causing Goku's movements to slow. Unarmed and vulnerable, Goku found it challenging to block the incoming weapons and resorted to deftly dodging, struggling to find an opportunity to counterattack. He thus created distance and commenced an assault with energy blasts. Dabura evaded while countering with his blade, and Yakin greedily consumed the energy blast whole. Just as Dabura was about to reach Goku, a sudden whimper arose from behind him. Turning to investigate, he discovered Yakin, clutching his mouth in terror, gazing at Goku with wide eyes. It turned out that Goku, the cunning strategist, had concealed a powerful energy slash behind one of his energy blasts. Yakin, intending to absorb it entirely, was instead met with an energy slash that cleaved through the back of his head. He could scarcely believe his defeat came in such a bizarre manner. His body twitched for a moment before he became utterly immobilized. Before Dabura could regain his composure, Goku, having transformed into Super Saiyan form, stood before him, energy coalescing in his palm, aimed directly at his face, looking down at him from above. "Farewell," Goku stated coldly, delivering a devastating strike that sent shockwaves throughout the entire spaceship, reducing Dabura to mere ashes in an instant. In the depths of the ship, Babidi trembled in fear, fully aware that the tide had turned against him. His only remaining hope rested with Majin Buu. But he realized that he had gathered less than 50% of the required energy, most of which was supplied by his subordinates, filling him with a mix of rage and helplessness. "You have forced my hand," Babidi exclaimed, shattering the crystal ball in his grasp, raising his hand to chant the incantation. "Arise, Majin Buu." According to the original narrative, the energy of the Kaioshin cannot be utilized to recharge Buu, a notion Babidi also held. However, I deemed it inappropriate to draw energy from anyone else, ultimately deciding to draw from the Kaioshin. Given that the current Buu contained the essence of the great Kaioshin, it seems reasonable that divine energy could indeed be used for recharging. Thus, the premise here is that Babidi was unaware of whose energy was contained within the vessel. He simply used it without clarity, and it fortuitously had the desired effect. Chapter 54. The Most Formidable Foe. All adversaries were swiftly vanquished. The Kaioshin and his companions traversed the passage of the spaceship, descending to the lowest level. As Babidi completed his incantation, he turned to find the enemy perilously close, prompting him to resort to magical teleportation, whisking himself and the sealed egg away to the desolate wilderness in a desperate bid to buy time. A rather tedious charade. Vegeta frowned slightly, raising his hand to unleash a wave of energy that detonated with a tremendous explosion, sending the upper section of the spaceship hurtling into the air. In an instant, everyone seemed to be outside once more. "Over there," Goku exclaimed, pointing to the distance where a dense, cotton candy-like pink cloud loomed in the sky, exuding a powerful and malevolent aura. "Let us go." Goku extended his hand, ready to teleport everyone, but Vegeta cast him a disdainful glance and, in a fit of rage, propelled himself forward. Haha. Goku scratched his head awkwardly. He remained unchanged. Consequently, the others followed Vegeta, employing their flight techniques to reach their destination. "Come out. Hurry up." Majin Buu. In the distance, Babidi anxiously surveyed the empty eggshell, perspiration beading on his forehead. Just as he was bewildered, the clouds in the sky coalesced into a simplistic, rotund pink figure. "Buu." A chorus of not-so-intelligent shouts echoed from above. Majin Buu had returned. The plump figure descended, casually surveying its surroundings before breaking into a goofy grin and commencing warm-up exercises. Vegeta and the others, having rushed from the spaceship, were now within close proximity. Babidi hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Majin Buu, I am Babidi, the son of your creator Babidi. I am also the one who freed you. Come quickly to protect me." The Earth Warriors had arrived, and upon landing, everyone, except Goku, regarded Buu with grave expressions. "Damn it!" Babidi, fearing for his safety, barked, "Obey my commands. Turn them into paste." Buu regarded Babidi with an indifferent stare before suddenly sticking out his tongue and making a face at him. "He must be mentally challenged," Vegeta mused. Perplexed. "Haha, Buu does indeed have a rather peculiar personality," Goku explained. "You." Babidi, in a moment of desperation, declared, "I know the spell to seal you. If you wish to avoid being sealed again, you'd better listen to me." Buu paused, and upon realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately stood at attention, nodding and bowing to Babidi, transforming from rebellious to obedient in an instant. Seeing the situation under control, Babidi finally breathed a sigh of relief and commanded Goku and the others, "Kill them all, but leave the Kaioshin alive." "Yes, yes." Buu nodded vigorously before suddenly turning his gaze to Vegeta, his expression turning icy. In the next moment, Buu vanished, reappearing at remarkable speed before Vegeta, extending 2 fingers from his short, stout hand, aimed directly at Vegeta's eyes. The Kaioshin had no time to react. A deafening crash echoed as a pink object shot away. Vegeta merely tilted his head, deftly evading Buu's assault, and retaliated with a swift kick to Buu's face, sending him flying over 100 meters, crashing into nearby rocks. Indeed, the Kaioshin clapped his hands in excitement alongside Jebbet, feeling reassured with Vegeta's presence. The Kaioshin fervently hoped that Vegeta was indeed stronger than Buu. And though they had only exchanged a brief encounter, that fervent hope led him to blindly believe in Vegeta's superiority. However, Goku and Krillin, having perceived the disparity in strength, recognized that it was not due to Vegeta being overwhelmingly powerful. Something feels off, Goku mused, scratching his head, prompting the others to turn their attention to him. This Buu seems rather weak. What do you mean? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Well, the Buu I encountered was far stronger than this one, Goku replied. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, swiftly appearing before Babidi, looking down at him, and questioned, "Hey, did you not resurrect Majin Buu in his most powerful form?" Babidi clenched his fists, muttering in frustration. Damn it, just a little more. With Babidi's reaction, Vegeta had already formed a judgment. This is quite dull, he declared, turning to leave, waving his hand dismissively. You all can play. I have no desire to participate. Indeed, Vegeta had lost interest in the fight. After hearing Goku's tales from a previous life, he yearned to defeat this formidable foe himself to reclaim his honor. He, like the others, was certain he was stronger than the current Buu. But if Buu were not in his strongest state, a victory would hold no significance for him. Thus he was disinclined to engage. Due to Babidi only having gathered half the energy necessary for Buu's resurrection, this incarnation of Buu possessed strength comparable to Goku in his Super Saiyan form, roughly at the level between Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta's training in the other world must have allowed him to surpass Super Saiyan 3, rendering this Buu far too weak for him. For Goku, however, it was an appropriate challenge. Emerging from the rubble, Buu's features were contorted from the blow. He took a deep breath, restoring his face to its original shape. Vegeta's kick had inflicted considerable damage, igniting Buu's fury. I will eat you, he bellowed. Buu launched himself towards Vegeta at astonishing speed, and as they rapidly closed the distance, the antennae atop Buu's head emitted a purple glow, twisting towards Vegeta. Be careful, Goku shouted, aware that this was Buu's unique ability to transform individuals into sugary confections. In a previous life, after merging with Vegeta, he had fallen victim to this very trick. If Buu had been resolute, he could have unleashed a wide-scale attack on Earth without reverting Vegeta back, rendering the situation quite dire. It was sheer intimidation that had caused Buu to relinquish his powers, making it preferable to avoid such an attack altogether. However, Vegeta remained remarkably composed. He neither dodged nor flinched, his gaze fixed upon the incoming attack, suddenly radiating a chilling intent. With a mere glance, he redirected Buu's own energy beam back at him, striking Buu and transforming his head into a sugary sphere topped with tiny antennae, resembling a creature with fur. Having spent over 20 years in the other world, Vegeta had encountered various races and abilities. Even having been approached by the Yard Rat race to learn instant transmission, an endeavor he refused, adamantly unwilling to mimic Kakarot. To Vegeta, Buu's abilities now seemed akin to mere parlor tricks, easily countered with a single glance. The sugary sphere, adorned with fur, emitted tiny waves of light as Buu's head reverted to its original form, the sinister intent replaced by sheer, impotent rage. Buu charged at Vegeta once more, but this time, Vegeta paid him no heed. As they stood mere inches apart, Goku suddenly intervened, a smile gracing his lips as he intercepted Buu's assault. Allow me to have a go at you. With that, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2, initiating the first round of a fierce brawl with Buu. Krillin, not particularly combative by nature, had never faced an opponent of comparable strength since meeting Goku. He had always triumphed through overwhelming force or had held back. And with a family to protect, he hesitated to engage Buu, who exuded immense power. The clash between Goku and Buu unfolded at incredible speeds, their strikes resonating through the air, leaving those lacking in power unable to perceive their movements. Observing the distraction, Babidi lowered his head, preparing to escape. Not so fast. The Kaioshin had been keeping a close watch on Babidi, and as he attempted to flee, the Kaioshin rushed forward at once. Although Babidi possesses certain unique abilities that might intimidate those brutish individuals who rely solely on their energy, he stands no chance against a supreme deity like the Kaioshin, who wields a plethora of extraordinary powers. Thus, upon encountering the Kaioshin blocking his path, Babidi instinctively cried out to the heavens, "Buu!" Come save me. However, Buu was already engaged in a fierce battle with Goku and was in no position to heed Babidi's summons. Babidi. The Kaioshin wasted no words and unleashed a wave of light with a mere gesture. Had the circumstances been more balanced, he might have considered negotiating with Babidi, perhaps offering him mercy in exchange for the resealing of Buu. Yet, with the advantage clearly on their side, there was no reason to spare him. Babidi activated his shield to deflect the light wave, but the Kaioshin swiftly retracted his attacking hand, extending the other forward, shattering Babidi's protective barrier in an instant. Utilizing the anchor point of his spaceship, Babidi attempted to teleport away, only to be intercepted by Jebbet, who appeared before him and swiftly transported him back to his original position. Jebbet forcefully hurled Babidi forward, and the Kaioshin raised both hands, channeling his energy to unleash a powerful energy blast. Curse it! Babidi roared as he disintegrated into countless particles, scattering across the desolate ground. In the distance, Vegeta stood with his eyes closed, waiting patiently for the farce to conclude. Unbeknownst to him, a hand silently approached from behind. Tien stood behind Krillin and Vegeta, his gaze cold as he focused on Vegeta, one hand poised for an offensive strike. This attack aimed directly at Vegeta's heart, and upon impact, it would certainly spell his demise, eliminating the greatest threat on the battlefield. Swoosh! Tianjin hand's palm morphed into a claw, reaching for Vegeta's chest. However, as soon as he made contact, Vegeta transformed into an elusive specter, vanishing without a trace. How could I possibly fall for the same trick twice? Vegeta had already repositioned himself behind Tianjin Han, delivering a swift kick aimed at his opponent's head. Tianjin Han narrowly evaded the blow by leaning back, and the two fighters simultaneously retreated to create distance. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Tianjin Han. It was noteworthy that his counterattack had even caught Buu off guard. Yet this seemingly inconsequential three-eyed fighter had easily dodged it. Vegeta finally felt a flicker of interest. Meanwhile, Krillin stood nearby, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Chapter 55. The darkened Tien. Krillin blinked in astonishment as he gazed at Tien, his mind struggling to grasp the unfolding situation. Although it had been 2 decades since they last met, the bond formed during their years of camaraderie in the Pilaf era was strong. Thus, this unexpected turn of events left him momentarily bewildered. After evading Vegeta, Tien stood merely a few steps away from Krillin, his face suddenly adorned with a peculiar, sinister smile. "I shall begin with you," he declared, and without hesitation, he unleashed a wave of energy towards Krillin. The attack, though not overwhelmingly powerful, was concentrated, swift, and possessed remarkable penetrative force, clearly aimed at a vital point. Drawing upon his extensive training, Krillin instinctively used instant transmission to evade the assault, reappearing beside Vegeta. The energy wave pierced through the earth, detonating several dozen meters below the surface and leaving behind a massive crater. At this moment, even the most oblivious observer would recognize the malevolence in Tien's intent. Had Krillin not dodged, he would have faced severe injury or even death. Enraged, he glared at Tien and demanded, "What do you intend to do?" Meanwhile, engaged in a fierce battle with Buu, Goku suddenly noticed the commotion below. Upon sensing that Tien was the aggressor, he was momentarily taken aback. Is Tien truly this powerful? He mused, hastily waving at Buu. Pause. We need to halt this. In the previous life, after Buu had reformed alongside Mr. Satan, Goku had maintained a favorable impression of him, thus perceiving this conflict not as a deadly struggle, but rather as a sparring match, instinctively calling for a pause. However, Buu, already irate, charged forward, intent on continuing the fight. Observing Buu's disregard, Goku abandoned his attempts and instantly transported himself to Vegeta's side. Perplexed, he inquired, "What is happening?" Goku and Krillin, one in confusion and the other in fury, turned their eyes towards Tien, awaiting an explanation, yet Tien remained silent, merely regarding them with a cold smirk. "Is it not obvious?" Vegeta remarked icily. "He is an enemy." "An enemy? Impossible. Tien is one of us," Goku exclaimed, unable to accept the truth before him. Having fought alongside Tien for so long in their previous life, he cherished a profound bond with him. Tien had even sacrificed himself to protect the Earth. Thus Goku could not fathom him as a villain. Conversely, Vegeta had never shared a history with Tien, and upon first encountering him today, he sensed something was amiss. While he did not detect any murderous intent from Tien, he recognized the familiar expression on his face, a countenance he had seen on countless Saiyans. One that reflected a chilling indifference to life born from the act of taking many lives, no longer suppressing his murderous aura. Tien allowed a torrent of dark energy to erupt from his being, casting the surroundings into an ominous gray hue. In pursuit, Bu, mistaking the shift in energy as a change of combatants, charged recklessly forward. "I will kill you," Bu shouted, landing a powerful punch against Tien's face, yet Tien stood unfazed, his body unmoving. Bu's expression momentarily froze, only to be swiftly ensnared by Tien's strong grip around his neck. Bu struggled, but could not break free. Just as he contemplated melting away to escape, he found himself enveloped by an overwhelming force. "Huh!" Tien bellowed, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that engulfed Bu entirely. From space, one could observe the gray trail left in the wake of the attack, and when the energy detonated, everyone on Earth felt the tremor. Bu was obliterated. In an instant, the Majin was reduced to nothingness. "Son Goku," Tien exclaimed, a hint of madness in his eyes. "I shall first eliminate your friends, then the inhabitants of Earth, and finally, I will come for you. I will ensure you perish in an abyss of despair." Ahahaha. Who could have anticipated that Tien's overwhelming animosity towards Goku stemmed from events 24 years prior during the World Martial Arts Tournament? At that time, Pilaf had manipulated the power of the Dragon Balls, turning the world against Goku. Tien, determined to slay Goku, had risked his life to unleash a Kikaho. Although Pilaf later cleared the misunderstanding before the world, Tien had already faced a second death from which he could not return. This laid the groundwork for the subsequent journey to Namek, and when the group successfully resurrected Tien, they unwittingly overlooked the enmity that still resided within him. In truth, many had missed Pilaf's final speech that day, and even up to now, they continued to view Goku as a nemesis. However, they had no direct ties to him, thus posing no threat. For over 20 years, this sentiment remained trivial, but Tien's situation took a turn when he attended the meeting following the Namek incident. By then, Goku had attained Super Saiyan strength, while Tien, under Krillin's guidance, had also learned to harness his energy. This realization made Tien quickly discern that he was no match for Goku, prompting him to adopt a temporary guise of camaraderie. After listening to Barunga's description of the energy sources of their races, years of confusion suddenly unraveled within Tien. Why had he been unable to teach others his unique techniques? Why did his power advance at a pace unmatched by others? Why did he possess 3 eyes? All these questions found clarity as he observed the diverse beings of the universe before him. He, Tien, was not merely a human from Earth. A year later, aided by the navigational records of the Jinyu Force and the experiences of Raditz, Earth swiftly integrated into the cosmic community, engaging in trade with numerous races and making significant strides in space exploration. Seizing the opportunity, Tien commandeered a spaceship and embarked on a journey through the cosmos. With commendable combat prowess, he soon uncovered the home planet of the Three-Eyed Tribe. The next 2 decades were marked by prolonged seclusion, rigorous training, and unending slaughter. Tien understood that to eliminate Goku, his strength was woefully inadequate. Upon grasping the principles behind the energy of his race, Tien established a clear path to augment his power. Kill, he resolved. By annihilating the Three-Eyed Tribe, he could monopolize their energy source, and through relentless training, he would ascend to become the mightiest warrior in the universe. At this moment, Tien had indeed exterminated all members of the Three-Eyed Tribe and returned to Earth, having reached the pinnacle of his power. "What are you saying, Tien?" Goku could scarcely believe the situation unfolding before him. "Why do you wish to kill me? How have you become so strong?" His mind raced with questions. "Humph. Shameless scion." Tien spat, his expression twisted in rage. "Your power is merely a gift from Frieza, while all my strength is earned through my own efforts. Do you have any idea how much time I spent to eradicate the Three-Eyed Tribe? Ahahaha. Now, I possess absolute power. I can finally ravage you at will." Goku, incredulous, blinked in disbelief. Though he struggled to comprehend Tien's words, the implications of genocide and strength hinted at unspeakable deeds. Yet even in the face of such darkness, he could not summon the resolve to engage in battle. "You are quite arrogant," Vegeta remarked, stepping forward. He held no illusions of righteousness, yet Tien's words struck a nerve. The strength of a Saiyan prince is earned through relentless training. To suggest it is a mere gift from Frieza is the highest form of insult. With a confident smile, Vegeta regarded Tien, a hint of derision in his tone. "I could entertain you in battle, but are you certain you wish to face me now?" This statement subtly implied that Tien was not at his peak. Indeed, just moments ago, he vanquished Bu with a single blow. Though it did not appear as effortless as it seemed, that strike depleted a significant portion of Tien's stamina, leaving him considerably weakened. With his opponent not at peak condition, Vegeta found little interest in defeating him. "No need for your concern," Tien replied with a smile, reaching into the confines of his belt to retrieve a bean. which he promptly swallowed. In the next moment, his muscles tensed, and a malevolent aura erupted anew. Since 21 years ago, when the Namekians learned the art of cultivating the magical beans from the deities, the entirety of Namek had transformed into a veritable garden of these miraculous herbs. The efficacy of this elixir is remarkable, applicable to a broad range of species, and it has garnered high praise in interstellar trade. The sole drawback lies in its minuscule yield. A single plant produces but one bean per year. However, under Bulma's guidance, this limitation has morphed into an advantage. The rarer the commodity, the more its value can be inflated. In critical moments, when one's life hangs in the balance, this miraculous remedy incites a frenzy among the affluent, leading to a remarkable transformation of Namek over 2 decades. Thus, at this juncture, the beans are not particularly scarce within the cosmos. Were it not for the confirmed implications on longevity, the ultra-wealthy might have even considered utilizing them as a form of currency. Tien possessing such beans is hardly a matter of surprise. As he sensed his opponent's rejuvenation, Vegeta's interest was rekindled, and he gracefully ascended into the air, facing Tien directly. Vegeta's energy surged, instantly breaking through the Super Saiyan barrier and entering the Super Saiyan 2 form. Oh, you think you can challenge me at that level? Tien scoffed, recalling the tales of Goku from a previous life. Surely, you Saiyans possess another form, do you not? Are you worthy of me exerting my full strength? Vegeta retorted. Then let us see. Tien's expression turned serious. His energy began to rise steadily. A powerful and wicked aura enveloped the earth, inducing a sense of suffocation even among ordinary people on the opposite side of the planet. Tien's energy continued to escalate, causing Vegeta's confident smile to fade gradually. The grayness of the cosmos dispersed and reformed, ultimately coalescing around Tien's figure, transforming into an aura poised to erupt at any moment. You possess some strength, Vegeta remarked, his tone now tinged with gravity. Allow me to demonstrate my power. Chapter 56, The Mightiest Saiyan. Across the sky, flashes of brilliant white lightning streaked as Vegeta's muscles surged, and his aura expanded rapidly, causing the very earth and air around him to tremble violently. He was about to transform. Goku exclaimed. The thunder grew more intense, and as Vegeta's energy ascended, his golden hair gradually lengthened, and his visage altered, acquiring the primal characteristics of a great ape. A manifestation of the raw power unleashed by transcending the limits of his race. He had indeed reached that realm, just as Goku had anticipated. After 2 decades of rigorous training in the other world, Vegeta's innate talent had enabled him to ascend to Super Saiyan 3. Wait, no. Goku suddenly froze. For even after achieving the Super Saiyan 3 form, Vegeta's power continued to rise. This aura, capable of astounding the entire universe, was still not his zenith. Even Tien's menacing grin began to fade. The dazzling golden light illuminated nearly half the planet, sweeping away the gloom cast by Tien's presence. As the golden energy coalesced around Vegeta, gradually stabilizing. This is. The Supreme Kai, who had known Vegeta for many years, was utterly taken aback. He had never witnessed Vegeta unleash his full power before, and this magnitude of strength surpassed all his expectations. Vegeta smirked confidently, striking a combat stance. Super Saiyan 3 at full power, he intended to indulge in this battle. This is indeed intriguing, Tien replied, not showing an ounce of weakness. The moment their eyes locked, both vanished from sight, and before anyone could react, they had exchanged numerous blows. Due to their incredible speed, onlookers merely felt a single collision. Yet the shockwave from that impact nearly uprooted the very ground itself. Goku and Krillin barely managed to withstand the force, but Jebet was sent flying in an instant. We should retreat, the Supreme Kai said, shielding his head with his hands. Goku glanced at Krillin, then at the general direction of the battle, and resignedly said, let's withdraw. The 2 combatants were overwhelmingly powerful, their battle spanning a vast area with blinding speed. Even Goku could hardly discern the details. Among the 4 present, only the Supreme Kai lacked the ability to teleport. Jebet took him along, and the 4 of them arrived at the temple together. As soon as Goku and the others appeared, a multitude of concerned faces gathered around them. What has happened? Nello asked in terror. Is Majin Buu this strong? Those capable of sensing energy had at least encountered Goku and Krillin's prowess up close, and had a rough understanding of the comparison with Buu's strength through Goku's accounts. Yet, the enemy before them clearly exceeded everyone's expectations, even Bulma. An ordinary person was nearly gasping for breath under the weight of the overwhelming energy fluctuations. No, it's not Buu. Goku briefly explained the situation. But aside from Tien being formidable and an adversary, he had little else to add. Upon hearing Tien's ominous declaration, Bulma suddenly grasped the root of the problem. I remember now. It's Pilaf. However, among those present, only the turtle hermit, Kairatsu, and Dr. Gero had a clear recollection of that name, prompting Bulma to recount the events from over 20 years ago. Initially, Pilaf had worried that surpassing the Dragon's power would nullify the effects of wishes. Now it seemed that was not the case. Indeed, it isn't. Nello shook his head. The wish's impact on consciousness is a one-time alteration rather than a continuous influence. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the dragon is, it would not suffice to sustain such an immense desire. Therefore, this cannot be reversed merely by increasing strength. Then let's make another wish to turn him good, Biddy exclaimed eagerly. Nello shook his head. His power was now too great for the dragon to have any effect on him. How? How can this be? It's akin to someone leaning a small sapling. When it is young, there is a chance to ride it, but once it grows tall and crooked, it becomes irretrievable. Nello's explanation resonated with the children. If what you say is true, Dr. Gero suddenly interjected, and since the initial wish's effect has not yet dissipated, Tien is still bound to Pilaf, unwavering in his loyalty. All he needs to do is re-emerge. The group fell silent, seeing the logic in his words. It's futile. Piccolo spoke up. The impact Pilaf has had on Earth is far-reaching. Both his admirers and detractors are numerous. To avoid collateral damage, he relocated to another planet 18 years ago, and now no one knows his whereabouts. This was the voice of the merged Kai. Pilaf had departed discreetly. And aside from the divine beings who could observe the mortal realm and maintained a watchful eye on him, no one realized he had left Earth. The divine had mixed feelings about Pilaf's actions, tacitly accepting his departure. Now, attempting to locate him in the vast universe, where Pilaf's combat prowess is minimal, is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, time is of the essence. By the time he is found, Earth might already be doomed. The flicker of hope was swiftly extinguished, and the group fell into silence. Goku and Krillin refrained from joining the discussion, standing at the temple's edge, their expressions grave as they observed the distant clash. Each collision of fists and feet between Vegeta and Tien echoed like detonations, leaving a vast trail of destruction in their wake. They fought their way from the wilderness to the ocean, leaving devastation in their path. Despite Vegeta's intent to keep his distance from civilians, countless innocents had already perished. Both fighters engaged in close-quarters combat with remarkable synchronicity, refraining from using energy blasts. In the intricate dance of attack and defense, a misfire could easily obliterate the planet, as neither Science nor three-eyed beings could survive in the universe under such reckless conditions. This battle was tantamount to mutual destruction, thus they exercised considerable restraint. In yet another direct confrontation, their fists collided with their opponent's cheek simultaneously, contorting their faces. Yet neither yielded an inch. Tien gritted his teeth and seized Vegeta's golden locks, yanking him close to deliver a knee strike to his abdomen, nearly stealing Vegeta's breath. Undeterred, Vegeta retaliated with a close-range elbow strike to Tien's head, causing him to instinctively release his grip, allowing both to create distance. This time, they paused mid-air, locking eyes, both panting heavily. Well done. You are worthy of being my rival as the Prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta offered a rare compliment. Damn it. Tien cursed inwardly. He had come to be the villain, to kill, believing that only a crushing victory would convey the utmost despair to Goku. However, Vegeta's strength was far beyond his expectations, matching him blow for blow, which posed a significant dilemma. If Goku and Krillin joined the fray, the situation would become dire. Oh? Vegeta detected Tien's faltering condition and adopted a mocking tone. Can't keep up? Then allow me to give you a moment. Eat that energy-restoring bean. I won't stop you. Humph. How arrogant. Tien looked at Vegeta with a sudden smile, rummaging through his belt to produce 3 senza beans, displaying them in his palm. These are senza beans. Consuming one restores all your energy. With that, Tien clenched his fist tightly, then slowly released it, turning the beans to dust. What does this mean? I intend to defeat you fairly without relying on such aids. I didn't expect you to possess some resolve. The integrity of Tien Shinhan is undeniably absent. In his relentless pursuit to vanquish Goku, he would not hesitate to obliterate his own kin. His moral compass is utterly devoid, rendering the notion of a fair duel inconceivable. His actions are driven solely by self-interest, as a legitimate confrontation would serve his advantage, ensuring that Vegeta remains engaged in a one-on-one battle while preventing his adversary from consuming senza beans. Tien has astutely discerned Vegeta's character. Upon uttering his intent, Vegeta would resolutely refuse to allow any interference, preferring defeat over the consumption of Senzu beans, which plays directly into Tien's strategy. Years of research have illuminated the fact that Senzu beans deplete one's natural recuperative abilities for rapid restoration, imposing a limitation on their usage within a short time frame. Typically, only 3 beans prove effective in a single day, having previously consumed one for the sake of bravado. Vegeta would indeed find himself at a significant disadvantage in a no-holds-barred confrontation, akin to fighting with a diminished health reserve. If the fighters were to be evenly matched, such a deficit could prove fatal. As the dust from the Senzu bean swirled away in the wind, the 2 combatants vanished once more, and the battle commenced, causing the earth to tremble violently. Their overwhelming power, coupled with their reliance on fundamental martial arts, rendered the experience akin to a mere display of raw strength, blurring the lines between those watching from the temple and those present at the scene. Will Vegeta prevail? Bulma inquired, approaching the warriors who wore expressions of grave concern. It is difficult to say. Their strengths are comparable, Raditz replied. Bulma furrowed her brow. As a scientist, she despised uncertainty and preferred scenarios with guaranteed outcomes, prompting her to contemplate contingency plans. If their strengths are equal, wouldn't your assistance increase the odds? Honestly, we cannot intervene in battles of that magnitude, Krillin lamented. Not even you? What about fusing with Goku? Krillin hesitated. Although he knew the fusion would not match their strength, it could provide some assistance. No. Vegeta would never agree to that. Goku understands him well. Even he would prefer no interference when facing an equally matched foe. Yet, you cannot stand idly by and watch Vegeta fail, leading to the Earth's destruction, Bulma exclaimed, her frustration boiling over as she struggled to comprehend this obstinacy that placed others' lives at stake. Well, it may not be as dire as you think, Krillin offered. From my assessment, Vegeta is slightly stronger than Tien. Uncertain if this was merely a self-soothing statement, he turned to seek validation from the others. Indeed. The Supreme Kai nodded in agreement. I, too, sense that Vegeta holds a slight advantage. Surely Vegeta is the strongest. Jebbet enthusiastically concurred, as everyone's gaze shifted toward Goku. Seeking his affirmation, they were met with a visage marked by grave apprehension. No, this is not right, Goku said, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. His voice trembling. Vegeta is on the verge of losing. Chapter 57, The Trump Card Nanny? Everyone was taken aback by Goku's assertion that Vegeta would lose, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. No, it can't be. Lord Vegeta is so powerful. How could there possibly be someone stronger? The Kaishin remarked, his confidence wavering. Goku, are you serious? But clearly, Vegeta is stronger. He has the upper hand, Krillin stammered, though he felt a twinge of doubt, recognizing that Goku's insight often proved more reliable. Indeed, Vegeta appeared to be stronger at that moment. That's not meaningless, Goku said earnestly. Haven't you noticed? Vegeta's energy is depleting faster than Tien's. What? In truth, the others were oblivious to the weakening energies of the 2 fighters outside. Their conflict was purely physical, and energy consumption was slow. At this rate, they could fight for an entire day and night. Thus, the changes were minuscule, perceptible only to Goku. Are you suggesting that Vegeta is stronger, yet his stamina is waning faster? Bulma inquired. It's not merely a matter of stamina, Goku clarified. I've transcended to Super Saiyan 3. While this form is incredibly potent, it harbors a fatal flaw. What flaw? Longevity. What? Indeed. The might of Super Saiyan 3 can be seen as a forced breach of personal limits, relying on life force to sustain it. In my previous life, I battled Bu for merely a minute and expended half a day of my lifespan. Vegeta is exceedingly powerful. He has reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3. I can hardly fathom how rapidly this form is consuming his life. He may have the advantage now, but his body is rapidly deteriorating, and the outcome may soon be determined. But I don't feel Vegeta weakening due to aging. Krillin still couldn't believe it. Saiyans experience a prolonged adolescence. We mature early, but age slowly. The differences may be slight now, but once he crosses a critical threshold, Vegeta could weaken swiftly. Then how were you able to defeat Majin Buu in Super Saiyan 3? Bulma directly posed the pivotal question. Goku pondered for several seconds before enlightenment struck him. Of course, the Elder Kaishin. He bestowed his lifespan upon me. The Kaishin thought Goku was referring to him. I can give him my lifespan. That would be splendid, Goku exclaimed. Hurry. Very well. The Kaishin, looking earnest, asked, what should I do? Huh? You don't know? What should I know? Blast it. Goku anxiously scratched his head. Should we seek the Elder Kaishin now? Bulma understood whom Goku was referring to. It may be too late. Goku scanned his surroundings. We have another trump card. God? Bulma immediately grasped the implication. Yes. Can we win? Absolutely. Goku replied resolutely. Krillin. Bulma turned to him. Huh. Krillin was caught off guard. Use instant transmission to bring Raditz' wife here. Immediately. Bring her? For what purpose? Don't ask. Just go. Bulma commanded without room for dissent. Understood. Krillin hurriedly departed. Since the situation had spiraled out of control, Bulma had been strategizing regarding the Super Saiyan God and had quietly counted the participants. With Vegeta present, the numbers were sufficient. But now that Vegeta could not descend from the battlefield, Raditz's unborn child must also contribute. Raditz's family remained on the ground. And Raditz felt that they were at the eye of the storm, believing that staying close was not necessarily safer, which is why he had not brought them along. Yet now, they had no choice but to be drawn into the fray. Gohan, Goten, Trunks, come over here, Bulma called out. According to Goku's previous experiences, the Super Saiyan God required 5 Saiyans with righteous hearts to gather their energy into one individual, thereby creating a Super Saiyan God on par with a God of destruction. Now, if Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Raditz, and his child could transfer their energy to Goku, he could transform into a Super Saiyan God. In mere 10 seconds, Krillin arrived, bringing Raditz's wife with him. Raditz rushed to support her, unable to explain anything in haste, and pulled her into the circle of 6. Oh no, Vegeta is struggling. Goku suddenly shouted, hurry. In the distance, engaged in combat, Vegeta sensed something amiss in his body. After fighting for several minutes, he clearly felt his movements becoming sluggish. What had initially seemed to be an advantage was gradually evening out. Oh, why the sudden silence? Tien struck Vegeta's face with a headbutt, a sinister grin on his face. Vegeta clenched his jaw, refraining from reply, and retaliated with a swift kick. However, just as he charged in for another blow, Tien vanished before his eyes and reappeared behind him. Vegeta turned to kick again, but Tien blocked it effortlessly with both hands. Nanny? Vegeta was astonished. Not at Tien's ability to absorb his strike, but rather at the feebleness of his own kick. What is happening? Tien distanced himself, catching his breath before chuckling lightly. You should really take a look in the mirror. Vegeta froze, instinctively touching his cheek, only to find skin marred with deep crevices resembling ancient bark. The aging of the Saiyans was indeed abrupt, under the full force of Super Saiyan 3. This transformation occurred almost instantaneously. Just as I thought. Tien laughed with greater glee. I told you, I annihilated my kin and acquired all their energy, while so many of your kind remain desperately clinging to life. How could you possibly defeat me? Indeed, such power comes at a price. Did you think you could cheat to win against me? So naive, ha ha ha. The very notion of cheating struck a blow to Vegeta's pride, and disregarding all caution, he charged again. This time, however, Tien easily countered, sending him crashing to the ground like a cannonball, utterly powerless to resist. As Vegeta crawled out from the rubble, he was astonished to realize that his Super Saiyan state had dissipated. He gasped for breath, every part of the making, a sensation he had never experienced in the afterlife. At that moment, he truly began to panic. Tien descended leisurely, arms crossed over his chest, gazing down at him. How do you feel, Prince? Enjoying yourself? He taunted. Observing Vegeta's hair, now partially white, Vegeta could not tolerate such derision. He erupted with fury, fists clenched as he charged once more. Yet the strike landed squarely on Tien's face, who showed no reaction whatsoever. Heh, Tien chuckled softly, extending his palm. You should thank my mercy. With that, Tien's hand sliced forward, piercing through Vegeta's right chest. Ah, Vegeta's anguished howl echoed. Tien had deliberately avoided the heart. Even such a wound would not instantly claim the life of a human. He intended for Vegeta to remain alive, yet did not withdraw his hand. Vegeta struggled weakly, grasping Tien's arm in a futile attempt to free himself, but Tien ascended into the air, carrying Vegeta along with him. Who would have thought this would end so easily? Tien remarked, rummaging through his belt with his left hand, retrieving a senzu bean and placing it into his mouth. Indeed, he destroyed those senzu beans in front of Vegeta. Not to push himself into a corner, but to orchestrate a scheme. It was impossible for him to annihilate all the beans. He preserved one for the critical moment to catch Vegeta off guard. It now appears unnecessary, for he could effortlessly eliminate the remaining few with a mere flick of his finger. Thus, he regained his strength, preparing to relish this massacre that he had awaited for 2 decades. Let us seek Goku, Tien Shin'an declared suddenly. accelerating and forcefully dragging Vegeta along with him through the gaping wound in his chest. The tearing of flesh elicited a heart-wrenching scream from Vegeta, who felt as though he might faint from the pain. Vegeta, Raditz exclaimed in shock. Not just him, but everyone sensed Vegeta's abrupt change. Stay focused, or it will be too late, Goku urged anxiously. Raditz recognized the gravity of the situation and maintained his grip, forcing himself to remain composed, as he not only needed to channel his energy but also assist his wife in directing hers into Goku's body. Let us commence. At the command, the 6 Scions simultaneously harnessed their inner energy, channeling it through their palms into Goku. Instantly, Goku's aura surged tremendously. It's done, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. What are you scheming? Almost simultaneously, the formidable Tien Shinhan had traversed over 1,000 kilometers, arriving above the temple. The Vegeta in his grasp was too weak to resist, and blood rained down from the sky onto the temple grounds, bursting into crimson blossoms. Upon witnessing Vegeta's dire state, Raditz lost control of his emotions and charged forward in a frenzy. Let him go. Don't approach. Krillin attempted to rush forward, but hesitated, much like he did in the face of Bu. If you desire him so much, then take him back, Tien Shinhan said, casually flinging Vegeta away as one would discard a garment. The unconscious Vegeta fell freely through the air, and Raditz dashed to catch him. Gazing at the aged, bloodied figure of Vegeta, he was consumed by a torrent of hatred. Yet, the fury of a weakling holds no significance. If anger alone could yield boundless strength, then decades of relentless training would become a farce. Tien Shinhan raised his hand, unleashing a wave of energy directed at Raditz and Vegeta. The overwhelming force instantly engulfed both, reducing them to nothingness. Goku, what are you waiting for? Krillin cried out in desperation. But Goku remained rooted to the spot, staring in disbelief at his own hands. Why? Why didn't the transformation succeed? Chapter 58, Annihilation's son, Wukong. Krillin's heart-wrenching scream instantly pulled Wukong back to reality. The fact that he had failed to transform into a Super Saiyan God was irrevocable. With Tien Shinhan already present, Wukong knew he could not afford to give Vegeta and Raditz another chance to transform, not even a moment to fuse with Krillin. Thus, the moment he regained consciousness, he made his decision. Krillin, get them out of here. In a surge of energy, Wukong transformed and charged straight towards Tien Shinhan. What do we do? Jebbet looked helplessly at the Supreme Kai. Gritting his teeth, the Supreme Kai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He understood Jebbet's intention. It was time to flee. Though Jebbet possessed the ability to teleport, escaping was not the issue. As the highest deity in the universe, how could he abandon so many lives for his own safety? Take the others and go. I'll hold off, Mr. Wukong, the Supreme Kai shouted at Jebbet. However, in the next moment, a figure suddenly flashed across their peripheral vision. It was Wukong, plummeting from the sky. In the blink of an eye, he fell from high above, rolling across the temple floor for several rotations before coming to a stop, leaving a long trail of blood behind. Ah! Wukong cried out in agony. His limbs and abdomen pierced by laser beams, though not fatal, he had completely lost the ability to move. Don't rush to your death, son Wukong, Tien Shinhan chuckled with delight. I keep my promises. You will watch these people die before I let you leave. In mere seconds, 3 Scions had succumbed to grievous injuries. Dad, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks erupted with rage, charging towards Tien Shinhan. Wukong. Bulma dashed recklessly to Wukong's side, kneeling beside him. Senza Beans. Who is Senza Beans? Yet, the chaos rendered everyone unable to attend to her plea. No. Wukong struggled to raise his hand, but it was too late. Heh, dear little brats. Tien Shinhan raised his hands, forming a triangle before him, aiming at the approaching warriors. Stop. Kaiatsu, the one most familiar with Tien Shinhan's techniques, rushed forward in an attempt to prevent the impending tragedy. However, Tien Shinhan hesitated for just a moment before seizing this perfect opportunity for an attack. Kikaho, watch out. Longjing stepped forward to shield Biddy, but it was a futile effort. The triangular gray curtain seemed to carve out a special zone in space, an attack form utterly distinct from the energy blasts. When wielded by someone as powerful as Tien Shinhan, this technique could unleash astonishing might. In an instant, the 3 young Super Scions at the forefront were obliterated, and even Kaiatsu, Longjing, and Biddy, who were in line with them, could not escape. The Kikaho left a perfectly carved void upon the temple grounds. Help! Somebody! Although Dr. Gero was not directly hit by the Kikaho, the shockwave from the attack swept him into the hollow left behind. Piccolo witnessed the chaotic scene unfold before him, suddenly turning his crimson gaze toward Master Roshi. Before the latter could react, Piccolo seized his collar and yanked him into the ground's cavity. After 2 more seconds, only 4 individuals remained standing. Hurry! Neru soared into the air, but instead of recklessly charging upward, he placed his hands on either side of his face. Solar flare. A brilliance brighter than the sun emanated from Neru, a technique devoid of destructive power, solely intended to obscure the enemy's vision. Using my own technique against me. Tien Shinhan felt a surge of emotions at Kaiatsu's demise. Though he could sense his opponent's energy, the solar flare did not impede his movements. He was compelled to retaliate against this audacious affront. Anti-solar flare. A black, hemispherical light shield unfurled before him, reflecting the solar flare's light the moment it made contact. Enhanced by the shield's energy, the returned light intensified 100-fold, coalescing at the focal point, and in an instant, the amassed black energy pierced through Neru's skull. It was this brief moment, barely half a second, that granted the others a chance to react. Jebet, witnessing the severe casualties, cast aside any sense of responsibility and immediately grabbed the Supreme Kai's hand, activating teleportation, and the two vanished from sight. Simultaneously, Krillin, watching his comrades perish, felt fear give way to anger, and in an instant, he made his own judgment. We have not lost. We have not lost. For the first time, Krillin summoned every ounce of his strength, tapping into a power beyond his limits as he flew towards Wukong. After dispatching Neru, Tien Shinhan turned to find the Supreme Kai had vanished, and a sense of dread gripped him as he saw Krillin racing towards Wukong. Without hesitation, Tien Shinhan raised his hand and unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the rushing Krillin. The explosion resonated throughout the temple, and those on the ground felt as though they were witnessing a second sun. As the dust settled, the temple had completely vanished. Tien Shinhan hovered in the air, hands on his hips, frowning in contemplation. This is troublesome. However, this outcome seems rather favorable. With a newfound clarity, Tien Shinhan beamed an innocent smile reminiscent of a child. He sped towards the ground, casually obliterating Korin Tower as he passed. After making a sharp turn near the ground, Tien Shinhan exclaimed with excitement, "Let the slaughter of Earthlings begin." On the distant King Kai's planet, Babul was hanging upside down from a tree, munching on a banana, while North Kai cruised in his newly fashioned little car, gliding at a leisurely pace of 5 centimeters per second. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared out of thin air ahead of him, prompting him to slam on the brakes. Hey, watch where you're going," King Kai called out, poking his head out the window, but upon seeing the blood-soaked ground, his jovial demeanor vanished. He stepped out of the car, and the horrific scene before him made his brow furrow. Bulma had fainted from the sudden, overwhelming gravity, while Wukong and Krillin lay on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Oh dear, there are Earthlings," King Kai scratched his head, then clapped his hands together, instantly reducing the gravity on King Kai's planet to 1/10 of its original force. He then erected a protective barrier around the planet to prevent the underworld's ominous energy from invading. Wukong, oblivious to Bulma's condition, struggled to crawl towards Krillin with his nearly severed limbs. Krillin! Upon seeing Krillin, he was momentarily speechless. Tien Shinhan's attack had been aimed at Krillin, intending to eliminate him while sparing Wukong, but he had misjudged Krillin's momentary burst of power. This blow had not killed Krillin outright but had obliterated his lower half. Gazing at Krillin, whose waist was a gory void, blood cascading like a waterfall, Wukong felt a profound sorrow mixed with rage. Wukong! Krillin's voice was faint as he called out, and Wukong desperately crawled closer, grasping Krillin's trembling hand. "We haven't lost. We haven't lost. As long as you and Bulma are with me, we haven't lost. Krillin! Wukong cried out in despair. "Wukong! Save Marin, save Raditz." Before he could finish his sentence, Krillin's eyes lost their sparkle, and his hands fell lifelessly to the ground. Damn it! Wukong leveraged his flight technique to force his body upright, the strain causing fresh blood to gush from his wounds. Hey, don't be reckless, you'll die," King Kai calmly advised. "I will take revenge." As Wukong summoned the energy within him, he found himself unable to transform into a Super Saiyan due to the considerable blood loss he had suffered, relying solely on his willpower to persevere. The King of the Worlds shook his head, gesturing towards Wukong. In an instant, a surge of power enveloped Wukong, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Baburu, come lend a hand," the king called out, as Baburu discarded a banana peel and leapt down from a tree. "Carry these 2 inside. I shall prepare a grave for him." 3 hours later, beneath a tree on King Kai's planet, a mound had formed, marked by a small wooden plaque inscribed with the words Unknown Earth Warrior. Wukong's wounds had been bandaged, while Bulma appeared to bear no visible injuries. The two lay quietly in bed, while the king stood outside, motionless, gazing at the sky, his body trembling incessantly. His gaze was fixed upon the distant earth, where Tianjin Fan was engaged in an unspeakable massacre. Instead of obliterating the city with energy blasts, he sought out every living soul, methodically eliminating them one by one. Some were pierced through the heart by energy waves, while others were obliterated by a single punch. He was in no rush. He had all the time in the world to savor this macabre process. The king's army had mobilized, and martial artists united in resistance. But their efforts were futile. Marlon clutched Razali tightly, hiding in a wardrobe, too fearful to witness the apocalyptic scene outside. Trembling as she held her daughter and prayed for Krillin's swift return. Suddenly, an explosion echoed, and the entire roof of Marlon's house, along with the upper portion of the wardrobe, was blasted away. Splintered wood and metal shards rained down upon Marlon, causing her sharp pangs of pain. Yet she held on to Razali with unwavering resolve. "I found you." Tianjin Fan's deranged voice rang out, and Marlon looked at him in despair. A beam of black light surged forth, erupting in a spray of blood from Marlon and Razali, gaping wounds appearing on their chests. And they could only struggle weakly before succumbing to silence. Tianjin Fan was oblivious to their connection with Wukong. His indiscriminate slaughter of Earth's inhabitants continued, a tragedy unfolding at every moment. The King of the Worlds was not shocked by Tianjin Fan's cruelty, for such horrors had been commonplace during Frieza's reign, where entire planets were often subjected to massacre. Despite Frieza's ferocity, he was merely a figure the king could not confront directly in the North Galaxy. Frieza was the most formidable being, yet across the entire galaxy, and even the universe, many could stand against him. However, the man before him was a force of unimaginable power, far beyond comprehension. Even Vegeta, who had wreaked havoc in the underworld for 20 years, had fallen prey to his grasp. In that moment, it seemed that no one in the universe could contend with him. The galaxy, no. The entire universe was on the brink of a dire crisis. Let us hope that Lord Beerus awakens soon. Chapter 59, The Last Scion. Bulma slowly opened her eyes, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling for a few moments before gradually regaining her memories. A wave of terror washed over her again, and she abruptly sat up. Goku. Upon seeing Goku beside her, breathing steadily and with his wounds treated, her heart finally felt a measure of relief. However, sorrow soon surged within her. Gohan, Goten, Trunks. Bulma began to weep, mourning the three children she had raised, who had been brutally slain before her eyes. Even Din and Bu had not escaped their fate, which filled her with profound grief. Goku was startled awake by Bulma's cries. Once he regained his composure, he immediately attempted to rise, but the pain from his wounds rendered him immobile. Krillin! Krillin! Goku called out, and at that moment, Bulma remembered that she had indeed seen Krillin before losing consciousness. King Kai entered calmly and inquired, "Are you referring to the person who accompanied you?" "Yes." "What happened to him?" Goku asked anxiously. "He is dead. I buried him outside." King Kai replied. Goku froze momentarily, then gritted his teeth and used instant transmission to attempt to fly out, but the sting of his injuries hindered him. Upon hearing of Krillin's demise, Bulma panicked and followed suit. As Goku emerged from the door, he spotted a distant mound of earth and rushed towards it. He wanted to dig through the soil but hesitated, feeling the absence of Krillin's energy. The wounds he had seen before Krillin's death were undoubtedly fatal. Damn it! Damn it! Tien, I will kill you. Goku's energy erupted, but his current weakness only stirred a slight gust of wind. He pressed his finger to his forehead. Sensing Tien's immense energy, he needed to seek vengeance immediately. Bulma approached against the fierce wind, realizing Goku was preparing to use instant transmission. She dashed forward, summoning all her strength to slap his face, though it merely caused his head to tilt slightly. Ignoring the burning pain in her palm, Bulma shouted at Goku. "What are you doing? Are you going back to die? I must avenge everyone." Goku's emotional state was on the brink of collapse. "Will you truly get your revenge? I'm asking you. Can you win?" Goku clenched his fists. Even if he weren't injured, defeating Tien was impossible. "But I have to go. I must go. Everyone. Everyone is dead. Are not the dead my family? Can you stop being so willful?" Bulma's tears flowed freely, her anger, sorrow, and grievance palpable. "Right. The Dragon Balls. Let's find the Dragon Balls and bring everyone back to life. What good will it do to revive them? Just to be killed again? Am I just supposed to sit here and do nothing? I would rather die alongside everyone. What do you want me to do? What should I do? Bulma cried, collapsing to the ground. If you die, I will have nothing left. Bulma's despair softened the tension in Goku's heart, and he too knelt before Krillin's grave, his gaze blankly fixed on the horizon. He understood Bulma's sentiments. Whatever he might do now felt wrong, and this helplessness was unfamiliar to him. Goku sat in silence, while Bulma wept beside him, and King Kai sighed from a distance. After a considerable time, Bulma's emotions finally began to stabilize. She lifted her tear-stained eyes to Goku and said firmly, "We have not lost yet." Goku's eyes brightened. He recognized Bulma's judgment had always been sound. "What should we do? Tell me. I don't know if Krillin acted intentionally, but he saved you. As long as you are here, we have not lost. But I..." Bulma grasped Goku's hand and said, "Have you noticed something?" She looked at him earnestly. "You are the last living scion." Goku blinked in confusion, not comprehending her meaning. "You are the last of your kind, which means the energy of the entire scion race resides within you. You can train to become exponentially stronger than before. I don't know how Tien became so powerful, but as long as you harness this energy, you could theoretically be the strongest scion, capable of matching Vegeta. The mightiest scion is sure to win. Once you defeat Tien, we can revive the others without issue." A golden light flickered in Goku's eyes. "Yes." He sprang to his feet, fist clenched. "I will train. Even if it takes 10 or 20 years, I will surpass him." "It won't take that long," Bulma said. Nearly regaining her usual composure, she struggled to rise, massaging her numb legs. "Now that all the energy is within you, it indicates you possess immense potential. We only need to find one person." "Who?" "The old Kai. He was able to unlock Gohan's power in his previous life. So this time he can help you skip training and directly reach the theoretical limit of strength. This way, we can return to Earth to exact our vengeance in just one day." "Oh my, you are a genius," Goku exclaimed, excited to embrace Bulma. But the pain from his injuries prevented him from moving. "I have always been a genius." Noticing the atmosphere had lightened, King Kai approached. "By the way, do you know how to get to the Kaishin realm?" Bulma suddenly turned to King Kai and asked. King Kai was at a loss for words. It seemed everyone who came here wanted to visit the highest divine realm, which embarrassed him, although he was unclear about the details. He assumed it was related to the calamity on Earth, so he promptly agreed. "Change into these clothes." King Kai conjured 2 sets of black robes and tossed them to Goku and Bulma. "What is this?" "Clothing to protect you from the underworld's dark energy. Otherwise, the 2 of you living beings would perish within no time." Goku unfolded the garments, frowning. "Isn't this just like your clothes, King Kai? It looks so ugly." "Then don't wear it." King Kai's face flushed with embarrassment. Bulma ignored the 2, taking the robes and heading inside, leaving behind a warning not to peek as she closed the door. Soon, the 3 arrived at the Grand Kai's planet. The overwhelming energies of Vegeta and Tien had long been sensed by the Grand Kai, so after listening to Bulma's account, he refrained from any formalities and directly led them to the portal to the sacred realm. The old Kai, troubled by the recent events, sensed someone entering the sacred realm and was overjoyed to discover it was Goku. He hurriedly pulled Jebet to welcome him. These 2 had narrowly escaped calamity on Earth, and naturally, their destination was their home. Thus, they spent the next few hours on the Kaishin realm, strategizing their next steps. "Goku, you're alive," the old Kai exclaimed, shaking Goku's hand enthusiastically. "This is wonderful. Truly wonderful." The Grand Kai grimaced. It was surprising how mortals could maintain such close relationships with the highest authorities, leaving him a direct subordinate, feeling quite awkward. He quietly retreated back through the portal, discreetly excusing himself. "Goku, you are injured." Jebet looked at Goku with guilt. Although he had been unable to help in that dire situation, he felt ashamed for having fled. Placing his hand on Goku's shoulder, he channeled his divine energy, and Goku's wounds healed instantly, restoring him completely. "All right," Goku exclaimed, tearing off the bandages. Now he could return to the fray more swiftly. "Return? To kill?" The old Kai looked bewildered. Bulma succinctly explained the situation to the old Kai, but he barely grasped the concepts of energy sources, limits, or the old Kai's significance. "In summary, you need to find the Kaishin sword, correct?" The old Kai grasped the crux of the matter. "That's right," Goku affirmed. "Come with me." The Supreme Kai and Jebet brought Goku to the stone pillar of the Supreme Kai's sword, while Bulma stood at a distance to avoid any accidental harm. "Can I do this?" Jebet muttered to himself, for this was the most formidable artifact that had confounded Supreme Kais throughout the ages. "A mere mortal, here I come." Goku flexed his biceps and transformed into Super Saiyan 2, gripping the hilt of the sword embedded in the stone with both hands, summoning his full strength to draw it forth. In his previous life, he had toyed with the sword and was aware of its heft. Hence, he opted for his most powerful form this time. However, as soon as Goku exerted force, the Supreme Kai sword was swiftly extracted from the stone. What? Jebbik gasped, his jaw dropping in disbelief. How is this possible? Goku leaned back, nearly losing his balance, then weighed the sword in his hand, somewhat helplessly stating, it wasn't that difficult to pull out. In his last life, when Gohan drew the sword, Goku was not present. Unaware that Gohan had merely transformed into Super Saiyan at full power to extract it. Thus, the act was not particularly challenging. Goku had unwittingly employed a sledgehammer to crack a nut by using his Super Saiyan 2 strength. Indeed, truly worthy of being a companion of Vegeta. The Supreme Kai exclaimed with excitement. Many years prior, the Supreme Kai had wished for Vegeta to attempt drawing the sword, but Vegeta, knowing the consequences of doing so, held disdain for such underhanded tactics, akin to transforming into a Super Saiyan god. He preferred to attain strength through his own rigorous training and thus ignored the Supreme Kai's sword, allowing Goku to seize the opportunity instead. And now, the Supreme Kai nervously swallowed, still uncertain of the sword's true capabilities. Hey, Goku did not revert from his transformation. Instead, he held the Supreme Kai's sword horizontally, planting one end into the ground and then stepping upon the blade. With that, Goku stomped down forcefully and with a resounding clang. The Supreme Kai's sword was instantly cleft in two. Oh! The Supreme Kai's eyes widened in shock. An unexpected voice suddenly echoed from behind, startling the Supreme Kai. I am from 15 generations ago, old master. Before the old Supreme Kai could finish his opening remarks, Goku dashed before him, imploring, please help me become stronger. Chapter 60. The Old Kaishin. After a lengthy negotiation with the Old Kaishin, Goku finally received consent for an enhancement of his power. The preparations for the ceremony would take 5 hours, followed by an additional 20 hours to complete the process. Initially, the Kaishins observed nervously from a distance, but their tension soon gave way to boredom. After enduring a prolonged period of anxiety, Bulma decided to take a nap nearby. By the time the preliminary rituals concluded and the power enhancement began, Bulma had already awakened. The Kaishin then prepared a meal, and the group dined a few steps away from Goku. As time elapsed, Goku's unease intensified. The desire to grow stronger, to defeat Tien, and to resurrect everyone with the Dragon Balls seemed reasonable, yet a lingering sense of disquiet troubled him. What occupies your thoughts? The old Kaishin inquired nonchalantly, lifting his hands while occasionally picking up food with chopsticks, exuding an air of contentment. I can't quite articulate it. I just feel a bit vexed, Goku replied, furrowing his brow. Are you worried about the situation on Earth? Bulma asked. Perhaps. Goku pondered for a moment. The old Kaishin's star was distant from the Milky Way, rendering Goku oblivious to the plight of ordinary people on Earth. At that moment, Tien had also concealed his energy, making it impossible for Goku to sense him. Thus, the circumstances on Earth remained shrouded in mystery, and it was natural for him to feel anxious. If you wish to observe Earth, I do have a means, the old Kaishin stated. Indeed. Grandpa, you possess a crystal ball, Bulma exclaimed. You seem quite knowledgeable. The old Kaishin took another bite and replied, but are you certain you wish to look? Goku hesitated. Indeed, witnessing the dire situation on Earth firsthand might disrupt his focus on enhancing his power. Why are you so unconcerned, Grandpa? Tien's strength surpasses that of Majin Buu. He poses a threat to the entire universe, Goku questioned, perplexed. The Kaishin, hearing this, turned to the old Kaishin, who, despite his internal anxiety, remained composed. Why the urgency? He could potentially annihilate the entire universe. The old Kaishin raised his head. Can he teleport? Goku was taken aback. Are you suggesting that within Tien's limited lifespan, he cannot kill everyone in the universe, hence your lack of concern? Bulma queried. The old Kaishin smiled but remained silent. But what if he were to arrive here and eliminate all these gods? What then? Bulma pressed. Or what if he used the Dragon Balls to wish for eternal life? Bulma wasn't attempting to argue. She recognized that the old Kaishin had lived for over 1,000,000 years and understood the implications of her questions, seeking clarity for her own confusion. The old Kaishin slowly shook his head. What does it matter if we die? What if the entire universe perishes? Life and death are but cycles of existence. We are merely insignificant parts of this grand tapestry, so there is no need to dwell on it. If that is the case, then why assist us? Bulma challenged. Creating life is the responsibility of the Kaishin. The old Kaishin suddenly wore a mischievous grin. If too many perish, I must work overtime, and I detest overtime. Therefore, if I can lend a hand, I shall. The trivialization of life and death in his words irked Bulma, who felt as though these deities regarded them as mere playthings. She no longer wished to continue the conversation. After a moment of silence, Bulma turned to Goku and asked, "Why were you unable to transform into a Super Saiyan God back then?" Goku shook his head. "I can't quite explain it. That feeling was indeed one of failure. That shouldn't be. According to legend, creating a god requires 6 Saiyans. You, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Raditz, and his child, perfectly 6 individuals. Is it possible an infant cannot suffice? An infant should be capable, as Gohan's daughter was present during the last attempt," Bulma reasoned. "Difficult. Could it be?" Bulma's face flushed. Raditz's child is not his. Bulma felt both shy and speechless. If Earth were to be destroyed due to a scandal, it would become a cosmic joke. "Absolutely not," Goku exclaimed, looking incredulously at Bulma. "That child's energy bears a strong resemblance to Raditz. It is undeniably Saiyan. Could it have been an issue with the embryo's gestation period? Or perhaps Raditz lacked a righteous heart?" Bulma pondered aloud. The old Kaioshin suddenly interjected, "What peculiar topics are you discussing?" Not wishing to engage with him, Bulma remained silent while Goku awkwardly explained the backstory of the Super Saiyan God. "What on earth are you talking about?" The old Kaioshin appeared utterly bemused. "You believe such an absurd legend? Is there a problem with that?" Goku asked, bewildered. "Many problems abound," the old Kaioshin retorted. "Then enlighten us." Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction with his manner of speaking. "How should I put it?" The old Kaioshin considered for a moment. "There is not a single accurate element within this narrative." Bulma rolled her eyes. The old Kaioshin continued, "In my understanding, what you refer to as the Super Saiyan God pertains to the method of creating a god." "Creating a god? What is that?" the Kaioshin asked, astonished. The old Kaioshin instinctively wanted to scold, but recalling that this individual was ignorant due to the previous generation's premature demise, he refrained from harsh words. To create a god is quite literal. Mortals become divine. The uniqueness of a god needs no elaboration. Their lifespans significantly extend, and mortals cannot sense a god's aura. But how is one created? The Kaioshin pressed. There are 2 essential conditions. The first is to gather the energy of an entire race into one individual. The old Kaioshin paused, allowing time for contemplation. "Could it be?" Bulma suddenly exclaimed. "When Goku was reborn, there were precisely 6 Saiyans left in the universe, aligning perfectly with the legendary number, which is why he succeeded in transforming into a Super Saiyan God. Our failure this time was due to the presence of 7 individuals. Vegeta was still alive, which caused our failure. Though I am not privy to the specifics, your reasoning seems plausible," the old Kaioshin responded casually, taking another bite of his meal. "And what about the second condition?" Bulma inquired, her tone serious. "To become a god, one must have the acknowledgement of another god." What does that mean?" Imagine the gods as employees within a company. You may possess the necessary skills, but to be hired, internal approval is required. It is not simply a matter of desire. Is that clear enough? Bulma felt increasingly frustrated, perceiving these deities as incredibly casual in their demeanor. "But are you referring to your previous life?" The old Kaioshin interrupted. "If I understand correctly, there was indeed Whis present at the time, right? While Beerus may be oblivious to such trivial knowledge, Whis certainly would be aware. I suspect he nudged you along from behind the scenes." Then, Bulma stated, "As gods, can you not provide your endorsement?" "We are the Kaioshin, so of course we can," the old Kaioshin replied. "However, the Kaioshin or deities of Earth you are familiar with cannot." "Why not?" "Such ignorance." The old Kaioshin shot Goku a sidelong glance. "Only the Kaioshin, destroyers, and angels are true gods. The others merely serve as temporary managers of the universe. Have you forgotten that you can sense their auras?" "Ah, indeed." Goku, relying solely on instant transmission to travel to the temple and King Kai's planet, has completely overlooked the divine aura he should have sensed. Yet, regarding the matter of the Super Saiyan God, it was the dragon who spoke of it. Why then would he choose to deceive? Or could it be that Goku has misremembered? "I have not erred." Goku scratched his head in confusion. "You inquire about the Super Saiyan God, not an artificial deity. If the legend of the Saiyans is recorded thus, then surely that is how he conveyed it to you." The old Kai snorted dismissively. "This is precisely why I harbor disdain for the dragon. Conversing with them is truly exhausting, as a moment's inattention can lead to the entrapment of wordplay." But, Bulma found the convoluted traps exceedingly exasperating. In truth, a moment's contemplation reveals the absurdity of this legend. Noticing her desire to argue, the old Kai continued. "If 6 Saiyans could gather and attain power rivaling that of a god of destruction, the Saiyans would have long since dominated the universe. Such a notion is sheer nonsense. Perhaps it is because most Scions are inherently wicked? Goku attempted to defend. Huh. The old Kai scoffed. That sense of justice is even more ludicrous. Can righteousness be consumed as sustenance? Moreover, what constitutes justice? By universal moral standards, excessive killing is deemed evil. Hence, why is it that the strongest in the universe is a god of destruction rather than a supreme Kai? Goku was momentarily taken aback. He had not considered this perspective. Beerus has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, annihilating countless planets. In his presence, Frieza appears as innocent as a Virgo. If righteousness could be quantified into power, would not all of this become utterly nonsensical? Goku fell silent. Thus, such rumors are merely the products of history continually justifying itself. You were merely fortunate, inadvertently aligning all conditions, resulting in a singular success. Attempting to replicate without understanding the true principles behind it will inevitably lead to failure. The old Kai seemed to attempt to console them, but Bulma suddenly widened her eyes, pointing at Goku while looking at the old Kai. Then do we not now possess all the necessary conditions? For the sake of maintaining the integrity of this narrative, we have disregarded content outside the original work, including the absence of Vegeta's brother in the universe and the scene of Broly and his father consuming insects in the mountains. Chapter 61. The Divine Super Saiyan. It transpired that Bulma, noticing Goku's prolonged contemplation, decided to elucidate the matter once more. In essence, she conveyed her urgency with parched lips. Once this ritual concludes, you will have the ability to transform into a Divine Super Saiyan. Indeed, although Goku found it challenging to grasp the concept solely through his past knowledge, he was certain that Bulma was correct. I never consented to make him a deity, remarked the old Kai with a sip of tea, his tone nonchalant. What do you mean? Bulma abruptly turned to glare at him. Don't you wish to assist? It's not that I don't want to help, but my enthusiasm isn't particularly fervent. He replied, Goku's strength is intended to vanquish evil. In fact, it is to reduce your workload. Upon reflection, the old Kai feigned contemplation. But I am not an active Kai. It isn't my responsibility to work overtime. Bulma clenched her fists in frustration, bewildered by the old man's sudden obstinacy. Then what must occur for you to aid Goku? With a sly grin, the old Kai's expression turned rather lewd. If you let me touch your skin, I'll assist him in achieving divinity, hehehe. Old man. The Kai could no longer endure and interrupted, his face flushed with embarrassment. Please, be serious. It was merely a jest, the old Kai replied, his demeanor returning to a placid state. Regardless, even if I choose not to assist, this little rascal will manage on his own. At this, Bulma turned her attention back to him, momentarily forgetting that he was indeed a Kai. You will help Goku, won't you? She scrutinized him with narrowed eyes. Yes, I will. The Kai felt a twinge of unease under her gaze. Goku chuckled in silence nearby. 20 hours later, the old Kai, hands raised to cast a spell, had fallen asleep, his head bobbing as he drooled. An exaggerated comic-style bubble burst, jolting him awake. Ah, it's done. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look. The old Kai stood, brushing the dirt from his trousers. Is it accomplished? The Kai inquired excitedly. Of course, Bulma replied. Goku, why not attempt to transform into a Super Saiyan god? Oh, there's still one step remaining. He hasn't been acknowledged yet. The old Kai began to raise his hand. Wait a moment, Goku interrupted. I wish to test my current strength. Gazing at his palm, he seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, he clenched his fists and braced himself to unleash his energy. Stop. Stop. The old Kai's face morphed into one of sheer panic. Are you mad? Releasing power here could lead to disaster. Goku blinked, finally coming to his senses. He then sprinted away, continuing until he reached the horizon, almost out of sight before halting. He waved his hand to signal the beginning, while the others remained where they were. Only the old Kai hid behind a large tree, peeking out with a look of dread. Is it really that extreme? Goku is still over 10 kilometers away. Before he could finish, an immense storm erupted, the powerful aura sweeping Bulma off her feet. Jebbet quickly teleported behind her and caught her securely, while the Kai swiftly positioned himself in front of them, erecting a spherical barrier. The aura in the distance intensified, uprooting the ground within a kilometer radius, sending countless fragments into the air. Even from several kilometers away, debris was swirling about. Fortunately, the tree the old Kai found was sturdy enough. Although it swayed violently, it did not break. The old Kai clung desperately to the bark to avoid being blown away. This is overwhelming. While this storm may not destroy the Kai's barrier, the residual force from such a distance is beyond my imagination. In the distance, Goku reined in his power and teleported back. As the chaos subsided, He approached the old Kai, his expression perplexed. Is something wrong? Bulma inquired. I believe. Goku pondered before choosing his words carefully. It's just too strong? Goku continued. My current power surpasses that of the Super Saiyan God form from my previous life, yet my aura doesn't resemble that of a deity. Could it be that becoming a god would make me even stronger? How could that be? Such a notion is preposterous. The old Kai adjusted his sparse hair. Power isn't conjured from thin air. Ascending to godhood merely facilitates the acquisition of strength from the energy source. Currently, you are the sole outlet for Saiyan energy. And having forcibly surpassed your limits, attaining divinity offers you no significant enhancement. I see. So becoming a deity is rather underwhelming. Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction. Show some respect for the divine. The old Kai retorted in exasperation. While you may not gain power, becoming a god will gradually awaken your race's unique abilities. A privilege exclusive to deities. Wow, that is impressive. Upon hearing of potential benefits, Bulma's demeanor shifted. Then please assist Goku. Such a lack of humility. The old Kai muttered, yet he had no intention of making things difficult for them. He clapped his hands and said to Goku, I acknowledge you. Then stood with his hands behind his back. Bulma stared in disbelief for several seconds before asking, Is it over? Indeed, the old Kai replied, looking quite at ease. Bulma found it hard to believe that becoming a god could be so hasty. She turned to Goku, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Do you sense any special abilities manifesting? Goku inspected his palm, clenched his fist, and shook his head. Nothing unusual. Perhaps you should try moving further away? Don't bother. The old Kai interrupted. Unique powers awaken gradually. You will come to know them in time. However, after examining himself for a moment, Goku suddenly soared into the sky and declared, I'll try again, before vanishing. Such a reckless fool. The old Kai scolded, hastily retreating behind the tree. This time, Goku spent considerable time gathering power in the distance. With a sudden shout, the divine aura surged dramatically. This energy, imperceptible to mortals, caused no physical destruction, and Bulma felt nothing amiss. Yet, the two Kai nearby clutched their ears as if they had heard an unimaginable cacophony. Goku pushed his power to its zenith, following that familiar sensation, and once more broke through his limits. A blinding white light flashed, enveloping Goku in a powerful aura that seemed to warp space itself. What is this? The old Kai struggled to breathe under the pressure of Goku's divine might, his terror stemming not from physical pain. Far away on the god of destruction's planet, Beerus, clad in his pajamas, stirred from slumber, his ears twitching as he squinted open his eyes. Meanwhile, Whis, who was outdoors admiring the blossoms, abruptly glanced toward the horizon. Oh, how intriguing. As Goku's aura reached its peak, it stabilized, surrounding him with a sacred luminescence. His piercing gaze resembled that of a true supreme deity. And his white hair spoke volumes. The strongest Saiyan god, the mastery of Ultra Instinct, had arrived. Chapter 62. Returning to Earth, Goku's Ultra Instinct lasted merely 2 seconds before he willingly relinquished it. Instantly, he teleported back to his companions, yet this time, the old Kai did not unleash a tirade of reprimands upon Goku's recklessness. Instead, he simply brushed off the dust from his attire and remarked in a calm tone. It is truly remarkable that you have managed to transcend into a state of selflessness. Selflessness? That was taught to me by Whis. It's called Ultra Instinct. It's incredibly powerful. Even Lord Beerus cannot master it. Goku stated with a hint of pride. Indeed, it is formidable, the old Kai replied, fixing his gaze upon Goku. However, it would be prudent to use this form sparingly. Are there side effects? Bulma interjected, concerned that Goku might inadvertently exhaust his lifespan like Vegeta. Well, the old Kai pondered for a moment. Do you grasp the principle behind Ultra Instinct? I do. It involves relinquishing thought and allowing the body to react instinctively. Goku exclaimed. Which certainly has a way of misguiding people, the old Kai frowned. Is that truly the case? Think carefully, if your reactions merely quickened. Why would your power also increase? Silence enveloped the group as they stared wide-eyed, awaiting further explanation. Upon achieving godhood, you can effortlessly draw strength from your racial energy source. The state of selflessness, or Ultra Instinct, represents an ascension to a higher level, wherein you forcibly seize the entirety of the energy source's power for your own use. Then, Bulma blinked. It doesn't sound like there are any side effects. The old Kai shook his head. You must understand that the racial energy source and the individual are at odds. Thus, you must train tirelessly to wrest power from the source. However, if you directly become the energy source itself, are you still truly yourself? Goku listened, bewildered. The energy source can be viewed as the collective will of an entire race. Simply put, if this power is overexerted, it may lead to a drastic transformation in personality. One could become a bloodthirsty villain or an aloof sage. It is difficult to predict. In essence, if you wish to maintain your inherent sense of justice, do not rely on this transformation. Although Goku did not fully comprehend, he decided to heed the old Kai's advice and refrain from utilizing Ultra Instinct, as he believed that even without transforming, no one could rival his current power. Observing Goku's bewilderment, the old Kai sighed deeply. His concern was not solely about Goku's ability to transform into Ultra Instinct, but rather, this Scion's racial energy source is astonishingly vast, far exceeding that of an ordinary race. Goodness, have I inadvertently stirred up a significant dilemma? Bulma's voice interrupted the old Kai's thoughts. Goku, you must surely be able to defeat Tien now, right? Absolutely, Goku declared confidently. Then let us hasten back to Earth. I almost forgot. I'm on it. Goku immediately assumed the stance for instant transmission, but remained stationary for a full half-minute without vanishing. What's wrong? The others inquired. I can't locate Tien's energy. After a while, Jebet teleported Goku, Bulma, and the two Kais to Earth. They arrived in a city ravaged by destruction, flames engulfing the surroundings, yet an eerie silence pervaded the area. How brutal, Bulma lamented, her heart heavy as memories of her friends and family flooded back. Particularly Gohan and Goten, prompting tears to stream down her face. This is unacceptable. Goku closed his eyes, concentrating intently, yet he still could not sense Tien's presence. Furthermore, Goku swallowed hard. I can't detect anyone's energy. The old Kai and the Kai likewise remained silent, sensing nothing beyond their own energy. This is outrageous. The Kai clenched his fists. Such excessive cruelty. The old Kai lamented. While incidents of genocide were not uncommon, the utter thoroughness of this annihilation, leaving no survivors on the planet, was exceptionally rare. It required not only strength, but also immense patience and determination to eliminate every last individual, as opposed to simply obliterating the planet. What kind of grudge could provoke such an act? The old Kai struggled to comprehend the 20 years of pent-up animosity within Tien, and thus could not fathom his actions. Tien, come out. Goku cried out in desperation. Weren't you seeking to kill me? Show yourself. I'm right here. His voice echoed for what felt like an eternity, yet no response came. Everyone made a grave misjudgment, believing Tien would become a scourge to the universe. In truth, his sole objective was to eliminate Goku. Over the years, whether slaughtering the three-eyed people to grow stronger or exterminating the Earthlings to torment Goku, his motivations remained consistent. However, this singular goal did not imply that Tien would embark on a rampage across the cosmos, as it served no purpose. Originally, Tien's plan was to eradicate all life before extinguishing Goku in despair. Yet, after Krillin fortuitously helped Goku escape, Tien's intentions shifted. What if he annihilated all Earthlings and then vanished entirely? Allowing Goku to seethe with unexpressed rage could prove to be a fitting punishment. Thus he concealed his energy and departed in a spacecraft to an unknown destination. By the time Goku's ritual of enhancement concluded, Tien's vessel had already exited the solar system. Upon sensing Goku's overwhelming power from an unknown direction, Tien initially paused, then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, Son Goku. Truly, the heavens favor me. Your strength surpasses mine now. Yet you cannot find me. You possess immense power but cannot avenge yourself. Ha 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 ha. May you languish in pain and regret for the remainder of your days. Goku aimlessly soared above Earth for several hours, concluding that no one had survived. Do you think that when you unleashed your power earlier, it startled Tien into fleeing? Bulma pondered aloud. Goku contemplated. It's possible. The energy I radiated during my first trial was too intense. Tien likely realized he could not possibly defeat me. Bulma sighed heavily, rallying her spirits. Well, if he remains hidden, we cannot simply wait idly. Are you suggesting we actively seek him out? The Kai asked, astonished. What's the point? Bulma snapped. He is clearly avoiding Goku. If he dares not show himself, we shall continue living our lives, making him aware that all his efforts were in vain, driving him to madness. What do you mean? The Kai inquired. Humph. Bulma's expression shifted to one of delight. We will use the Dragon Balls to restore everything on Earth. Then Tien's efforts would have been in vain, wouldn't they? With Goku's newfound strength, he can choose whether or not to confront us. Let us see how he handles that. I see. A stroke of genius. The Kai agreed enthusiastically. But Goku scratched his head. There are no living beings left on Earth. Nail must surely be dead. which means the Dragon Balls are gone too. No, no, no. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. Have you forgotten? The Dragon Balls on Namek still exist. As long as we revive Nail, the Dragon Balls on Earth will also be restored, allowing us to wish back the people of Earth. Is that so? Goku exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Do not celebrate too soon, Bulma said with a self-satisfied expression. The Dragon of Namek can grant 3 wishes. We can utilize the remaining wishes to locate Tien Shinhan. After all, a thief may operate for 1,000 days. But it is the vigilant who prevent theft. Rather than allowing him to concoct schemes from the cosmos, we should proactively seek him out and eliminate him. Then, we can use the Dragon Balls of Earth to resurrect everyone. After all, Goku, your current power is derived from your energy source. Once we revive Gohan and the others, we do not know what effect it may have on your strength. Therefore, we must defeat Tien Shinhan first to eliminate any potential threats. Indeed, King Kai nodded in agreement, recognizing the brilliance of the plan. I shall proceed at once. Goku placed his hand upon his forehead, concentrating. After a brief moment, he remarked, what is happening? Scratching his head in confusion. Why can I not sense even the energy of Namek? Could it be that once you ascended to godhood, you can no longer perceive mortals? Bulma suggested. Impossible. I can clearly sense your energy, Bulma, Goku replied, his expression growing increasingly serious. Where is Namek located? I can take a glance. The coordinates are 9045YX, Bulma stated instinctively, recalling her past journey to Namek vividly. I shall take a look, the old Supreme Kai said, shielding his eyes with his hand as he gazed into the distance. There are no planets there. How can that be? Bulma immediately retorted. Namek is a crucial source of senza beans. Trade ships travel back and forth daily. It is quite conspicuous. Are your eyes failing you? The old Supreme Kai shook his head. I cannot be mistaken. There are no planets, only a dense field of celestial debris. There was indeed a planet there, but it seems to have been destroyed approximately 5 or 6 days ago. 5 days, 5 days, Bulma murmured, her heart sinking. This was precisely the duration it took for the latest model of spacecraft to travel from Earth to Namek. Deep down, she had harbored a foreboding feeling, which prompted her emotional confrontation with the old Supreme Kai. If it was the same perpetrator, then I suspect there are no survivors left, the old Supreme Kai stated, revealing an uncomfortable truth that everyone was reluctant to accept. Without Dragon Balls on Earth or Namek, then, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Bulma whispered, her voice barely audible. As despair settled in, a haunting silence enveloped her. No Dragon Balls at all. Over the years, Goku had become accustomed to the omnipresence of the dragon, but now he felt a genuine sense of panic. Take it easy, the old Supreme Kai consoled, placing a hand on Goku's shoulder. Death unfolds continuously throughout the universe. Yet you have grown overly reliant on the dragon after its emergence. The very notion of wishes contradicts human nature. The absence of such may not necessarily be a misfortune. Those who remain must continue to live their lives well. Wait, Goku suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening. There are still Dragon Balls. The Super Dragon Balls. What? Bulma seemed to seize upon a glimmer of hope. The old Supreme Kai squinted. You are aware of the Super Dragon Balls. The Super Dragon Balls. Each one is as large as Earth. They can grant any wish. Goku was reminded of his previous encounter with the Super Dragon Balls during the tournament against Universe 6, where he had made a wish with the Super Shenron, leaving a lasting impression. Son Goku, the old Supreme Kai raised his voice. Have you considered that your inability to accept death is misguided? Why should Earthlings be exempt from annihilation? Why must your friends be resurrected simply because you wish it? Goku was momentarily at a loss for words, but Bulma immediately stood to counter. Do not moralize me. It's not your son who has died. Why can't my loved ones perish? Because I possess the power to prevent their death. Thus I will act. No justification needed. Bulma asserted with unwavering conviction. Sigh. The old Supreme Kai exhaled deeply. Do you realize the immense power of the Super Dragon Balls? Utilizing the Super Shenron merely to revive a single planet is akin to employing a nuclear bomb to swat a fly. And what of it? If it kills, then so be it. Bulma was unyielding. Not to mention whether you possess the capability to gather the Super Dragon Balls. Once your nuclear bomb is constructed, can you guarantee that the authority to deploy it rests solely in your hands? Bulma paused, taken aback by his words. That Super Shenron has the capacity to alter all parallel universes. Should the Dragon Balls be gathered, they would become the focal point of contention among all universes, inevitably igniting a full-scale war. Is that truly what you desire? The old Supreme Kai questioned sternly. After a prolonged silence, Bulma finally met the old Supreme Kai's gaze. Her eyes filled with determination. If my son cannot return, then let the entire universe perish alongside him. The old Supreme Kai waved his hand dismissively. Very well. Do as you please, it is not my concern. He then reverted to his previous demeanor, appearing somewhat nonchalant and slightly lewd. Come now, let us return. With a wave of his hand, Jibbit transported the two back to King Kai's planet. Goku struggled to catch up with the unfolding events, and after a moment's pause, he asked, what shall we do next? Bulma confidently raised 3 fingers. Build a spaceship, create a radar, and find the Dragon Balls. Chapter 63. A World for Two on Earth. In a modest building set amidst the vast plains, Goku was asleep, yet his slumber was far from peaceful. In his dreams, the visage of Tien suddenly materialized, wreaking havoc upon the city, ruthlessly slaughtering the populace, and before Goku's very eyes, mercilessly extinguishing the lives of his friends and loved ones. Within the dream, Tien raised a Kamehameha wave, aimed directly at Goten and Gohan, who stood frozen in place. Goku yearned to rush forth to protect them, but his body betrayed him. He wished to shout a warning, yet his throat produced no sound. Abruptly, Master Roshi and Piccolo surged forward, shielding the children. But their efforts proved futile as the Kamehameha descended, obliterating everyone in a cataclysm of ash. Goku jolted awake, staring blankly at the ceiling, his heart heavy with unrest. Normally, Goku was rather carefree. Although he harbored animosity towards Tien, it had never disturbed his sleep before. Yet today, he was haunted by a nightmare so vivid it felt as though it were unfolding before his very eyes, rendering his mind restless. Sitting up, Goku noticed Bulma was absent from his side. A sliver of light peeked through the partially opened door. Bulma had left the living room light on. Cautiously, he opened the door and ventured out, discovering Bulma hunched over her computer, still working at 5 in the morning, having pulled yet another all-nighter. Goku tiptoed around the scattered beer bottles, gently lifted Bulma, and carried her back to their bedroom, tucking her under the covers before stepping back outside. The events involving Tien had transpired over 6 months ago, and during that time, Goku and Bulma had settled back on Earth. Initially, they thrived, but as time passed, Bulma grew increasingly withdrawn, her temper flaring, and her reliance on alcohol escalating. Recently, she had taken to working late into the night, often not resting until Goku was rising for the day, only to awaken a daze well into the afternoon. Goku struggled to comprehend Bulma's turmoil. In the first month back on Earth, Bulma had been invigorated, constructing a series of intelligent robots from debris, restoring water and electricity, and establishing a research base. Her days filled with endless tasks. In contrast, Goku, whose thoughts were solely consumed by training, would spend his mornings honing his martial skills on the opposite side of the planet. However, Goku soon realized his training was in vain. The old Kaioshin had already elevated his power to its zenith. To grow stronger, he could only access the Ultra Instinct form. Thus, he needed merely to maintain his physical condition, which required little time. Consequently, Goku dedicated more of his hours to assisting Bulma with her endeavors. Yet, the issues did not stem from Goku, but rather from Bulma's mindset. While Goku accompanied her, following her directives, albeit with simple tasks of moving objects and clearing spaces, Bulma found joy in their shared time. For over 20 years, they had not spent such extended moments alone together, prompting her to reminisce about their early adventures. However, this joy was overshadowed by the sorrow of Tien's massacre of her children, friends, and the Earth's inhabitants, leaving Bulma in a state of conflicting emotions, where her happiness felt deeply immoral. While hardships had not broken Bulma, having fought valiantly against the android catastrophe that threatened Earth's annihilation and even creating a time machine, the inner conflict weighed heavily upon her. The more happiness she experienced, the more guilt she felt, creating a negative feedback loop that gradually affected Goku, prompting Bulma to deliberately distance herself from him. As the basic survival challenges were resolved, Bulma turned her focus to the research of gathering the Super Dragon Balls. A significant dilemma arose: how to collect these orbs. The Dragon Radar was swiftly constructed, and Bulma had already pinpointed the coordinates of a Super Dragon Ball, located half a universe away. Given their current spacecraft technology, traveling there posed no issue. However, the question remained: how to retrieve the Dragon Ball? Unlike the previous orbs easily pocketed, this colossal Super Dragon Ball was scattered across 12 parallel universes, rendering detection of the other orbs impossible. And Bulma had no clear plan for traversing these alternate realms. Goku could offer no assistance in this regard, merely watching Bulma shoulder the burden alone. The mounting pressure from both the internal conflict and external challenges escalated her mental strain to the brink of collapse, as sleepless nights turned into excessive drinking. The solitude of their two-person world left her with no outlet for her negative emotions. After half a year, Bulma's condition had deteriorated significantly. Goku gazed at the rising sun, his heart heavy with disappointment. He decided to teleport to the Kaioshin planet. "Hello," Goku greeted. "Isn't this the universe's mightiest scion god? What brings you here?" The old Kaioshin responded with a hint of sarcasm. "Oh, nothing much, just came to visit." While Goku may not frequent the planet often, for a race like the Kaioshins, who lived for thousands of years, spending an afternoon engaged in leisurely tea was commonplace. Goku's visits every few days were rather presumptuous, especially since he only sought to spar with them, which the Kaioshins found tiresome. "Unless you have business, you should return," the old Kaioshin barked. "Oh, Goku faltered, then brightened. "Bulma has tea seemed happy lately, has she? Has the tea seemed happy? You only just noticed?" The old Kaioshin was incredulous. He had anticipated Bulma's struggles from the beginning and had urged her to let go and find joy in life. "Grandpa, you have the best solutions," Goku exclaimed, adopting a playful tone. "Please, tell me what to do." "I refuse. Please." The Kaioshin's companion chimed in softly. "I've also observed Bulma as conditioned. She truly needs your help. Why don't you help her? You are a Kaioshin too." The Kaioshin hesitated, genuinely at a loss for what to do. Finally, the old Kaioshin relented. "Perhaps you should both step outside of your comfort zone on Earth. Go explore." "Explore? Where?" Goku queried, puzzled. "Anywhere. Find a populated place. Living on a planet with only the two of you is bound to drive you mad," the old Kaioshin replied, exasperated. "But Namek is deserted as well. Where else can we go? The universe isn't limited to Earthlings and Namekians," the old Kaioshin retorted. "If you're unsure, ask Bulma." After a rather scolding exchange, Goku returned to Earth. When Bulma finally awoke in the afternoon, he relayed the old Kaioshin's suggestion. "Not going," Bulma replied curtly. "Why not?" Goku stammered, at a loss for words. "No reason. Just try it. A change of scenery might unveil new strengths." Goku continued, oblivious to her displeasure. "Then you can go alone. Please." Bulma seeing Goku's hesitance, Bulma's expression hardened. "What exactly do you want? I just noticed you weren't happy, and I didn't know how to help. So I asked the old Kaioshin. It was his idea." Haha, Goku's gaze shifted, avoiding her eyes. However, it was this very kindness that filled Bulma with disdain. Her contempt was not directed at Goku, but rather at herself in such moments. Consequently, Bulma said nothing and turned to leave. "Wait." Goku suddenly grasped Bulma's hand. A torrent of emotion surged within her, and in a moment of frustration, she seized an empty bottle from the table and hurled it at Goku. "Don't you dare concern yourself with me." This startled Goku into silence, and they remained quiet for several seconds, during which the robotic butler silently approached to collect the debris from the floor. "I cannot simply disregard you," Goku finally spoke, "for we are family." "Family?" Tears streamed down Bulma's cheeks as she cried out defiantly at Goku. "Family? Where's the family? Where's Goten? Where's Gohan? They are all gone. Yet here I am, surviving, unable to be of any assistance. I even, for a fleeting moment, thought this life was acceptable." As Bulma sobbed, she gradually lost her strength and sank to the ground. "I cannot leave. This is Earth, our home, their home. I must find a way to bring them back, to save them all. But I am powerless." Of course, Bulma had contemplated leaving this place. After all, scientific challenges are often more readily resolved through the exchange of civilizations. However, the thought of departing from Earth filled her with fear. She dreaded the possibility that if she settled in another vibrant city, one to which she grew accustomed and fond, she would lose her motivation to search for the Dragon Balls, thereby relinquishing her hopes of finding Gohan and Goten. The weight of this internal conflict and sense of helplessness bore down on Bulma, stifling her breath. Meanwhile, Goku, blissfully unaware of how to console her, could only sit quietly beside her, waiting for the exhausted Bulma to lean into him. Suddenly, Goku sensed a familiar energy emanating from a distance. Though it had been decades since he last encountered it, he instinctively called out the name that sprang to his lips. Trunks. Chapter 64. Intertwined Time and Space. Trunks? The mere mention of this name caused Bulma to instantly cease her tears. He has returned? Having spent so many years with Goku, Bulma could tell from Goku's movements that he had sensed the energy, and it belonged to Trunks. This realization heightened her anxiety. If Trunks had returned, did that mean Gohan and Goten were also? No, wait, it is Trunks, not the other Trunks. How should I articulate this? Goku pondered, struggling to find the right words. Indeed, the visitor was Trunks, but not Raditz' son. Rather, it was the Trunks from Bulma's past life with Vegeta. But how could he have suddenly appeared here? Goku felt a sense of familiarity with this scene, though he couldn't quite place it. Never mind. Let us go over there first. Goku extended his hand, and without hesitation, Bulma grasped it tightly, and together they instantaneously teleported away. Goku's urgency stemmed from sensing Trunks' energy was faint, as if he had just endured a fierce battle. They materialized in the ruins of West City, quickly spotting their target. A bizarre machine, shaped like a rocket with an egg-like cabin, emitted a soft white glow as it slowly descended to the ground. The light faded as the machine powered down, and the cabin door opened to reveal a weary young man in a blue jacket lying inside. The time machine! Goku exclaimed. Huh? Without the luxury of further explanation, Goku rushed over and lifted Trunks out of the machine. Bulma paused, startled by the sight of the youth in Goku's arms. He indeed had blue hair like Gohan's, but his facial features did not resemble Goku's, and he appeared a few years older than both Trunks and Gohan. He? Who is he? Bulma hesitated for a moment but quickly realized he was from her previous life. Yes. Goku responded immediately. Trunks was covered in numerous injuries, although unconscious. His furrowed brow and solemn expression indicated he was suffering both mentally and physically. Seeing this, Bulma wasted no time and instructed Goku to take him back home. Once they arrived at their residence, Trunks was laid in the bedroom, while Bulma busied herself with wiping his face, searching for clothes, and preparing water and senza beans. Remaining by his side, though he was not her child, she felt an instinctive bond with him. After more than an hour, Trunks slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Bulma, he shot upright, and, in a moment of overwhelming emotion, cried out, "Mom." Bulma was taken aback, and her heart ached as tears streamed down her face. In that instant, two souls, both bereaved, became each other's refuge. How did you come here? Goku asked, hands on his hips. You. Trunks suddenly pushed Bulma aside and, filled with rage, launched an attack at Goku. However, Goku effortlessly dodged the punch. Trunks transformed into his Super Saiyan and continued his assault, but Goku evaded every strike, causing a chaotic whirlwind of energy that wreaked havoc in the house. Hey, stop it, Bulma shouted, effectively halting their scuffle. Trunks, responding to her authority, took a moment to regain his composure. He slumped into a chair, about to speak when he suddenly looked up in panic. What is happening? Why is there not a single living soul in this world? This Trunks hailed from a timeline dominated by Zamasu and Black Goku. Zamasu had manipulated the Dragon Balls to transfer his soul into Goku's body and wished for immortality in another timeline. Together, the two Zamasus annihilated all deities and beings in Trunks' timeline, leaving only a struggling Earth behind. That Black Goku could obliterate us all with a single blow. Yet he chooses not to, Trunks said through gritted teeth. He turned our world into ruins, leaving us to barely survive on Earth, occasionally emerging to kill a few of us, forcing us to live in despair every day. Bulma, witnessing Trunks' sorrowful expression, momentarily faltered, unsure of how to comfort him. What is the situation here? Trunks asked suddenly. Why can I not sense any living beings? Is it the same here? Bulma nodded helplessly. The tragedy here was caused by Tien. She briefly recounted the events. Uncle Tien? Trunks appeared confused, though they had only met a few times. He remembered Tien as a good person. Enough about us. Let us focus on you. What happened to the other warriors in your world? Bulma inquired. In my timeline, Uncle Goku died of heart disease many years ago, and my father and Gohan perished during the android crisis. On that Earth, I am the last warrior struggling to hold on. Only you? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Gohan, Goten, Raditz, they're all gone? Raditz? Who is that? Your father. Bulma began to explain, but quickly realized it was inappropriate. Never mind. So in your world, you are the only Scion left? Yes, Trunks nodded, forlorn. Bulma exchanged a surprised glance with Goku before addressing Trunks. If you were the only one left, you should have become exceptionally powerful by now. Huh? The source of energy. Do you know about it? Bulma elaborated on the concept, but Trunks merely shook his head. We are constantly preoccupied with survival, leaving no opportunity for training. Any significant movement would expose us, he added. Moreover, that Black Goku, being a Scion, is already incredibly strong. Do I even stand a chance? Bulma contemplated for a moment. According to what you said, in your original world, Goku had long since died. Therefore, this villain in Goku's body must have originated from another timeline. In your original timeline. Indeed, you are the last remaining Scion. Trunks considered this and found it reasonable. His timeline's Bulma had reached a similar conclusion. Black Goku must come from a different timeline. Now that you're not in that timeline anymore, perhaps you can train here. No, let's seek out old Kai. He can help you become the strongest Scion. Who is that? Trunks asked, having encountered the Kai during the Buu saga but unaware of old Kai's existence, which ultimately led to his tragic fate. To summarize, just as Bulma was about to continue, Goku suddenly stood up. Someone is coming. Goku rushed outside, his expression not one of alarm but rather exhilaration. Outside, two figures floated in the air, one with gray skin and cat ears, and the other clad in a red robe, wielding a staff. Whis! Lord Beerus! Goku exclaimed with excitement. What brings you here? In the air, Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, both finding Goku's demeanor rather bewildering. We detected disturbances in the timeline. This is a grave offense, Beerus declared with authority. It must be rectified. Indeed, disrupting the timeline is a serious crime. However, even a being as powerful as a god of destruction cannot monitor every corner of the universe at all times. Their attention was drawn to this seemingly insignificant planet due to Goku's successful creation of an artificial god, leading them to discover the temporal disturbance caused by a visitor from the future. Beerus raised a hand, and purple destructive energy coalesced into a sphere. Without further ado, it was hurled toward Goku. This was no jest. It was more than sufficient to annihilate the Earth. Realizing Beerus was attacking, Goku had no choice but to brace himself. Yet he felt an eagerness to engage the god of destruction in battle. In an instant, the aura within Wukong surged dramatically, effortlessly surpassing the limitations of mere mortals and transforming into a divine presence. However, his exterior remained unchanged. With a mere flick of his hand, he sent a purple energy sphere soaring into the sky, where it detonated, casting a brilliant orange glow in the distance. Oh, quite impressive. A smirk graced Beerus's lips, as this adversary sparked a thrill within him. In the next moment, the two vanished simultaneously from their positions, igniting a fierce battle between gods. The entire Earth became the stage for Wukong and Beerus as they clashed from the heavens to the depths of the Earth. The sounds of their collisions and the brilliance of exploding energy spheres resonating throughout the planet. Wukong refrained from employing his Ultra Instinct and chose instead to engage Beerus in his regular form. Yet, despite this, Beerus gradually found himself at a disadvantage. As Beerus had yet to master the Ultra Instinct, both combatants operated beneath their individual limits, leading to a contest of which side could harness a stronger source of energy. Here, the Scion's immense racial energy proved slightly superior, and Wukong's attacks began to overwhelm Beerus. This provoked the god of destruction who, accustomed to effortlessly overpowering his opponents while toying with them, found himself engaged in a fierce exchange with a mere mortal, unable to gain the upper hand. This humiliation spurred him to unleash his true fury, intent on delivering a lethal blow to Wukong. Hey, Lord Beerus! Wukong shouted anxiously while evading attacks. It's just a spar. Isn't this a bit excessive? Spar? We are here to execute a criminal. Wait, let me explain. But Beerus offered him no opportunity to speak, launching a relentless barrage at Wukong. This cannot continue. The Earth will be destroyed, Wukong thought. He did not wish to resort to underhanded tactics, yet allowing Beerus to rage unchecked was not an option. With no other choice left, he resolved to transform. Chapter 65. Gods and Gods. The ferocity of Beerus's assault was overwhelmingly aggressive. Should this stalemate continue, it could potentially harm Bulma and Trunks. Consequently, Goku resolved to deploy his ultimate technique, the Ultra Instinct. However, he was not entirely adept at this transformation and required at least half a second to concentrate and elevate his energy. Therefore, Goku shifted to a defensive stance, skillfully fending off Beerus's attacks while creating distance. When the moment felt right, a mischievous grin spread across Goku's face. Goodbye. Utilizing instant transmission, Goku distanced himself from Beerus, aiming for Trunks' location, which was now separated by half a planet. This distance would certainly afford Goku the precious half-second needed for his transformation. Upon returning, Goku encountered Whis, who remained at the original spot, and flashed him a knowing smile, as if to say, watch me pull off something spectacular. The aura of the Scion god surged dramatically, quickly reaching a critical threshold. A familiar sensation of emptiness enveloped him, as radiant white light radiated outward from Goku's form. Just then, Whis, who had been observing coldly, suddenly approached. Before Goku could react, Whis was before him, wielding his staff with a swift gesture that unleashed a circle of white light. As the circle passed through Goku's body, he felt an abrupt void, the energy he was about to unleash dissipating into nothingness, rendering him incapable of even the most fundamental flight techniques. What on earth is happening? Goku exclaimed in panic, crashing heavily onto the ground. Ouch! 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 Without any aura to protect him, the fall left Goku feeling as though his tailbone might fracture. Whis loomed above, his expression devoid of the playful demeanor from before, now replaced with a grave seriousness. Violent defiance against divine authority incurs greater punishment. Meanwhile, Beerus had returned, his irritation at Goku's evasion palpable. Yet he turned his attention to Whis. Why did you intervene? To save you, of course, Whis replied, his tone devoid of condescension. Are you implying I cannot defeat him? Beerus retorted, anger simmering beneath his words. Do not be hasty. Remember, he has mastered Ultra Instinct, Whis cautioned, his demeanor shifting to one of grave concern as he addressed Goku. Without transformation, he can match your strength. If he succeeds in transforming, it could indeed be perilous. You. Beerus attempted to argue, but found himself at a loss for words. Mind your own business. After their quarrel, both turned their gaze towards Goku, their eyes brimming with lethal intent. Wait. Hold on. Goku, thoroughly alarmed, had hoped to engage in battle before discussing matters, but Whis had flipped the table on him. He could not muster any energy and was utterly bewildered by the situation. If he were to be killed by Beerus in such a confused state, it would spell disaster. Whis. Lord Beerus. It's me. Goku. Son Goku. Goku desperately attempted to explain, but his words fell on deaf ears. I knew you in a previous life. I mean, a life I lived once before. Beerus raised his hand, gathering the power of destruction into a glowing sphere. Wait. Hold on. I'm not a bad person. I was at the Tournament of Power. That's right. Whis. You sent me back. You brought me from the future. Whis interrupted, raising his hand to halt Beerus' spell. You can't possibly believe that, Beerus questioned coldly. We'll see, Whis replied, devoid of any expression, before swiftly returning to Goku's side, locking eyes with him. As Goku met Whis' gaze, he suddenly perceived a circle of light swirling within Whis' eyes. The next moment, Goku felt his consciousness fade, as if he were observing his past lives from a third-person perspective. Dragon Balls, Scions, Frieza, Androids, Majin Buu, Beerus. The Tournament of Power, Rebirth, Pilaf, Jinyu, Tien Shinhan. Memories flashed by like a cinematic reel. Yet, this profound sense of desolation vanished in an instant, and Goku found himself gasping for breath. Whis, meanwhile, appeared to savor the moment, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I see. As Goku regained his senses and attempted to articulate an explanation, Bulma and Trunks emerged from the house. Upon witnessing Goku in such a disheveled state, they could no longer remain passive, especially as Bulma had discerned the identities of those present from their conversation. There's a reason we traveled through time. Bulma shouted. We have delectable food. Exquisite food. Could you please show us mercy? Humph. Beerus showed no inclination to relent. What could possibly be delicious on a planet devoid of inhabitants? Whis, hands behind his back, leisurely returned to Beerus' side and whispered a few words into his ear. Suddenly, Beerus' ears perked up, and an electric shiver coursed through him. Really? Is it true? He asked, wide-eyed and gritting his teeth. Whis nodded solemnly. Beerus glanced at the people below, straightened his posture, and cleared his throat theatrically. Ahem. Time travel and the disruption of the timeline are the gravest crimes in the universe. He paused, noticing the lack of any response from the gathered individuals, forcing himself to continue. However, considering your commendable attitude of remorse, we shall first indulge in a meal before further deliberation. Indeed, Whis affirmed, echoing Beerus' sentiments. I have reviewed his memories, and the food on Earth is truly extraordinary. The prospect of such culinary delights sent a tremor of excitement through Beerus, compelling him to set aside cosmic laws. All right. I shall prepare. Bulma, seizing the opportunity, hurried to gather provisions. At that moment, both Whis and Beerus turned their gazes skyward. In the next instant, a profound shadow materialized in midair, rapidly expanding to a diameter of 10 meters, pulsating with strange, undulating light. It's him, Trunks exclaimed in shock. From within the shadow emerged a figure clad in black training attire, adorned with a Batara earring, none other than Goku himself. Bulma gasped at the sight of a second Goku, but the original Goku quickly recognized the identity of this newcomer. Found you. At last, the Dark Goku, stepping forth from the time rift, smirked at Trunks below. Upon noticing the presence of this world's Goku, a sly smile crept across his face, but it quickly faded. Beerus. Zamasu felt a twinge of unease. As an apprentice Supreme Kai, he was acutely aware of Beerus's formidable power. In his own timeline, he had eradicated all gods of destruction by slaying the Supreme Kai, but even now, he could not be certain of overcoming a fully powered Beerus. Humph. Yet another time-traveling criminal, Beerus remarked, casting a cursory glance at Zamasu before nonchalantly heading indoors. Deal with this, and consider it a chance for redemption. Understood. Goku replied eagerly, soaring into the air to confront Zamasu. What a coincidence. I happen to be itching for a fight. The events surrounding Tien Shinhan had left Goku yearning for vengeance. And now, with a nefarious target before him, he was ready to unleash his full might. Such boldness, Zamasu sneered. As Beerus remained unperturbed, Zamasu regained his confidence, his fury igniting like a tempest of dark malevolence. One could scarcely fathom the multitude of lives he must have extinguished to cultivate such a wicked soul. With a sinister smile, Zamasu vanished from sight, reappearing before Goku in an instant, his fist poised to strike. Yet, Goku abruptly vanished, and before Zamasu could react, Goku delivered a mighty blow to his abdomen, the force of which tore the fabric of his clothing. Without granting Zamasu a moment's respite, Goku unleashed a powerful kick to Zamasu's chin, swiftly following up with a barrage of martial arts attacks. Goku's strikes were both rapid and forceful, nearly overwhelming Zamasu's senses. Gritting his teeth, Zamasu let out a furious roar, his dark aura transforming into a vibrant pink, his power escalating dramatically. Super Saiyan rose. Zamasu swiftly evaded Goku's onslaught, creating a brief distance before launching his counterattack. The two engaged in a fierce aerial duel, exchanging blows for several rounds before instinctively retreating simultaneously. Though only seconds had passed, Zamasu's energy was already uneven, while Goku remained composed, prompting Zamasu's astonishment. How have you not transformed? Zamasu exclaimed, incredulous that Goku seemed to gain the upper hand even in his base form. Both warriors drew from the same Saiyan energy. But while Zamasu was the sole Saiyan in his timeline, he had only reached his limits through rigorous training, leaving him at a significant disadvantage compared to the capabilities of the Elder Supreme Kai. Moreover, the energy expended in transformation exacted a heavy toll on his body, rendering him unable to contend with Goku. Want to see my transformation? Very well, I shall oblige. Having learned from past failures, Goku had shed his reckless tendencies. He bellowed, his divine aura surging as Zamasu paused in astonishment. Goku transcended his limits, enveloped in a radiant white light. Super Saiyan God in the state of Ultra Instinct. The very name eclipsed that of Roshi. Inside the room, Beerus felt a twitch on his cheek, silently grateful that Whis had intervened earlier. Otherwise, he would have been embarrassed. Zamasu, being a deity himself, sensed Goku's overwhelming presence, the intensity of which sent him into a panic. He could not comprehend why, despite his numerous near-death breakthroughs, he could not surpass the Goku before him. A strange sensation coursed through Zamasu's hand. It was the Supreme Kai's ring. Utilizing the ring to traverse time allowed for only a fleeting moment, as the original timeline would forcibly summon the host back. He could already feel the gravitational pull of the temporal rift behind him. Zamasu sneered. This encounter concludes here. We shall meet again. Since Goku had attained such heights, Zamasu was determined he could do the same, allowing himself time to cultivate further and avenge this day. Not a chance. Goku swiftly drew his hand to his waist, preparing the Kamehameha wave. Oh no. Zamasu realized the impending danger and dashed toward the temporal rift. A colossal wave of white energy erupted from Goku's hands. Zamasu sprinted desperately forward, yet he could not evade the overwhelming force. Damn it. Just as his fingertips grazed the temporal rift, the Kamehameha struck, engulfing him entirely. The energy propelled him headlong into the rift, and in the next moment, a tremendous explosion reverberated like thunder in the unknown expanse. The rift collapsed instantaneously, shrinking chaotically like a deflating balloon before vanishing completely. Note, I have slightly altered the narrative here. In the manga, Zamasu was supposed to achieve Roshi after enduring several blows from Super Saiyan Blue. But I opted for brevity in this character portrayal. Chapter 66. Survivors. As Goku wiped the sweat from his brow, he made his way back indoors. All sorted? Beerus inquired nonchalantly. With a grin, Goku gave a thumbs up in affirmation. Gee, Goku-san, Trunks exclaimed, incredulously edging closer. The moment the battle outside commenced, Trunks and Bulma had followed Beerus back inside. He had hesitated, pondering whether to assist, but that brief moment of indecision had led to the battle's conclusion. With Goku emerging victorious over the foe, Trunks was acutely aware of Black Goku's formidable strength, hence his incredulous gaze fixed on Goku. Rest assured, Goku reassured him with a pat on the back. Although Zamasu had met his demise in the rift of time and space, this did not constitute a mere flag of warning. With a direct, full-powered Kamehameha executed in the state of Ultra Instinct, Zamasu had no chance of survival. Goku's confidence was unshakable. Seeing Goku's demeanor, Trunks felt a weight lift from his heart. Even upon returning to the future, he would face no issues. Enough chatter. It's time to eat. Beerus bellowed. Coming right up. Although Bulma had restored several food processing plants, they produced synthetic meat and vegetables crafted from microorganisms, merely to satiate Goku's gargantuan appetite, hardly gourmet. Therefore, for this occasion, she offered Beerus and Whis some still unexpired instant noodles. What is this? Beerus and Whis looked on in astonishment as Bulma prepared the peculiar dish, having never encountered such an unusual food before. Despite the rudimentary cooking methods, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. As the 3-minute timer buzzed, the 5 individuals simultaneously broke open disposable chopsticks and eagerly slurped the noodles, savoring the broth. Incredible. Absolutely delectable. Beerus gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. He hadn't tasted such exquisite food in a millennium. Indeed, indeed. Whis chimed in, praising the meal while his hands remained busy. Another serving, Beerus exclaimed, having devoured his portion and still feeling unsatisfied. Very well. Bulma retrieved another serving from the box, but lamented that the Earth's ecosystem had been devastated. Such delicacies were dwindling. And they only had this one box remaining. What? Whis felt as though the sky were about to fall. His pace slowing as he realized the rarity of this extraordinary dish. It deserved to be savored. Noting that Beerus had taken a second serving, Whis followed suit. Unwilling to be outdone. After the 2 supreme deities of Universe 7 finished their second helping of instant noodles, they prepared to take their leave, content. Clearing his throat, Beerus and Whis paused at the door, coughing repeatedly. Are you unwell, Lord Beerus? Goku inquired, his eyes wide with concern. Go. Bulma nudged Goku aside and hurriedly grabbed the remaining box of noodles, offering it to them. Please, take this with you. How can we accept such generosity? Whis replied, though he made no move to decline, cradling the box in his arms. Though the Earth has been destroyed, if we search thoroughly, we should still find plenty. We will manage, Bulma stated generously. In that case, I shall not be polite. Whis beamed with delight. Once outside, Whis conjured a staff from thin air and lightly tapped the ground, creating a radiant bridge of light beneath their feet. Well then, farewell, Whis said politely, while Beerus merely cast a cursory glance back at them. In a flash, the iridescent bridge shimmered, and the 2 vanished, leaving the solar system in an instant. As Whis admired the box of noodles he held, Beerus glanced back toward the direction of Earth. What transpired? He asked, his expression stern. What do you mean? Do not feign ignorance. Why did you spare them? Indeed, traversing time was a grave sin in the universe, and Beerus had no prior bond with them. It was inconceivable that he would let them off the hook over a bowl of noodles. Such leniency would render a deity's judgment trivial. While Beerus was unable to best Goku in Ultra Instinct, Whis was an entirely different entity. His angelic power existed beyond their realm, and should he choose to intervene, no being in the universe could escape unscathed. Ah, Whis said, gazing at the box of noodles with affection, it was a strategic move by my future self. Oh? Beerus replied, intrigued. Can he fulfill your wishes? Who knows? Hiki. Once the 2 deities departed, Bulma exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed necessary to dispatch some robots to search for resources in more distant locales, and she needed to commence the restoration of several snack and dessert processing plants. Perhaps even deploying drones for fishing at sea. Trunks quietly observed Bulma as she mumbled to herself, then suddenly broke into laughter. Bulma looked at him in confusion. And Trunks remarked, I haven't seen you look so relaxed in ages, Mom. Bulma paused. Indeed, Trunks' presence, coupled with the ruckus caused by Beerus and Whis, had lightened her mood significantly. She smiled back at her son, who hailed from another world. They were both survivors of their respective realms, finding solace in one another. What are your plans moving forward? Bulma inquired. I intend to return to my world, Trunks replied resolutely. Though my mother is no longer there. There are many Earthlings relying on me, and I must help them rebuild their home and restore life to the Earth. Absolutely. Bulma praised, slapping Trunks on the back. That is my son. Speaking of which, Goku floated over casually. How do you plan to deal with the other enemy? Huh. Trunks was taken aback. What other enemy? In Trunks' current timeline, only Black Goku had manifested on Earth to wreak havoc. Thus he was oblivious to the existence of Zamasu's original form. which had wished for immortality through the Super Dragon Balls. Although not particularly powerful, he was a troublesome foe if he could not be killed. They would have to remain vigilant, forever casting a shadow over Earth. It was challenging for Goku to piece together such information, and it took Bulma a lengthy exchange of questions and answers to clarify the situation. Unbelievable. There's still another enemy. Trunks clenched his fists. What are we to do if they cannot be killed? How did you resolve it last time? Bulma asked. Last time, Goku pondered. It was the Omni King who intervened. After spending some time unraveling the previous events, Trunks sighed. How could we possibly seek the Omni King's assistance? Perhaps an idea struck Trunks. We could temporarily restrain him while we gather the Super Dragon Balls. Since wishing can grant immortality, we might wish to remove that immortality. Although they were unaware that Zamasu had already destroyed the Super Dragon Balls in that timeline, Bulma shook her head first. We're also attempting to collect the Super Dragon Balls. But with human technology, it's exceedingly difficult. I haven't devised a solution yet, she said, her tone growing somber. Actually, Goku blinked. There are ways to deal with an immortal opponent. What? The Mafuba. What? What is that? In his previous encounter with Zamasu, Goku had specifically trained with Master Roshi to perfect the Mafuba technique, so he was quite adept. The two quickly reached an agreement, and Goku decided to teach this technique to Trunks. Meanwhile, the time machine had sustained minor damage during the two battles, so while the two practiced the Mafuba, Bulma set to work repairing the time machine. Unfortunately, the current timeline's industrial capabilities were woefully inadequate. The missing parts could not be ordered and had to be fabricated from scratch, which meant Bulma spent an entire 10 days restoring the machine. At this moment, Trunks had fully mastered the Mafuba technique. 10 days later, Goku and Bulma stood before the time machine, bidding farewell to Trunks, who was about to return to the future. Take care of yourself over there, and don't push yourself too hard, Bulma said with concern. All right, Mom, you must win, Goku exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Okay, Uncle Goku. Each time Bulma heard her son refer to Goku as uncle, she felt an inexplicable discomfort, yet she refrained from intervening in matters pertaining to another timeline, allowing Trunks to express himself freely. By the way, Uncle Goku, Trunks said as he pulled a small bottle from his pocket. How should I best preserve this specially made bottle? It was the very bottle he had used for practicing the Mafuba technique over the past few days. This? Goku scratched his head. Just find a place to put it. It's not a particularly special bottle, just something I picked up casually, heh. Casually. Trunks gazed at the bottle in a state of confusion. So, can this really trap enemies? Absolutely. Goku responded confidently. You just use the Mafuba to confine the enemy inside. Then quickly seal the lid and affix a special seal, and it will be flawless. I see. Trunks nodded repeatedly. But where is this special seal? The mention of the seal caused Goku to pause for a few seconds before suddenly turning pale. Oh no, we don't have a seal. What? Trunks felt overwhelmed, realizing he was about to return and now couldn't seal away the enemy. This is utterly unreliable. Bulma struck Goku on the head, nearly causing Trunks to return to his doom. You idiot. Calm down, Goku said with a sheepish grin. What does the seal look like? Bulma asked, fuming. I don't know, Goku replied awkwardly. It was always Master Roshi who drew it. I can't remember. This is bad, Bulma thought to herself. If Goku struggled to describe the situation, he would surely fail to recreate the drawing. Why don't we check at Master Roshi's place? Trunks suggested. Will there be any supplies at Master Roshi's? Bulma turned to Goku. I have no idea. Oh. How about I come with you to the future and help you defeat that villain instead? Goku offered, thumping his chest. That guy is immortal. What could you possibly do? Bulma was at her wits' end with Goku's foolishness. Let's first try our luck at Master Roshi's. If we can't find anything, we'll consider other plans. Bulma turned to head inside, but Goku remained frozen in place, motionless. What are you doing? Hurry up. Bulma glanced back at Goku, only to be momentarily taken aback. Goku stood there in a daze, gazing into the distant sky, tears glistening in his eyes. Grandpa. And Goku was so overwhelmed with emotion that he could scarcely find words. Thousands of kilometers away, he distinctly sensed two familiar and reassuring presences materializing out of thin air. Master Roshi. Piccolo. Chapter 67. The Time Traveler. In a matter of days, the once tranquil Earth was beset by a succession of unexpected visitors, yet this time, the arrival of these individuals brought immense joy to Wukong. Master Roshi and Piccolo had always been his most significant companions, providing solace in times of dire need. Rewind to over 6 months ago, when Tien Shinhan revealed his astonishing power and began to slaughter Wukong's friends and family. Master Roshi and Piccolo found themselves among the weakest fighters in the martial arts community, utterly unable to assist. Many events transpired before they could even react. After Tien inflicted grave injuries upon Wukong and killed Vegeta and Raditz, a furious Gohan and Trunks recklessly charged forward. While Master Roshi and Piccolo attempted to intervene but could not keep pace with the two Super Saiyans. In the blink of an eye, a Kamehameha wave descended, creating a gaping hole in the temple. The temple trembled, and nearby, Dr. Gero lost his footing and fell through the fissure. Piccolo intended to rescue him. But when he gazed into the void, he discovered something extraordinary. Beneath the hole was not the sky beneath the temple but an endless expanse of pure white, which, upon merging with the divine, Piccolo recognized instantly. The hyperbolic time chamber. Glancing around, Piccolo saw that only Krillin remained capable of fighting. Yet he stood no chance against Tien Shinhan. If they stayed, death was inevitable, but as long as they were alive, there remained a glimmer of hope for redemption. Thus, Piccolo seized Master Roshi and leapt through the crack. The three stood precariously in the intensely gravitational pure white space, anxiously observing the rift above. Mere seconds later, the torn space sealed itself once more. Krillin, dragging his injured body, forcibly transported Wukong and Bulma away, and in the next instant, a tremendous explosion engulfed the temple, obliterating everything, including the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber, severing the three from the outside world entirely. And so, 2 centuries sped by. As Wukong prepared to teleport to greet his companions, his body abruptly halted. What is this? Wukong stared in astonishment at the distance. Where Master Roshi and Piccolo soared towards him at an astonishing speed, there released energy exceeding even that of the former Frieza. Indeed, they had not idly waited during their 2 centuries of confinement in the hyperbolic time chamber. Dr. Gero, already advanced in age, succumbed to despair within 3 years due to the harsh conditions of the chamber. In contrast, Piccolo and Master Roshi embarked on a relentless training regimen. They refused to relinquish hope of escape, believing that since the breach had been created by Tien, if they could amplify their powers, they might create another fissure to return. In the first year, Piccolo experienced remarkable growth, while Master Roshi's progress was somewhat slower. However, after a year, Master Roshi's strength surged explosively, and their training, given their natural talent for martial arts, was of exceptional quality. Yet, they did not take pride in their newfound power. Fully aware of its implications, both were the last survivors of their respective races. Before returning to Earth, Tien had obliterated planet Namek and subsequently exterminated the Earthlings. After Dr. Gero's death, aside from Master Roshi, only Bulma remained, leading to the two monopolizing their race's energy source and significantly expanding their potential. Having ingested the elixir of immortality, Master Roshi, combined with Piccolo's already long lifespan, they devoted 200 years to training. Unfortunately, both Earthlings and Namekians possessed weak energy sources. Even with the Namekian population reduced to around 1,000, their average battle power was only slightly over 2,000. Earth fared worse. With only a few tens of thousands of martial artists, their average battle power a meager few dozen. Thus, after a century of training, they reached their individual limits. Their strength stagnating at the early stages of Super Saiyan 2, comparable to their memories of Wukong and Krillin. This won't do, Master Roshi lamented. At this level, we stand no chance against Tien. You've overlooked an essential detail, Piccolo meditated, eyes closed. With our current strength, even escape is impossible. Indeed, they had made numerous attempts. Yet no matter the technique employed, they could not breach the spatial barrier. After a prolonged silence, Master Roshi spoke slowly. This space was not created by the gods, was it? Piccolo nodded. This realm had existed since he ascended to godhood, and his alterations were limited to augmenting the gravity of the external pure white space. Then do you know how the space came to be? I am not privy to the specifics of its creation, only that it originated from the previous Earth deity. Exactly. Master Roshi continued. What does that imply? The previous deity was human, correct? Piccolo pondered, comprehending Master Roshi's implication. If the creation of this space stemmed from human techniques, then perhaps if we develop a similar technique, we might find a way out. Are you confident we can achieve that? The odds are favorable, Master Roshi asserted. When you taught me to control gravity, I pondered this issue, why I could never master your technique. It likely relates to our species, as an Namekian. Controlling gravity might be my innate gift, while other races could find it insurmountable. Could Earthlings possess a similar gift? Master Roshi raised a finger, pointing at the immaculate sky. For instance, the ability to create space? Piccolo nodded thoughtfully. That seems reasonable. The previous deity may not have imparted the method for constructing the hyperbolic time chamber, perhaps because he understood that a deity could not master such a skill. And so, time passed, another century flew by, and through countless hours of training and research, Master Roshi finally grasped a sliver of insight. Master Roshi brought his hands together at his chest, and instead of gathering energy, a spherical void began to materialize in his palms. At last, Piccolo exclaimed, gazing in excitement at the void, revealing a vibrant blue sky he had not seen in 200 years. No, Master Roshi suddenly faltered, collapsing to the ground as his body betrayed him. He had not yet fully mastered the technique, and merely creating a gap the size of a thumb had drained him completely. This tiny fissure was insufficient for their escape. Yet it marked a breakthrough from nothing to something. 2 centuries of effort had finally yielded a glimmer of hope. On that day, Wukong dreamt of Master Roshi and Piccolo, their energy momentarily escaping through the fissure, rendering Wukong's dreams startlingly vivid. Afterward, Master Roshi secluded himself for a full decade, ultimately comprehending the power to create space. His strength remained stagnant during this period, yet his ability to manifest spatial rifts significantly improved. This time, he conjured a fissure with a diameter of 1 meter. Without hesitation, the two surged forward, Piccolo even carrying the ashes of Dr. Gero. Feeling the refreshing breeze of Earth, their spirits soared, and within a heartbeat, they exchanged joyful glances. Bulma was alive. In perfect harmony, they soared towards her. As Wukong now existed in a divine state, they could not sense his energy until they were in close proximity, whereupon they were astonished to confirm that Wukong too was alive. Master Roshi, Piccolo, it truly is you, Wukong exclaimed, brimming with happiness. 2 individuals gazed at Goku, their faces adorned with smiles, yet silence lingered between them, as 2 centuries had erased countless emotional fluctuations. The 5 remaining souls on Earth gathered around a table, sharing a delightful meal. For Trunks, Master Roshi and Piccolo were long-lost mentors, stirring a profound excitement within him. However, the other 2 felt a mix of emotions towards this version of Trunks, unable to articulate their sentiments, instead feeling a tinge of melancholy. Although our experiences diverge, fate has shown no favoritism, Master Roshi sighed softly. Bulma, downing a gulp of wine, suddenly spoke up, Goku's last life was commendable, everyone survived. Upon hearing this, Goku fell into a moment of reverie, transported back 2 decades when he endeavored to protect them all. Yet, after all his efforts, what had truly changed? Do not speak so, Piccolo interjected gently. In Goku's previous life, had he lost the Tournament of Power, the entire universe would have faced obliteration. Thus Earth could not escape its fate. Let us consider it as our salvation for other beings within the cosmos. Piccolo's mood was somewhat brighter than theirs, for the Trunks before him radiated a certain vigor. Although he recognized him as Bulma's offspring, this Trunks was distinct from the Gohan he had known. Gohan was too compliant, whereas Raditz' son exuded the inherent tenacity of a scion. Therefore, even though the Trunks before him bore no blood relation to the one he had raised, he felt an undeniable kinship. I have no interest in the plight of other beings, Bulma exclaimed, crushing the can in her hand. She had just lifted her gaze to chastise Piccolo when her words faltered. With a dazed expression, Bulma stared at Piccolo for a prolonged moment before suddenly seizing him. You, Piccolo, she declared loudly, you fused with the Guardian. The Guardian. Thus, you can create Dragon Balls, correct? Chapter 68. The Super Dragon Ball. A tranquil silence enveloped the dining table for a few seconds before Goku suddenly sprang to his feet. Of course, you can just create another Dragon Ball. That way, everyone can come back to life. However, Piccolo shook his head in resignation. While we were trapped in the hyperbolic time chamber, we contemplated this matter. Master Roshi began slowly. If Piccolo could create a Dragon Ball, perhaps we could wish our way out of that dimension. Yet, after decades of attempts, he was unable to accomplish it. How is that possible? The gods have certainly done it, Bulma protested stubbornly. Indeed, the gods have succeeded, but my memories of that period are quite hazy. It seems that it was not an innate ability of mine. I merely channeled a certain force and the Dragon Balls manifested naturally. Therefore, the origin does not lie with me. If I were to attempt it again, I would truly be incapable. The atmosphere grew heavy once more. The Dragon Balls, Bulma mused, tapping her fingers on the table. Could it be that the force you mentioned actually originates from the Dragon Balls? The others looked at Bulma, somewhat puzzled. Goku had previously recounted tales of the Tournament of Power, but suddenly, Bulma's fingers halted, and she turned to Goku, inquiring. You've never mentioned who created the Super Dragon Balls. Goku pondered this carefully. Indeed, No one had ever brought it up. In Goku's past experiences, even the Omni King, the apex of the multiverse, had appeared, yet the identity of the Dragon Ball's creator had never been disclosed. Could it be that the Dragon Balls were not crafted by anyone at all? However, both the Namekian and Earth Dragon Balls are merely diminutive versions of the Super Dragon Balls. Thus, perhaps the smaller Dragon Balls simply extract a fraction of the Dragon's power, with the source of that strength residing in the Super Dragon Balls. The more Bulma considered it, the more plausible it seemed. So, if we can locate a Super Dragon Ball, one as large as a planet, if we can extract a small portion of its essence for you, Piccolo, would you then be able to create a new Dragon Ball? Piccolo appeared somewhat bewildered. This line of reasoning seemed somewhat valid, yet it lacked strict logical coherence. In other words, it was possible that Bulma's hopefulness had led her to this conclusion. The uncertainty surrounding whether the dragon's power originated from the Dragon Balls, and whether fragments of the Dragon Balls could indeed lead to the creation of new ones, was too great. However, I think it's worth a try, Piccolo asserted. He agreed with Bulma's perspective, as they currently had no superior alternatives. The three had synchronized their experiences before the meal. So Piccolo understood that Bulma was at a loss regarding how to gather the Super Dragon Balls. It was better to test this approach. Coincidentally, Bulma excitedly slammed her hand on the table. Although I cannot find a way to traverse to other parallel universes, within our observable universe, there exists a Super Dragon Ball. Really? Trunks exclaimed enthusiastically. Bulma rushed to another room and retrieved a Dragon Ball radar the size of a suitcase. After a few moments of manipulation on the screen, she pointed to a bright spot and declared, "This is the only Super Dragon Ball I've detected. It's located on the outskirts of the Laniakea supercluster." The three elderly gentlemen stared at the light on the screen, utterly perplexed, while only Trunks sprang to his feet. "On the outskirts of Laniakea? How do we get there?" Is there a problem?" Goku inquired. "The issue, how should I put it?" Trunks pondered. "It's too far from Earth. At least 2,000 times the distance from Earth to Namek." "Exactly. That's my son for you," Bulma said with a hint of pride. "If we calculate based on Namek's position, it's approximately 2,500 times the distance. At the speed of Earth's spacecraft, it would take at least 10,000 days to arrive, which translates to 30 years, Trunks replied gravely. "Wow," Goku exclaimed in astonishment. However, Master Roshi and Piccolo exchanged glances, feeling that it wasn't an excessively long time. "Don't worry," Bulma waved her hand with confidence. "Since this is the only Super Dragon Ball I've found, I have indeed contemplated how to expedite our journey." Trunks raised an eyebrow, eager for the revelation. "In fact, we don't necessarily have to go there ourselves. If we dispatch a drone, we can eliminate the heavy life support and supplies from the spacecraft. By not carrying passengers, we can also remove the internal gravity stabilizers, which would reduce the overall weight by at least 1/10. With this, the acceleration limit would be significantly higher. I've estimated that we could potentially shorten the travel time to 1/100th. Really? That means it would only take 50 days for the probe to reach there. And retrieving the Dragon Ball fragments would only require an additional 100 days. 100 days was much more palatable. It was merely a little over 3 months. There's an even faster method, Bulma said with a sly grin. What if we replace the spacecraft's power system with an android core? Trunks blinked, for in his timeline, Dr. Gero was the main antagonist, leaving him with scant knowledge about android cores. "Ah," Goku exclaimed suddenly, realization dawning upon him. "Instant transmission?" "Exactly. Once the probe arrives, Goku can use instant transmission to go there and come back directly. Thus, we would only need 50 days. Can Uncle Goku sense energy from such a distance?" "I've estimated it based on the star chart," Bulma replied while stowing away the probe. "The King Kai's planet should be at the apex of Laniakea, even farther from us. So as long as the energy is sufficiently immense, he should be able to sense it." "Leave it to me," Goku declared confidently. "Fantastic." Everyone rejoiced at the prospect of a feasible plan. Trunks temporarily set aside his plans to return to the future, although Master Roshi had serendipitously returned, allowing him to draw the seals for the Mafuba. Trunks' world was devoid of Dragon Balls. If this endeavor could indeed lead to the recreation of Dragon Balls, he would certainly want to ensure he received his share. After all, time travel could be postponed without issue. Hence, Trunks decided to remain and assist. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly. With 4 strong hands, supported by the scientifically adept Trunks, Bulma constructed the probe in just 10 days. The swift progress was attributed to the probe's remarkably simple design. It stood just taller than a person and was shaped like a rocket. The interior housed only an android core and a control terminal, with the terminal connected in real time to Earth for route planning and attitude adjustments, negating the need for bulky computational equipment. It was as rudimentary as a major school project. Yet, its performance was exceptional. The android core Bulma utilized was the one left behind by Dr. Gero for research over 20 years ago, akin to a twin of Krillin. Hence, following Krillin's demise, this core's power had intensified. Moreover, it could continuously regenerate energy from its source, making it the ideal rocket propulsion system. Furthermore, its manufacturing cost was remarkably low, with the only drawback being its inability to be mass-produced, as the core's power would diminish if produced in bulk. New ones could only be created after reimbursement was ensured, with the Super Saiyan 2 level core providing astonishing acceleration to the spacecraft, and alongside the meticulously optimized dimensions of the probe. They reached the Super Dragon Ball in merely 36 days. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bulma was diligently preparing for Goku's departure. In contrast to the probe, Goku's preparations were considerably more complex. As Bulma directed Trunks to assist Goku in donning the spacesuit, she muttered, "The probe's data has returned." The diameter of the Super Dragon Ball is 3 times that of Earth, yet its mass is only 16 times greater. The surface gravity is estimated to be about twice that of Earth, which indeed aligns closely with the characteristics of a Dragon Ball. Bulma scratched her head, contemplating the implications of such mass. I wonder what the core is like. After tapping a few times on her tablet, she continued, the surface lacks an atmosphere, with an average temperature of less than 10 Kelvin. It seems that the core has already cooled down. Oh, it appears that the Dragon Ball has an orbit? An orbit? Trunks assisted Goku in donning the cumbersome astronaut suit, while he inquired about the presence of any massive celestial bodies nearby. Bulma conducted a quick scan and, detecting no radiation, speculated that it was a black hole with a mass approximately 600 times that of the Sun. As for the distance, it was exceedingly far, posing no threat to their mission. That is reassuring. Trunks finally secured the heavy helmet onto Goku. As Goku shifted his body, he noticed the suit appeared quite bulky, yet it offered remarkable agility. Given Goku's immense strength, any restriction on his movement could easily lead to the suit's rupture, hence Bulma's meticulous design. Beside Goku stood a colossal cubic machine, the equipment he was to transport, replete with every conceivable function. All necessary and unnecessary instruments were contained within. According to the signals, one would need to descend 1,000 meters below the surface to reach the Dragon Ball layer. The probe had already located a canyon at the lowest possible elevation for landing, and upon arrival, Goku would need to dig another 300 meters downward. A canyon. In digging, Goku pondered, it must be quite dark down there. No need for concern, Bulma reassured him calmly, for that region marked the edge of the universe, where darkness prevailed even at ground level. Isn't that even more terrifying? Bulma disregarded his apprehension, as her son resonated more closely with her line of thought. Initiate self-diagnosis. Activate self-check. Trunks pressed a large yellow button, and after a few moments, a crisp voice announced the completion of the self-check, with the exploration mission now underway. Bulma set down her tablet, glanced at Trunks, nodded towards the silent master Roshi and Piccolo, then turned to Goku with a solemn declaration. Let us embark. Note, in the Dragon Ball universe, there is no limit to the speed of light. In the original work, Namek could communicate with Earth in real time, making this premise more reasonable for space travel and instantaneous movement. The environmental settings in this narrative will strive for rigor under this premise. However, I am not a physicist, and if I make any laughable errors, I hope for your understanding. After all, reading a novel should be primarily for enjoyment. Chapter 69. The Golden Miner at the distant edge of Lakiana, within a canyon on the planet of Super Dragon Balls. The power of the android's core engine surged to its maximum, nearing the full potential of Super Saiyan 2. A trace of energy was released, just enough to reach Earth. I found it, Goku exclaimed, gripping the instrument beside him with a confident smile, and instantaneously vanished from his location. Upon arriving at his destination, Goku blinked vigorously, realizing that regardless of whether his eyes were open or closed, he was enveloped in darkness, which was somewhat disconcerting. In the following moment, 10 small drones launched from the apparatus above him, ascending into the air, their bright lights illuminating the ground within a radius of several dozen meters. Lacking an atmosphere, these drones operated on gas propulsion, their flight akin to the technique of flight, proving to be exceptionally practical. Back on Earth, after Goku's departure, Bulma and the others returned indoors, where numerous large screens were set up. The central display showcased the camera feed from Goku's spacesuit, while various indicators and real-time data populated the surrounding monitors, contrasting with the aerial drone's footage. Thanks to the infrared assistance of the cameras, Bulma's visibility was significantly clearer than Goku's. I'll mark the detonation point. You should first test the surface hardness, Bulma instructed while deftly operating the keyboard. Subsequently, the drones in the air emitted several red lasers that converged at a point 500 meters away. On Goku's end, he flew to the side of a rock wall, assuming a combat stance, and delivered a rapid jab to the wall. The punch, though not powerful, was incredibly concentrated, leaving behind a cylindrical hole in the surface. When he retracted his hand, he held a piece of rock, which he casually crushed to powder. All set. Goku grinned confidently. Let's begin. He raised his palm, concentrating energy into a spherical wave, which he directed precisely towards the laser-marked spot. The explosion scattered energy in all directions, but the absence of an atmosphere rendered it silent, with only the dust being propelled outward like bullets. The cubic detector and the aerial drones activated their protective shields, while Goku formed a barrier of energy in front of him, creating a semi-spherical space around them. The dust dissipated swiftly, revealing a conical pit over 200 meters deep. With the gently sloping edges almost at Goku's feet, he had controlled the explosion with remarkable precision. Let's go take a look, Bulma commanded. Despite Goku's accuracy, it was impossible for him to detonate it with centimeter precision. However, Bulma could not have him bring large drilling equipment, so they would blast part of it and then drill the rest to examine the remaining distance. Yet, as the drones led Goku forward, Bulma noticed something amiss. Huh? There's a protrusion ahead? Under the force of the explosion, the pit should have formed a relatively regular inverted cone, but there was an anomalous structure ahead, approximately 2 meters high and strikingly symmetrical, as if deliberately placed there post-explosion, untouched by the chaos. I have an uneasy feeling about this, Bulma murmured, then directed the others. Activate the home beacon. Yes, Trunks replied immediately. The home beacon allowed Goku to instantly teleport back. Thus, the remaining 3 released their energy. Master Roshi and Piccolo exchanged glances, somewhat confused but refraining from questioning further, and followed suit in amplifying their energies. Goku, hold on. First, find the direction to return home, Bulma instructed. Concern etched on her face. Is something happening? Never mind that, just do it. Having traversed the cosmos, Bulma was genuinely worried for his safety. She wanted him to locate Earth's energy so that he could instantly teleport away in case of an emergency. The detectors could be rebuilt, but without the Dragon Balls, they could not afford to take risks with their own. All right, Goku sensed several familiar energies. About 50 meters ahead, there's an unidentified object. Let's go check it out. If anything seems off, come back immediately. Okay. Goku, unfazed, flew forward, the drone hovering above him in pursuit. As the bright light illuminated the unknown protrusion, Goku discerned its shape. It resembled a square basin, shimmering with a faint rainbow hue, adorned with large square patterns and strange decorative elements, evidently not a product of nature. How peculiar, Bulma frowned. When I marked the detonation point, I didn't see this, which means it must have emerged from underground. Yet, it appears completely unharmed. From Bulma's understanding of material science, it was impossible for any object to withstand Goku's strike unscathed. Otherwise, crafting a shelter from such material would render it invulnerable to any force under 10,000 battle power, making it nearly indomitable in the universe. Mom, Trunks suddenly exclaimed. Look at this thing. If we flipped it over, wouldn't it resemble? At his words, Bulma instinctively tilted her head 90 degrees to glance at the screen. Flipped over? Goku, hearing this through his earpiece, did not turn but reached out to flip the object. It appeared large yet was surprisingly lightweight, likely movable by an average strong human. That's quite dangerous, Bulma cautioned, her voice anxious. Don't touch anything in unknown territory. Before she could finish, realization dawned upon her regarding the object's true nature. It's a vehicle. Trunks nodded in agreement. A vehicle, colloquially known as a car, resembled the hovercrafts on Earth. The hollow circular base served as a levitation device, while the overall shape of the vehicle was trapezoidal, with the vast areas of varying colors likely serving as windows. Now completely coated in dust. Beep, a soft sound emerged as Bulma unlocked her tablet, receiving experimental data. The carbon 14 dating indicates the soil is at least over 100 million years old, Bulma read aloud, frowning. Over 100 million years? Trunks was astonished. Not merely by the soil's age, but by the implication that the vehicle had been buried for that long, yet remained intact. Not only had it withstood an energy blast, but it had also endured erosion for millions of years while maintaining its original state. Bulma could no longer ascertain how advanced this technology was compared to Earth's. Bulma quickly resumed her work on the tablet, and after a series of calculations, the results aligned with her predictions. If that black hole nearby was once a star, simple calculations suggest Super Dragon Balls within the habitable zone? Trunks interjected. Precisely. In the habitable zone, meaning there may have once existed a suitable environment for life, which could indicate the development of a civilization. The presence of artificial objects would not be surprising. However, the technology appears vastly superior to ours. A species with such advancements over 100 million years ago should be the dominant force in the universe today. Why then? Do beings like Frieza not exhibit such a significant technological gap compared to Earth? It seems the Super Dragon Balls harbor profound secrets. Bulma pondered for a moment before deciding to set this matter aside for now. Goku, when you return, bring that object with you. We'll examine it further. For now, let us focus on the Dragon Balls. All right. Goku was not troubled. He simply complied with Bulma's directives. Although the Super Dragon Balls were spherical from a planetary perspective, they were still massive for humans, with even slight differences in diameter amounting to hundreds or thousands of meters. The chosen extraction site by Bulma was not only situated in a valley but also had the Dragon Ball layer beneath the surface, allowing for a mere 200 meters to remain after Goku blasted the top layer, facilitating a smooth extraction process. The drilling machine was positioned at the center of the explosion pit, with soil continuously spewing from the side outlet, a result of the probe's efforts below. Wukong blinked, observing the earth gradually accumulating into a small mound, when suddenly, a burst of golden light emerged from the dark gray soil. Eureka! Bulma had received the news as well. The golden dust steadily increased, and soon, chunks of rock, emitting a faint glow, were ejected from the machine, their irregular shapes tracing wobbly paths down the slope. Wukong picked one up, examining it closely. It bore a resemblance to the Dragon Balls, yet devoid of the stars within, evoking a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. Before long, the quantity of stones unearthed by the drilling machine had become substantial, exceeding what Wukong could carry with both hands. Judging by the total amount, if these could indeed serve as raw materials, they would be more than sufficient for crafting Dragon Balls. Therefore, the immediate priority was to have Piccolo verify their usability. Let us return for now, Bulma commanded. The drones outside began to converge, and the drilling machine was retrieved, while other equipment remained temporarily in place. This time, Wukong only brought back the collected ore and the enigmatic artificial objects to Earth. He placed his fingers on the helmet of his spacesuit, seeking a trace of Earth's essence. Wait, someone is approaching. A powerful aura was rapidly closing in. As Wukong turned to look, a blinding white light appeared beside him, and two figures gradually took shape within the radiance. I say, what are people doing here? Remarked a rather plump figure nonchalantly. I'm not sure. But it certainly is rather peculiar, giggled a slender girl beside him. You. Wukong exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the two but struggling to recall their names, only remembering. You are the god of destruction from next door. The newcomers were indeed Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, and his angel, Vados. Chapter 70, Divine Confrontation. Who are you? Kampa inquired, perplexed. The presence of someone on this distant planet was already odd, but the fact that this individual recognized him was even more bewildering. Me? I am Goku, son Wukong. Goku replied. Realizing that this explanation seemed inadequate, he pondered how to clarify his identity when Bulma's voice crackled through his earpiece. How could someone suddenly appear? If it's dangerous, teleport back immediately, Bulma exclaimed anxiously. Relax. Goku reassured her, appearing quite at ease. He is the god of destruction from the neighboring universe. Bulma scrutinized the two figures on the screen, noting their attire closely resembled that of Beerus and Whis, and that they were able to survive in vacuum without any protective gear. Kampa disregarded Goku's remote conversation and continued. What are you doing here? I'm here to find the Dragon Balls. Goku answered amiably. The Dragon Balls? Have you found them? Kampa's tone remained flat. Found them? This planet is the Dragon Ball. I've actually dug up a few, Goku said, opening the box he was carrying. Look. Inside lay several irregular stones shimmering with golden light. Kampa's eyes twitched as he gazed into the box. Ahem. He feigned a cough. I declare this Dragon Ball is mine. You, a mere insignificant being, cannot take it. Put down that box. What? I refuse. Goku replied, taken aback by Kampa's blunt refusal. Do you know who I am? Kampa growled. Of course, the god of destruction. Goku blinked innocently. Then why aren't you putting it down and leaving? Otherwise, I shall obliterate you. Kampa shouted, visibly agitated. That's unfair. Goku scratched his head. I came here first, and I need the Super Dragon Ball too. Even the God of Destruction should be reasonable, right? Oh. Kampa's tone suddenly turned cold. If you refuse to listen, don't blame me. With that, Kampa thrust his palm forward, conjuring a palm-sized sphere of destructive energy, which swiftly hurtled towards Goku. Goku remained expressionless, gathering energy in the hand that wasn't holding the box. However, instead of clashing, he redirected the attack, causing it to miss and explode in the distance, illuminating the dim surroundings. Kampa looked surprised. A mere human had evaded his attack with one hand. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a flurry of destructive blasts. Goku realized he couldn't deflect them all nor allow them to explode at such close range, so he instantaneously teleported to a meter in front of Kampa, diverting the attacks away. Nanny! Kampa gasped as Goku suddenly appeared face to face with him, prompting an instinctive punch. Goku, caught off guard by Kampa's fierce reaction, bent backward just in time to evade the strike. Now slightly irritated, Goku frowned and said, "Why are you so reckless? You just jump into a fight without a second thought, showing no semblance of a god of destruction. Why, you insufferable human?" Kampa's eyes twitched furiously. Although he hadn't used his full strength, he couldn't fathom why Goku had so easily neutralized his attacks. After all, he was a god of destruction. Heh, Bardoss interjected. Kampa has been sleeping for far too long. Perhaps his mind is a bit muddled. What did you say? Kampa shot a fiery glare at Bardoss. Have you not noticed? Bardoss replied coolly, that is no mere human. Kampa scrutinized Goku for a few moments, and then it dawned on him. Goku radiated a divine aura. And Bardoss pointedly noted that they had been communicating telepathically from the start, a power of the gods. Both Goku and Kampa blinked in ignorance, having not realized that conversation in a vacuum was impossible, nor did they notice they had instinctively used telepathy. Humph. Kampa quickly regained his lofty demeanor. So what if you're a god? I'm the god of destruction. If I claim the Dragon Balls, they are mine. If you disagree, I shall annihilate you. Perfect. Goku said excitedly, clenching his fists. I was just looking to have a good match with the god of destruction. Kampa, taken aback by Goku's audacity, bared his teeth in a menacing expression. Just then, Goku suddenly glanced skyward. Ah, he exclaimed. In the distance, another flash of white light streaked across the sky. And in the blink of an eye, two figures descended to the ground. I ask, why have you come to my territory? Beerus regarded Kampa with icy indifference. Lord Beerus. Whis is here too, Goku said, though he felt a foreboding sense of what was to come. As expected, Kampa showed no deference to Beerus. What? What do you mean, your territory? I recall this place is no longer within the bounds of Universe 7. This area is the closest to Universe 7. It is indeed my territory, Beerus retorted. Then I could just as easily claim that I arrived first, so it is my territory, Kampa insisted. Both of them glaring at each other as if sparks were about to fly. That's not right. I arrived here first, Goku interjected. The two gods of destruction turned their gaze to Goku, startling him. Just then, Beerus suddenly dropped his fierce expression, grinning mischievously. Indeed, it was this fellow who arrived first. On what grounds do you claim it is yours? Are you all working together? Kampa scoffed. He is from Universe 7, so naturally he is under my jurisdiction. You, a god of destruction, are speaking up for a human? Have you forgotten your primary duties? I don't need you to dictate how I work, you slothful oaf. Beerus shot back. You're one to talk. You sleep all day too, you foolish cat. The two began to bicker furiously, their tempers escalating. In a sudden moment of impulsivity, they simultaneously threw punches at each other, the force of which could have obliterated the surrounding terrain. Goku tried to intervene, but it was too late. In the next instant, both angels appeared before their respective gods of destruction, effortlessly neutralizing the force of their strikes with a graceful gesture, redirecting their punches away from their original targets. That won't do, was stated. Gods of destruction must not engage in combat with one another. Indeed, even in neutral territory, such actions are prohibited, Bardoss affirmed. The two gods of destruction averted their gazes, straightening their collars. Although the rules explicitly forbade fighting in the cosmos, they both understood that conflicts were undesirable. Leading them to calm down. I propose we revert to the old ways, Whis suggested. Since there is a disagreement, let us compete in a different manner. Exactly. Kampa suddenly grinned mischievously. Let us have a culinary contest. I recently discovered some exceptional delicacies. Oh? Beerus replied with interest. Coincidentally, I too have found some exquisite food that will surely leave you enraptured. Then let us compete, Kampa declared. After a short while, the group arrived at an expansive open area. The two angels stood at the center of the field, simultaneously striking the ground with their staffs. A spherical barrier rapidly expanded, growing to a diameter of over 1,000 meters within seconds. This was no ordinary barrier. The internal environment was calibrated to support human life, with suitable pressure and temperature. Goku was said cheerfully, "There is no need for space suits here. Bring your friends along." "Are you referring to Bulma?" Goku replied, removing the oversized helmet of his space suit. "Ah, this feels much better." Bulma initially intended to intervene, but Goku acted with such swiftness that her intention transformed into admiration. The capabilities of an angel are indeed remarkable, capable of altering planetary environments at will. "Never mind. Goku, I shall join you. Please come to fetch me. I want to go too." Trunks immediately chimed in. "You all stay behind. I fear Goku may lose his way back to Earth." Before long, Goku executed 2 instances of instant transmission, bringing Bulma to the reformed surface of planet Super Dragon Balls, both unadorned by any protective gear, standing resolutely on the transformed terrain. Meanwhile, Kampa and Beerus were seated at a hastily assembled table. This is an egg from the dong-dong bird, exceedingly rare. Not only is it packed with nutrients, but its flavor is so divine it leaves one speechless. Kampa confidently retrieved an egg, roughly the size of a palm, from a spherical container. Beerus and Whis each took one, peeling off the shell before sampling it with a bite. It possesses a unique texture, with a hint of meatiness. The filling is even more flavorful, soft, and delightful, Whis remarked with sincerity. "Pa." Beerus dramatically spat out the egg he had tasted, exclaiming, "What a wretched thing. I'd rather have my own." With utmost confidence, Beerus produced a packet of instant noodles he had pilfered from Goku. Whis, emulating Bulma's previous actions, added seasoning and hot water to the noodles, drawing the curiosity of both Vados and Kampa, who had never witnessed such a complex procedure. As the hot water was poured in, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, directly assaulting Kampa's senses. This is... Observing Kampa's expression, Beerus could not help but smile broadly, fully aware that victory was assured. Chapter 71. Unknown Civilization. The 5 minutes spent waiting for instant noodles felt to Xiangpa like an eternity, akin to 50 years. Though he endeavored to maintain an air of calm, his mouth was already filled with uncontainable saliva. As the alarm rang, was quickly seized his chopsticks, followed suit by Beerus, who wasted no time in indulging. Imitating their actions, Xiangpa took a bite of the noodles, exclaiming excitedly, "Delicious." However, he soon realized his outburst was inappropriate and awkwardly attempted to regain composure, inquiring, "Where did this come from?" Bulma observed the childish antics of the two beings before her, feeling a mixture of emotions. The supreme deity, who held the fate of the universe in his hands, was bickering like children and exhibiting a fondness for junk food. "It comes from a place called Earth," Whis generously replied. "Quick, find out where our Earth is." Xiangpa instantly shouted at Beerus. Since the 7th and 6th universes were twin counterparts, if there was an Earth here, there must be a similar one in their home universe. Indeed. Beerus soon located the corresponding planet, glancing at the holographic image projected from his staff, his brow slightly furrowing. The 6th universe indeed had an Earth, but it had been destroyed due to internal strife. "Nanny." Xiangpa felt as though he had lost the world. "Humph," Beerus remarked casually while picking his teeth. The Earth of the 7th universe met the same fate, destroyed by its own people. Humans are truly troublesome. Bulma, hearing this, displayed a hint of sorrow on her face. Yet, upon learning that the 7th universe's Earth had also perished, Xiangpa found some solace. Thus, Beerus said, tapping his fingers on the table, "I present to you a culinary masterpiece, of which you have consumed 2 servings. Consequently, this planet now belongs to me. You have no objections, I trust?" "And no," Xiangpa managed to utter, before rising to leave. Just before departing, he shot a fierce glare at Goku, polite as ever. Beerus and Bulma exchanged slight bows before following Xiangpa out. "Hey," Beerus called to Bulma as Xiangpa walked away, "this worthless planet is of no use to me, so I'll bequeath it to you." "Really?" Bulma exclaimed, delighted, for she had just been pondering how to convince Beerus that she needed this planet. However, "I have a condition." Beerus raised 2 fingers, then quickly added a third. "I use my own resources to win this planet back for you. So you must provide me with 3 boxes of instant noodles to make it fair." Beerus closed his eyes, his tone decidedly haughty. Yet he secretly peeked through a narrow slit to gauge Bulma's reaction. Bulma was momentarily speechless, exchanging 3 boxes of noodles for a Dragon Ball, or even a Super Dragon Ball planet, felt absurdly trivial. All right, fine. Bulma conceded, retrieving something from her pocket and placing it on the table. This is for you. It's called chocolate, and it's quite delightful. Oh ho, Whis exclaimed, eagerly tearing off a piece, savoring the flavor. And Beerus followed suit. Delicious. They both cried in unison. You two are quite perceptive. Beerus generously praised, clearing his throat. Remember to prepare the noodles for later. Just call Whis when you're on Earth, and we'll come to collect. As Beerus rose to depart, he added, if you come across any other delectable treats, I wouldn't mind if you brought a few more back with you. Are you leaving already? Bulma suddenly called out in distress. Yes, is there something else? Whis inquired kindly. If you leave, will this space remain intact? Bulma gestured around her. If this oxygen dome were to vanish suddenly, Goku would likely meet an unfortunate fate. This? Whis glanced upward. I'll leave it for you. As long as I don't actively remove it, it will not disappear. Feel free to use it. With that, he tapped his staff, and he and Beerus transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from sight. Phew. With matters settled, Bulma let out a sigh of relief. She had genuinely feared that these deities might act on a whim, for after all, causing destruction was within the purview of a god of destruction and hardly deemed immoral in their eyes. All right, let us head back to Earth. There is so much to do. After reorganizing themselves for a moment, Bulma and Goku returned home, bringing with them a box of Dragon Ball fragments to be studied by Piccolo and Master Roshi, while Bulma and Trunks began examining the vehicle. The astute pair quickly recognized that it was indeed a mode of transportation, aptly referred to as a car. The materials were not indestructible, as Trunks was able to bend a panel with minimal effort, but its uniqueness lay in its ability to absorb energy, which allowed it to withstand an explosion unscathed. Remarkably, the vehicle's power source was its energy, essentially making its body the fuel tank. After Trunks infused it with a sufficient amount of energy, the system astonishingly activated, appearing far from ancient despite being buried for eons. Welcome back. I am your assistant, Daki, a magnetic male voice emanated from the vehicle. However, it soon took on a peculiar tone. Oh dear, where did you dig me up from? Is this the Wish Star? Is this an onboard artificial intelligence? Trunks asked uncertainly. It appears so, Bulma affirmed. Hey, you're spot on. I'm the intelligent assistant. Just tell me your destination or what you wish to do, and I'll get you on your way. Trunks couldn't help but feel that the artificial intelligence lacked a certain degree of intelligence. Ahem, Bulma interrupted. You are no longer on your original planet. We unearthed you from the ground. It seems you have been buried for over 1 billion years. Can you comprehend that? 1 billion years. The voice exclaimed, I'm remarkably resilient. Aha. That is not the point. Bulma replied, somewhat exasperated. I wish to know what your species is called. Species? I suppose we are referred to as humans? Humans? That seems rather broad. Do you not have a more specific name? Perhaps Dragon Ball people, Dragon folks, Wish people, or something similar? None at all. Why do you ask? Your civilization appears highly advanced, yet I have not encountered any species in the universe that matches your level. Why is that? Species? What is that? Well, Bulma pondered, gesturing towards herself, I am an Earthling, and he is a Scion. Our species differ. Differ? But you both appear to be humans. Indeed, that is somewhat correct. Yet our subcategories are distinct. Why categorize? Because we utilize different energy sources, thus it is essential to differentiate. Energy source? What is that? Energy, how should I explain? It is the power you harness. Is it not related to your species? You mean energy? We derive it from our deposits. Or deposits? Are you referring to the underground Dragon Balls? Those yellow stones? Exactly. The Wish Stones are our source of power. They have bestowed upon us a brilliant civilization. Upon hearing this, Bulma looked up at Trunks in excitement. It seemed her suspicions were correct. The Dragon Ball they had excavated could likely be used for wishes, which might explain why this civilization was so far ahead of others in the universe. As for the civilization's disappearance, it was evident that an in-car assistant would not possess such knowledge. Bulma was eager to uncover this civilization, as she had a strong intuition that it was exceptionally advanced and could potentially serve as a vital link between mortals and deities. The deities of destruction, such as Zeno, loom over mortals like an ever-present sword, threatening to sever existence. Ignorance once shielded them from dread, but now Bulma is perpetually anxious, fearing that all her arduous efforts to restore Earth and revive her loved ones could be rendered futile at any moment. Goku stands as their guardian now. Yet what of a century or two hence? How will humanity safeguard itself? She despairs at the thought of her descendants living in perpetual fear, which drives her to seek information about this ancient civilization. Could it be that this civilization has not truly vanished? Trunks muses. What do you mean? Bulma inquires. As Trunks gestures to himself, perhaps we are all of the same species. Are you suggesting that the humans of planet Vegeta are the progenitors of life in the cosmos? It is indeed plausible. We hail from two planets, yet are nearly indistinguishable. Moreover, only a few locations in the universe possess their own dialects. While the languages of the majority of planets are inherently intelligible, yet Earth remained oblivious to the existence of extraterrestrial beings just 30 years ago. Does that not seem rather implausible? Indeed, I have contemplated this as well, Bulma concedes, nodding. If this is the case, it suggests that the technological advancements of this civilization have been interrupted for some reason. Perhaps not entirely interrupted, Trunks counters. After all, we possess the Dragon Balls. Bulma shakes her head, deeming that notion too far-fetched. The two ponder for an extended period, but no conclusions emerge. A vehicular system offers little assistance in their quest for knowledge. Let us wait for Piccolo and the others, if they can successfully make a wish. We can directly inquire of Shenron. That seems to be our only option, Trunks agrees with a nod. In a distant divine realm, a figure points at a holographic image of a man, exclaiming, "Behold, this is the one. Go eliminate him. What is the reward? You may choose. In that case, I desire a cosmic cube. Very well. When shall you commence? I shall depart immediately." Chapter 72. The universe's most lethal assassin, while Bulma and Trunks were engrossed in investigating an unknown civilization, and Piccolo and Master Roshi were preoccupied with studying the artificial Dragon Balls, Goku found himself at a loose end. He had long wished to engage in a friendly competition with Piccolo and Master Roshi to assess their current prowess, yet Bulma incessantly assigned them tasks. Bored and restless, Goku ventured to King Kai's planet. Back again so soon? The old King Kai inquired, furrowing his brow at Goku. Don't be so stern. I merely seek a conversation. Goku replied, sitting cross-legged in the air. A mere mortal intruding upon the realm of the gods daily. How outrageous. Am I not considered a deity now? You still have a long way to go. A long way indeed. All right, my esteemed elder, Goku is no outsider. King Kai interjected, attempting to mediate. In truth, the old King Kai was not genuinely annoyed with Goku. He simply relished the banter. A mortal who had ascended to godhood and possessed power surpassing that of a destroyer god was a source of inexplicable delight when he chided him. Goku, unfazed, floated leisurely for a while before suddenly recalling something. By the way, old King Kai, are you aware of the happenings on Super Dragon Ball Planet? What happenings? The old King Kai asked casually, engrossed in his manga. After considerable effort, Goku finally articulated the events to him, renowned for his vast knowledge. The old King Kai seemed to offer Goku a chance to assist Bulma. A civilization from 1 billion years ago? I haven't heard of it, he replied, still maintaining his indifferent tone. How could you not? Aren't you supposed to know everything? Goku exclaimed dramatically. Humph, the old King Kai said, flipping to the next page of his manga. Even accounting for the sealed 14th generation, I have only lived for 30 million years. How could I possibly know events from over 1 billion years ago? Besides, he added, glancing skyward, the universe is rife with secrets. To pursue every piece of knowledge is merely to invite unnecessary troubles. King Kai nodded thoughtfully at his mentor's words. What's the fuss? If you don't know, you don't know. Why complicate things? Goku replied, slightly exasperated. What do you know? The old King Kai was about to retort when both he and King Kai suddenly sensed a disturbance. Someone has breached the divine realm. Before Goku could grasp the implications of the old King Kai's words, he felt an insidious killing intent drawing near. Here it comes. Goku instinctively gathered his energy and crossed his arms in defense. However, in the blink of an eye, a blue-purple figure appeared before him, striking with a compact motion that bypassed Goku's defenses and pierced his heart with a precise jab. A sharp pain surged through him, accompanied by overwhelming force, propelling Goku away. Yet in the next instant, he forcibly heightened his energy to its limits, activating the White God state, which allowed his formidable aura to counter the wave of impact, averting a potential rupture of his heart that could have been fatal. Stabilizing himself, Goku dispelled the White God state, propping himself up with his hands as blood spilled from his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he raised his gaze to meet the one he had anticipated. Hi, Hit. The visitor was none other than Hit, the foremost assassin from Universe 6, employed by Compa. Hit's usually impassive face revealed a rare expression of astonishment. His full-force strike had landed squarely on Goku's heart, yet it had failed to claim his life. This was unfathomable. Such strength should not exist in the universe. Even more perplexing was the fact that Goku had uttered his name. The money of a destroyer god was not easily earned, and there were undoubtedly undisclosed circumstances surrounding his employer. Who are you? Both King Kai's finally reacted, with King Kai raising his hand to cast a protective barrier. With the assassination attempt thwarted and his identity exposed, Hit recognized there was no need to continue the mission. He swiftly retreated, biding his time for another opportunity. A hallmark of a true assassin. In the next moment, Hit vanished from sight. Hit's unique ability to halt time for a mere 0.1 seconds allowed him to maneuver while his target remained frozen, a lethal advantage against skilled opponents. His typical method involves suppressing his energy to approach his target, then delivering a fatal blow at the precise moment he could reach them. When retreating, he utilized this same 0.1 seconds to create considerable distance. "Don't run," Goku shouted. Realizing Hit's intentions the moment he disappeared, he erupted with energy and pursued. While Hit could conceal himself upon arrival, his escape was far less graceful. He was compelled to fly quickly, which made it impossible to remain entirely hidden. If he flew too slowly, even without energy, he could be spotted easily. After pausing time, Hit found himself over 100 meters away from his original position, but the residual energy he emitted was unmistakable. In the blink of an eye, Goku closed the distance. Though the strike had inflicted significant damage on him, Goku pursued with one hand clutching his heart, not out of anger or a desire for revenge, but sheer exhilaration. Engaging with a formidable opponent was a Scion's passion. And Goku's greatest regret in his previous life was not having the opportunity to duel Hit in his preferred arena, an unrestrained battle devoid of rules. As Hit sensed Goku closing in, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Don't run," Goku shouted again. "As you wish." Suddenly, several illusions of Hit lunged at Goku. Unlike mere afterimages, Hit had stored his energy in the time-stopped space, thus deceiving even those who could sense energy. Originally designed to obscure his movements during an attack, Hit had no intention of engaging further. He merely concealed his energy and continued to flee. Fortunately, having previously encountered this tactic, Goku remained undeterred. Focusing intently on Hit's true form, the energy within the time stop could only last 0.1 seconds, quickly revealing Hit's position, and Goku charged forward, aiming a punch at the back of Hit's head. Hit, adept at sensing his opponent's energy, merely tilted his head to evade the attack. After creating some distance, he halted his retreat and regarded Goku with a cold gaze. "Why do you persist in pursuing me?" Goku forced a pained smile. "Though I don't quite understand why. It seems you wish to kill me." "Indeed. Then why run if you failed to kill me?" Hit frowned, struggling to comprehend Goku's line of reasoning. "If you wish to kill me, then come. I too desire a genuine contest with you at full power." Hit narrowed his eyes. The universe's leading assassin had his pride. Having attempted to flee twice without success only to have his opponent catch up and issue a challenge would be a disgrace if he retreated once more. "If you seek death, then I shall oblige." Hit adopted a stance reminiscent of Wing Chun, embodying an assassin's precision, valuing efficiency in taking his opponent's life. Goku mirrored his stance, though his aura was noticeably weaker. The stabbing pain in his chest made breathing difficult. That strike had left him considerably weakened. Even without engaging in strenuous activity, sweat began to bead on his forehead. Yet Goku uttered no complaints. As an assassin, Hit's advantage lay in striking unexpectedly when his opponent was unprepared. Thus, if they were to engage earnestly, Goku would have no way to evade that initial strike. Ironically, this very state was the most equitable, even suggesting that had he not fortuitously been in King Kai's realm, where the sensitivity to divine energy was heightened, Goku might not have survived that first blow. "Here it comes," Wukong exclaimed in surprise, immediately contracting his body and shielding his vital areas, his heart and throat, with his arms. In the next instant, Hit vanished from sight. Since Hit's movements occurred within the realm of time stop, Wukong had to defend himself before Hit executed his attack. Otherwise, he would surely be struck. He relied solely on observing Hit's breath and the fluctuations of his energy to anticipate the moment of his assault. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from his lower back, causing Wukong to spasm almost entirely. He quickly steadied himself and turned to counterattack. However, his posture was awkward, lacking sufficient force. With a mere downward motion of his hand, Hit effortlessly deflected Wukong's punch as if it were nothing. Wukong yearned to pursue the assault but abruptly sensed something amiss. He hastily elevated his energy, solidifying it around his body for defense, for in the next moment, Hit vanished once more. Within the time-stop realm, Hit observed the glaring openings in Wukong's defense, and without a shred of hesitation, he launched a punch directly aimed at Wukong's temple. A tremendous impact struck Wukong, plunging him into darkness. and he staggered to the ground. Instinctively, he braced himself against the earth, preventing a complete fall. "Humph, I thought you had some foolproof assurance," Hit remarked coldly. I believed I could win once more." Wukong struggled to shake off the daze, regaining a semblance of clarity. "I do not comprehend your words, but my mission is to eliminate you, and I shall show no mercy," Hit declared, assuming an aggressive stance once again. As a martial artist with millennia of experience, Hit would not make the mistake of underestimating his opponent. Moreover, given his current strength, no one had ever withstood 3 of his attacks and remained standing. Wukong was undoubtedly the strongest adversary he had encountered. It was only due to Wukong's superior fundamental qualities that he had not succumbed to the critical vulnerabilities that would have obliterated another. With the next strike, "I shall take your life," Hit proclaimed, delivering a preemptive warning, a testament to his utmost respect for formidable opponents. "Humph, that remains to be seen." Wukong managed to muster a faint smile, despite the difficulty. Chapter 73. Growth in Adversity. Goku struggled to rise, his body battered and bruised. Yet he managed to muster a faint smile. This left Hit somewhat perplexed, but regardless, his objective remained unchanged. It was time. Sensing Hit's preliminary movements, Goku instantaneously heightened his energy, breaking through to the state of Ultra Instinct, enveloping the surroundings in an overwhelming aura that formed an impenetrable protective barrier. Hit, witnessing Goku's astonishing transformation within the realm of time stop, exhibited no hesitation, concentrating all his power into a single point, aiming directly for Goku's throat. Cough. A mere 0.1 seconds later, Goku felt a sharp pain in his throat, nearly causing him to lose consciousness once more, resulting in the passive dissolution of his Ultra Instinct state. However, propelled by sheer willpower, he forced his body into motion. Nanny. Before Hit could react, Goku was upon him, delivering a powerful punch to Hit's abdomen. Hit staggered back, nearly losing his senses. How could this be? Hey. Goku, with a pained smile, remarked, "Your abilities are not infinitely sustainable. There exists a slight interval between each of your actions. If I can seize this opportunity to counterattack, I will surely strike you." To execute such a maneuver, Goku needed to withstand a subsequent time-stop assault, thus earning a chance to retaliate. It was a method that could not be employed without possessing physical prowess far superior to Hit's, which was why Hit had never encountered anyone like him before. But how infuriating. This blow inflicted considerable damage upon Hit, compelling him to activate time stop once more and launch another assault on Goku. Goku was in a dire state, unable to immediately revert to Ultra Instinct, yet Hit's damage output was also limited. Consequently, their battle resembled a turn-based struggle, with each combatant landing a strike, testing who would falter first. After exchanging blows for 4 or 5 rounds, both warriors were left battered and exhausted. Hit gasped for breath, struggling to recall the last time he had felt such desperation. The last time. A surge of complex emotions welled within Hit. He hadn't encountered a worthy opponent in centuries, having long lost the fervor to grow stronger, causing his power to stagnate for centuries. Ha. A wave of fervor surged through Hit, and the latent strength he had been harboring began to ascend. This is it. In a previous life, Goku had also pushed Hit to the brink, and he understood what this meant. He was on the cusp of becoming stronger. Breakthrough. Self. He yearned to grow, to become mightier. In that fleeting moment of realization, Hit's abilities experienced a significant enhancement, extending his time-stop duration to 0.2 seconds. Oh no. Before Goku could brace himself, Hit launched an assault, landing 2 consecutive strikes upon Goku. Yet, as Goku prepared to retaliate, he found the distance between them too great. He charged forth with all his might, but as he reached Hit, he was already ensnared in the next time stop. Goku, left with no choice, adopted a defensive stance, while Hit employed a YOLO tactic to incessantly harass him. This was untenable. After enduring yet another attack, Goku gritted his teeth and surged towards Hit, but rather than striking, he embraced Hit directly. "Now let's see how you escape." Oh no. Hit activated time stop once more, only to discover Goku's hands were like steel, unyielding in their grip. Before he could devise a countermeasure, the 0.2 second limit elapsed. Now it is my turn. Goku did not relinquish his hold but instead charged forward, delivering a headbutt that caused blood to erupt from Hit's face. Hit, gritting his teeth, entered time stop again. In this dire moment, he had no choice but to abandon all notions of martial ethics. With Goku's embrace restricting him, he awkwardly raised his knee and struck Goku in the groin. As time resumed, Goku was instantly overwhelmed by excruciating pain, causing him to loosen his grip, allowing Hit to break free. On a distant mountaintop, the Supreme Kai peered out, while the old Supreme Kai pressed his head down firmly. Hide. Hide. You fool. I'm sorry, Elder. The Supreme Kai bowed his head submissively, perplexed. Do we truly need to be this cautious? Of course. Did you not perceive the opponent's strength? The old Supreme Kai whispered harshly, he can stop time. If he comes over and strikes you, can you endure it? Do you possess Goku's physique? The Supreme Kai swallowed hard, recalling the initial ambush, which had indeed inflicted significant damage upon Goku, necessitating a brief activation of Ultra Instinct to mitigate the impact. Were it him in that situation, he would have surely perished on the spot. However, the Supreme Kai tentatively remarked, the opponent's ambush has failed. Mr. Goku should now hold the advantage, right? The battle does not seem particularly intense. Not intense at all. Have you not seen them both on the verge of severe injury? From an observer's perspective, the fight indeed lacked intensity. It was confined in scope, devoid of grand explosions, resembling a mere scuffle between ordinary individuals. Energy blasts inflicted far less damage compared to Hit's precise strikes targeting vulnerabilities, and Goku's attempts to hit Hit with energy blasts necessitated extensive area attacks to be effective. Yet, such tactics would yield minimal damage while depleting stamina, leading Goku to refrain from employing them. Thus, their deadly struggle devolved into a contest of physical prowess. I believe the opponent is sustaining greater injuries, Jebit interjected, attempting to bolster the Supreme Kai's spirits. If this continues, Mr. Goku will surely prevail. The old Supreme Kai, observing the distant combatants, replied gravely, let us hope so. On the battlefield, Hit gradually felt his consciousness fading, his body unable to keep pace. In this turn-based melee, it was evident that Goku, with superior attributes, held the upper hand, a lead that steadily accumulated, leaving Hit increasingly despondent. He gasped heavily, eyelids drooping. Struggling to focus on Goku before him, who was also nearing his limits, every vital point aflame with pain, his insides feeling as if they were ablaze. On the verge of coughing blood. In the realm of killing. You truly are formidable, Goku remarked with a bitter smile. Hit remained silent, his mind racing to devise a means of evading this calamity. He could no longer fight. Fleeing was futile. It felt as though he had become the hunted. An overwhelming sense of despair enveloping him. Oh, Goku observed Hit's expression with sudden astonishment. Have you conceded, Nanny? The words jolted Hit from his stupor. I mean, have you already given up? Goku's countenance grew serious, emphasizing that true strength lies in an indomitable will. An unwavering courage that refuses to yield even in the face of despair. If you believe you have lost, then you have indeed lost. Goku relaxed his stance, as if he deemed the continuation of their battle beneath him. Goku's words, his demeanor, struck Hit like a dagger. Indeed, if he believed himself defeated, then it was a genuine defeat. He was first a warrior, then an assassin. Missions could fail, but a warrior must never submit to fate. Thank you for the reminder. Hit clenched his fists. Then I shall accompany you with my life. Hit's energy surged once more, and upon witnessing his resolve, Goku assumed a combat-ready stance. Though beads of sweat began to form on his brow, his provocation aimed to awaken Hit's latent potential, for Goku sensed that Hit could grow even stronger. Hit erupted with renewed vigor, and Goku prepared to defend himself. Yet, Hit refrained from initiating a time stop immediately. Nanny, just as Goku was still processing this, the world around him suddenly froze. Time prison. This was a strategy that Hit conceived in a moment of desperation. Rather than entering a time stop himself, he drew the space surrounding his opponent into a temporal stasis. In this manner, he could control a minuscule area while achieving the same effect. The advantage was a mere 0.5 seconds. The reverse time stop extended his capabilities to that very duration. Alas, this is bad. Goku, adopting a defensive stance, sustained several blows from Hit. He intended to counterattack as he had previously, but when the time stop was lifted, he could not discern Hit's location. What is happening? Time flitted by, and Hit's skill cooldown had elapsed, pulling Goku once more into a time stop. With the extension to 0.5 seconds, Hit experienced a qualitative leap. Following his assault, he had ample time to reduce his energy to 0. Thus, upon Goku's exit from the time stop, he could not immediately locate Hit and exploit the cooldown gap for counteroffensive maneuvers. Consequently, what was originally a turn-based